At the beginning of the story, we are transported to the county of Xinyi. There, in the county itself, a pavilion in the style of a young family is shown. Nearby, an elf carefully examines the body of an infant. After finishing the examination, the elf's father asked him to say what was wrong with the boy, how he was. Then the elf reveals to the man, due to his stature and constitution, the son would find it difficult to live beyond 20 years. This man is the patriarch of the young family. His name is Yang Damien. Damien asked the elf if the heavens had punished his son, and the elf explained that his son caused his mother's death by being born. The elf heard this irritably. He could not believe that Damien would say such a thing to a doctor like him. He asked the patriarch to explain why he would say such a thing to his son, who was dying young. Hearing this, Damien cast a fierce look at the child. He watched him while he played alone. According to the elf, the boy had something like 9 in the split meridians. The elf had never seen anyone whose acupuncture point Bihui was revealed to such an extreme degree. Damien asked the elf if the acupuncture point Bihui was the same point located at the crown of the head. The doctor told him he was right. He explained to the patriarch, a person dies if their acupuncture point Bihui is too strongly revealed. Most call this the ascent of the deity. Damien reminded the elf that the deific ascent is an incredibly powerful thing performed by Taoists when they journey to the heavenly realm. The doctor was surprised to hear this. He asked the patriarch if he really believed in such nonsense. Then Damien placed his hand on his head and asked if he had heard of absolute martial masters who work the upper meridians at the crown, because in reality they use the acupuncture point Bihui. As the elf said, the so-called deitic ascension happens when someone drinks too much energy from the great nature that came from the heavens and the earth, and then dies, unable to withstand its pressure. Damien stood up as soon as he heard these words. He turned to the elf and stated that he was right. His son really received punishment from the heavens. The doctor was stunned and asked to explain why the man called himself the father. The patriarch told the elf that it was time for him to leave. He assured that the chief treasurer would give him his pay. The elf replied to the man that he did not need pay. He stood up and, filled with anger, left the pavilion. Walking away, the elf pondered how the life of our hero might have turned out if he had been born in another place. If the boy had been born in a demonic cult, he could have become a heavenly demon. If he had grown up in the Shaolin Temple, he could have twice used the 72 elite training methods of that temple. Unfortunately for the boy, everything turned out differently. He was born in this place as a hated child. The doctor believed that the boy would die in the province very young, without any chance of survival. The only chance for this child is to achieve enlightenment by his own efforts. Several decades later, a group of people gathered in the young estate for a family meeting. Damien stood up and announced to everyone that his late father founded their clan. According to him, the father was a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, and his name was Chanjiamja. Damien added that he had devoted his whole life to the revival of their clan. He explained to them that he could not close the clan, because if they became known worldwide, he would receive the supreme technique of the Zhongnan sect. The patriarch told his family that he was incredibly happy. One of his sons had followed the path of the father and managed to join the Zhongnan sect. With smiles on their faces, the other family members congratulated the brother on his achievement. The eldest child said, "The brother is incredible," and how he managed to enter the sect. Damien asked his children to raise their glasses together with him. While everyone was enjoying the moment, the elder brother suddenly noticed that someone was missing. He stopped and realized that someone was not among them. He turned to his father and told him that Yejun was not there. As soon as Damien heard this, his face suddenly became serious. He revealed to his son that he had asked the elders to stay at the training ground. Upon hearing this, the man was shocked. Damien told his son that it was better for our guy not to be at such a joyful event, and added, supposedly Yi and Shin will bring them misfortune. The man could not believe that his father actually said this. The scene changes, and we see our guy gathering strength at the training ground. He carefully runs his energy throughout his body until every muscle responds. As soon as this is done, he sharply opens his eyes and releases the energy outward. After the exercise was finished, Yi and Shin looked at his palm. He realized that he had now fully mastered the Yang clan's movement technique. Thanks to this technique, Yang Shin can stir the muscles with energy and then compress it. He realizes that the body can no longer become stronger beyond this limit. Yang Shin wonders, could it be that with a stronger body, he will now have a longer life? While he was thinking, our guy remembered his brother's reaction when he told him that he had created a martial arts technique. Yanshin explained to his brother that he did not create this technique from scratch, but rather redeveloped the exceptional martial arts of their clan. Hearing this, the man only sighed heavily and asked his younger brother not to take offense at what he would say. He also asked the ancient not to disclose to anyone what he had done. Our guy was surprised upon hearing this. The scene changed, and we saw how Yi and Shen told his brother to use the combat technique the guy had created. He was quite fed up with it. He asked Yi and Shen if they would take responsibility if an energy deviation occurred, and he died. Our guy felt bad as soon as he heard it. When he told his father about what he had done, the man scolded him for meddling in the exclusive martial arts of their clan and asked if he considered himself the founder of the clan. He and Shin could not believe that their own father had so easily rejected them. Sitting on a chair, our guy reflects on what it means to be the founder of a clan. It is the one who creates martial arts and the founder of a combat center. Our guy never thought he was that great. It didn't seem incredible to him to create martial arts. He just wanted to be healthy and live together with everyone. While he was thinking, I and Shin noticed how servants were running off somewhere. He immediately wondered where they were rushing to, but quickly remembered, today is the day when the combat masters of the Zhongnan sect will arrive. The Zhongnan sect is one of the 9 great sects. It is called one of the 2 pillars, which together with the Manhwa sect hold the top position among the strongest in Shaanxi. Yan Shin recalled that the Zhongnan sect is the place where the sword deities reside. Our guy also wanted to meet the martial masters. As soon as he thought about it, he remembered what the senior butler told him. Yanshin asked this man if the reason he could not appear before the clan's important guests was that he himself caused his mother's death. The butler informed our guy that the order came from his father. Yanshin asked the man if he was really sure. The steward apologized to our boy. Yanshin could not believe that his father had given such an order. He decided to stay among the servants and observe from afar. He was sure he could squeeze at least something useful from the skilled masters. Near the entrance to the mansion, the servants guessed who exactly would come to meet them. They were sure the dragon of the heavenly sword would not come. They thought that some elder might visit the mansion. One of the servants said it would be a blessing for their clan if the elder came there. While the servants were talking, Daemyong and his entire family went outside. As soon as they did, someone suddenly shouted, "The martial instructors have already arrived." As soon as these words sounded, we see an elf and 2 other men entering the territory. Seeing the elf, the people from the clan and Daemyong's children were amazed. One of the servants called the elf a noble race. Both Yi and Shin were also shocked to see the elf. It was believed that the noble race was a mysterious people capable of living forever. Humans regarded them almost as deities. Yes, our guy and his family noticed the unique energy radiated by the elf. Ian must feel. The core energy condensed in her body flows out naturally by itself. Damien quickly composed himself and welcomed the elf into his clan. He said it was a deep honor for them that she visited their clan. He and his son bowed their heads, greeting the martial masters. Damien added that he was the patriarch of the clan. The woman thanked the man for his hospitality. She introduced herself as Eoyel Shan and told Daemyong that she was an elder of the Zhongnan sect. Damien was stunned upon hearing this. He could not believe that the woman was an elder of the noble race of the Zhongnan sect. He immediately began begging El Shin to forgive him for not recognizing her as a deity. The woman asked the patriarch to raise his head and said she had not come to boast about her status. Daemyong apologized to El Shin for his disrespect. He could not believe that the sword deities of the Zhongnan sect had been waiting outside while he did not let them in. He asked her to follow him. Yahyang Shin was surprised to hear that the woman was an elder, although she already belonged to the noble race. She wondered how long Yelshin had lived. While they were walking, Yelshin turned her head and caught our guy's gaze. Their eyes met, and the gaze did not let go. Seeing this, Yanyang Shin immediately bowed his head politely. Demyong noticed that the woman was looking at his son and told her that Yonshin is his 3rd son. Our guy looked back, and as soon as he realized this, walked away. The elf woman told Damien that his son's eyes were shining. She said that our guy really looked very smart. With a frightened look on his face, the patriarch explained to Il Shin, his son is not properly raised. The elf froze in shock upon hearing this. Watching his son walk forward, Daemyong informed the woman that actually Yonshin is the source of trouble in their family. When our guy returned to the training ground, he took up the sword. Yi and Shin gained a new perspective after seeing the energies of the martial masters. But the guy was really stuck. He had just mastered the movements of the young clan. He was tormented by the question, what to train next. He drew the sword and carefully examined it, and decided to try training with the sword. Suddenly, the scene changes, and we are transported to the room of the martial arts masters. Two other masters told the elder that this place is even better than they expected. They explained to the elf, the Tyrant Sword tribe will definitely want a place with so much earthly energy. Shin told the men that they were right and added, a counter-attack plan must be devised. But unfortunately, this plan will require sacrificing the clan. The taller one asked the elder, can't they just attack and destroy the enemies before they cross the wall? The elder took a sip of her tea. She thought the very idea was not so bad after all. She explained to the man that the 13 heavens were the most problematic of all groups. She ordered the men to never lose vigilance and to keep a sword or a sharpened knife with them. While Ayel Shin was pondering, he noticed that she was constantly thinking about Yan Shin. She was certain that Yan Shin stood out among all and considered our boy a strange child. At night, we see Yi and Shin sitting in meditation, circulating his energy in a circle. Our boy noticed something strange and noticed that his Bihui point was quite open, although he had not been able to meditate for a year because he was busy training his body in the movement art of the young clan. The amount of energy rushing through his head became even greater. Yan Shin realized he had less than 5 years before he would lose consciousness. If that happened, our boy would eventually die. Yan Shin suddenly opened his eyes wide. He could not believe he had only 5 years left to live. Our boy was frightened when he saw this. He left the room and looked at the moon into the sky. He could not believe that he had not been able to change his fate even after mastering the movement art of the young clan. While pondering, Yi and Shin felt something bad. He sharply turned to the side. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of eerie energy emanating from the main building. Our guy instantly drew his sword and ran to the building. As soon as he approached, Ai and Shen finally realized something had gone wrong. The smell of blood grew stronger with every step. Moreover, the building itself was too quiet. While he was running, Ai and Shin saw a portal near the entrance to the building. Our guy swiftly flashed through the portal and immediately understood. Someone had set a trap by assembling a Pasturina formation. As soon as he found himself in the main building, I and Shen saw something that took their breath away. Before him lay dead bodies of servants and guards on the ground, undeniable proof of what had happened. He couldn't believe he had only just noticed. Something bad had been going on in this place for a long time. The guy realized that everything could have happened precisely because of that Pasturina formation. Looking around, I and Shin noticed all those lying on the ground were from his clan. The thought struck him. Could the killer have had unparalleled combat power? While he was examining the bodies, someone asked why he was still alive. When Yan Shin looked up, he saw several men carrying dead servants. A huge bald man approached him. The sinister expression on his face made his veins tighten. He told the guy that he should have hidden if he had already managed to survive. One of his colleagues asked if it was time to send Inch to the afterlife. Hearing this, Yan Shin fiercely stared at the man. The bald man asked our guy not to blame him and said he was just following orders. He gathered all the energy in his hand and rushed to attack Yan Shin. Our guy grabbed the bald man's wrist and used his own hand. You used his own hand to crush the joint. The bald man screamed piercingly in pain. He fell to the ground and began to convulse. The man's colleagues were shocked when they saw what our guy did to his hand. They instantly drew their swords, and the one who asked the bald man to kill Yan Shin immediately demanded to know his name and origin. Our guy released his energy and raised his sword. With a focused expression, he told the bald man that he was the third son of the clan. As soon as Yan Shin took a step forward, the bald man stood up. He called our guy a bastard. Focusing his energy, he prepared to attack. Before he could even take a step, Yi and Shen used his sword with insane speed and cut off his head. The bald man did not understand what had happened. The only thing he felt was that he could no longer see our guy clearly. Yan Shin immediately launched an attack on the other men. They shuddered as soon as they saw it. Our guy approached them and used a technique known as the ability of writing origin, instantly cutting off the head of the very first man next to him before the other nearby could comprehend anything. Yan Shin tore his own body into pieces. Two other men were scared to death as our guy walked straight towards them. But before they could even attack, Yi and Shin cut the wrist of one of the men and beheaded the other. Immediately after that, he turned around and stabbed the man whose wrist had just been cut in the chest. The man trembled and screamed in pain. Yansen got irritated seeing this. He pulled the sword out of that man's body. Our guy watched as his people fell right in front of him. He sighed. This was his first attempt to use his wonderful sword. Fortunately, I and Sin managed to figure out how it works while he was looking at his sword. And someone praised his skill in swordsmanship, and our guy quickly turned back to the side. He saw another group of mysterious men. A man with a headband told Yan Shin that these idiots lost because they lost vigilance. And yet, although he said so, he himself was impressed by how skilled our guy was. He did not expect someone so young to be so masterful. He asked Yang Shin if he had trained with his Wenchant sword all his life. Our guy asked that man if he was from the Blood Flame cult. The man revealed to him, those who lie on the ground are the people of this cult. He explained that they belong to the Tyrant Sword clan. Yang Shin was surprised by what he heard. He could not comprehend that the Tyrant Sword clan and the Blood Flame cult were in the same place. They say that the 13 heavens are the most brutal and powerful force in Murnim. Ian Shin could not believe that the Tyrant Sword clan and the Blood Flame cult, both part of the 13 heavens, had even reached his territory. He asked the man to explain what kind of business connects their two groups with the estate, and the man replied to our guy, it's none of his business. Yan Shin smiled upon hearing this because the man answered his question instead of attacking. Our guy asked if he knew about him. The man looked surprised. He did not understand what exactly Shin was talking about. Our guy realized that the question hadn't reached him, so he decided to simplify it. He asked if he knew that his family belonged to Desolate Fortress, the best branch of the clan in Muram. Our guy told the man that it would hurt him if he killed him, even if he is part of the Tyrant Sword tribe. As soon as he said this, someone nearby crashed into a huge wall, and it collapsed with a rumble. On the other side of the wall, a person was thrown back by the shockwave. She landed on the ground with a thud. Seeing this person, Yan Shin shuddered. He was sure that before him was one of the combat masters of the Jongnan sect. When the man tried to get up, blood spurted from his mouth. As soon as he did this, another person was also thrown back, and that one flew straight into the Our Boys part of the estate. It turned out to be Il Shin. The elder landed onto the ground and used a sword to stay on her feet. Il Shin could not believe what he saw. He knew the elder was revered as the sword deity, yet she was fighting someone. The guy wondered who exactly Il Shin was fighting. As soon as this thought occurred, Yan Shin felt something terrible. The elder raised her head as soon as she sensed it herself. The man rushed into the yard. Our guy pondered exactly whom he was looking at. In front of him stood a man in a black robe with black hair and a golden sword. He was directly emanating a threatening aura. The man slowly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Shin. Our guy immediately took a fighting stance as soon as their eyes met. His head spun. Even simple eye contact was enough to feel it. The man with a headband approached the mysterious man and knelt down, calling him the tribe leader. Yi and Chen were stunned by the surprise. The other men were equally amazed. They all also knelt down. Our guy could not believe he was looking directly at the leader of the Tyrant Sword Clan tribe. He is the one who rules over the Tyrant Sword Clan, which belongs to the unorthodox 13 heavens, and this man is the harbinger of doom in Yonghu. Yi and Shin could not understand why a man equal to the patriarch of one of the 9 great sects was in such a place. Our guy looked around and noticed that Il Shin and another man were wounded. Yi and Shin realized everyone who was there was already dead. Our guy took a deep breath. He decided to test himself before he died. He gathered all his strength and rushed into attack. The man with a bandage on his head was shocked to see this. He immediately drew his sword. Before the man could attack, Ian Shin stabbed him in the chest. Il Shin was surprised to see this. Our guy released the man and asked the tribe leader if he could even kill him after everything he had done. Other tribe members heard this irritably and quickly drew their swords. The tribe leader ordered the men to stop. The tribe members were stunned to hear his words. The tribe leader told Yanshin that his spirit was better than the spirit of all of them combined. The elder was impressed by what he heard, and his subordinates were shocked. They did not understand what was going on at all. The tribe leader told our guy that he would allow him to live. With a confident expression, Yanshin replied to the man, saying that he simply could not kill him. He pulled the sword out of the body and pointed it at the tribe leader, revealing that he was the only grandson of the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad from the abandoned fortress. Il Shin was shocked to hear this. She was certain the Divine Sword is the best in this neglected fortress. According to the tribe leader, Desolate Fortress was built by the imperial family to prevent the forces of Miriam conspirators from acting. The man believed that dealing with such a group was not the best idea. The tribe leader explained to Yi and Shin that is why he will not allow him to live. He admitted to our guy that he liked him. He explained to him that his temperament and spirit are exactly what a powerful martial arts master in Jianghu cannot do without. Our guy just glanced at the man with a cold look. The tribe leader revealed to Ye Henshin that he would take him as a student if he were not a relative of Desolate Fortress. Yes, everyone was stunned to hear this. The man raised the sword and stuck it into the ground. He told Yan Yanshin that he would give him 1 day to leave this place. He told our guy and the elder that he would not allow any clan or any gender to step on this land. Having said this, he turned around and moved forward. The tribe members sheathed their swords and followed their leader. Before leaving the building, the leader informed Yahensen that he would always be ready for a duel with him and asked him to come and find him when he was ready for revenge. Having felt this, Yi and Shin snapped their gazes at that man. Having said this, the leader left the building. Our guy kept the image of the leader in his head. He engraved it into his memory. In the next scene, Yi and Shin freeze, looking at the body of his father. He saw his father coughing. He told the man standing very close. Demyang stretched out his hand and touched his son. With a trembling voice, he asked Yanshin to explain to him why he was so strong. Our guy replied to his father that he used the martial art of movements of the young clan, the one he himself created. Diamond shuddered at what he heard. He could not believe that his son had created a martial art. He recalled the moment when Yi and Shin told him that he created a martial art based on the technique of their clan. At that very second, Demyang turned around and ordered his son to repeat what he had just said. Anger blazed in his gaze. He demanded that our guy explain where he got the right to meddle in their clan's exclusive martial arts. The patriarch asked our guy again if it was exactly the martial art he had told him about. He called it a sacred art created by their clan. With tears in his eyes, Damien told his son that he was too foolish and ignorant. He could not believe that his third son was able to perfect the martial arts of their clan. The patriarch told Yanshin that he had the traits of a founder. The man could not believe that someone as skillful as Yanshin was his son. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he fainted. Our boy tightly squeezed his father's hand. The second son called his father. Our boy stood up and turned to the man nearby to continue the conversation. Turning to the chief administrator, he asked him to tell how Haya was feeling. The man assured Yan Yanshin that his niece was safe. He explained that the girl was simply sleeping because her acupoint was blocked. According to the administrator, Paya's acupoint was blocked so that she would faint, and then she was hidden so that the killers could not find her. Our boy called his older brother. He asked him to take Haya under his care in the Zhongnan sect, explaining that the girl had an exceptional affinity with the 5 elements. He assured the sect would accept her. The boy asked Ian Shin what he was going to do. Our guy told his older brother that he would take care of himself. As soon as he said this, Il Shin came to find him. Yan Yan Shin asked the woman if she was already leaving. The elder explained to our guy that she needed to immediately report the situation to the Zhongnan clan because the leader of the Tyrant Sword Tribe had already intervened. Il Shin asked Yan Yanshin if he was going to Desolate Fortress to meet his mother's family. The look in his eyes was sad, so the guy told the elder that she was right. He confessed to her he had nowhere else to go to become stronger. After hearing this, Il Shin offered to take Ian Shin to Zhongnan Mountain. Our guy thanked the woman for the invitation, saying it was a great honor for him. Ayal Shin revealed to Yan Yan Shin that she intended to recommend him as a disciple of the future sect leader. Our guy and 2 other men were impressed upon hearing this. The elder assured Yang Xian that a person like him could really achieve this. Yan Shin knew a direct disciple of the Zhongnan sect could master the absolute sacred art. And most importantly, the leader of this sect is among the few masters who remain in the top 10 strongest swordsmen in the world. Even knowing this, our guy still declined the offer, apologizing to the elder. When Il Shin heard these words, she smiled and said that she just needed a person with the same talent as his. Yan Shin asked Il Shin to forgive him. The elder assured everything is fine and added that the doors of their sect will always be open to him. As soon as he heard this, our guy addressed the woman. I have a question. Il Shin asked him to tell what exactly the matter was. Ian Shin explained to her that he knows. She belongs to the elders among the noble race. With a focused gaze, without any smile, our guy asked the woman if she knows a way to get the fruit of the world tree. Il Shin was shocked upon hearing this. The fruit of the world tree is guarded by the leader of the desolate fortress, the one whom the emperor recognizes as king and equal. They say he grants eternal life and youth to those who taste it. It is a treasure from the heavens. He and Shin are convinced that he will be able to somehow extend his short lifespan if he eats this fruit. Il Shin informed our guy that she has not lived even half of her own term, so she has no power over the world tree. According to the elder, the leader of Desolate Fortress is able to give this fruit to other people. Yan Shin told the elder that he needs to set out for Desolate Fortress. Yel Shin explained to our guy, this item is not easy to get at all, and it is sacred even among the noble races. Yan Shin explained to her that he does not know any other way to save himself. He told Yel Shin that he will have to become the leader of the Divine Sword Squad and accomplish great feats. The elder bowed her head and assured our guy she will support him from afar. Having said this, she turned around and informed Yinshin that she needed to go to deliver the update to the sect. She called the tall man Cliff's swordsman and the short one neutral spirit fist. She ordered our boy, "These two will stay to clean everything up here." The men clasped their hands together and accepted the order. Having said this, she left. The scene switches. Our boy and his family leave the estate. She and Shen thank those two men for their help. With a sad expression, Neutral Spirit Fist asked our boy not to thank them, saying that they also played a big role in this tragedy. Before Yinshan left, his older brother called him, holding Haya. The man told his younger brother that apologies are not enough to calm him for everything that happened to him within the clan. He promised Yanshin that next time they meet, he would be a better older brother. And he asked, "Let our boy survive at any cost." Shi and Shin revealed to his brother that he has no talent. He replied, "Training must be done as if his life depends on it." The man assured our boy that he would do everything in his power. Haya lifted her head to see our boy. She addressed him as uncle. Yanshin asked his older brother to protect their niece. He turned to the manager and asked what he planned to do next. The manager told Yi and Shen that the branches of their family had spread throughout Nanyang. He would take care of the remaining property because the bloodline of the family is still alive. The boy told the man that he was heading to the abandoned fortress and hoped to see them from time to time. Ian Shin was sure the chief manager would be useful since he was knowledgeable in martial arts. Before leaving, the boy asked the manager to live in comfort. He asked the same thing, to take care of himself. The manager was genuinely surprised to hear this. Having said this, Yi and Shin moved forward. The servant watched them with his eyes as our guy was still walking away. He could not believe that Yi and Shin had asked him to give up a comfortable life. The man realized that no other descendant of the young clan had ever said this to him after being sheltered by the previous patriarch. He bowed his head before Yanshin. In the next scene, we are transported to Xiangyang, a beautiful, vibrant city full of life. Yan Yanshin entered the bar and followed the escort upstairs to the upper floor. He put his bag on the table and looked at the city from above. He felt relieved he had finally arrived here. While he looks around, he hears people talking. They say the beleaguered fortress is an incredibly captivating sight. Tovstun tells his friends that people with big dreams come there from all the Central Plains precisely because of the destitute fortress. According to him, the bar owner warned him that he is without liquor. His comrade replies, "There is real chaos in the restaurants today." The reason is simple. The martial artists who came to take the entrance exam are always already quite drunk. Yekenshin was stunned to hear that there is even an entrance exam in the desolate fortress. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than someone asked if he had also come to take the entrance exam. Our guy quickly raised his head as soon as he heard this and saw a martial artist in front of him named Heian Wenchang. Yanshin asked the boy to explain why he was here, and Wenchang apologized to Yanshin for getting involved in the event so abruptly, explaining that he was simply incredibly eager to see an opponent younger than himself. He introduced himself to our boy and said that he came from Shanxi and called this place truly a very distant land. Our guy also introduced himself to Wenchang. He said that he was from Xinyi County. Wenchang was stunned upon hearing this. He could not believe that our guy had arrived from somewhere very close. So Yanshin declared that his journey was probably too easy. He told our guy that he had to fight Green Forest bandits and sail against pirates from the pirate fortress. He told Yanshin that the water martial arts of those pirates are truly fiercely brutal. Shi and Shin also ran into bandits during the journey, but our guy quickly dealt with them. He told Wenchang that his path was quite easy. The boy looked back to check if anyone was nearby. Then he stepped closer to our boy and whispered that they could become friends and share any information about the test. Yi and Shin asked Von Chang if there really is any test. The boy was stunned upon hearing this. He raised his voice and called out to our guy. This trial is known as Desolate Fortress Trial. According to Wencheng, Desolate Fortress is nothing like the usual martial arts sections. Just as those who aspire to become officials must equally know both combat practices and literature. Here there is a special exam, specifically to join Desolate Fortress. Yayan Shin asked the guy if it was exactly because of this that so many people had gathered here. Wen Chong explained to our guy that it does not matter what foundations he has. As soon as he becomes a member of the organization, he will be given opportunities and training, so every martial artist comes to try their luck. There are many people who studied various combat techniques just to pass this trial. The Abandoned Fortress is the strongest martial arts school in the world. It is a place where training makes everyone's heart beat faster. Mostly everyone will say, if you want to challenge the world with a single weapon, you need to go to the Abandoned Fortress. The imperial family ruling the Central Plains is about to make their move to take control of the combat groups. The fortress houses elixirs and advanced technologies brought from everywhere. Yuan Chang explained to Yahello that some believe, Bish, a great sex with traditions is better than an abandoned fortress, and smiled as if he found it only funny. The boy said that these people do not understand what they are talking about. He insisted, schools of martial arts created by commoners can never be stronger than an abandoned fortress. Our guy took a sip of his drink and replied to the interlocutor that he understood. When Chang told Yi and Shen, most people do not pass the test on the first try. Yi and Shen just nodded to the boy and said they understood. Wen Chang explained to him that those who usually pass further are the next generations of leaders of respected martial arts clans. They rise in the world and try to gain fame. With a smile on his face, Wan Cheng asked our guy if he would go with him to the test tomorrow. Showing no reaction, Angshen told the boy that he accepted his offer. Wen Chong became nervous upon hearing this. He did not understand why our boy did not react at all to what he was saying. Then Wen Chang told Engxian that he was quite easy to talk to. While the conversation continued, our guys were almost no longer listening to him. Yan Shin was glad to hear that he could join the group if he passed the test. He did not want to ask for help from his mother's family because he did not know where they lived or what they looked like. The next day, we see Ye Kenshin and Vun Chang entering Fortress to take their test. Participants were given tats, or rather tags with a number. Our guy got number 13. As soon as I and Shen accepted their tag, they looked around. They found themselves in a circle with other participants and 2 examiners. According to Wenqing, participants will pass the exam if the curator accepts their badge. But if he tells you to return it to the reception desk, failure. The second exam is a tournament. Our guy asked Wenqing if there is a third trial. The boy told Yan Shin that the third trial is an interview with Lord Desolate Fortress. Shin was stunned upon hearing this. He asked his comrade if he was absolutely sure about it. Several martial arts masters came to Shangyang precisely for this chance. To communicate with an absolute master like Lord is an incredible opportunity, and one of them hoped to gain at least some deep insight. Yanshan told the boy that he understood as soon as he explained everything. Immediately he said this, and the leader announced the first exam about the fast arts of sword fencing. According to him, the participants must show a single strike, the fastest technique they are capable of. The leader himself will observe the execution and personally evaluate the technique. Wenchong raised his hand and offered to go first. The leader agreed. The fool actually agreed because he was nervous. Yang Xin thought the test was simple. Just need to show a fast sword technique to pass further. Unchong took off his robe. At that very moment, as soon as his hand lay on the sword hilt, Yang Xin and everyone who watched the event looked intently at him. Yang Xin noticed that Unchong had a well-polished soul. He immediately understood. The boy was strong, even stronger than some bandits that our boy had to see on the way here. Wenchong took a stance and released his energy. He took a deep breath and sharply swung the sword. The audience was shocked by what they saw. One of the spectators said that the boy looked different. Apparently, he was convinced only of the appearance distortion, the true manifestation of a ghost. Wenshin, holding his breath in fear of the response, stared at the supervisor. He said that his technique was not bad. Then the man asked Wenshin to give him the plaque, and the boy was glad to hear this and sincerely thanked him. The observer asked the next examiner to step forward. Wencheng passed by Yegensen and wished him luck. The young man gathered his thoughts, straightened up, and stepped forward. The spectators froze in surprise. They had no idea that such a young boy would really become an examiner. One of them whispered that Yi and Shin have a lot of courage, and Chong smiled upon hearing this. Another man said that Yi and Shin were probably from another province and that he was trying to take advantage of this opportunity to show his swordsmanship before the master from Desolate Fortress, because a single good piece of advice is priceless. Yanshin took a stance and placed his hand on the sword. He nodded to the man as if to say, "I am ready," and the supervisor nodded in response. He asked Yan Yang Shin to begin. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yan Yang Shin drew the sword. No one managed to understand exactly when he swung. The only thing people felt was the pressure of the wind. The supervisor was stunned by what he saw. Everyone in that place jumped in surprise. They did not know what they had just experienced. Wenchong's mouth remained agape. He did not expect such a young boy to be so skillful. And the spectators could not say when our boy managed to strike sword. While Yanshin sheathed the sword back into the scabbard, The overseer said that the future of Desolate Fortress had already arrived. Everyone was shocked as soon as they heard it. The man asked Yan Shin to give him her plaque. He carefully looked at our guy's number and ordered him to go his own way. And Tashin bowed their heads and turned back. Our guy grabbed his clothes and left the ring. Everyone stepped aside, making way for him. Wenchang stepped closer to Yakenshin and asked if he was a son from a famous family. Our guy asked if this would change anything. He reminded Wenchang that in a desert fortress, only your combat skills, talent, and effort matter. Wenchang was surprised by what he heard and turned to Yanshin. Could it be that he really intended to complete the trial in Desolate Fortress? Our guy, with a serious expression, told his comrade that this was exactly why everyone came here, even up to himself. Wenchang understood that Yi and Chen were serious. He told him that he was right, thanked our guy, and informed him he must go right now. Ai Shin watched his friend with his eyes until he walked away. He hoped that his good and talkative companion would pass the second exam. The scene changes, and we see Yi and Ai Shin meditating in a room. While our guy channels his energy, he thinks about the second exam, a tournament. Different people will compete against each other in their martial arts. Ai Shin recalls that the exam will take place in 3 weeks. He realized that he needed to train more seriously. Our clan decided to hone the movement techniques of the young clan, fast sword arts, and the writing of the ability of origin, enhanced key movement techniques. 3 weeks later, we see Yi, Shin, and other participants arriving for their trial. The supervisor asked the examinees to wait outside until they were called. As soon as he said this, he entered the building. A guard stood by the entrance and closely watched everyone. Holding his breath, one of the participants looked at the logo on the guard's clothing and admitted that he felt oppressed. According to Taemin, the white combat attire means that before them is a master of beginner level. The man next to him asked why. Supposedly, the guard's energy was so powerful. He replied that even the very fact that he wears white robes guarantees him a future. And Yi and Shin also did not take their eyes off the guard. While he was examining him, Wenchang called out to him. The man rushed toward our boy. He told him that he had grown taller. Ian Shin smiled upon hearing this and said that he also looked better. With a stern expression, Wenchang told his friend to remember, winning this exam is not the most important thing. He explained, it is enough to have only one fight in 2 rounds, and this one round will be enough to catch the eyes of the masters of the neglected fortress who will be watching. With tears in his eyes, Wenchang told our boy that the hardest thing is actually to catch the gaze of these masters. The boy could say this because he had already been through it. Ian Chen asked his friend if it was possible to win a fight but still fail the exam. The boy replied that he was right, and meanwhile Wenchang, biting his nails, warned, the problem is that today, the overseers will demand more. Yi and Chen were surprised by what they heard and asked for an explanation. Wenchang revealed to him that White Xiaolan is competing in today's tournament. Our boy was petrified upon hearing this. He asked his friend if it was about White Killen from the Namgung family. White Killen destroyed a famous bandit gang before he turned 15. He also beheaded the Shrouded Assassin, a sword master from the unorthodox faction. According to Wanchun, rumors say that White Killen defeated all the rising fighters at the 8th Great Dragon and Phoenix family tournament when he was 18. Yanshin was stunned upon hearing this. He asked his friend to explain why someone from the Namgung family would join Desolate Fortress, especially if it was someone who already had combat dignity and everything else. Venshin informed Johansson that the White Chillin cannot become patriarch because he was born from a concubine. According to the boy, as soon as a person grows into the position of commander of a neglected fortress, they find themselves on the same level as one of the patriarchs of the 8 great families, and in fact gain even more power than they do. The thing is, the neglected fortress maintains order in the downtown of Jianhu, in the very heart of the Central Plains. While they were talking, the guard called the boy by name and asked him to step outside. Yanshin told Venshan that he hopes to see him again in the neglected fortress. The boy froze with surprise upon hearing this. As soon as he said these words, he immediately approached the guard. Inside the building, we see the referee and various overseers who are intently watching Johansson and his opponent. With a sinister smile on his face, the boy's opponent drew his sword. As soon as all this happened, the referee asked them to start the fight. The man began to laugh. Yanshin did not understand why he was laughing. With a disgusting expression on his face, the man called our boy a moth escaping the captivity and asked Yanshin if he was interested to know who he really was. As soon as the man managed to introduce himself, Ian Shin interrupted him with an attack, leaving a huge bloody scar on his face. Our guy struck the idiot with the sword hilt, yet still managed to knock him off his feet and render him unconscious. After Yi and Shin knocked him out, The man was dragged away. The young man smiled as soon as he saw our guy deal with that opponent. He stepped forward and told Yan Shin that he would be his next opponent. Our guy turned around and saw that handsome youth with light blue hair. The chiefs from different squads were overjoyed. They were curious to see how the overseers would settle their differences. We see two men in blue clothing. The man with black hair told his colleague that he was curious who would take this handsome guy. He added that the squad leaders would fight for the right to get the handsome guy. The colleague replied that this man was stronger than them. Then he just shook his head, saying he expected nothing less from Namgung. Yahen Shin was stunned upon hearing this. He immediately realized that before him was White Chillin, whose real name is Namgung Washington. The observers wondered if they would witness the technique of the boundless heavens today. Our guy was able to determine that White Shilin was about 5 years older than him. Although that man was sturdy, Yanshin did not believe he was at a level he could not reach. Thanks to the martial arts of his family, our guy was physically more resilient than Washington, but in other aspects, he was inferior to him. Vashin bowed his head and introduced himself as Yakenshin. He told our guy that he mainly trains in the martial arts of the boundless sky and endless steppes. As soon as he said this, he immediately drew his sword, and Yi and Shin bowed and demonstrated martial arts techniques that are practiced in. The man noticed something strange and asked the elder if he was not going to use the sword at all. As soon as he said this, our guy drew his sword and froze in a fighting stance. Seeing this, Shin smiled. He released his energy and wrapped it around the sword. The main essence of the technique that Yi and Shin honed is unpredictability. Our guy will unleash an unexpected main attack on the opponent right in the midst of a confusing, inconsistent rhythm. Yi and Shin believe that if his technique works, he will be able to raise the white shield and lower his own defense. All the mentors focus their attention on Vashin. The referee asked our guy and Washington to start the duel. As soon as he said this, Yi and Shin rushed to attack the white Chillin. To his misfortune, Vaxian managed to intercept the blow, but his sword broke. Washington was amazed to see how our guys attacked. He did not expect everything to happen so quickly. All the supervisors could not comprehend what exactly they had just seen. Although they expected Washington to win, they never expected to see such a terribly captivating sword. Two men in blue were even more impressed than the other supervisors. Wenchong slowly looked over his sword. He turned to Yi and Shin and said that he lost. Our guy was stunned with surprise upon hearing this. Everyone else was also surprised to hear this. The two men did not look surprised by the result they heard. On the contrary, they were more impressed by our guy's magnificent sword. The man with light hair noticed that Yan Yang Shin was 5 years younger than the white Chillin. He realized that our guy still could not use true energy with his techniques. The blonde said he was afraid of how powerful Yan Shin would become in the future. The judge approached our guy. He pointed in the other direction and said that there was another garden on the northern side. He asked Dian Shin to wait by the garden. Our guy bowed his head and told White Shilin that he would gladly duel with him again another time. Vashin, smiling, assured that he was also going to suggest the same. Then the man told Yan Shin that he was looking forward to their next match. As soon as they heard this, Yi and Shin moved to the next garden. Inside the garden, he saw warriors who were already waiting for them. The martial arts masters were impressed to see that someone as young as Yi and Shin had passed the tournament. They thought that White Chillin would be the next to enter the garden. As he moved forward, Yi and Shin replayed his fight with White Chillin in their minds. Our guy understood well that he could not win if the duel dragged on. So as soon as it started, he immediately struck in the most extreme form of the pleasant sword. But since Vashin filled his sword with true energy, our guy's sword broke. Yan Shin was convinced it was his own fault. He used the magical sword too sharply. Although he thought that was the case, Yi and Shin never expected White Chillin to admit defeat. He understood this is how a noble representative of a renowned family behaves. Our guy recalled how two men were surprised as soon as they realized that he could not use true energy with his techniques. The young clan was a third-rate branch. In the house of Yi and Shin, there was no one who knew how to use true energy. If such a person existed, our boy would definitely have learned from him. Yan Shin drew his sword. As soon as our guy saw it, it became clear exactly how to use this sword. While the boy intently watched the blade, he began to slowly release energy. Yi and Shin immediately realized the matter is not limited to simply pouring energy into the sword. True energy must serve as a mediator to become one with the sword. As soon as the boy thought about it, his sword flared with light. Other martial arts masters in the garden saw a dazzling glow, bright like a flash of light. When they returned, they were shocked. They could not believe that Yan Shin was experiencing rejection of the sword. But the most terrible thing was something else. to see how this very thing happens to such a young person. The sword Yan Yanshin emitted bright light and waves of energy. Yan Yanshin felt as if his body and the sword had become one whole. He raised the sword and took a fighting stance. Our guy understood that he had achieved the unity of body and sword. After his new essence took its place, Yi Yanshin opened his eyes. The boy smiled, looking at his sword, and someone congratulated him on his enlightenment. When Yi Yanshin turned aside, he saw the white Qilin. The man placed his hand on the sword. Yan Yanshin looked around. He noticed that the other martial arts masters were watching him intently. The boy understood that the white Qilin was protecting him because it feared someone would stand in the way of his enlightenment. While he was thinking about this, Wan Chong approached him. Yi and Shen hid his broken sword and thanked Hua Shen for covering him. He also congratulated him on passing the tournament. When Washington heard this, he immediately started laughing. Wencheng reminded his friend that he was also standing beside him. Our boy smiled and greeted him. While they were talking, Wencheng remembered something. He told Yanshan that he had already been given a nickname. Our boy shuddered when he heard this. When someone demonstrates exceptional martial arts skills or attracts attention, they are given a nickname and called by it. And if this is not a person who commits ugly and criminal acts, then in most cases such nicknames are a great honor for martial arts masters. Washington informed Yansen that he had also heard about his nickname. Our boy listened again in surprise. He was sure he had done nothing except pass the trial. Washington revealed to our boy that people called him the genius of lightning. Yansen was surprised to hear this. He could not believe that now everyone knows him as the lightning genius. According to White Qilin, people say he has the talent of lightning. The man told Yin Chun that from now on this is his new name in Jianghu, because even fighters from Desolate Fortress already call him that. Our guy laughed as soon as he heard this name. He asked two men if they were sure people were not just mocking him, saying he draws his sword a bit too quickly. Washing smiled upon hearing this. He could not believe that Yan Shin considered him a bit fast. He asked our guy to tell him what he would call someone who, when in trouble, could barely stop his attack. Our guy looked up at the sky. He could not believe that now he is known as the lightning genius. It was a title he did not even dare to dream of when he practiced the rider's stance in his youth. Later, everyone was called to gather around. They were explained that ahead was their final trial. The supervisor said that after passing it, they would be able to join Desolate Fortress. Yan Yanshin could not believe that he was about to meet a living piece of history and one of the strongest martial masters in the world, who might even be the strongest. After the mentor explained everything to them, the first person entered the building. A little later, the man came out with a look of such shock as if he had seen something he should not have seen. Wencheng was surprised when he saw the expression on the man's face. The man did not say a word to anyone. He just walked past everyone. After the man left, all the others also went in and returned identical, as if copied. Since each came out very quickly, Wencheng asked his friend, could it be that the leader is just looking at faces? After some time, Yi and Shen were asked to come inside. Our guy was forced to go further until he reached the upper floor. When Ayan Shen arrived at the top, he saw huge golden doors. The doors opened and our guy stepped inside. Without hesitation, he crossed the threshold. Yi and Shen immediately noticed. Some vines were tied to the column. When he looked up, our guys saw a person sitting on a throne surrounded by trees. The one sitting on the throne was a woman of a noble race. She was the elven leader of a neglected fortress, and Yi and Shin greeted the elf and introduced themselves to her. She turned her head to look at our guy. Yanya Shin was surprised to see the elven woman. The leader was a beautiful elf with green hair and green eyes. She told our guy that he belonged to a certain bloodline. With a focused, grim look on his face, Yan Shin addressed the leader with a question about the bloodline she was talking about. Meanwhile, our guy had no idea whether she knew about his mother's family. The elf looked angrily at Yan Shin. She saw that our guy had already understood what it was about. She replied to him that he was quite brave. Hearing this, Yan Shin confessed to her that he is the grandson of the former leader of the Divine Swordsman Squad. The leader revealed to our boy that his grandfather is about to join the senior council, and added that he is a very stubborn man. While the elf was examining Ian Shin, she told our guy that he had an injury. Yan Shin, hearing this with surprise, replied to her that she need not worry about it. He assured her that it was just a trifle. The elf explained to our boy that these problems were not trivial at all. She said he had simply covered the wound with his trained body and added he lived only 15 years. She apologized to Ian Sin for commenting on his problem and explained that a foreigner like her should not meddle in such matters. The leader smiled and rose from her chair, addressing Yan Shin. She said she liked him and noted that she found it interesting how he does not bow to anyone. although he came here because he has what he desires. Inshin heard this with a surprise and did not understand how the leader managed to find out that he wanted something. And he wondered if she had discovered that his Bihui acupuncture was abnormally wide open. Yanshin decided to ask her his question, and he asked, "Leader, or will he live if he eats the fruit of the world tree?" The woman told our guy that he could get what he wants. Yan Yanshin asked the leader if he could really get it. The elf explained to him that it depends on what exactly he will do. Yanshin sighed with relief upon hearing this. He told her that this was already enough for him. He thanked the leader for the response. As soon as he bowed his head, our guy remembered something and asked the leader if he was now a martial arts master from Desolate Fortress. The elf barely smiled as soon as she heard the question. She answered our guy that yes, he was. She told him that he could go now and named him the next leader of the Divine Squad Sword. Wenshin was shocked upon hearing this. Descending the stairs, the guy repeatedly replayed her words in his head. He had no idea whether the leader was teasing him or truly saw potential in him. Yan Yanshin realized that the leader might also have hinted that he could obtain the fruit of the world tree if he became the next leader of the Divine Squad Sword. The scene switches. We see Yi Xin, Wang Chong, White Keelan, and another man. They were the ones who managed to pass the test. The four of them were walking under the guard of an employee. During the walk, the man asked the group if they knew what work Desolate Fortress performed. With a confident smile on his face, Wenchong replied, "Desolate Fortress does not allow skilled warriors to overthrow the imperial family." The man told Wan Chang that he was partially right. This was indeed one of the main things they dealt with. And he also revealed that they cared about something else. He explained to him that in Marami they do not allow conflicts of a certain scale to escalate into something no one wants. Upon hearing this, the group was genuinely surprised. According to the staff, no one knows what will happen when a fight breaks out in Marami. Then the man told them about the day when rumors spread that the tomb of the heavenly demon was found. A bloody storm swept across the Central Plains. Everything could have turned out well if the fight was between those who craved manuscripts of the highest martial arts or elixirs. But unfortunately, the martial artists themselves did not value this. Instead, they committed terrible crimes against commoners and other martial artists. The man told them that after they witnessed this hellish spectacle, Marami will be unrecognizable. Wenchong got angry upon hearing this and recalled the incident the man referred to as the disaster of the heavenly demon's tomb. The staff informed the group that 17 years had passed since the event. He explained to them that unorthodox sects in the demonic faction are not their only problems. And all orthodox groups, including the 9 great sects and 8 great clans, also pose a threat. The man warned, if these forces are allowed to do whatever they want, people will suffer. In other words, if unrest breaks out among the people and taxes are not paid on time, the empire's rule will face serious problems. The staff explained to them that this is why the imperial family provides them with large sums of money, elixirs, manuals, and martial arts masters. The man stopped in place and turned around. His gaze was serious, so he told them that their job is to cut off the heads of any fighter who disturbs the peace in the lives of ordinary people. His words touched the group. Each of them quietly repeated it to themselves as if engraving it in their memory. As soon as he said this, he moved aside and showed them a building. He explained that for now they would live here. Later they would be assigned a place, after which they would be transferred to the residences of that place. At the end, the man wished the group good luck. In the next scene, we see our guy on the bed. Yangshin realized that a week had already passed since he ended up here. He hadn't even thought that the allocation to places would take so much time. While our guy was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door and asked if they could come in. Yanshin asked the person to step inside. It turned out to be Wen Chong. The guy seemed satisfied, so he and Chen asked him to tell what exactly happened. Wen Chong informed our guy that the place they were heading to was already decided, and told him they were going to the Radiant Demon Squad, a combat unit. Our guy shuddered at what he heard and was frankly surprised. Wenchong sat on his bed and asked if he had heard the rumors, and Tashin asked him to share those rumors with them. According to the guy, 17 commanders of combat squads under the wing of the Divine Sword Squad were fighting each other to recruit new warriors. Yanshin was surprised to hear this. He recalled that the commanders of combat squads were battle masters representing Desolate Fortress. He asked his friend if the captains really sparred with each other. Wen Chong told him they fought to recruit the White Killen and the Lightning Genius. The next day, we were brought to the arena of the Radiant Demon Squad. There we saw our guy and Wen Chong in their brand new uniforms. And Wen Chong seemed to have fallen in love with his own clothes. Next to the arena were other fighters of their squad in the same uniforms. Some of them also wore blue uniforms. In front of the two guys stood the captain of the Radiant Demon Squad, Mahjong. The man was in a black uniform. Yeji and Shin had heard that Mahjong was the strongest among the captains, and having just seen him with their own eyes, our guy was convinced it was true. Majin stepped closer, and he had such a frightening look as if he was about to tear out a soul. He called our guy the lightning genius. Yenshin responded to the call of this man, while Ma Jin continued to glare at our boy with unrelenting malice. But neither Yi nor Shin flinched. He only stared intently at his captain, and Ma Jin smiled as soon as he saw this. The captain praised our boy for his backbone and told him that people like him do not die so easily. According to the captain, the combat quartet under the Divine Sword Squad is almost the same as one of the sects in the Central Plains. He explained to the boys that they would both learn the martial arts of the Radiant Squad and carry out missions, then raised his hand toward his back, showing that the people behind him were their seniors. Wencheng raised his hand and told the captain that he had a question. The captain asked him to speak. Wencheng thanked him for allowing him to ask a question. The boy asked Majin if learning the martial arts of the Radiant Demon Squad meant that everyone would share their martial arts with each other. The captain assured the boy that the martial arts they study belonged to them alone. He explained that only the martial arts of the Radiant Squad would be taught. Wancheng felt relieved upon hearing this. He was glowing with joy upon learning about the glorious arts of the Radiant Demon. Majin explained to the boy, if he wanted to survive, he would have to work hard mastering the martial arts. Yang Shin recalled that he had once heard about the Radiant Demon arts. The Radiant Demon Squad is one of the most famous among all 17 squads, all because they managed to fight against the swordsmen of the Plum Blossom. These were 24 elite swordsmen of the MANHUA sect, and the Radiant Demon Squad defeated them without any losses. So this incident only added credibility to the rumor mongers who claim that Desolate Fortress is the strongest in the world. The captain explained to the guys, although Desolate Fortress is connected to the Imperial family, for a martial arts master belonging to Desolate Fortress, an attack itself is not considered betrayal. He told them that for this reason, they must learn everything they can in their squad and continue to grow stronger. Yan Shin asked that man to explain why it is not considered betrayal for them when other martial artists attack them. The captain explained to him that there are eccentric people in Murim. Many of these people have lost their minds because they learned demonic arts. Some martial arts masters are extremely skilled in mobility arts, and they can harass government officials and then escape to high mountains and deep valleys. That is why the dignity of the imperial family does not apply to them. They are not government officials, but on the contrary, they have to fight against martial artists. The captain told the guys directly, if they do not become stronger, they will die. He sharply turned around and pointed with his finger at one of the fighters in the formation. He told Yan Shin that the one who was cut to pieces by the strongest swordsman from Namgung could explain everything much better. And with a smile on his face, the boy in the blue uniform stated that the stylish swordsmanship of the king is actually very terrifying. Our guy recalled, the king's swordsmanship is known as one of the most powerful fencing styles in the world. It is the pinnacle of martial arts studied only by the main descendants of the Namgung clan. Majin looked irritably at the one sitting on the ground. The man was frightened by the expression frozen on his captain's face. He quickly stood up. Yu Yanshin recalled, the strongest sword master in the Namgun clan is supposedly the strongest swordsman in China. He could not believe that the elder returned alive after a fight with such power. The man told the boy he wants to start with him. He also clarified that he wishes to see Yunsin's fast sword technique, which they say is considered exceptional. Yanshin stepped aside and placed his hand on his sword. Everyone was shocked to see this. They were stunned to see how much energy Ian Chen radiated. The man smiled as soon as he saw this. He drew his sword. He took a stance and introduced himself as Zhong Miyong. He told our boy that he was born and raised in Shenyang. Our boy also took a stance and introduced himself. Myung told him that he had never heard of his city. Myung explained to Yi and Shin that anyone can feel the wind they create, even if it is created by a 10-year-old using the tri-sword technique. This is exactly how one can learn how a person wields a sword in battle, how exactly they make a swing and move with the weapon. Our guy did not understand what that man was saying. That man pointed at our guy and told him that he probably has considerable talent since he reached this place at such a young age. While releasing his energy through the sword, Myung asked Ye Junshin to show him his talent. He asked him to demonstrate how well he wields the sword. Our guy accepted this challenge. As soon as he did this, he immediately raised his sword. The other participants were stunned to see the energy radiated by Yi and Shen. They realized he reached a resonance that rapidly surged upward. Even the captain was shocked to see this. While his sword glowed and vibrated, Yi and Shen fiercely stared at me, young man. He focused on his senior. Yajanshin could feel his senior's breathing. It was enough just to recognize their energy. After standing for a moment and staring at him, the guy found his moment. As soon as he got closer, he instantly rushed into attack. He snatched the sword and struck me with swift swordsmanship, young one. To the surprise of Yi and Shin, Myung managed to block his attack at the moment the sword was already ready to harm him. He did not know exactly when the elder raised the sword. Our guy stepped back a step and stayed in place, holding his position. He remembered that he was fighting a man who had opposed the strongest swordsman of the Namgung clan. He immediately realized this was to be expected. Yi and Shin immediately rushed to attack Myung. The elder raised the sword and swung it at our guy. Ian has to dodge the attack by ducking and moving low. He instantly turned around and swung the sword at me, young man. Unfortunately for him, his elder managed to block the strike. Although the elder seemed surprised that our guy attacked him in that way. While Yi and Shin were fighting, Myung disappeared right in front of him. Our guy was stunned to see this. He immediately understood that Myung would appear soon. As he expected, very soon the elder appeared behind his back. He swung his sword at our guy, yet Shin managed to dodge by ducking his head. As soon as he did that, he turned around and struck with the sword toward the side of his elder's head. Myungmin / Myungmin, 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 Myungmin. He managed to dodge the blow by simply jumping. But unfortunately, the headband flew off completely. It was cut. It turned out that Myong belonged to a noble race. He used energy to land on the floor, then quickly got up. Everyone was shocked to see what our guy had done. The captain and Wenchang could not believe their eyes. While breathing heavily, Myong cast a malicious glance at Yo Jin. Our guy finally understood why Myong was so skilled. He believed that for the noble race, this was rather the norm. Yan Yinshin took a stance. He decided to use the origin ability, also called the technique of boundary release, and activate it on his sword. While he was thinking, he suddenly noticed strange expressions were frozen on everyone's faces. He did not understand why everyone was making faces like that. Even Myong was impressed. Our guy laid the sword on the ground and asked his elder to say what he thought about him. The man heard these words with surprise. Yanshin told his elder that he knew. He had deliberately not tried with him. He asked Myong to be frank with him. Myong did not know how to react to this. Yanshin asked him to say how old he was. Our guy heard this question irritably. He confessed to his elder that he was 15 years old and asked if his age mattered. Yanshin reminded him their enemies would not spare them because of any age. He told Myong that the most important thing now was their skills. Our guy stubbornly believed that age was a trivial matter since he already had a very short life. Myong was shocked when he heard our guy's age. Others were also impressed upon hearing this. They could not believe that a 15-year-old boy was so skilled. One of the elders in a blue uniform said that this was completely abnormal. He stated that Yunyang Shin could be a mistake of the heavens. He told his comrades that he had been to the Dragon Phoenix Summit several times, but had never seen anything like this. He stated outright, it was impossible for someone to be so skilled, even if they had been learning instinctive polishing arts since birth. Another in a white uniform remarked that there was no more talented person in his city. But of course, his ability was nothing compared to our guys. When Yi and Chen looked around, he noticed Wenchang was extremely impressed by what he saw, and Ma Jing seemed more interested than shocked. Myong laughed and sheathed the sword. Our guy still couldn't comprehend what exactly was happening. In the next scene, you can see the elders laughing as soon as they hear someone screeching. It turns out the captain hit Wan Chang with a fist that was covered by his energy. The poor guy was convulsively trying to breathe in. Mahjong told Wenchang that there was even something a bit impressive about this. He was still standing, not sprawled on the ground. After that, he asked the boy to return and reinforce what he had learned. Wenchang accepted the order. The captain turned aside. He noticed how our guy freely channeled his energy while his eyes were closed. When Yi and Shin opened his eyes, the captain asked if he had already grasped the very essence of the steps. Our guy replied that it was to think and act as if everything merges into one whole, without any glitches. Majin told Yanshin that he was right. According to the captain, there is always a way for a person to move, regardless of the situation. The true essence of the Radiant Demon Arts is to move seamlessly without disrupting the trajectory of attacks. Mahjong told our guy that now he must understand the deeper meaning of the path of attacks. Yi and Shin froze in confusion upon hearing these words. The captain realized it would be much better and faster if he showed this to Yehenshin. He stepped up to the sculpture, pressed his palm against it, and asked two boys to look closely. Majin released only a tiny fraction of his energy. Having done this, he took a deep breath and immediately withdrew his energy. Yi and Shen looked at this in surprise. He noticed that their captain was completely relaxed. The captain raised his other hand and clenched his fist, and used it to destroy the sculpture with a single strike. The seniors seemed impressed by their captain, and Yi, Shin, and Wencheng were stunned by what he had done. Majin explained to the boys, "Applying the strongest attack at the perfect moment is the path of attack. If you follow this path, the most powerful attack will be unleashed." Yan Yan Shin realized that their captain was explaining. They needed to catch the timing of the moment to release their power. The captain told the boys that he did not expect them to be able to do this immediately, even though he had just demonstrated it. He emphasized, "This is not something you master after just one time." And he added that this is a technique you have to learn your whole life. Yehengsen was surprised to hear this and asked the captain if he was sure. His words did not make sense in his head. It seemed he could do it right now. Yehengsen decided to try, so he passed by his captain. Majin was surprised to see this and wondered if Yehenshin really intended to try. Our guy stood before another sculpture. He remembered, the essence of root energy is great nature. He believed that it would be enough for him to follow nature's hint. Ian Shin raised his sword and entered the state of unity of body and sword. He relaxed and opened his eyes. He looked carefully at the sculpture. It was reflected in a shiny blue form. Looking at the sculpture, our guy saw a bright light flare up in its very heart. As soon as he saw the light, Yang Yanshin used his sword plate to strike the place from which it came. As soon as the strike was delivered, the sculpture began to crack and crumbled into pieces like ash. Our guy smiled when he saw this. He finally understood the hidden deeper meaning of the path of attacks. Yan Yanshin was on cloud 9. It turned out he had mastered all the arts of the Radiant Demon. Only training remained to apply them in real combat. While he was smiling, he turned around. Everyone was completely bewildered. They could not comprehend what they had just seen. Ian Shin told his captain that he was not quite ready yet because it was his first time. He explained to him, to master it properly, he still needed to go through many clashes. And Ian Shin also told Mahjong that if he wanted to apply martial arts instantly, when life and death were at stake, ordinary training in such a situation would not work. Everyone was stunned by these words. Ian Shin lowered his head and thanked the captain for the instructions. Mahjong did not even know how to react to this. He told our guy that he would have to think about exactly how he should teach him. Yenshin did not understand what exactly his captain was saying. The next day we see Wenchang next to our guy. He asked the elder if he heard that their seniors had arranged a colossal fight with the Heavenly Squad. Our guy was shocked to hear this. He reminded Wenchang that Desolate Fortress is actually very strict about their rules. He explained that fighting outside the training grounds is a punishable offense for the martial arts masters of Desolate Fortress. Yang Shen asked his friend to tell him why they then quarreled and started fighting. Wenchang told him that one of the members of the Heavenly Squad started a quarrel with their team in a restaurant. He also told one of the guys that the talent of our guy and their team would not flourish. Yang Shin could not believe that the men had gone into a fight precisely because of this. Wenchang told his friend that he could not imagine what Miram was like. He explained, even a trifle which at first glance does not seem significant can drive a person to raise a sword against you. Unfortunately, the streets value not the reason, but the very process of victory over the opponent in winning the fight. Wenchang told our boy that the situation was actually not that bad. The boy with a strange expression on his face told Yanshin that he did not expect the elders in the abandoned fortress to get angry because of a newcomer. He added that he would not know what to do if he were in his place. Yanshin did not understand what exactly his friend was saying. He was sure that the elders were angry because someone had offended their squad. While he was thinking, our boy realized an opportunity was appearing before him. Ian Chen knew that he needed to do something important to get the fruit of the world tree, which all noble races of the world worship. He understood that he could not manage here without the help of others if he wanted to achieve results. And although the best way to earn the trust of a martial arts master is to make him owe you his own life, our boy still needed to make a good impression on his squad mates. Janssen stood up. He told his friend that he was right. He told him that he never expected their elders to get into a fight because of him. He assured his friend that he would not let it go like that. And he added, they must visit the elders. Wanshan was surprised to hear this. He praised his friend for courage, and told our boy that he was a true knight who knows the code of martial arts. Jansen pondered, can this even be called knighthood? The scene switches, and we see our boy and his friend arriving at the training ground. The elders were impressed when they saw them. It was hard to believe newcomers came to train, although there are no classes today. They insisted that the boys are hardworking. The senior in blue uniform told the boys that they don't need to train so exhaustingly while they are in white uniform. Another senior in blue clarified. He said it's best for the boys to train precisely in white. Two boys approached the captain and greeted him. Majin asked them if there were any problems during training. Yan Xin confessed to his captain that he wanted a sparring match. Meijin asked our boy to look around and choose someone for sparring. Our boy replied that he didn't want to fight anyone from his platoon. And Tassin, with a serious expression on his face, told Mamajin that he wants to train against the heavenly squad. At these words, the whole squad shuddered, even Wencheng. Hearing this, Majing immediately understood. Our boy already knows what happened yesterday. The captain immediately calmed Yansin and said there was no need to worry about it. Our boy told his captain that he wants to see the heavenly sword arts, which he admired for a very long time. Majing explained to Yansin that it was already too late to have such conversations. He thought that our boy was too agitated. But the captain, on the contrary, liked that he was so concerned about the seniors. Yan Yansin lowered his head and explained to his captain that he wants to show everyone that Radiant Demon Arts is a wonderful martial art. He begged Mahjong to give him a chance. And Ta Chen truly wanted to gain combat experience with Radiant Demon Arts. He also wanted to observe martial arts and improve them, as well as make a good impression on his seniors. So our boy decided to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Majin reminded Inshin that he had not studied the same martial art as the Heavenly Squad and had never fought them in real battles before. He told Inshin that his opponent had no reason to treat him leniently, even if it was sparring. With a burning, resolute gleam in their eyes, I and Shen assured the captain this is exactly what he wants. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. The elders began to praise Dubnogo and assured him he has the spirit worthy of a warrior from Desolate Fortress. They also said that he could become the next captain of their squad as soon as he survives this sparring. Realizing that he could not convince Yakenshin, Majin informed him that he would send a message to the Heavenly Squad. Our guy was glad to hear that. In the next scene, we are transported to the arena of the Heavenly Squad. Yanshin stood before his opponent, who belongs to the same squad. Some members of the Heavenly Squad stared in surprise. The white shirt had actually challenged the blue shirt. The white shirt told his elders that the fight was actually supposed to be an initiation duel for the sake of learning. The blue shirt asked his comrade, how long will Yanshin last in this fight? He replied to his friend that our guy would last a maximum of 10 duels. The man was sure. As soon as he joined the white cassock, he would not be able to last 10 clashes against the blue cassock. Meanwhile, our guy and his opponent silently stared at each other. Likewise, the captains of their squads froze with their gazes. The captain of the Heavenly Squad is called Khan Cholmuk. Cholmuk and Majin were not happy to meet each other. Cholmuk pointed at Yakenshin and told Mahjong that he would give our guy one of the elixirs of the Heavenly Squad if he endured 10 clashes. Majin, hearing this with surprise, told the man that the elixir might be too valuable a stake to bet blindly. Cholmuk addressed the captain asking if he was afraid to lose. Majin asked the man not to provoke him, reminding him the elixirs from Desolate Fortress are too expensive, and they cannot be treated lightly. Cholmuk, irritated upon hearing this, explained to Majin that the honor of their squads is now in question, and asked if it did not matter to him at all. Majin let out a heavy sigh. He decided to accept the deal. As soon as Cholmak heard this, he happily sat down. He told Mahjong that the leaders of their group should be their own, and they must be trusted. Majin smiled as soon as he heard this. The opponent, Yan Shin, stepped closer and asked if he had just joined the organization. Our guy bowed his head and introduced himself to the man. In the abandoned fortress, people start as warriors in white robes before advancing to the level of warriors in blue robes. But not everyone reaches the blue robes. Some need more than 10 years to become a warrior in blue robes. Warriors in blue robes are those who do not lose even to the masters of skill who represent the great sex. The man told Yakenshin that he has been mastering the arts of the heavenly sword for 20 years and said to our guy, they say swords have no eyes, but the swords of masters do. With a focused, unwavering gaze, the man told Yan Yanshin that it meant nothing to him and assured the guy that he would show him no mercy. Yan Yanshin told the man that he did not care. No problem. but the man was surprised to see how calmly he spoke. He drew his sword. After that, he released his energy. Everyone turned their gaze to the man. The Ancient One smiled upon seeing this. He was curious about which sword style the blue robe of the Heavenly Squad used. Our guy immediately threw this thought out of his head. He believed he did not need any unnecessary considerations. He told himself, the sword style of that man does not matter, and he will simply apply his own combat technique. The man enveloped his sword with energy and told our guy that he would allow him the first attack. He asked, "Come closer and strike me." Ian Shin activated the limit release technique. He rushed forward swiftly as soon as the chance appeared and attacked the man. When he got very close, he sharply swung his sword, and that man managed to block the attack. He immediately realized that our guy was quite fast. Yitashin raised his sword. After that, they began to attack the man wildly, and he could only block the blows of our guys. The captain of the Heavenly Squadron and his fighters could not comprehend what exactly they were seeing. Shomok could not believe that a white coat could move so quickly. Seeing the expression on his face, Meijin smiled. He knew anyone would be impressed to see such a level of skill in this young boy. Although Meijin knew that Yi Sin was skilled, he understood that without using this chance, our guy would not achieve victory. Relentlessly and fiercely advancing, Yi and Shin were getting closer and closer to the man. Seeing this, he flinched. Before he could recover, our guy continued his relentless barrage of attacks. The man could barely keep up with him, and Shin also realized that he had become stronger after entering Desolate Fortress. Now his body was on a completely different level, trained with movements from the martial art of the young clan and principles of combat arts. Our guy carefully shifted to the side. The more inclined the sword's trajectory, the more the back muscles engage. When he steps forward and turns, putting all his strength into the body, a rotational thrust arises. Thanks to this rotational impulse in a well-trained body, I and Sin use their sword to deliver a heavy and precise blow to the man from the side. Everyone froze in shock. Seeing this even before, the man managed to restore the rack, and Yi and Shin grew closer to him. He used the same rotational thrust to knock the man down. The weapon slipped from his hand. Our guy couldn't believe he had just mastered a new technique. Yanyan Shin pressed the sword to the man's throat, and he suddenly realized he had lost. Our guy took a deep breath and glared fiercely at the opponent. The members of the Heavenly Squad couldn't comprehend what they had just seen. Shulmuk was extremely irritated. Majin was glad to see that expression on his face, and the referee announced that our guy had won the fight. The Radiant Demon Squad began to warmly greet and rejoice as soon as they heard these words. While the man was trying with all his might to fix his hand, Yi Ta-shun put his sword back into the sheath. Our guy clearly understood that he was just lucky. He won only because he caught the man by surprise and pressed with relentless pressure. He was sure if he fought him again, the result would definitely be different. Yanyan Shin bowed his head and thanked the man for the opportunity to observe such high-class swordsmanship. The man smiled upon hearing this. He turned around and went to pick up his sword. He revealed to Yan Shin that he was surprised by the sword's trajectory and the power of its rotation, and told the guy he has combat skills that do not suit his age. He explained to Yejun-shin that he has an incredible talent for fencing. Now the man finally understood why our guy is called the Storm Genius of Lightning. He could not believe that Yejun-shin actually possesses a skill that is beyond comprehension, even though he is so young. He told our guy that he envies the fact that Radiant Squad found the treasure, and even other people in the arena still cannot believe their own eyes. Majin stretched out his hand to Chomik. The latter was twisted with irritation when he saw it. Yakenshin decided to name his new technique Release of Accumulated Energy. While he was looking back, his captain approached him. With a smile on his face, Majin handed the box to our guy. When he opened the box, he shuddered at what was inside. Majin told our guy that he holds the elixir of the Heavenly Squad. The elixir was a small golden pill. He informed Yanyan Shen that the elixir now belonged to him. The scene changed, and we see how the members of Radiant Squad surrounded a certain building. Near the entrance to the building stand a noble racial man and a woman who is looking around. This woman is known as Zendaman Sword. Her name is Beck Mareo. Mareo told the man that Yi and Shin are monsters she never expected to see defeated, and even a master swordsman like Guku Kwan, the very one who is the blue robe of the Heavenly Squad. Mareo confessed to her colleague, "Our guy is actually very hardworking, modest, and polite." She told him that Yi and Shin also immediately recognized the essence of combat techniques. The man explained to her that they had never seen talent like Yi and Shin's. According to Mirio, when she applies a technique during sparring, Our guy somehow manages to transfer the same principle to another stance. And also, he performs everything much more precisely than anyone does under normal conditions. Mario revealed to her colleague that she does not like to show exceptional martial arts moves in front of Yehenshin. She explained that our guy has a natural gift to reinterpret martial arts techniques. The man agreed with his colleague. He told her that it looks as if our guy learned martial arts a very long time ago, and he was convinced Yehenshin is a true monster. The scene abruptly changes. It takes us inside the building. Yehenshin is lying on the floor, and next to him is Majin. The captain explains to our guy that he cannot know in advance how much energy he can extract from the elixir. Usually people absorb about 60 to 70%, but depending on circumstances, it can be less. Majin explained to our guy that he will damage his energy core or blood vessels if he acts carelessly, because it will seem to him that the elixir is absorbed worse. He asked him not to focus too much on absorption. Our guy assured that he understood. According to the captain, the way to consume the elixir is to let it flow into the core of his energy and circulate this energy endlessly until it completely dissolves. Majin promised our guy, if the circulation starts to falter, he will intervene and help. So he asked not to be surprised and to act accordingly. As soon as they heard this, Yehenshin put the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. Only he did it, closed his eyes. And Yehenshin immediately felt his energy begin to rapidly increase as soon as the elixir entered the body. A bright golden glow burst from the chest of our boy, and Tashin began to draw energy around him. As soon as this happened, Mirio and her colleague returned. They felt his energy and realized that our boy had begun to absorb the elixir. Mirio wondered how strong Yehenshin would become after swallowing the elixir. The elixir shimmered inside our boy's body like the sun. Yehenshin carefully spread her energy around his body. Mahjong was impressed to see what was happening. He was sure this was the first time Yehenshin absorbed the elixir, but he could not understand why the circulation of his energy looked ridiculously natural. The captain already saw that there was no need to help our boy. When Yehenshin slightly twisted the energy, the power around him began to dissipate. He opened his eyes, looked at his own hands, and felt new energy in his body. With a scared and cautious look, the captain greeted Yehenshin. He said that he had fully absorbed the elixir. Without taking his eyes off his hand, the boy showed the captain. His new primary energy was indeed very strong. Majin could not even imagine that the boy would fully absorb the elixir. He was even more shocked that he did it without any help. Looking at his body, the boy felt that something strange had happened to him. Now that Yehenshin had more strength, he could sense presences he previously could not recognize. He realized his elders had already surrounded the building, and he wondered if it was their care for him, since while he absorbs the elixir, he is completely vulnerable. The boy turned to his captain and told him directly, he is being protected while he absorbs the elixir. With a stone face, Yehenshin asked the captain to explain why everyone treats him so diligently. Majin smiled upon hearing this and revealed to him they do not show any special care for him. He assured that they do this for everyone in the Radiant Demon Squad. He explained to Yehenshin, everything becomes natural once you risk your life a few times in Jianghu. He reminded our boy that their squad would benefit more if he became stronger. At night, we see Yehenshin meditating in his room. Our boy realized that the amount of energy he had before was incomparable to what he has now. Yehenshin decided to go to the training ground. He wanted to check how much his martial arts had strengthened. While he was walking to the training ground, Zen Sword Demon called out to him, and our guy was surprised to see that it was the very same woman. Mirio asked if he had gone outside because she couldn't wait to test herself. Yehenshin replied to her that that was exactly the case. Zen Sword Demon revealed to our guy that she realized one thing after seeing his fight. Yehenshin was stunned by what he heard. He greeted her, saying it was good that she had learned something new. The woman said she had mastered only a small technique and apologized for interrupting his training plans. After that, she asked if he would like to spar with her. Yehenshin nodded and told Moreo that he could always train alone. He added that it was a rare opportunity to spar with the palm strike technique of Zen Sword Demon. The woman folded her arms and asked Yehenshin to simply call her Moreo. After greetings, the two stepped back from each other, leaving a distance between them. Yehenshin drew his sword and declared that he would start the attack first. With a smile on her face, Mirio took a stance. Our guy quickly rushed to attack her, trying to pierce through with his sword. Mirio dodged the strike and grabbed Yehenshin by the arm. She covered her palm with energy and used it to hit our guy in the stomach. The blow pushed Yehenshin back. Before he could regain his balance, Moreo approached him closely. She covered her energy with the other hand. Seeing this, Yehenshin did the same. When Mirio rushed to attack, he tried to block the blow with his hand. Unfortunately for our guy, he didn't have enough strength to completely stop the attack. He was pushed back. Moreo told Yanshin that he was quite scary. Staring at his palm, the guy asked the elder if she had trained for a single-zone strike. The woman replied that she had. According to Moreo, a swordsman who has mastered the art of Radiant Demon can not only swing a sword, a single-zone strike is extremely useful in close combat. To deal with the energies mixed in the body, a person must first destroy the enhanced protective energy with a single-zone strike. The demon sword of Zen explained to Yi and Shin that after using the main energy in a burst discharge to increase tension, a 1-inch strike becomes truly effective. The boy looked displeased at the elder as soon as he heard this and asked if he was allowed to say something of his own. Mirio asked him to speak frankly. He confessed to her that since childhood he had become more sensitive to tracking energy and told Mirio that the way she uses her core energy caught his attention. The woman was surprised upon hearing this. She asked Yanshin if he could really see the movement of her core energy. Yanshin informed his senior that he could not see her core energy. Mirio asked him to tell her exactly how he was able to discern the movement of her core energy. He explained to her that he only needed to see the discharge current on the bus in the core energy wave that arises externally. Mirio could not believe it at all. She explained to our guy that even masters with purple mantles do not possess the skill to detect energy of such a level. In the desert fortress stand mantles of white, blue, black, and purple colors. Purple mantles are the top of the hierarchy, where the highest masters reside. Zenzai's sword suddenly realized that she was talking to a genius demon, so she decided to listen to the advice of Yanshin. Our guy revealed to her that her palm strike is more suitable for piercing technique rather than for the 1-inch strike. While recalling the fight, Yanshin told her that this technique would probably seem more suitable for a 1-inch strike. He told Mirio that her technique would become much more powerful if used together with the piercing technique. Mario was clearly hurt by what she heard. She asked if she looked like such an idiot, unable to master such a simple piercing technique, and if, in his opinion, that was why she still hadn't used this technique. Ian Shin understood that she was angry, and he apologized for saying something that upset her. To his surprise, Zen Sword Demon turned around and apologized to him, and also thanked him. Ian Shin watched her with his eyes as she left the training ground. The scene changes, and we see Mirio in her captain's office. She revealed to him that Yi and Shin had figured out her martial art, and asked if he had ever told our guy about the origin of her techniques. Majin asked the woman to stop babbling nonsense and stated that he could never share something so important. Zen Sword Demon was impressed to hear this. She was curious how Yanshin understood her martial art. Majin asked his subordinate if our guy had guessed that she had modified the sacred martial art of the Heavenly Demon, which is a lost martial art. Mirio replied that probably Yi and Shin had already found out about it. Majin smiled upon hearing this. He stood up and told his subordinate that Yi and Shin was special. He assured her that it was hard to find someone like him in Jianghu. He explained to her that people like our guy sometimes appear in the world. They become top masters of martial arts and are considered the strongest in the world alongside the noble race and the iron race. Morero asked her captain if Yehenshin was really that special. The man assured her that he was. He told her, "Our guy is the future of the neglected fortress." Majin advised his subordinate not to underestimate his instruction and not to consider it a trifle. Zen Sword Demon asked his captain if he meant that she should discuss the heavenly demonic sacred arts with our guy. Majin explained to her that training in martial arts alone is not enough to learn everything. He said he simply does not have enough time to help her fully, but assured her the best thing now is to seek help from Yanshin. He revealed to her that our guy has the traits of a martial arts founder, someone capable of adapting any style to his own body. Miria was stunned to hear this. Majin asked her not to worry, pulled out a scroll and showed, "A small mission has just arrived." Majin ordered Mirio to team up with Yi and Shin and watch how he overcomes life and death situations. He asked her to check if he and Shin are truly special. The man assured her that our guy will become the next captain of the Radiant Demon Squad within the next 5 years. In the next scene, we see Miyong, Moreo, Yunyang Shin, and Wanchang riding horses. On the way to the destination, Zen Sword Demon recalled that her captain ordered her to check if Yi and Shin are people worthy of becoming her superiors. The scene changes, and we see the group arriving at the Jinping County stage station. When he dismounted from the horse, Wenchang complained that he had been riding for 10 days straight. Meanwhile, he glanced back at his comrades. The boy recalled what their captain had told them. According to Mahjong, the people who make sacrifices to the Blood Flame cult settled in a village and regularly slaughtered livestock, destroying the crops. This village is located in Zhenping County in southern Shanxi. Usually the Zhenping branch would handle such a problem, but an incident occurred when the elixir of the MANHWA sect was stolen. Wenchang was surprised to hear this, so he asked his captain if the elixir was the pill with the plum blossom, which is on par with the great revival pill of the Shaolin Temple. Ma Zhang told him that he thought so. The situation had already escalated to the point where the entire Shanxi got involved. He explained to the team that the branch did not have extra strength, so they turned to the main branch for help. After that, he directly told the group, "You must take on this problem." Immediately, he recalled what his captain had said, and our boy pondered the blood flame cult. While he was deep in thought, someone asked them why they were only arriving now, since help had been requested so long ago. It turned out to be some fat nobleman. The man said he would treat them respectfully because they were the sword of the empire, and then asked why they were so slow. It was clear that he was disappointed. Instead of something worthy, the abandoned fortress had sent a whole group of young people. He addressed them, saying, "Are they even capable of dealing with the enemy?" Yenshin ignored the man and asked the elders to explain what exactly he was looking at. The man was irritated to hear this. Myong explained to him that in most places there are always ignorant officials. The elf added that he had been to many districts and had seen many officials who had never even seen a real combat master. And from these people comes the idea that an abandoned fortress is their broom. The official began to rage as soon as he heard this. He could not believe that Myong dared to speak to him so rudely. Ye and Shin asked Myong if he could block the acupuncture point that deprives one of voice, which the officials use. The elf asked him to act. He did not want to waste time there. The man was about to shout, but our guy blocked his acupuncture point. He immediately broke out in sweat and realized he could not speak. Ian Shin told him that they do not follow his orders. While the official was desperately trying to utter at least a word, Yehen Shin and the rest of their group moved forward. While they were walking, Wenchon asked his friend if he had also learned to block acupuncture points. Yanshan replied that he had learned. Wenchon told our guy that he had already understood. Calling him by his name is disrespectful. Wencheng informed his friend that he would call him Warrior Yang, and Yi and Shen called him Desolate, Fortress Sacred Warrior, and asked him to do as he wished. Wancheng was glowing with pride over his new nickname. During the conversation, Myung placed his hand on our guy's shoulder and reminded him, Murim and the government do not interfere with each other. But when it came to the government, the neglected fortress received more freedom than most famous martial artists. The imperial family allowed it. The elf explained to him that it was not a big deal if they wanted to play with fools who thought they held them on a leash. Muriel moved closer and warned Ian Shinton, never overdo it. Although she said this, she still praised him for the deed. While they were talking, Wencheng noticed something wrong in a village far from them. He warned his comrades that something was going on there. When the team looked closely at the village, they realized that trouble had occurred. They saw a man with light brown, red hair, holding a child in one hand and a blood-stained sword in the other. The villagers seemed to be trying to stop him. The man lifted the child and asked quietly. Yehensen immediately realized that he was facing a cultist of the blood flame. He quickly ran towards the village. Before he could get far, Myong flashed past him. Our guy was surprised at how fast his senior was. He understood. This was the art of mobility of the noble race. This is known as the trembling of the grass. Mirio and Vanshan ran past the Ancient One, and he sighed irritably because of it. He could not train much in the arts of mobility. The lack of proper experience in the arts of mobility from the young manner became a huge disadvantage for him. Smiling, the cultist drew his sword and cut down one of the peasants. He fell to the ground. Another peasant immediately rushed to check if everything was all right. Other peasants asked him to give up the child. The man noticed that the baby was crying and ordered him to be silent. He supposedly wondered if the child was overflowing with life energy, since he was still so young. While the man was shouting at the child, he suddenly heard something behind him, and turning around realized that the sound was not accidental. He saw an angelic boy, young, rushing at him suddenly to attack. The cultist managed to deflect the elf's strike and prevent him from reaching his goal. The man instantly took a defensive stance. As soon as he assumed the position, he immediately noticed that the child was no longer nearby. It turned out that Myong took the child at the moment he attacked him. The man glanced at the symbol on Myong's clothing and immediately understood. He was from the desolated fortress. He was shocked to the point of twitching when he saw the martial arts master in a blue cassock. Turning his head to the side, he saw Mirio and could not believe that two martial arts masters in blue robes were standing next to him. The man clenched his teeth in anger and began to release a huge amount of energy. Mayong and Mario immediately took a combat stance. To their surprise, as soon as the man gathered enough strength, he sharply jumped away. The two of them did not understand what exactly was happening. They decided that the cultist was about to challenge them. Because of the speed at which he moved, Mario was able to guess. He sacrifices his own life segment in exchange for speed. She said that blood flame cultists are the worst. When she turned to the side, she noticed her juniors were just arriving. The action was interrupted, and we were transferred to the conclusion. Mario told Wenchang that overall his combat skills were not bad for a white coat, but he lacked endurance. So from now on, she ordered him to train to improve his endurance. He bowed and replied that he would do his best. The woman turned to Yi and Xin and stated that his basic training was amazingly well developed. She added that finding someone like him, even among the 9 great sects and 8 great clans, is rare. She revealed to him that she could notice this as soon as she saw him running without any techniques. Zensor Demon told our guy that probably in the Radiant Demon Squad, there is no one who could match him in physical abilities. She pointed to Mi Yong and said that someone like him could never be his rival in physical abilities. Mi Yong laughed upon hearing this. He told Yi and Xin that this is actually true, and asked them not to be upset because he does not know any mobility arts. He looked at our boy. He noticed that he was a little sad. The elf stood up and asked if he wanted to learn mobility techniques from him. Yehen Shin was shocked to hear this. He asked if he was sure about it. Myung explained to our boy that he would not be able to teach him the martial arts of his home, even if he wanted to teach him movement techniques. He told him that these movement techniques show how the noble race moves. According to Myong, humans are not capable of using them even when they know how they work. The elf told our boy that it seems he has a chance. Yan Yenshin could not believe that he could finally learn how the noble race moves. Myong asked him not to be too happy. He immediately revealed that no one in the Radiant Demon Squad unit was able to learn this. With a nervous expression, Zensor Demon told her juniors that Myong really taught those in the squad who wanted to master it, but no one was able to learn successfully. Myong gathered energy on the tips of his feet. With a smile on his face, the elf explained to him that this art of mobility does not rely on anything physical. Yanshin watched in surprise as the elder gathered energy on the tips of his feet. He was sure that there were no sharp movements in the main energy. Mung revealed to him, it just walks and runs the noble race. The elf began to walk on the tree. Ayan should have noticed that his steps were very light, and he did not feel his presence at all. The boy immediately felt the elder did not use core energy. Instead, something very similar to core energy supported his body. Looking around, Myong carefully jumped down from the tree. Even when he was descending, he looked as if a leaf was falling from a branch. Smiling, Myong asked the younger if he understood the technique. Our boy explained to him that he was thinking about how to apply cow energy to create wind, and that he had no power like the noble races. Hearing this, Myong was stunned. He asked the Ancient One if he could determine that it was nature energy just by looking at it once. Our boy turned to the elder, asking if that was the very reason why he showed him the technique. Others had no idea how to react to this at all. Yan Yanshin thanked the elder for several successful ideas, and our boy immediately began looking for ways to reproduce this art of mobility. Mirio and Myong were shocked to see this. Wenshin realized that this would take a lot of time. He turned around and said he would get them a place to stay for the night. Later that night, we see Yi and Shin meditating. His thoughts revolve around the energy of nature. After pondering a bit, Yan Shin released some energy. Outside the inn, we see Myong sleeping on a sleeping bag attached to a tree. While the elf was sleeping, he heard someone opening the door. When he looked down, he stopped and looked closely. He saw a boy. He went outside and stood in the middle of the place. He looked down again and focused. He gathered energy at the tips of his toes. Mei Yang was stunned to see our guy is using the mobile art of the noble race. In the next scene, we see how Wenchang is training outside, and he is clearly in a sad mood. He couldn't believe that Yi and Shin had been there for only a month, and he had already learned the art of mobility of the noble race. Myong explained it to him, our guy has the makings of a martial arts founder. He said that even their captain couldn't master this art of mobility. And eventually Wenchang decided to focus on his own art of mobility. Mirio recalled what her captain told her as soon as she heard about it. Yes, she remembered that Ma Zhang asked her to check if Yin Shin was qualified enough to be her leader. While she was thinking, Wenchang asked her if it was okay to send our guy alone. Mirio reminded him, cultists are people who got scared and hid for a whole month. She told him it was just a reconnaissance mission and believed that Yan Shin would be more than enough for the task. The scene changed. We were taken to the mountains. We see Yi and Shun running, using his mobility technique. He noticed that the body had become significantly lighter. The ratio of speed to effort volume was no longer comparable to what it was before. His body felt incredible, simply amazing. While they were searching in the mountains, the guy finds a hut. After Yi and Shin stumbled upon the cultist's hideout, they decided to return to the inn to inform the others. Before he could leave, he was caught by a terrible sight. A cultist was drinking a child's blood, sucking it from the child's neck. Seeing this, our boy became furiously angry. He watched as the man plunged his fangs into the child's skin. While he was drinking the boy's blood, the sectarian suddenly noticed something strange. He saw a figure before him, standing as if not moving at all. It turned out to be our boy. The man put the child down and drew a sword. He asked Yin Shan about his identity. He quickly realized that our boy was from the abandoned fortress, all because of his clothing. He smiled as soon as he understood this. He grabbed the sword's hilt and asked our boy if he was alone. Ian Shin did not answer him. The man decided he was right. He called our boy a fool. He could not believe that he came alone, even if he was in white clothing. He asked Yan Shin to blame his own failure for everything. As soon as he said this, our boy instantly cut off his head, frighteningly fast. The man did not even realize when his head was cut off. It flew up and thudded to the ground. Having looked after the wounded man, Yi and Shin returned to the child lying on the ground. He recalled how his own family was slaughtered to the ground. He wrapped his sword with energy. He decided to finish off all the cultists. He asked the child to wait a little and promised to bury him as soon as everything was over. He said this immediately and took a stance. He used radiant demon art to find the weak spots of the building. As soon as he discovered this, he immediately used another radiant demon art technique called quick sword style. His strike tore the hut to pieces. The cultists inside were shocked to see what was happening. Some were smashed outright by the force of that strike. While the last cultist was trying to understand what was going on at all, Yenshin rushed to attack him. He stabbed a knife into the chest. He pressed the man to the ground, not letting him get up. Yan Yanshin reminded the cultists that their cult believes the weak are prey for the strong. He asked him to tell how it feels to be killed by someone stronger. Having said this, he drew a sword. When he lifted his head, he saw a huge cave. It was hidden just behind the hut. Yan Yanshin could feel an incredible amount of energy flowing from the cave. He realized that this was not just a hideout of the Blood Flame cultists. There was also a branch of this cult here. Even before he managed to enter the cave, he felt something was wrong. He saw even more sectarians rushing to attack him. The men could not believe that he was attacking their branch so carelessly. One of them said that he was going to kill him for the blood he had spilled. Those poor bastards had no idea that very soon they would have to fight the protagonist who far surpasses them. He should have noticed that the same bastard who claimed he was going to kill him was a cultist they first met when they just arrived. The heretic immediately recognized our guy too. He promised to make him pay with his own blood. Only after hearing this, Yi and Sun rushed forward to attack the men, while he had already managed to pass through the crowd. He struck with the sword at such speed that they simply could not react in time. The cultists did not even understand what had happened to them. They were all torn to pieces without any resistance. Our guy watched as their blood splattered everywhere around. Immediately, he went after the men. A much more terrifying energy poured out of the cave. Someone said he had no idea that a white robe in such a place could cause such a commotion. Ian should notice a man coming out of the cave. He immediately felt the cultist lying on the ground did not emit such a dull, joyless energy. Our guy realized with surprise that he could sense the energy that the man was releasing outside. He immediately felt this man was on a completely different level than anyone he had fought before. He looked gigantic and his eyes were blood red. Yan Yanshin heard that when a part of a person's body returns to what it was before, it means the person has reached a level where they can refine their root energy. The boy realized that this was the strongest figure who held everything here in his hands. He is the branch leader. People of this type in the Blood Flame cult are called Bloodmaster Swordsmen. The sectarian drew his blade and twisted into a terrifying smile. He told Yan Yanshin that he would use his pain to strengthen his blood. Our boy trembled with excitement as soon as he heard these words. Bloodmaster Swordsman. This is what the branch leaders of the Blood Flame cult are called. To outsiders, it is a title, and to their subordinates, a status. These people are almost like death deities, and not many martial arts masters can kill them. Yan Yanshin and the man locked eyes. Our boy covered his sword with power. He decided to go all in before that man got close. Our boy realized in the past, he could win because he unleashed a barrage of attacks before the opponent could respond. He quickly took a fighting stance. The man smiled upon seeing this and said that the title Desolate Fortress had made him too arrogant. As soon as he did this, Ian Shin activated the boundary release technique. He flashed his sword with incredible speed. The man managed to dodge the blow. He was struck by how fast it flew. She quickly stepped back. Our guy instantly rushed forward at him. As soon as he was nearby, The guy began to attack fiercely. The cultist managed to parry all the strikes, but it was too fast for him. Our guy pushed him back, stubbornly, step by step. He smiled as soon as he saw how fast he moved the engine, and told him that he was not so bad after all. Our guy could not believe that the man said that at all, as if he was not bad. Dead bodies of his relatives flashed before his eyes. He remembered how he felt that day. He clenched his teeth in anger, firmly reminded himself he was no longer the old one. His strikes became much heavier, and the man was even surprised, feeling the weight of his sword. Vale feverishly tried to block the blow, and Yishen reached out to him and grabbed his arm. He squeezed the same wrist with which the man held his sword and infused his energy into the movement to twist the entire arm. The cultist cried out in pain. He became even angrier. He gathered energy in the other hand and rushed to attack Yishen. He called him a freak before his hand could touch him. Our guy cut it with a sword. The man screamed from unbearable pain. While he was shouting, Yi and Shin decided to take advantage of the moment. He stabbed a knife straight into his chest. The cultist spat a few drops of blood. Yi and Shin twisted the sword and tore everything inside. The man could not believe he lost to some pathetic outfit in a white robe. Rage blazed in his eyes, and Boy told him he could only cause pain to others, so he never experienced it himself. As soon as he said this, he drew his sword. The cultist fell to the ground and released some gloomy energy. Breathing heavily, Yi and Shin looked around in all directions. Next to him, he noticed a large hole. He hid the sword. He stepped closer to the pit and found the bodies of peasants in it. There was not a drop of blood left in that victim. Everything had been drunk. Yan Shin felt sentimentality when he looked at their faces. He prayed that they all went to heaven. At night, we see Yan Shin returning to the inn. Everyone was shocked to see him. He was covered in blood and carried a child on his back. When they saw him, the whole group stood up. Our guy handed the child to Wanshong. The guy was surprised to see that the child was still alive. Mirio could feel that her younger one was struggling and asked if he was okay. Yan Shin realized that it was blood that confused her. He assured her that he was fine, then revealed the blood did not belong to him, and said that he found the blood flame cult branch. As soon as she thought about it, Mirio rejoiced that he was safe. She understood. Our guy said that he found a cultist branch. She and the other members asked him if he was serious. Yanshin informed them that there were 8 of them, red-haired cultists. The very blood flame cultists who caused trouble in the county were there. He stood next to a strong cultist with red-black hair. Mirio and Miyong were stunned to hear this. The Zen sword demon told him that the cultist with red-black hair was a sword master who controls blood. She instantly realized our guy really found that cult branch. She could not believe that there was a branch of the blood flame cult rooted here and feeding on people throughout the county. Myong raised his sword. He explained to them that the blood flame cult was the target of the Fortress of Decay. It must be destroyed, and warned his comrades that they would have to raid that branch. The elf acknowledged Yanshin's achievement, asked him to rest a little. Mirio touched his shoulder and said she would go with Myong to clean up the entire branch. Our guy explained to them that there was no need to go anywhere. He said it was enough to just gather the government troops, and they would do the rest. He said that the troops must help the victims. Mirio and Myong were surprised to hear this. Wenchang could not understand why they needed a government squad. Mirio turned to the elder and asked if he had defeated all the cultists and the Bladmaster swordsman. Our guy told them that he killed them all. The team could not believe what they heard. Ma Ying asked him if he really destroyed the blood flame cult branch with his own hands. Ian Shin replied that the mobility art he taught him really helped a lot. The elders did not know how to react to this. Zen Sword Demon revealed to him that the Bladmaster swordsmen have strange regenerative abilities and asked if the fight was dangerous. Yan Shin was shocked to hear about regeneration. He had never felt anything like that. According to Mirio, there were some martial arts masters who were almost killed, but they were treacherously stabbed in the back and died because they did not know about the Bladmaster swordsman's ability to recover. Ian Shin picked something up and put it on the table. It turned out to be the head of the Bladmaster swordsman. Everyone was stunned to see the head. Our guy understood. If he hadn't cut off the cultist's head, everything would have ended much worse. With a smile, Myong said that the fight was over, even if the cultist has regenerative abilities. In the next scene, we are transported to Desolate Fortress, where we see Mi-Yun and Mirio reporting to their captain about the completed mission. Meijing could not have expected that a Bloodmaster swordsman would be involved in such a simple mission. Later, he realized that the mission was not so pointless, because it allowed them to see with their own eyes what the white lashes are capable of. He asked the two to describe how Yan Yanshin behaved when he found himself in a life-and-death situation. Although she was not there, Zen Sword Demon did not believe that our guy was in a life-and-death situation. Myung turned to his captain and asked what he meant. Majin explained to them that this place was most likely a branch of the Blood Flame cult, since a Bloodmaster swordsman ended up there. He said that for the white lashes, such a cell should have been too dangerous, and asked the two if they had destroyed that branch to protect their juniors. Mirio revealed to their captain that they actually saw nothing with their own eyes. She explained, Yan Yanshin went on reconnaissance alone and personally destroyed the entire branch to the last member. Majin was stunned to hear this. With a nervous expression on his face, he asked her if Yan Yanshin went into that branch alone and killed all members of the Blood Flame cult, including the Bloodmaster swordsman. Mingong informed him that yes. Mahjong became even more nervous. This result was not at all what he had expected. The scene changes, and we move to our guy's room. We see him looking at the city through the window. Wunchong was glad to be back inside his room. He had no idea how strongly he had become attached to this place. He turned to Yi and Shin and asked if they noticed that the air was a bit electrified during the return. Our guy realized that he was right. He told his friend that people were having a festival now. Wencheng told him that he was wrong. He revealed to him that the city was a bit stirred up because the former leader of the sword squad had returned. He said that he came back to fight for the position of elder leader. When Yi and Shin heard this, they were surprised. According to Wencheng, Xing, the former captain of the sword squad, brought a boy with him. They say he is the adopted son of the famous Desolate Ma clan, and that he is extremely talented. Our guy clenched his fist in anger as soon as he heard this because he remembered that the Desolate Ma clan was his mother's lineage. This clan had never before come to Xingye County. Even when his mother got married, even after she gave birth to him, they never made contact. Yan Yangshin smiled when he thought about this. He realized that such stories are usually only heard in villages, as if the clan had cut all ties with their daughter who married into a house through which they were supposed to seem inferior to others. The next day we see Yanshin in his captain's office. He addressed the man and asked if he had called him. Majin stared intently at our guy. He noticed that he had a different energy and was delighted. It had changed again. He could already say that Yan Yanshin destroyed an entire branch of the Blood Flame cult not by luck. Our guy did not understand why the captain was just looking at him like that. Majin stood up and reported, "The master of fortress wants to see both of them." Our guy shuddered with surprise. She wanted to see him specifically. He immediately followed his captain and asked if there had ever been cases when she, after meeting with the recruit's instruction, asked to meet with warriors in white robes. Majin told him that such a thing had never happened before. Yan Yanshin did not know how to react to this. As soon as they went outside, we see several warriors in blue robes greeting Mahjong. The blue robes noticed that the lightning genius was next to Mahjong. They had already heard about how he killed the Bloodmaster swordsman. They could not believe that such a young guy could be so skilled. While they were walking forward, Meijin told Yan Xin that it was natural for others to pay attention to him. He explained, now in Desolate Fortress, he is considered a martial arts master, since he himself managed to destroy a branch of the Blood Flame cult. Our boy accepted the explanation of his captain. Although the blue robes were impressed by his achievement, Yan Xin was not too concerned about it. His concept of time is completely different, and he does not have the luxury to stretch it. If he wants to live, he must become as strong as the Sword Captain Divine before he turns 20. He needs to go from white to blue and surpass the black mantles like his captain to become the person capable of commanding 17 squads, like the Radiant Demon Squad clan. Like the Purple Mantle Divine Squad Sword Captain, the scene switches and we see Yan Yanshen and Majin arriving at the Fortress Master's door. Even before his captain knocked on the door, the boy heard the Fortress Master telling someone that he heard he has a grandson. The other replied that blood from a lower rank place cannot flow far. And as soon as Meijin heard this, he immediately knocked on the door. The man said he would be glad if his grandson did not bring shame to the Ma family. Hearing this, Yi and Shin were surprised. Yes, he declared that the child beside him is his successor. Although the boy does not belong to the main family, he has exceptional abilities. That is what he said immediately. Yehenshin and his captain stepped inside. They saw the Fortress Master, an old man and a young boy. Yi and Shin noticed that the Fortress Master was looking directly at him. Meijin folded his arms. Our guy was quite surprised by what he was doing, because he remembered He was supposed to be taught how to greet the fortress master. He immediately joined his captain and bowed to the fortress master together with him. Our guy realized that before him was the former commander of the Divine Sword Squad. He was a martial arts master in a purple robe, stronger than Majin. The old man turned to him and asked if he was the same lightning genius from the Radiant Demon Squad. He introduced himself as Manhwa. He said he once led the Divine Sword Squad. He explained to our guy he told the fortress master that his grandson wanted to see a battle master who would be his equal. Yanyanyak told our guy that he was glad to meet him. As soon as Yi and Shin heard this, they realized this man did not know who he was. He looked intently at the fortress master. Yangiak informed Yansen that he had recently heard something about him. He noticed the energy that he emitted and told our guy that the rumors did not do him justice at all. Yangiak did not expect Enshin to be so skillful. It was hard for him to believe that he had achieved so much at such a young age. Our guy folded his hands and greeted the grandfather. He introduced himself as Jun Yonshin from the Radiant Demon Squad. Yangiak was surprised that our guy called him grandfather. Ma Jiang and the young man were also impressed. The fortress master actually smiled. It seemed she liked the whole performance. Yangiak asked him what he was even talking about. As soon as he said this, he realized our guy had already named his surname Yang, and he could not believe that he was standing before him as if before his own grandson. He wanted to ask again to confirm it. Ian Shin simply greeted him again. Majin was more shocked than anyone. He asked our guy if he was really the son of the sister. Ian Shin did not understand exactly what he was talking about. He could not believe that his captain was at the same time the biological brother of his mother and his uncle. He apologized to Ma Jiang for not greeting him as a nephew. He explained that he was not very sure about the family ties on his mother's side. He told him that even people in his father's clan, which had already been destroyed, had almost completely surrendered to him. Majin and Yanjak froze upon hearing that the young estate was destroyed. Yanyak asked him if he was sure about what he was saying. From their reactions, I and Shin immediately understood. They did not know that the young estate had already fallen. Yangzok turned to Fortress Master and asked if he could speak with his grandson alone. I and Shin were surprised to hear this. Before Fortress Master could respond, our guy stepped forward and said to his grandfather, his mother is not a member of their clan, so he himself does not belong to them. Then he explained, he respects his grandfather's achievements as a warrior of the neglected fortress, but he is uncomfortable having any other purely personal conversations. Yanyak was surprised to hear this. Squinting in a smile, the fortress lady told the lightning genius that she liked his spirit. The young man said that he does not acknowledge that he was not going to admit that someone like our guy is a direct descendant of his grandfather. He turned to Yanjak and said that Shin Yanyan should not allow himself such disrespect to the former captain of the former sword squad. The old man seemed not to hear him, still unable to recover from the fact that before him was his own biological grandson. Yanyan Shin realized this idiot forgot that he was in the presence of the fortress lord. He stated he does not need any such recognition. He tapped on his emblem and said that he is not from the Ma clan, and then added, he is the lightning genius from the Radiant Demon Squad. Our guy smiled when he heard these words. The idiot snorted irritably. He was offended that he said it like that. He turned to Yanzak and asked him to allow him a duel with Yanshin, declaring that he would prove our guy is not worthy to be his blood relative. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Yang Yanshin replied that he sees no reason to agree to a duel. He explained if he demands a duel for training, then he will yield, but he does not need to prove his worth to their clan. The fool became irritated by these words. Ian should notice that the idiot has 2 bracers tied to his clothing, and then it will become clear that the guy was trained in fist strikes by the Ma clan. Master Fortress ordered them to stop talking. She said that Yanzak is an old friend who traveled with her for a long time, and Yi and Shan are promising subordinates. She warned, any conflict between them would put her in a difficult position. She asked to settle the dispute like true martial masters, and she suggested they make a bet on what each wants from the other. Master Fortress understood. For the lightning genius, a duel would be of no benefit, so she promised to fulfill his request, whatever the outcome of the match. Our guy was quite surprised upon hearing this. He asked her if she would even agree to give him that artifact he wanted so much. She replied that it was impossible right now. She explained to him that even his grandfather could not obtain this item because he had already received another reward for his contribution as the captain of the Divine Squad Sword. She confessed to Ian Shin that she could actually teach him one of her life energy techniques. Everyone was impressed. They could not believe that our guy had a chance to master martial arts from the one called the strongest in the world. The young man also rejoiced at these words. He wanted to master the martial arts of the Fortress Master, and Ian Shin immediately realized that this guy would learn martial arts from the Fortress Master and not follow the will of Yanjirox. If he won, he could not believe that his mother's clan would take this egoist as a successor. And then he decided to accept the duel. The scene changed, and we see everyone at the training ground. The Fortress Master told the guys that they could occupy the entire territory. She asked them to do whatever they wanted. Ian had to notice that the guy was wearing his plate gauntlets. He smiled and cracked his knuckles. Our guy ignored him, turned aside, and saw his grandfather and his uncle. He mentally told himself that the Radiant Demon Squad was enough for him right now, and that he didn't need the Ma clan. He took a stance, stretched out his hand, and asked the guy, "Well, show me what you've got." The guy got irritated upon hearing this. He called Ian and Shin freaks. He quickly rushed to attack him. Our guy managed to deflect the blow, gently shifting his hand at the right moment. The guy's strike created a fierce pressure as it passed by. He turned around and smiled at Ian Chen, because the guy had more energy. Our guy realized he probably drank too much elixir, and smiling, the guy clenched his fist and gathered all his energy. Yan Shin instantly activated the limit release technique. The young man began attacking more and more aggressively. Ian Shin easily dodged the blows with one hand, holding it behind his back. The guy got irritated, gathered strength, and rushed to attack again, demanding our guy explain why he didn't use a sword. Yahen Shin pushed his hand aside. He replied that he did not draw the sword because his punches and close combat techniques were good. Hearing this, the boy flared up with anger even more. He gathered all the power in his legs and was able to press the ground with force, as if crushing it with pure energy. Throwing himself forward, he lunged at our boy. The hand, covered with energy, was aimed directly at him. Yi and Shin were not surprised at all when they saw the boy let him get close. He raised his hand to stop the frontal attack, but the blow only pushed him back slightly, without any significant effect. He landed softly on the ground. The young man froze in shock. His attack did not reach the target. Yangiak was also shocked at how skillful his grandson was, while Ma Jin was not surprised at all. The fortress leader smiled as soon as she saw how the clash was unfolding. Yan Yanshin smiled as he landed. He told the boy that he had already thought out the technique for a powerful punch. After that, he took a stance and announced that the fight would end on the count of 10. The boy began to react irritably to these words. Yanyak realized that his grandson was talented, but did not expect him to try to finish the fight in 10 moves. Majin explained to the father that he had underestimated our boy. He told him that I and Shin mean in 10 seconds he will create a new martial art. Ian should notice something strange about this boy. He gathered even more energy and said he would do everything possible in these 10 moves. The boy took another stance. He said that the technique is known as Sujin Fist Strike, and Tashin exhaled with relief. Instead of getting angry at his words, the boy actually calmed down, responding to the wave of core energy he felt. Our boy could see that his grandfather, a man respected by the whole world, had not taught the young fighter the half-slide shot technique. Yinshan asked the boy to use any strike he wanted and explained that he could also use a palm strike if he wished. He asked him simply to do everything as best as possible. And he said that regardless of which strike the boy uses, he will be able to show him much more. The boy became even angrier. He launched an attack on Yinshan. As soon as our guy saw his fist flying closer, he clenched his own fist. He and the boy attacked each other with fists. And Tashin used a technique known as energy accumulation discharge. His strike pushed the boy back. The youth was stunned, feeling the power of Yanshin. Our boy did not stop. He charged again directly at the boy. Majin noticed something strange in Yinshan. He noticed that our boy accumulated more energy after the first strike. It would be logical to expect that after releasing energy, his strength would be somewhat less. When Wen Yi and Shin approached the boy closely, he attacked him with a hand covered in his energy. The attack was known as the accumulated energy second strike. The young man clasped his hands together to block this attack. Unfortunately for him, the fist of Yehenshin broke through the defense. Magan realized that our boy drew inspiration for this attack from Fusion Fist Strike. The youth could not believe he was pushed back. He could not believe that Yan Yang Shin was really getting stronger. Clenching his teeth in anger, he turned to his master to see the expression on his face. Yang Yak was neither impressed nor disappointed in the slightest. The young man gathered even more energy into his fist. Yanshin told him that he was doing well, asked him to show even more, and then assured him he could do anything he wanted. The boy looked irritably at how our boy treated the duel as a lesson and declared he was too arrogant. Then he rushed forward and struck with his palm. using a technique that worked too quickly, and that Shin released the third strike of accumulated energy. The attack pushed the boy's palms away, breaking their contact. Before he could fall to the ground, I and Shin grabbed him by his clothes. Yes, the boy was shocked to see this. Our boy gathered all his strength in his palm. He suddenly really liked palm strikes, and he couldn't believe that Yan Shin was about to use a palm strike. Our boy pulled him closer and released the accumulated energy for the strike. The young man was thrown into the air by the attack. Majin and his father glanced in surprise. The boy used a palm strike. Master Fortress smiled gently. The boy fell to his knees and touched his chest. A painful cough escaped him. Yanshin simply glared at him with a cold, piercing look in his own eyes. As soon as he realized how powerful our boy was, the young man got scared. Majin and Yanjak understood that our boy had created the art of fistfighting, which becomes stronger the longer the fight lasts. They could not believe that Yan Yanshin really managed to invent such a technique in such a short time. Our boy gently began to circulate his energy around his body. He looked at his hands. He did not expect to be able to create a martial art that could be called the famous Supreme Technique. The Fortress Master told him that the fight was really good. She did not even think she would witness someone creating a martial art. Yanshin said he was embarrassed and asked if he was wasting her time. The Fortress Master replied that he was too modest. She asked him if he had already decided on a name for his new technique. Yan Shin revealed it to her that the new martial art would be called the Strike of the Fist of Endless Blooming. The Fortress Master smiled as soon as he heard this name. She understood. Our boy is trying to say that the martial art is a strike that blooms endlessly. She told him that it was a perfect name. Majin congratulated his subordinate on the achievement and said that he had created an incredible martial art. Yenshin looked at his hands and said that he had only managed to work out the framework. He admitted that he was still not satisfied with the movements in it and revealed to the captain, when performing palm strikes, he fully relies on the art of the Radiant Demon. Majin smiled upon hearing this and assured Yan Yanshin not many white robes would be able to handle his new technique. He added that he always tries not to be surprised, but is still amazed every time because the power grows too quickly. And Shin realized this time he had left until the end of his life. So he informed the captain that he was not growing at the best speed. Yanyak approached our boy. He asked him to tell what exactly needed to be done to earn his forgiveness. Majin and the adopted grandson were stunned upon hearing this. Martial arts masters in purple robes from the empty fortress are extremely powerful. It is said that they are almost gods who can take the life of anyone whose presence their energy can sense. And Shin could not believe that someone so powerful would humble themselves to talk to him. He glared fiercely at the old man and said that he felt uncomfortable because of what he had said. He explained to Yangiak time cannot be turned back, and added that the people from his mother's clan were the same to him as strangers. He told him directly that he now belonged to the Radiant Demon Squad family. Yangiak replied to his grandson, they could start building a relationship right now. Our guy objected that he did not have enough time to develop and advance his martial art. Hearing such an excuse, the old man was quite surprised. Yan Shin explained to him that he had won the duel that the old man had emotionally refused to request and had won against his adopted grandson. He asked Yang Ziak to treat this with respect as befits a true martial arts master. The fortress mistress sharply intervened. She told Yang Yak that it was time to give Yi and Shin their reward since the victory was achieved. She addressed our guy and promised, as soon as he was ready, she would teach him the martial art of his choice, and also allow him to make one request from the Ma clan. Yanshin told the fortress master that he would inform the Ma clan of his request through his captain. Majin was stunned when he heard this. Yes, he could not believe it. Our guy wanted to use him as a messenger. On the way back to the office, Meijing called out to Yin Chuan. He told him that he has a mission for him which will come in handy. Ian Shin could not understand what his captain was talking about. The scene changes. We are taken to Xian. We see several people walking down the street. Majin and his squad members were also on the street. Strangely, they were wearing ordinary clothes, not uniforms. They were accompanied by Wan Cheng, Myong, and Mirio. Yehen Shin was walking alongside his teammates and was turning over in his head the words his captain had told him. The shot changes, and we are taken to the past. Majin recalled something about the plum blossom pill. According to him, the pill is an elixir of the Manhwa sect, which in Murim is considered a true treasure. But the Manhwa sect lost this pill. So many other sects and martial arts masters began searching for it. Yehen Shin asked the captain if they too had jumped into the same chase for the elixir, and Majin replied that they had. He informed our guy that they would accompany the Manhwa sect during the search for the elixir. He said that they actually then have an important reason for searching for the elixir with them. They do it to reduce the number of casualties during the search itself. Our guy realized Now he could draw his sword and finally face the opponent in this great confrontation. Mahjong told him that he was right. He assured him the mission would benefit him and explained to the guy that it would be a great opportunity to have a fight with the most diverse legendary martial arts masters, and that how much he would learn and grow fighting would not compare to what he would achieve training alone. The narrative changes perspective. It returns us to the present moment. Wen Chang said that he felt uneasy. He could not believe that they were not allowed to wear their uniform because they could not reveal that desolate fortress was helping the MANHUA sect. Mahjong smiled when he saw the same expression on the man's face. When they reached the entrance to the building, a man and his group appeared. They seemed to be just leaving. That is, they were simply gathering to leave. It seemed he recognized Mahjong. The man realized that before him were martial masters from the abandoned fortress, so he immediately told them that they had been awaited for a long time. Wen Chang and Yi Taxin noticed the emblem of a blooming plum on the man's clothing and immediately understood that these were members of the MANHUA sect. The man greeted Mahjong. The captain clasped his hands together and greeted the man known as Sage Chengju. Yan Yenshin had already heard about him. Sage Hyunju, leader of the swordsmen of Plum Blossom and one of the best martial arts masters. To match his status, the mission had to involve a black robe, the same as Mahjong's. As soon as Yan Yenshin glanced at it, the same feeling awakened in him as when he first met his captain. Shinju greeted Zen Sword Demon. He called Ma Yanyan Azure Eye Demonic Swordsman. He told Mahjong that he already knew who they were. He said there was no need for introductions because they had fought together before. And Yashin was surprised when he heard that Mi Yong was known as a demonic swordsman. While he was looking at his senior, he saw one of the Plum Blossom swordsmen yawning. It seemed he was simply bored. Shi Hongju approached Ye Zhongshin and examined him. He said that now he understood exactly what kind of thoughts Desolate Fortress had regarding this issue. He would tell Ma Jian that he never expected him to bring his student. Yan Yenshin realized that the man considered him Ma Jin's student because he was without his uniform. Before Ma Jin could explain, Chengju raised his sword and cut off his sentence halfway. He told him that our guy is exceptional. He asked Ma Jian if he was ready for a friendly duel with the student of their sect leader, assuring that it would be fun. The captain smiled upon hearing this. He immediately understood that Xiangju was trying to show them that Mount Huasiok towers above them. Since they would be traveling as a whole company, it would be inconvenient for key fighters to fight each other. That is why they want to use future generations of their clans to determine the hierarchy. Majin returned to Yi and Shin to check if he would accept the duel. Our guy just shrugged his shoulders, as if saying to his captain, "Do as you wish." Seeing this, Majin smiled. The swordsman Plum Blossom, who looked bored, told his comrades that he was being forced to do extra work. He stated that 5 moves would be enough for victory. Xianju got irritated seeing him boast. He told him that here he could learn something and advised him to do his best. The young man smiled as soon as he heard this. He said he did not know what exactly he could learn here, and that he had heard the arts of the Radiant Demon are based on feelings. Yanshin stepped forward, introducing his group. He became curious about how deep the martial skill of the Manhwa sect was. He reminded the guy that he had said 5 moves would be enough. The young man smiled as soon as he heard this and asked Yanshin if that phrase had offended him. He apologized and said that he was by no means trying to underestimate him. He added that today he had a truly tough training, so he had unknowingly spoken aloud what he was thinking. He introduced himself as Yu Hyun. Wen Chang was surprised to hear his name. He could not believe that before him was the sword dragon of the Manhwa sect. He had heard that Hyun was the best disciple of the sect leader. Mirio told him that Hyun was known as the future of the Manhwa sect, and there were rumors that he had already begun to master the sacred art of the Purple Dawn. Wen Chang could not believe that Yi and Shen supposedly had to defeat someone so powerful. His guy sharply dropped the bag to the ground, carefully moved his wrist, smiled, and introduced himself. Yong Yansen. Hyun smiled at Yonsen. He activated the technique known as Invisible Windstride and rushed forward to Yunshin. He attacked him with the palm technique. This move had many variations of movements, and our guy immediately understood. It was the palm strike of the falling blossom. Keanu rushed to attack him, holding a confident smile on his face. Yan Yangshin activated the first strike of the infinite blooming fist. This move was called Vortex, and he managed to throw Han off rhythm with his technique. Hyun had to duck his head to dodge. He was shocked. He could not comprehend what had just happened, and he thought about what exactly gave rise to this power. Yinshin quickly rushed at the guy. When he got closer, he covered his leg with his energy and struck the ground with incredible force. He attacked Hyun with his second strike. The technique is known as the Formidable Wall and the bullet had difficulty deflecting the Yanshin's attack with the palm strike of the falling blossom. Our guy understood that the palm strike of the falling bloom from ManhwaCapped was quite enough to become inspiration for the third strike of the infinite fist technique of blooming. He asked Hyun to play a little more with him and said he wanted to finish the fight in 10 moves. Hearing this, Hyun got angry. Our guy took another step forward, as if outward. He clenched his fist and gave him a strike so that Hyun flew away. Yang Shin did not even let the guy catch his breath. He instantly closed the distance between himself and Hyun. In his fist, he gathered a huge portion of energy. It looked like a flower about to bloom. He rained several strikes on Hyun all over his body. The guy screamed in pain. He fell to the ground and rolled over several times. Members of the Manhwa sect were stunned to see what had happened. Yang Shin looked at his fist. He realized he could use the last attack as his third strike. He decided to name the third strike Flower Stork. Yang Shin noticed that there was silence everywhere. As soon as he looked up, he saw that everyone was looking at him. They were all shocked by what they had just witnessed. They could not believe that the talented student of ManhwaCapped lost after 3 moves and wondered who this guy was. Hugh and Ju were irritated upon hearing what they said. He ordered one of his sect members to bring Hyun. A huge man stepped forward and lifted the boy onto his shoulder. Cheonju turned to Majin and said that the deserted fortress is raising a dragon. He asked if the deserted fortress still seeks to gain more control over Murim. The captain replied that he was exaggerating too much. Cheonju explained that the deserted fortress will do nothing as long as no harm comes to the people of this country. Cheonju asked him to stop making up excuses that sound convincing. He turned to our guy and called him. He told him that he has excellent combat skills in the art of Kung Fu. Although Yehenshin's last strike resembled the falling palm blossom technique, Cheonju could tell it was entirely different. He knew that Yehenshin could not have mastered any martial arts of his sect. He told our guy that he never expected there to be a fighting technique even remotely resembling theirs. He stated that this duel will provide enough motivation for the leaders of their sect and for those students who have become completely lazy during their training due to idleness. He told Yan Shin that the Manhwa sect would welcome him as an honored guest if something forced him to leave the abandoned fortress. Majin and the rest of his group were stunned to hear such words. Majin turned to the sage and said that he had crossed the line. Cheonju raised his hand, showing that he understood. He admitted that his own greed had carried him forward and apologized to Majin. Majin explained he could not stop. Ahead of him stands a brilliant talent. Someone called I and Shin using telepathy, and our guy shuddered upon hearing the voice in his own head. He said, and it turned out to be Mirio. Zen Sword Demon informed him that it seemed difficult for him to stay on his feet, and Chen smiled upon hearing this. He admitted to her that in his last attack he had used up all his main energy. The endless punch of blooming uses an impulse discharge in all its stances, so it burns a lot of internal energy. Our guy suddenly realized in a real fight he still needs to use sword. The scene abruptly switches and takes us to the end. After Yonshin explained the situation to his elders, Myung said that he needed to reveal the central energy core as soon as possible, and our guy was shocked to hear this. Myung explained to him that the lack of internal energy must be compensated with endurance. Yanshin asked him how this was related to his central energy core. The core, Mirio realized, he didn't even know what exact function belonged to the central energy core. According to Shin Sword Demon, the central energy core has an effectiveness that even the upper Dantian cannot provide, the one where they say the divine lives in the mind. She assured Yan Yanshin that this would make his internal energy stronger. The guy found this strange. Mirio explained to him that it simply means higher efficiency. She asked if he had heard of martial masters who do not get tired even after 7 days and 7 nights of fighting. Yanshin replied that he had information about this. Mirio explained to him that masters are capable of this because they train their energy center core. This stabilizes their energy center and allows them to use energy draining skills multiple times. Even if they are hit by a powerful attack, their energy flow mostly does not get disrupted. She revealed to Yi and Shen that Miao was able to withstand the strongest swordsman from Namgung thanks to his energy center, the core. Yan Yanshin asked Wencheng Sword Demon to tell him how he could open his energy center, the core. The woman told him that it would naturally open as soon as he trained the lower energy center over time. She advised him to swirl and drive away the energy revolving around the upper part of his body. Ian Shin called her elder and asked if there was a faster way to get the central energy core. Mirio was stunned upon hearing this. She smiled gently. She could not believe that our guy called her his elder. Ian Shin did not understand why she was smiling. In the next scene, we are taken to a restaurant. We see everyone suddenly turn to Mirio As soon as she shouted the name of the crazy battle maniac, even Wen Chang couldn't help but be surprised. Why is she exaggerating so much? Mirio jumped up with such a loud exclamation that it felt like a chill swept through the hall. Yet despite this, Wen Chang still could not understand why such a reaction. Majin told his squad that the battle maniac is the culprit of this adventure. He is a thief famous north of the Yangtze River. Majin said that the battle maniac was also the one who stole his martial arts manual. And according to him, this story turned out even better for him. Van Chong asked Zen's sword demon if some thief really stole their martial arts manual. Looking at her sternly, Moreo said that they had one situation in the past. Majin announced to his squad that they would start destroying all signs of unorthodox groups in Shanxi if there was any connection to the combat maniac. Wen Cheng asked his captain what the MANHUA sect would do while they were occupied with this. Majin explained to him that as long as they attract the attention of unorthodox groups, MANHUA sect will secretly infiltrate them and check their whereabouts. Wen Cheng was quite surprised to hear this plan. Yanxin asked his captain if they had any grounds to destroy the plaques of the unorthodox groups. Myong smiled upon hearing this. He immediately understood. His junior did not really understand the unorthodox martial arts masters. He explained to him, the Empire does not recognize the existence of unorthodox groups. These groups even dare to collect taxes on the territory of the Empire. The Empire determines whether they are orthodox or unorthodox in a very simple way. Everything is decided by whether people give money to these groups voluntarily or if their money is taken with a knife held to their face. Majin said that unorthodox groups are parasites that suck the country dry, and the only reason they are still left alone is that a new batch appears even if they completely destroy the current gang. The captain told Yanshin that no excuses are needed when attacking people like them. Our guy asked how many groups they plan to hit. Majin replied, they will start with 6. After that, he added that he would take on 2 himself. Yanshin said he would go alone too, without extras. Majin asked if he was trying to take all the glory for himself, and he snapped back, it's too dangerous. Our guy assured his captain that he could handle it. Majin explained to him that it was a completely different matter to carry the whole organization on your own. When you have to fight against a group, there are too many variables. Everything is too complicated, and it cannot be compared to a one-on-one fight. Yang Yanshin told his captain that he would have to understand everything from his own experience. Majin knew that our guy was right. He told him that he would assign him a mission in the city. Then Majin revealed to him that his target would be the Mantis sect, which lives in the part of Xi'an known as Lianhu. He warned, this group is extremely cruel. They will not hesitate even when it comes to kidnapping women and children. Majin told our guy that his mission is to destroy the sect alone. In the next scene, Yi and Shin walk through the forest. A man walks behind them, as if leading them to Lianhu. The man spoke to Yan Yanshin and said he never thought that he would go alone. He asked the guy to reconsider his decision and warned, do not joke with the butterfly horse sect. According to him, this sect has more than 10 fighters who are well-versed in martial arts, and even one lower rank can defeat an entire street in Lianhu. Then Yi and Shin asked the man to tell them more about the sect. The man informed him that the sect took control of the streets of Lianhu 3 years ago. They forcibly took at least 12 women to serve as their maids, and they were extremely fierce. Moreover, they managed to skillfully manipulate the local magistrate. Yanshin asked the man if there was anyone who saw the sect members use martial arts. The man replied that he heard they use all kinds of weapons. He saw them several times from afar. They had strange curved swords and ordinary swords. According to him, they moved so fast that people had difficulty seeing everything they did, and once they cut off 2 heads with one swing. Yang Yanshin realized that this clan had mastered some martial techniques, even though they did not have a developed Antion. He turned around and asked the man what the government does when so many people are taken captive. He revealed that the local magistrate watches to ensure the Mantis sect does not get into any trouble because they are on the same side. When Ian Chen arrived in the county, he looked ahead and saw that people had gathered somewhere. He saw several young girls tied up on the spot. They were harassed by men armed with swords. I Kenshin immediately frowned irritably upon seeing this. He said that now he understands why the abandoned fortress was supposed to appear. As soon as his voice sounded, the men turned aside. Our guys stepped forward and asked the men if they were government troops. He asked if these girls were criminals, whom they had tied up. The bald man held a dagger, pressing it against Inchin's head. Our guy snatched the dagger. He activated the quick sword style from the Art Radiant Demon. He threw the dagger back at that man. The dagger went straight through his head. The man's friends were stunned to see this. They thought that Yan Shin was some kid who just knew martial arts. One of them asked where he learned it. Yanshin replied, "The way he throws the throwing knife looks strange," and asked if he was not taught to throw properly. A man in green clothes stepped forward a step, saying that Ian Chen is really too fast. He asked to name the martial art that he just used. Our guy drew a sword and said, "He doesn't need to name such petty tricks." The man was overjoyed upon seeing Yanshin's sword. He was already imagining how he would receive a reward from the leader of their sect if he brought him this sword. No sooner had this thought stirred him than Yi and Shen sliced his head in half with a sword. His comrades were shocked when they saw this. Our guy rushed at them like an arrow. He tore everyone to pieces, not even letting them brace their hands on their swords. Everyone was stunned. Even the man who brought him here could not believe how easily he dealt with them. They immediately got flustered. The men from that side quickly ran to the girls. They thanked Ian Shin for saving the girls. The man who brought our boy was still visibly stunned by what he had just seen. Yan Shin turned to him and asked where the Shinyi sect is located. The man quickly pointed at the building with his hand. Our boy headed to the building. When he approached the gate, he saw the sign of the Mantis sect. He forcefully broke down the gate, opening it wide. The men in the building stared in surprise as a young boy crashed into the passage. The sect leader was confused upon hearing that the young boy, like Yang Shin, had killed their sect members. Our boy noticed that the man was dressed strangely. He wore a dragon robe that only the emperor was supposed to wear. Yang Shin could not understand whether the man was truly a rebel. The leader stepped aside and ordered his sect members to stay away from the fight. He said that he had not drawn his sword for a long time. The leader sneered at Ian Sin. He had chosen the wrong place for a noble deed, and saying this, drew his sword. Our boy asked the old fool what his name was. The leader laughed and replied that there was no point in naming himself to someone who was about to die. Ian Sin revealed the truth to him. He needed to know the sect leader's name to claim the credit. The man smiled as soon as he heard these words. He quickly lunged at our boy. Ian Sin immediately understood. He uses the fast sword technique. He noticed that he could discern the trajectory of the leader's strike. The question arose, is it because he has become stronger? He drew a sword and intercepted the man's attack with a block. He pushed the leader back as soon as the latter blocked his attack. The man was twisted in shock. He felt the weight of Yanshan's attack on himself. He looked carefully at our guy and understood, in a one-on-one duel, he cannot defeat him. Without unnecessary hesitation, he ordered his men to attack our guy. They all rushed at him together. Yanshin cautiously looked around to assess how many men were rushing toward him. It seemed he was not worried at all. They attacked together. However, it was easy for our guy to dodge the blows. He chopped one of them and turned to block the attack. While he was doing this, several fighters tried to strike from behind. Yanshin easily sliced through the men one by one, even before their swords could touch him. They didn't even realize when they were already knocked down. Our guy looked around while fighting. He noticed that he was able to see the trajectories of all their attacks. It seemed to him that it was the right time to advance. He rushed straight into their midst and struck them before they could attack him. He moved forward and continued slashing the people in front of him. He scattered those nearby and jumped out of their midst. He landed right in front of the leader. The man froze in shock upon seeing the Ancient One. Behind him, he could see only the blood of his fighters. Everywhere. He was shaken when he saw how many people our guy had taken down. And Yanshin recalled that he was asked to subdue the leader, right before the eyes of the entire clan. In fact, he gathered energy into the sword and decided to perceive the blade in his hand as if it were a fist. He stepped forward and activated the second level of the infinite bloom fist strike, known as the Formidable Wall. This technique gave him so much power that he was able to leap sharply. The clan leader did not have time to realize when Yan Shin was already above him. Before he could make a move, our guy swung the sword and knocked him off his feet. The sword literally pierced the man through. He split his body in half. The poor guy fell to the ground. Yan must announce that he will destroy the Mantis sect sign. He turned around and, saying this, fiercely raised his gaze at the sect members. The men chilled with horror upon seeing the expression in his eyes. One of them asked his comrade to call the swordmaster. Hearing this, Yi and Shen were surprised. He asked the man if he meant the swordsman Blowed Master, and if the Blood Flame cult was the one behind them. The men did not know what to answer. Our guy grabbed the man by the neck, the very one who asked his partner to call the Master Executor of Swords. He pushed him to the ground and sharply demanded, "Speak." The man confessed that the Saber Master was probably sleeping in the side annex, and that Shin perceived it as something strange. He knew well that a real Bloodmaster swordsman on such a scale would definitely have noticed the clash. While he was pondering this, someone threw a sword at him, drenched in energy. Our guy managed to block the sword and it forcefully pressed into the ground. Someone jumped over Yin Chin and landed next to the sword. He raised his sword. He told our guy that he was truly skillful. He did not expect at all that he would be able to sense his attack. Seeing the black and red hair that the man had, Yanshin understood. Before him was a bloodmaster Yerushnik, a swordsman. The frame shifts to the past. Our guy is talking to the captain. He asked to be told exactly what he needs to do to become a warrior in the Blue Mantle, and Mahjong smiles upon hearing this. Then he explained to Yi and Shin that he needed 5 of something. He told him that to be promoted in rank, he needed to kill about 5 Bloodmaster swordsmen, and that he could become a warrior in the Blue Mantle, regardless of his age. Yi and Shin could not believe that another master swordsman was standing before them. He told that man that he was a lucky guy, but the cultist did not understand what it was all about. With a superior gleam in his eyes, our guy replied that he had 3 left. And that was all. The cultist noticed that Yi and Shin had released his energy. He instantly took a combat stance. Our guy gathered energy around his leg and with force shattered the ground, just with a stomp. He rushed at the man at a crazy speed. The cultist managed to block, but the strike still pushed him back several steps. Yan Yenshin knew well, the fight had to end right now. He understood that this cultist was the center of Manta's core. If the clash dragged on, the chances of victory would sharply fall. The master swordsman gathered some energy in his hand, and he asked Yanshin to die. Before his hand could touch our boy, he activated the infinite bloom fist strike technique, known as Vortex. A huge amount of energy gathered around his sword and spun rapidly. Our boy pierced the master swordsman right in the chest. The master swordsman saw this with annoyance. He tried to move his hand, and Shin pulled the sword out of his chest, and he told the cultist that he would not listen to his own last words. As soon as he said this, he beheaded him with one clean strike. Swordsman Bloodmaster had no chance. Other members of the sect were stunned by what had just happened. They quickly realized that it was the end of the sect. Yang Shin released his energy and advised them not to try to escape. He stared at them intently and unblinkingly. The men shuddered with horror, seeing the expression in his eyes. In the next scene, we see how people in the town thank Yanshin. They could not believe that he avenged them. The man who escorted him to the town was holding a child in his arms, tears welling up in his eyes. He thanked our guy for his efforts and said that he had brought peace to his dead daughter. Yi and Shin did not expect to see a man holding his dead baby in his arms. He asked the man how everything had come to such a horror and said that Xi'an is the Zhongnan sect territory. The man abruptly gathered himself together, as if forcing himself to breathe. He explained to our guy that today the Zhongnan sect is fighting against the Tyrant Sword Tribe. Our guy shuddered upon hearing this information. The man revealed to him that all the martial schools belonging to the Zhongnan sect had risen on Mount Zhongnan. In the next scene, we see Ian Chen walking back to the inn. He was carrying a bag. As he walked, he thought about what the guide had told him. He realized that the Zhongnan sect would have to risk their lives if they had to confront the Tyrant Sword Tribe. This was not a fight that would end with the death of just 1 or 2 martial masters. Yan Shin thought about his niece and older brother, who were now in the sect itself. He understood that he needed to set out for Zhongnan. 13 Heavens is an unorthodox group that rules over the unorthodox faction. Intervention of Desolate Fortress is a necessity. Our guy convinced himself. He could earn a lot of credits if he brought back the heads of martial masters from the Tyrant Sword clan, and he believed that his captain would allow him to go there. While he was thinking, Yi and Shen stopped. He turned to someone with a question whether they had already found traces of the fighting maniac. As soon as he uttered this question, 2 people raised their heads from the bushes. They rushed to our guy and turned out to be Cheonju and Hyeon. Cheonju said that the fighting maniac was not in the Mantis sect. Yanshin said that it was really a pity. Shinjung praised him for the fight and said it was a wonderful display of martial arts. He addressed our guy and declared that he was the future Radiant Demon Squad leader. But the guy rejected these words. After that, he told Yan Yangshin that he could generally become the Divine Sword Squad leader. He turned to Hyeon and said that this would expand their sex horizon of knowledge. The guy already understood. The man was just trying to push him to work even harder. He told Yan Yangshin that he feels uneasy anytime and recalled that he himself said he needs 5 moves to defeat him. He asked our guy if he would like to become his friend. He inquired whether he was interested in the martial arts of ManhwaCapped sect, and informed Yan Yangshin that Desolate Fortress is not so far from ManhwaCapped. Our guy was almost not interested in what Hyeon was saying. He replied that he had no business at Manhwa clan. Hearing our guy's answer, Hyeon was shocked. Yan Yanshin assured him that he would not refuse a meeting if he visited the abandoned fortress. He told him that every time before coming, he must master a new martial art. Hyeon was shocked to hear this. The scene switches, and we are taken all the way to the finale. While Yi and Shun were going inside, the group noticed this. Myung said that the energy around our guy was a bit different. Mirio approached closer to examine him and said that he had a cut on his back. She asked him to sit down and promised to help apply some kind of bomb. Majin asked Yinshin how the mission went. Our guy put the bag on the table. The whole company froze in surprise seeing what was inside. They could not believe that before them was the head of the Bloodmaster swordsman. Mahjong never expected that the Blood Flame cult would be involved in this matter. He could not believe that they left the Bloodmaster swordsman as the main one. Myongpat Yonshin touched his head. He said that this proves what happened in the Jinping district is not a coincidence. The captain could not comprehend the Blood Flame cult's course. He did not understand why they place Bloodmasters with swords where they are usually not seen. Zen Sword Demon replied, "This is abnormal." Mahjong praised Yen Yangshin for handling the giant matter. He warned, problems might follow him. He could not believe that our guy solved all his problems and returned with information that could help Maram. Yang Yangshin told his captain that he had something to add. Mahjong asked him to lay it out. Our guy confessed to him that he wants to climb Zhongnan. He explained to his captain that he is worried about his niece. Majin told them that they also just learned about the situation. He warned our guy that Mount Zhongnan is currently extremely dangerous. He explained to Ye and Shin that the Tyrant Sword tribe is quite different from the Blood Flame cult, and they are not an ordinary unorthodox group. Mirio explained to our guy that the Tyrant Sword tribe uses both traditional martial arts and sorcery. She asked to imagine them as if they had gone mad due to an obsession with becoming stronger. Ma Jane said that Mirio was right. He told Ian Shin that they did not receive any missions there. They only have to focus on what has already been assigned. Myung decided to intervene, reminded his captain that captains are allowed to give orders for a mission if they consider it necessary. Majin and Mirio could not believe that Myung spoke up right now. Mahjong decided to be honest with our guy and explained to him that he does not want to send him to Mount Jungnan until he knows whether he can return back. Yanshin was quite surprised when he heard this. His captain explained to him that in an abandoned fortress, everyone who knows how talented he is will inevitably worry about it. Myong told our guy that it is quite natural. People want to recruit him, and reminded him of the case when he was invited to Mount Hwase. Both Mirio and Wanchan knew Mion is right. Yenshin asked his captain to explain why he is unable to separate personal matters from business. He asked his teammates if this is the level of trust he has already managed to build in their squad. He reminded them that he has already shown what he is capable of, and begged the captain to let him go. He asked to record the mission as a solo mission. Seeing the expression on Yinshan's face, Myong said to his captain, "Our guy made a move from which there is no escape. Checkmate." As soon as Moreo heard this, he struck him in the back. After careful consideration, Majin told our guy that he was right. Then he decided to present Yan Shin with a condition that would give him the right to leave. He asked our guy to take on one of his techniques. Moreo and Myong were stunned to hear this. Majin explained to our guy that it was just one strike. He said that he could either dodge or block it, as he wished, and assured if our guy could, he would immediately let him go. The Zen Sword Demon decided that this was too much. She called her captain. Mahjong said that one must be at least as skilled to stand at the top of the world of martial arts. He promised to give Yi and Shin a separate reward if they could handle one of his attacks. Our guy accepted his offer. The scene changes. It takes us outside the inn, and we see members of the Manhwa sect standing together. Cheonju thanked Mahjong for allowing them to be present at his duel. After thanking him, he approached his team. He told Hyon that this was a priceless opportunity to see the technique of the captain of the Radiant Demon Squad. Kun felt that something was wrong here. He reminded Cheongju, a black-haired warrior from the abandoned fortress, should be on the same level as him. Cheongju replied that he was right. He explained that Mahjong is extremely strong in close combat and added, the captain is even stronger than him. Hyun froze upon hearing this. Cheongju told him that Majin's nickname is Hell Butcher. It means that he completely dominates the battlefield. According to Cheongju, there are many respected elders from influential clans whom Mahjong killed after committing hypocritical atrocities. For a master like the captain, even the slightest movement of his hand carries weight, because a single strike can end a life instantly. Hyun could not believe what he had just heard. Unlike the warriors of the 9 sects who strive to grasp the highest principle of the art of the sword, the combat practices of Majin were prepared for clashes. Cheonju admitted that even our guy will have a hard time in this fight. He said that no one his age can withstand the attack of a master like Majin. Yakenshin glared angrily at his captain with a threatening look. He asked if he could give him some time. Mahjong asked him to take as much time as needed. Since he was going to use a technique that the white armor could not handle, Mahjong advised Yanshin to sharpen his senses as much as possible. In this abandoned fortress, there are fewer than 30 masters in black armor. But our guy was confident that there was no need to be nervous. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He released his energy and placed his hand on the sword. Inside himself, he repeated, "He just needs to show what he has learned." When he opened his eyes, it became visible that his energy enveloped his body from all sides. Our guy was able to see the energy around his captain, but he told Meijin that he would allow him to make the first move. Hearing this, the man smiled. When he simply raised his hand, a huge amount of energy gathered around it, and Tashin immediately understood. This was an incredibly devastating palm strike. A palm strike of this level easily breaks through most fortress walls. Our guy realized he would not stop such an attack. The only option was to dodge. He instantly released his sword. As soon as the sword disappeared from his hand, Meijin rushed at him like a lion pouncing on prey. When he came within striking distance, the guy met him with his palm, sharply swung his hand. And immediately our guy saw that palm. It became clear that none of the mobile techniques he had already learned would work. Barely had this thought flashed when an idea sparked in his head. Having said that, he immediately realized that he could only take one step. Focusing his gaze on Majin's palm, he simultaneously looked at his own hand. Yanshin carefully took a step, and standing behind his captain, Majin's strike shattered the ground. Everyone was amazed. Our guy actually managed to dodge the attack. Majin was not at all embarrassed. He asked Yanshin about the mobility and the technique he had just used. Our guy confessed to his captain. He simply moved forward because he saw a chance to survive. He told Majin that he would name the dodging technique the swift step. Majin smiled when he heard this. He stood up straight and announced that he allowed Yanshin to embark on a journey to Mount Zhongnan. In the next scene, we are transported to the forest. Yi and Shen are dressed in blue robes over his white one. They move through the forest step by step, and nearby Wenchong is visible. The boy remembered what happened at the inn. Myong took off his robe and gave it to him. He told him that he was lending it to him. Yan Yenshin saw this in surprise. He told him that he did not understand what this robe meant. Zen Sword Demon explained to him that he just needed to put the robe over his white robe. Myong stakes his honor to tell everyone that Yanshin is a rising star of the devastated fortress. Mereo assured him, now he has the power to give orders to the white robes of the devastated fortress. Our boy could not believe that Myong saw a rising star in him. Rising star. That is what they call a young fighter in rank who shows the best among his peers. Myong told our boy that he should tell everyone who doubts him, as if the Azure Idemonic swordsman recognizes his abilities. And he assured Yi and Shin that no one would look for a fight with him if he said so. Mereo told Yan Yan Shin that he could also call her by name. She replied that she also wanted to throw her robes over him. Our boy did not expect this. The scene switches, and we are transported to the present time, just as you notice that a blue robe is already sitting on the warrior in the white robe. He told Yan Yenshin that it suits him. Our boy told him that it was a bit out of place when Chong assured him he would get used to it soon. Our guy thanked him for the support and encouragement. Wenchong did not understand exactly what he was thanking him for. He explained to Yanshan that he was actually sincerely praising him. In the next scene, we see the guys approaching the entrance to Mount Zhongnan. There are several martial masters standing there, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Wenchong realized that the rumors about them fighting the Tyrant Sword clan were indeed true. He had no idea he would meet martial masters at this place on the mountain. He thought they would be near the sect entrance. He and Yan Yangshin approached the people. They were immediately asked to stop. One of them asked where they were from, what their names were, and why they were here. Wenchong showed them the logo on his shoulders and said that they were from Desolate Fortress. The man looked at him fiercely. Our guy decided to introduce himself. He told them his name and said that he was from Radiant Demon Squad. Wenchong introduced himself to them as well. The man asked if they wanted to confirm their identity only by their clothing. Wenchong put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a tag from the abandoned fortress. The man said that no one would believe it. The abandoned fortress allowed two young martial arts masters to come there by themselves. Wenchong did not know what to answer. Someone asked the man to stop behaving arrogantly. Hearing this, those men turned around. They saw a man resting, leaning against a column. The man turned out to be a disciple of this sect as well. He told Yanshin and Wenchong that their sect was currently in the midst of a war, and that they could not accept people whose identities could not be verified with absolute certainty. Hearing this, Wenchang flared up with anger. He released his energy, and the ground trembled. The men around became nervous. They asked him if he was really from Desolate Fortress. Wang Chong, hearing this, smiled confidently. When he withdrew his energy, the men accused him of threatening the disciples of the Zhongnan sect on Zhongnan Mountain. Wang Chong was surprised to hear this. From their behavior, Yi and Shin immediately understood that their fight against the Tyrant Sword Tribe was clearly not going as it should. Their pride as one of the great 9 sects was cracking at the seams. And now 2 young martial arts masters appeared, boldly claiming that they were from the destitute fortress. Accordingly, the insult was quite natural for them. One of the men told them he couldn't believe it, as if they were really from the destitute fortress. And he added that in these parts, things had been going simply terribly in recent days. The man who was resting, leaning against the column, warned, if they really are from the downtrodden fortress, then they will have a problem. He stated that they cannot be trusted enough to let them into their great sect. And then he outright said, the glory days of the downtrodden fortress are long gone. Wenchun and our guy were stunned to hear this. And Shin glanced at the self-confident freak as if he could burn him to ashes. He placed his hand on the sword and told the man that he did not expect rudeness from him towards martial arts masters from other groups without any valid reason. He released his energy and took a stance. With a stone expression on their faces, Yi and Sin warned the man, before speaking, he should think twice. The students of the Zhongnan sect were amazed, feeling the energy of our boy. The man got angry as soon as he heard it. He drew a sword and asked Ye and Shin not to threaten them. The other men also drew their swords. As soon as our guy saw it, he immediately swung his sword. His strike was too fast. And finally, the attack hit the man standing next to the column. He knocked the sword out of that man's hands. The man was stunned when he saw this. He didn't even have time to recover. The attack caught him by surprise. Wenchun rejoiced at how their faces twisted. Yenshin returned the sword to its sheath. He did it immediately. Someone ordered the disciples to stop. A woman jumped out from the thicket of the forest. Our guy felt her presence immediately as soon as she came outside. The woman landed right in the middle of them. Wen Chong froze. It was clear that he was shocked to see her here. The disciples called this woman their elder. And Tashin did not know her, but he felt that she was strong. In his opinion, the woman was on par with the blue-clad warriors from Desolate Fortress. The beautiful woman turned to the members of her sect. She said she was disappointed. She could not believe that the followers of the Junin clan could behave and speak so rudely. She ordered the men, when they return to the sect, they will have a longer conversation about this matter. The men quickly apologized and admitted that they were ashamed of their own actions. The woman turned to Ye Henshin and Wenchang. She apologized to them for how the men behaved. Our guy noticed that Wenchun was silent. He was still lost in shock and couldn't recover. He decided to introduce himself to the woman. He said he was a member of the Radiant Demon Squad. Wenchang also introduced himself. He said he belonged to the same team as Yi Inchun. With a smile on her face, the lady introduced herself as Uya Maova. Wenchang was impressed upon hearing her name and quickly realized she was Cloud Sword Dragon. Cloud Sword Dragon is a martial arts master said to have mistakenly descended from the heavens because of her genius, and her fame had already spread worldwide. Wen Chang said it was a great honor for him to meet Sword Dragon, known all over the world. Yi and Shin said he behaved arrogantly, drawing a sword on their territory. He apologized to her for his behavior. Miuva told our guy that she saw her juniors had already gathered to attack him first. She apologized on behalf of her juniors. She said they were forced to wait too long, and that now she would lead them to the main place for sex, and when they arrived there, she would hear all the details of their visit. Just as she finished speaking, a disciple came down the stairs from below. Someone called Ye Henson. Our guy quickly raised his head. In size, the older brother looked significantly bigger. The guy was shocked when he saw Yinshin. Miova did not understand what exactly was happening. In the next scene, we see Yanshin's niece running to him. She was very happy to see her uncle. She quickly hugged him. Our guy asked Hayu if she was okay. The girl could not believe that her uncle was standing right in front of her. She hugged him tightly. When Chong had to look away, he did not want the atmosphere to become awkward. The old man from Iowa moved closer to our guy. Ye and Shin let go of his niece and stood up. Dragon Cloud Sword explained to him that the sect leader and the Supreme Elder went out to deal with the leader of the Tyrant Sword Tribe. Bo Yi, Xin, and Wen Chang were guests from the Desert Fortress. So MANHUA had to bring a person of the highest rank instead of the sect leader. Our guy and Wen Chang folded their hands and introduced themselves to the man. The man introduced himself as Zhang Yaoye. Wen Chang was stunned upon hearing this name. He could not believe that the immortal sword Zhongnun was standing before him. He bowed, lowering his head to pay respect to the immortal sword. Yi and Shin could feel that this gray-haired man was stronger than Elder Yi Weilshin. He thought the elder might even be stronger than his own grandfather. The immortal sword asked him how old he was. Our guy replied that he was 16. EOIL seemed to have just noticed something about Yinshin. He asked our guy to look at one thing. When Yi and Shin turned around, they saw a cliff. There were marks on the rock from sword strikes. Our guy examined them carefully. Mayava asked the elder to tell her what he wanted the stranger to do regarding the sword marks. She reminded him that the ancient dream of their clan was to restore the lost martial arts known as the Radiance of the Nine Suns. Eol revealed to her Sword Ancestor did not belong to their sect. He said that Sword Ancestor was invited as a guest by the ancestral Grandmaster to stay there with them after they became friends. In deep old age, Sword Ancestor personally carved the steps of his own martial mastery on Mount Zhongnan. The immortal sword noted, "They cannot call the eclipse of the Nine Suns the highest martial art of the Zhongnan sect." He told the woman that his days were numbered and added he would do everything to see the sword arts of his benefactor again. He told Mayava that she was the only one talented enough to have a chance to restore the eclipse of the Nine Suns, and at the same time told her that he did not want to burden her with his last painful reproach. Mayava reminded Yahello that even she had failed to comprehend the art of fencing. She asked the elder to explain to her what exactly he saw in Yanshin as soon as he appeared. Yahello returned to our boy and asked Miova to look carefully to him, and Tashin heard nothing of what they said. All his sole concentration was on the rock and what was happening on it. Miova was surprised that our boy entered a transcendent trance. She did not expect that after looking at the cuts on the rock, he would fall into such a state. Above Yanshan's head appeared a small blue circle. He finally entered his state of comprehension. Although he did not know about the sword ancestor, Yi and Shin immediately realized these were cuts from a sword, not just marks on the rock. Yanshin was certain that the numerous notches carved into the stone were remnants of sword strikes, and he did not believe it was human technique. Chong Yi and the others approached Yanshan closer. Yahello told Wunshin that the sword ancestor who died 50 years ago carved these strikes on the rock. Wunshan recalled, the sword ancestor is Ouyang Qi Yang. The immortal sword master revealed to Wunshan the sword ancestor was once a disciple of the tyrannical sword clan, but was later expelled from there. He assured that the strikes of this sword carry the very essence of all the techniques of the tyrannical sword clan, and only one person can match them, the master of the fortress of the desolate fortress. Wangxian could not believe that Yu Xiangkun could even be put on the same level as the fortress master. He quietly told him that he was an orphan who was dying of hunger and begging for alms on the streets. However, the sword ancestor lifted him onto his back, carried him, and raised him on Mount Zhongnan. Wenchang was surprised. He asked the sword immortal why he did not learn the martial arts of the sword ancestor if he was the one who helped him enter the Zhongnan sect. He quietly said that it was the measure of his fate with the one who became his benefactor. He also told Wan Xuan that this is life itself, and admitted he simply did not have enough talent to master the sword techniques. It was not only him. Many martial arts masters from the same sect also tried to master it. Unfortunately, the techniques of the sword ancestor could not be learned just like that, only through knowledge and considerable experience. When Sean looked at the cliff, he noticed something at the top. He squinted to see what exactly was written. Someone wrote, "If you answer properly, you will get what you deserve." EOIL said that everything depends on how talented a person is. All the hope of their act was placed on Mayova. Although she does not show it, she feels very strong pressure. Mayova was closely watching our guy. While she was staring at him, a small blue circle disappeared from his head. As soon as it vanished, I and Shin instantly returned to normal state. He took a deep breath. Yorli shouted to him and asked what he saw. Our guy smiled upon hearing this and placed his hand on the sword. Mayova was surprised to see this. Yenshin drew his sword and took a stance. Wenchang smiled as soon as he saw Yi Yenshin draw his sword. Sword Immortal was impatiently waiting to see what he would do. Before Yi and Shin could do anything, they heard a clang. The boy had to lower his sword. The clang was too loud. Mioa said it was the Tyran sword clan. Wenchang shuddered at what he heard and could not believe that the Tyran sword tribe was on Mount Zhongnan. The elder ordered them to wait there. Mayava turned to the elder brother of our boy. She asked him to protect Hayao. The boy replied that he would protect him. As soon as she said that, Mayava set off together with Sword Immortal. Yenshin asked his brother if something like this had ever happened before. He wondered if the elder and Mioa were just fighting again like this, without any thought or limits. The brother explained to him that they did not know where exactly the battle would unfold or how exactly they would fight. He revealed that it often happened that martial arts masters would separate to hold back attacks from different sides. Yi Anshin realized it was much worse than he had imagined. He did not believe that the Sword Immortal, one of the strongest masters among the 9 great sects, was left to guard the Zhongnan sect base. When Shan told our guy that an unforeseen incident occurred during their arrival, I and Shen asked, should we intervene and help? Venshin explained to him interference would only complicate everything. Touching the pride of a warrior from the nine great sects means putting someone's life at risk. He reminded Yi Ansin about what happened earlier. According to him, the fight could have turned into a complete disaster if the Cloud Sword Dragon had not intervened in time. Our guy told his friend that in the current situation, the Zhongnan sect has almost no choice. Someone asked Yanshan not to talk about the Zhongnan sect thoughtlessly. Our guy and Wencheng quickly raised their heads as soon as they heard these words. They saw that the followers of the sect were watching them closely, and it was clear from the men's faces that they did not like it. Yan Xin replied to the man who asked him not to speak thoughtlessly that he did not intend to behave rudely. He said, "Everything depends on who exactly interprets it." And he asked our guy if he really does not know that an abandoned fortress will never become a welcome guest of any combat group. Yanshin suddenly realized the abandoned fortress has many enemies. Wenchang reminded that man that the chief masters of combat techniques of their sect are currently absent. He said that they should accept any help that can be obtained. At these words, the man and the rest of the students darkened irritably. He asked Wencheng not to insult their sect. As soon as he pronounced it, everyone felt that something dangerously tangible appeared nearby. Turning aside, they saw several masters dressed differently. Both Ai and Shin immediately noticed. Their energy was stronger than that of the Zhongnan sect disciples. The disciples were shocked to see the Tyrant Sword tribe. Our guy recalled that on the way to the sect they passed several pavilions, but he never expected to meet members of the Tyrant Sword tribe inside the sect. The people from the Tyrant Sword tribe looked around, and their leader stared intently at Haya. He quickly ordered his men to kill the girl. He said she inherited the teachings of the immortal sword. The people rushed at her lightning fast. The disciples from the Zhongnan sect snatched the sword and stopped the people on the spot, not letting them move further. Since his men were busy, the leader simply walked past them. He went to meet the girl, our guy, and Wanshan stood before Hayao. The man was surprised to see people from Desolate Fortress and asked them what they were doing in one of the nine great sects. Smiling, he asked the guys if they came just now to try to balance everything when the Tyrant Sword tribe already has the upper hand in the game. Aita Shin did not expect that these men would start a fight to create an opportunity to injure his knees. He turned around and asked Wenchang to help him. With a smile on his face, Wenchang assured Yi Tashin that he had their backs. Our guy felt confident as soon as he heard that. He moved forward a little. The man smiled as soon as he saw him approaching. Ita Shin took a position and rushed at him at a furious speed. The man managed to block, but he was still pushed back. Those fighting in the ring felt the pressure of Yanshin's power. The man did not expect that our guy's attack would be so tough. His subordinates quickly rushed to help. They wanted to attack our guy from the side. To their misfortune, they did not know that that part was led by another combat master. Yanshan passed by Yanshan and drew his sword to attack one of them. He managed to block the attack, but he exposed himself. One Chong managed to stab him in the chest with a knife before another person could attack from behind. He turned sharply, and Tashin continued to bombard the man with heavy blows. It was incredibly difficult for the leader to restrain his strikes and block the attack, and the attacks themselves came too fast. No one could react in time. When our guy made a huge swing, that man simply twisted and dodged. After that, he rushed to attack from the side, hoping to catch him by surprise. He ordered Yenshin to die. Our guy slipped, but away from the attack with nimble steps of evasion and ended up behind the man. He was incredibly fast. He stabbed the sword into the leader from behind. The man screamed piercingly. His subordinates and disciples of the Zhongnan sect heard in surprise as he shouted. The leader could not believe that the sword was in his chest. He had no idea that he would lose to some brat. Our guy drew his sword and threw himself into the fight, and without looking away, glared fiercely at him. Having settled matters with the leader, Yi and Shin took hands with Wenchang and took on the rest of the enemies. The disciples of the Zhongnan sect were shocked to see this. For the two guys, it was really almost no challenge. The man who spoke rudely to Yi and Shin saw with his own eyes what he had done for them. He saw how our guy embraced his niece. The man and his fellow disciples apologized for how they behaved. Apologized for their rudeness. As soon as they apologized, Immortal Sword and Cloud Sword Dragon arrived. My one note: look at the bodies of the members of the Tyrant Sword tribe lying on the ground. Eowil told our guy that the Zhongnan sect owes him. Yang Shin told him that he is just protecting members of his family. The elder revealed to him his nephew will one day replace Mayav and in the future become a pillar of the Zhongnan sect. He also emphasized to them that their sect's debt to him still remains unchanged. Yang does not have to thank him for these words. He knelt down and asked Eoil if he could practice here for a short time. Myovan the elder glared fiercely at him. Yen Shin told them that none of them need to leave. He explained He just does not want to lose the thoughts he has right now. EOIL asked if he had reached some form of enlightenment. He asked the others to step back. Yenshin looked at the marks from the sword. He slowly drew the sword. Thanks to the clash with Tyrant's sword tribe, he was able to finally solidify the realization he had come to. Maya was completely focused on Yinshan. The sword of our guys emitted a barely noticeable golden glow. He carefully took a stance. Seeing this, the elder stared in surprise. When Yi and Shin made only one joint move, the energy disappeared, and he exhaled heavily. He realized that he could not gather core energy as he wanted. He told Yoel that he would not take the Sword Ancestor's legacy. He explained to him that the sword's marks seem to try to teach those who see them to keep an open mind, and added that this was his own opinion. The elder said that the traces left by the Sword Ancestor must contain courage, and that means the sword's marks go beyond combat and mystical arts. He was certain that the sword-wielding ancestor must have had the same considerations as Yanshin. He told our boy that his faith had undoubtedly reached him, and he added that the heavens had blessed him with both luck and talent. When he heard this, I and Shin immediately caught some idea. He reminded the elder that he once said Ouyang-kun came to the Zhongnan sect in his later years, and Oeo confirmed that it was so. Our guy said that the sword ancestor was probably a friend of the martial arts masters of the Zhongnan sect. Since the sword techniques of this sect have very distinctive features, it did not suit him. Even if he had learned them, the effectiveness would have been extremely low. Miova did not understand what he meant, so she asked if he could explain in more detail. He explained to Dragon Cloud Zord that the restoration of eclipse of the 9 suns entirely depends on her, and added, he can help her a little. Miova was surprised to hear this. She did not expect him to help her restore the sword technique. She asked him what exactly he meant. Yang Yanshin asked her to give him one more try. He said that his training is not over yet. He approached very close to the cliff. He slowly drew his sword. Yi and Shun experienced a strange moment when he looked at the marks from the blows on the rock. It was an illusion that seemed to unite into one beam everything that is in the sky and on the earth. Everything became inspiration for him. As soon as he raised the sword, golden light burst out again. He took a stance. He began skillfully swinging his sword and realized that all he needed to do was to outpace the opponent, to thrust the blade faster. Yan Yanshin finally understood why martial arts like Taiji and Leiten's sword arts and Plum Blossom's sword arts are considered the highest. He sharply spun the sword around himself and created a small golden ring that tightly encircled his figure. Unlike fencing, which relies only on how you hold a single sword, the deep intent embedded in secret techniques merges with internal energy and the fencing itself. This is how an unprecedented harmony is born, one that cannot be seen in this world. Mayua could not believe what she was seeing. She had never before encountered any fencing techniques similar to this. Tears streamed from the elder's eyes as he watched the Ancient One. It seemed to him as if he was watching the ancestor of the sword. Such masterful, extraordinarily beautiful fencing. At sunset, Shin finished demonstrating the techniques and withdrew his energy. Someone asked him if he had already decided on a name for this sword technique. When our guy turned sideways, he saw one precise shot. He glanced at his sword and told his friend that he decided to name it the Radiant Sword of Art. Wen Chong smiled upon hearing this. He thought the name was simply perfect. It meant the glow of the sun and moon that fills the world and never fades. Yanshan hoped his life would turn out the same way. In the next scene, we are switched to a room. We see the guy and Wen Chong resting here. Yi and Shin realize that he gained a lot from this place. He managed to save his niece and create his own sword technique. When Wen Chong took a sip of tea and was struck with amazement, he said he wanted to get some golden tea on the way back. He explained to Yan Yangshin that they could enjoy such a wonderful reception from the Zhongnan sect thanks to him. Only he heard these words and instantly stopped, as if a switch clicked in his head. Our guy recalled how Wan Chang rushed at the members of the Tyrant Sword tribe. He still saw that terrible expression on his face. So the guy decided not to ask his friend any questions. Everyone has their own stories. While he was thinking, someone knocked on the door and called him. Wen Chong immediately recognized the voice of this person. As soon as our guy opened the door, he saw Maoya. She said that she came to listen to the rest of what he was going to say earlier. Yanshin asked her if she meant the sword marks of the sword ancestor. In the next scene, we see them together on the balcony. Maoya revealed to our guy that she wants to step out of the shadow of the sword ancestor. She said she would not be able to face her sect if she did that. She said she wanted to follow her own path, both in knighthood and in fencing. Yanshin told her that he would encourage her. After these words, he smiled gently at her. Maoya felt relief. The woman realized that she had shamelessly asked for help from the Yinshins at random, as if incidentally. She cleared her throat and clasped her hands together. To our guy, she said that she wants him to help her restore the eclipse of the 9 suns. She swore that she would never forget this favor until her very death. Yan Yanshin did not know what to answer her. Manhwa asked him if he would help her. Our guy smiled and asked her to follow him. He said it wouldn't take much time. Manhwa was glad about this and told Yan Yanshin that it was nice to hear such words. While they were walking to the destination, the Sword of Mortals noticed how they were walking together. He watched them closely while they were talking to each other. Yan Yanshin led Manhwa to a cliff and said that he would first teach her the steps. Manhwa asked which steps exactly. She couldn't believe that our guy managed to find clues to restore the technique, and that he even figured out the steps themselves. Yan Yanshin explained to her that these steps would not be completely identical. He told her that she would be responsible for restoring that part. Manhwa didn't say a word. She was more impressed that there are people in the world with such a level of talent. Yan Yanshin didn't understand why she was looking at him with such focused tension. He thought maybe he should explain in simpler words so that she would finally understand. He told her that the steps he was about to teach were not yet completed, and finishing them was her task. And Yanshin believes that for the girl this shouldn't be too difficult, but tracing the remnants of Sword Path and pulling the real steps back one by one is a completely different level. He told Manhwa that he would start right now. The next day, Awil informed Yanshin that Manhwa, upon hearing these steps from him, succumbed to her own inner demons. Our guy shuddered when he heard this. The immortal sword explained to him that Manhwa was probably stunned by the talent he possessed. She was so gifted that among her peers in Shang-Chi there was no equal to her. People around her made this a repeated truth, that she had the greatest talent for martial arts. But for the first time in her life, she felt that her own talent was nothing. After she saw true talent, she was completely stunned. Yanshin said it made no sense. He told the elder that her level of mastery was much higher than his, and Oil declared that the heavens had made a terrible mistake. He told our guy it was not enough to just give him exceptional talent. They also put in a heart that greedily seeks improvement, and Shin said he was ashamed to hear such things. While they were talking, someone called them. It turned out to be Manhwa. The girl bowed her head before the elder. The immortal swordsman told her that he knew her inner demons would not last long. She would quickly overcome them. Yi and Shin also greeted the Cloud Sword Dragon. The girl gathered her thoughts and asked our boy if he could also master the sword technique. Yi and Shin replied that he could. Manhwa asked if he could learn the Eclipse of the Nine Suns together with her. She explained that if they studied together and helped each other where one had gaps, he would progress faster than training alone. Yan Shin apologized to her and declined her offer. He said he didn't even have time for his own sword techniques. Manhwa was surprised to hear his refusal. Our guide told her that his sword and shadow techniques of the Nine Suns are similar, so they can watch each other as they practice their moves. He added that she could stay and watch how he trains in the arts of Radiant Sword. Manhwa was stunned to hear this. She asked Yakenshin if he would really allow her to observe his training. Yakenshin replied that she could also practice the Eclipse of the Nine Suns. Manhwa could not believe that he would allow her to be nearby and watch as he practiced the Radiant Sword art. She told our guy that here he is the best martial arts master. Sword Immortal replied to him that a person should not be too generous. He said, "That's how the world works." Yanshin could not understand why they were behaving so strangely. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately recalled someone else's words. During martial arts practice, you must not watch someone training nearby. Yi Yanshin realized he had forgotten this himself. After all, in the Enlightened Demon Squad, they constantly observe each other during training. He asked his interlocutor why it is forbidden to watch others' sessions. Mung explained to him that watching someone else's training practice can provoke them to fight, even to the death. Yi and Shin reminded him their commander was showing them his own martial art to teach, and they trained together. Muriel explained, the matter is completely different when martial arts can be demonstrated without any consequences. She said that personal martial arts techniques should not be shown off, and therefore advised him not to try to spy on how others train. She told him that there is an unwritten rule in Marami. During training, no one should watch someone else. Yan Yanshin noticed that Sword of the Mortal and Manhwa were looking at him as if he were a saint, and he immediately realized that he himself had created a misunderstanding. When our guy drew his sword, Manhwa did the same thing. She repeated his steps and made the same movements as he did. It turns out that the method of using the main energy in Radiant Sword technology and in the Infinite Bloom Fist Strike is different. Unlike the punch of Endless Blooming, which in one strike seeks to destroy everything without exception, the art of Radiant Sword is about flawless, continuous flow. The blade in the hand does not tolerate hesitation. No pause, no doubt. Everything the blade caught seemed to immediately resonate in the body, as if they were one whole. Yahello smiled and skillfully led sword. He said that this could only be because he himself is the creator of this technique, and he reminded himself again. He is the creator of radiant sword art. Manhwa watched Yahello while his sword shone brightly. At first, she really made progress in the darkness of the Nine Suns, but she was slowly drawn into the technique of our guy. Although his sword technique seemed simple, Yahello still managed to catch up with her in skill. They learned new things simultaneously, but the levels of their progress were completely different. While she watched him, Yahello swung his sword with crazy speed. Manhwa noticed this. She noticed that his speed had changed. Yahello swung the sword several times, holding a simple, perfectly composed stance. The girl watched as each of his strikes flashed with bright light. Our guy decided to engage in the swift sword style, mixing it with the art of the radiant sword. While Maya was observing all this, she suddenly realized something. She understood that she was not the dragon holding the magic pearl. In fact, it was Yahello. In the next scene, we see our guy. He is standing before Elder Yahello and another man from a noble family. The elder was certain. Fate acts in a strange way. She had no idea that the child she saw that same young during the bloody banquet would restore her husband's technique. The dark-haired man standing in front of Yahello is supreme sword of the western sky. His name is Yahello. He leads the Zhongnan sect and is the son of the ancestor sword and Yi Oil Sin. Yahello called our boy a lightning genius. He told him that he had heard about how he restored his father's legacy and was able to explain the steps so that everything became clear. He also mentioned that he heard how he saved the sword, the disciple of the immortal sword. Yahello addressed Yahello with words of gratitude for what he had done and asked if he wanted anything from their sect to let them know. Yahello told him that he wanted to help in the fight against the tyrant sword tribe. In the next scene, we see the immortal sword watching Mila as she trains. He watched as she skillfully wielded the sword. She practiced the steps and movements. Just as she began to swing the sword, she suddenly froze. She looked at her sword. Yahello approached her and said that she lacked focus. The girl apologized for wasting his time. The elder asked if it was about Yahello. They said it was not about him, and Maya explained to him, the problem is in her own heart. It was not about jealousy towards our guy. She had already fully acknowledged his abilities earlier and actually felt as if the martial arts she had honed through relentless training all her life suddenly became meaningless. She told the elder that radiant sword art does not pale compared to the eclipse of the Nine Suns. Yahello told her that she was right. She again emphasized to the elder, even when training simultaneously with Yahello, our guy managed to surpass the second star and reach the third star. She already found it hard to believe that he was capable of creating such an advanced martial art. Yet Yahello could progress in a martial art he had never studied before faster than she, who knew about the eclipse of the Nine Suns. And Awil understood what the girl meant and told her. Yi and Shin became her goal. He explained to her that the Thunder Genius stands at the founder level. He said it is quite natural when our guy progresses faster training in a martial art he created himself. The same logic applies in matters of things and human stories. He told Mayovi that the creator inevitably suits best what he created. The girl replied that his talent is probably truly one of a kind. She realized that this is the talent she cannot catch up to. Eol told her that living in the same era as a founder like Yahello can also be a blessing. He told her that everything depends on her mindset. He reminded her that she also inherited the eclipse of the Nine Suns. They told Maya that it is so. She did so. She replied that she is eternally grateful for it. The elder noticed that she forced herself to say that. He explained to her that he did not want to talk about it earlier. He revealed to her that the byway acupoints of Yahello, which connect with great nature, receive too much energy from nature, to the extent that even the most skilled masters would find it difficult to handle. Mayava asked the elder what exactly he was talking about. The immortal sword told her that Yahello had very little time left to live. The girl was stunned to hear this. The elder told her that our boy is still doing everything possible to leave a mark in this world. Miova was surprised to hear this. The immortal sword looked at the mountain. He told the girl that he respects Yi and Shin, regardless of combat skills or age. The scene changes, and we are transported to the Guangzhou plain. We see the Zhongnan sect and its members standing on the ground. We also see the Tyrant Sword Tribe and its participants. They stand on the opposite side. Yi and Shin were beside the Zhongnan clan. He stared intently at the man standing right in front of the Tyrant Sword Tribe. Dark energy swirled on his sword radiating outward. It turns out that this is the leader of the Tyrant Sword Tribe. Wenchong cautiously looks ahead to spot the enemies. He sharply turned and saw Yangxian. The boy in front of him was smiling. The man asked if everything was all right. Yangxian replied that there were no problems, but he did not expect Wenxian's arrival at all, even if he did not need to appear. While both groups were intently observing each other, someone from the Tyran Sword clan jumped outside. He landed right in the pool in front of them and smiled boldly. He raised his sword and introduced himself as the third disciple of the leader of the Tyran Sword clan. He said his name was Waim Muyuk. He asked if there was anyone ready to fight him. As soon as he heard this, Yi Ta-Xin turned to Yangshin. He said he would like to use the vow that he gave him right now. He explained that he wished to respectfully make a request as the one who found the legacy of the Swordmaster, the respected predecessor and the Grand Elder's man. He informed the sect leader that he would like to fight for them as a guest of the Zhongnan sect. Mua was impressed upon hearing this. She instantly understood that Yi Ta-Xin was trying to leave his mark on the world. The sect leader granted our guy's request. Our guy folded his hands and thanked him. He went to meet Mayuk. Everyone watched him while he was doing it. Sword Immortal saw in Yan Yangshin the founder of martial arts, who tries to leave a mark in history while his life is burning out. He believed that Yan Yangshin was already an extraordinary young master. When our guy approached him, Mayun said that the Zhongnan clan had probably already exhausted their luck. As soon as he said this, he immediately recognized our guy and asked if he was from the young estate. He drew the sword and told Yan Yangshin that he should have killed him back then. Smiling, he told our guy that he was glad to see him again, then added, if he thinks everything will go the same as last time, then he truly does not understand. Yan Yangshin just glanced at him from under his brows. Mayuk said he wanted to know what excuse his grandfather, the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad, would use to intervene in the life and death duel. Yi and Shin ignored the idiot and returned to the group behind him. He looked at the leader of the Tyran Sword tribe. He drew a sword and angrily raised his gaze at that man. Mayuk noticed that Yi and Shin were not looking at him. This irritated him. Flared with anger, he rushed forward, snapping words, called him a bastard, and ordered not to be distracted while he stood before him. Our guy easily repelled his attack. As soon as their swords clanged and collided, a very small burst of energy splashed around them. Yi and Shin held their positions and did not retreat a step. Muyub told him that he was not so bad after all. Yi and Shin ignored his compliment. He recalled, once someone from a noble family told him that by the wind raised by another person's sword technique, one can determine their character. And as soon as our guy mastered the correct sword technique, he finally understood what it was about. Muyuk heard this irritably. Yan Yanshin decided to use the radiant sword technique. His sword flared with a bright glow. He pushed Muyuk back and rushed at him swiftly. Mayuk managed to slightly straighten his stance and maintain balance. Before he could attack our guy again, he dashed at him with insane speed and with one clean move cut his neck. Mayava and the sect leader froze in surprise upon seeing this. Mayuk sharply turned around and saw Yenshin. He did not understand when exactly his head was cut off. Everything happened simply. He fell to the ground. And that Shin lifted his head to look at the Tyran sword tribalizer. He pointed the sword at him and said he would take one of his hands. Hearing this, the leader only smiled indulgently. When they heard this, the Zhongnan disciples began to scream. Muyuk's death boosted their morale and gave them strength. They declared to Yan Yanshin that he truly deserved the title Lightning Genius. Everyone was impressed by the art of Sword Radiant. It was as beautiful and mysterious as they had heard. The members of the Tyran sword tribe were struck by shock. They could not believe that Muyuk was defeated without any resistance. While they stood frozen in this confusion, their leader gave the order to kill everyone, and the fighters quickly rushed at the Zhongnan followers. Van Chong and the disciples also rushed at them, and they all flew into the pool. Among the fighters of the Tyran sword tribe, some giant called our guy a freak bastard. It looked like he was burning with the desire to kill him. Yan Yangshin snatched sword. He immediately felt that the old man was incredibly strong. He understood that this was a true martial master whom he could not handle. He wondered if this man was Muyuk's grandfather, but the old man immediately warned he would kill him. Yan Yangshin told this man that his grandson would not have died so quickly if he had taught him well. Hearing this, the man flared up fiercely and rushed to attack our guy. Before he landed on the ground, Sword Immortal slid past Enshin and lunged at him. He attacked right in the air, but the man managed to parry the blow. He retreated, but was immediately pushed back. The immortal sword landed right in front of our guy. He turned to him and said that thanks to him, he had already secured his share of the fight. As soon as these words were spoken, he rushed at the opponent. Yanshin looked back and saw everyone was fighting to save their own lives. Since it was a group fight, he needed to find someone he could handle. While he was looking around, some of the enemies rushed at him to attack. His guys, the swords shone so brightly that he involuntarily rejoiced when he saw them approaching right at him. One of them held a spear. He tried to stab our guy with the tip, and Yanshin blocked the strike using the sheath of his sword. He used the sword's radiant technique and with one blow cut off the man's head with insane speed. He didn't even realize when exactly he died. Another man rushed at our guy. Yanshin effortlessly sliced him into two parts. He flashed past the enemy to just as quickly and mercilessly take the lives of two more. Two other men tried to attack him from both sides. Our guy managed to slip away from the first sword that lunged at him by bending and moving lower. While he was in this position, he managed to intercept the attack of the second man. He dealt with both at once, with a single strike. Now he had 6 kills to his name. As soon as he raised his head, someone tried to sneak up on him from behind unnoticed. They cut off his head before he could stab the old man with a knife. Wen Chang was the one who killed him. Yan Yangshin smiled as soon as he saw his friend. The two of them took positions and began attacking the enemies, carefully watching to keep the opponent's back covered for each other. In the next scene, we see Il Shin walking with Yi In Shin. She told him that they won the fight against the Tyran sword tribe thanks to him. She explained, he was told that in war, the most important thing is to be the first to act, and that Shin told her directly. She is flattering him. Il Shin heard that several martial masters from their sect wanted to talk to our guy and asked him if it was hard to deal with all of them. Yan Shin recalled that when one of the people of Yel Shin came to greet him, he said that quite some time had passed since their last meeting. He revealed to our guy that he had secretly hidden some grain tea from his master and elders and asked Yan Yanshin if he would like to taste it with him. Later that same day, another martial master came to Yanshin, irritated that our guy had already received a large number of duel requests and he did not think it would turn out to be too late. Another martial master met with Yakenshin and said that his subordinates from the Pavilion of Coercion are very interested in him. He said he had kept them away from our guy. Then he asked if Yakenshin could talk to him about sword techniques. Wencheng was surprised to see how many martial masters came to visit Yanshan. While they walked, the elder revealed to Aya and Sheena, if he really wants to know, she can tell why his clan was destroyed. She said that his second brother already knows everything about it, and that it would be better for him to hear the truth after the big fight is over. Il Shin noticed that the mood of Iya and Shin had not changed, so she assumed that this question did not affect him. Our guy told her that he would go along with her proposal. The scene switches, and we are transported to the Guanzhong Plains. We see the leader of the Tyrant Sword Clan and his forces standing on one side. The men silently stared at their enemies, the ones who were on the other side. That mortal told Miova that this fight will not be easy. He said that all the old birds from the small elder council of the Tyrant Sword Clan are here, and Miova immediately realized if they win this fight, the war will end. Sword Immortal ordered Miova to take care of the disciples, and she accepted his order without hesitation. She turned to Yan Yanshin and wished him luck. Our guy asked her to stay safe. Sword Immortal returned to Yanshin. He advised him to be careful with the fierce swordsman Rauhus. After all, he is Mayuk's grandfather. Yan Yanshin asked the elder if he meant the same elder from the Tyran sword tribe mentioned last time. Sword Immortal made him understand that evil, deadly swordsmen often watch him while they fight, while he ranks higher in seniority than the leader of the swordsmen of the Tyran sword clan. It is said that the fierce Rauhus swordsman acts on the battlefield like the hands of the leader himself. Essentially, he is his right hand. Yenshin thanked the Sword Immortal for his care. While the two groups watched each other closely, their leaders raised their swords and ordered them to attack. The two packs rushed at each other swiftly. A disciple from the Pavilion of Coercion ordered the other disciples to immediately deploy their sword formation. The other disciples quickly began attacking the Tyrant Sword tribe. Yakenshin effortlessly dealt with everyone who dared to approach him, but during the fight, he felt that someone was coming directly towards him. Yakenshin quickly turned around and saw the fiercely determined swordsman Rakshasa walking towards him. With a smile on his face, he said to Yan Yanshin that today he would not live. Then he added, I will cut off your head and bring it to your grandson's grave. Our guy asked the man if all non-traditional martial arts masters behaved like that. He could not believe that he had come for him, although all his subordinates were already dying at the hands of Zhongnan's sex marshal of masters. And that Shin told the man that he was shameless. Hearing this, the vicious and furious variety screeched with anger. He rushed at our guy and boldly promising, said that he would tear him to pieces. He swung his sword at Yenshin. Our guy managed to block, but the blow was furious. It had even rattled in his hand. The beastly swordsman, Rakshasa, plunged forward with a swing and struck Yenshin's side with his palm. Our guy was even surprised that his hand was flying straight at him. He quickly raised his palm and managed to block the attack, but he was immediately pushed back. He couldn't believe that after one clash with a fierce, raucous 100 swordsman, he still couldn't gather strength. He realized This is a martial arts master whom he still can't handle at his current level. The fierce swordsman, Rakshasa, smiled at Yahello as if he already knew what he was thinking. Before he could break free to attack, the sword dragon rushed at him from behind. The brutal, raucous swordsman managed to block the attack. Another follower flew at him again, and still he held the defense. He was attacked by 3 followers at once. Yahello watched them as the fight heated up. A blue circle of understanding flashed above his head. He decided to analyze the techniques of the vicious Roxia selection, especially how he holds his sword, how his muscles move when he puts energy into a sword strike. Yi and Shin slowly analyze how he behaves and what habits he shows when using an impulse discharge. He wanted to see how that man moves when defending, and Yi and Shin promised themselves that they would figure out everything he does. While they were fighting, Manhwa fell on him from above, rushing forward swiftly. The relentless Rakuses, acting like swordsmen, clenched their teeth in fury. Yahello immediately realized that Manhwa was preparing a suicidal attack. Before her sword could touch the grotesque swordsman Roxas, he struck her in the stomach with his palm. Manhwa, with all her might, cut off his arm with a sword strike, and having done that, fell to the ground. The ruthless swordsman Rokuses quickly made a huge swing to push back anyone nearby. When his hand fell to the ground, he still managed to address Cloudzord Dragon. He said that she lives up to her reputation. Miova was not ready to surrender yet. She grabbed her sword. Raising her head, she saw that the evil swordsman Roxas was about to strike her down with one blow. He hadn't even taken a step when Yahello rushed at him from behind. The evil Raushu's swordsman sensed his presence. With a smile on his face, he asked Manhwa to wait right here. He sharply turned and swung his sword towards Yahello. Our guy already knew. This is exactly what he would do from here. He deflected the blow with his sword to the side, and he unleashed a giant strike on the deadly swordsman Rakshasa. The deadly Raush swordsmen were stunned to see what had happened. A whole avalanche of blood suddenly burst from his body. Myoja and the students of Yahello, who were fighting against him, shuddered seeing the same. The head of the deadly swordsman, Raksasas, fell to the ground. It happened immediately. The blue circle of enlightenment Yahello disappeared from his head. While the leader of the Tyron swordsman was fighting Yahello, he suddenly felt something happened to his right hand. And Shin directed his sword at the Tyron sword tribal leader, and he reminded him that he himself said he would take his hand. The Tyron sword tribe leader glared fiercely at our guy. When Shin approached his friend and shuddered upon seeing the body of the treacherous swordsman Rakshasa on the ground. He took a deep breath and announced that the guest of the Jongnan sect named Shin, a lightning genius, had beheaded the elder of the Tyron sword clan. The martial arts masters of the Jongnan sect were stunned when it turned out that our guy dealt with the fierce swordsman Rakshasa. The members of the Tyran sword clan could not believe that this really happened. They could not believe that the cruel, poisonous pack was killed by a child. Yahello could not believe what she heard. She did not expect that Yahello would be the one to put an end to the malicious Roxian selection. The disciple raised his hand and solemnly declared, "The savage, noisy gathering is dead." Members of the Jongnan sect shouted with joy as soon as they heard this. Their fighting spirit immediately soared. They rushed at the members of the Tyrant sword gang without any fear, tore them to pieces without much effort. Some of them had already started to flee. Sword Immortal turned around to see the Ancient One. He did not expect that our guy would kill the enemy about whom the Oujanin had warned. He watched as members of his sect launched an attack on the representatives of the Tyran sword tribe. Uyanshin pushed back the leader of the Tyran sword tribe with his sword, forcing him to retreat. As soon as he did this, one of the fighters of that tribe rushed at him and pushed him back. The man told the tribe leader that dispersing the Jongnan sect was no joke. He warned him, the situation is dangerous, so they need to retreat now and prepare for what is already coming. The tribe leader was by no means pleased with this. While the man was struggling to hold Oing Shin, he called out to his tribe leader. After that, the tribe leader turned and looked toward Yanshin. He saw how our boy killed one of his men. Yanshin glared at him fiercely. He knew well, the latter of the tribe is a figure of too high a rank to be looked at boldly. His mere glance or grimace would be enough to stir the very soul of a person. Yi and Shin watched the tribe leader until he fled. He told himself that he would defeat him in 4 years, and the tribe leader ordered his people to retreat. The scene changes, and we are transported to the Jongnan sect. We see the sect leader handing Yi and Shin a plaque. The plaque is called the Floating Cloud Token. If this artifact is shown to groups associated with the Jongnan sect, the person will be treated with the utmost respect. Yangshin asked Yanshin, just say the word if his sword is ever needed to fight for him. He promised to come to help once to resolve any problems, even if it concerns political quarrels in a neglected fortress. Yan Yanshin put away the token and thanked the sect leader. He told Yaelshin that it was finally time to explain why his clan was wiped off the face of the earth. Il Shin revealed to our guy that it all started with the World Tree. Yan Shin did not understand what relation the World Tree had to this. The elder explained to him, "It is the divine tree that holds the world. All laws of creation and existence are firmly rooted in the mystical energy of the World Tree." The lands of the Young clan were extraordinarily fertile. The roots of the World Tree spread so widely that they extended all the way under the Young estate. It is even said that the formidable combat power of the leader of Desolate Fortress is maintained exactly like that, because she truly devours the fruits of the world. Yan Shin asked the elder to explain why the Young clan was completely destroyed. She explained to him that the Tyrant Sword Tribe and the Blood Flame Cult are both forces that are entirely opposed to Desolate Fortress. For them, wiping out a small clan like the Yang clan is more than justified. Moreover, Il Shin and her disciples were nearby when they received a letter from the Lord of Desolate Fortress. He asked to protect the Young clan, but unfortunately, they were ultimately defeated. Now the Shinya region has turned into a wasteland in the hands of these two groups. Il Shin told our guy that she feels a huge guilt before him, his brother, and his niece. Our guy did not know what to answer. The scene switches. We see Yan Shin and Wen Chong outside, together with everyone. Our guy stroked his niece's head, and the girl immediately began to cry. Yan Shin asked her to become stronger and come to him. He explained that when she becomes a martial arts master, she will be able to visit Desolate Fortress. Myova asked our guy if she is also allowed to visit him. Yan Shin told her that she can come if not on a mission. He also added that he would like to learn martial arts together with her. One of the mortals seemed to note, the river water in the Yangtze Valley has finally converged into one channel. And Yan Shin replied that this is truly inspiring. He told Yan Shin that this news brings joy to an old man like him, who already has time to think about retirement. Our guy told the man that he looks as if he will live at least another 100 years. The elder spoke, Yan Shin. He hopes that his wishes will come true. Our guy, hearing this, smiled gently. He and Wen Chang bowed to each other together. They said goodbye and set off on the road. The scene changes abruptly, and we are taken all the way to the very end. We see a man who tells everyone that the MANHUA sect receives secret help from Desolate Fortress. He claims, the 9 great sects in Desolate Fortress are fading like the setting sun. And he says that only the Zhongnan sect, which defeated the Tyrant Sword Tribe, still holds influence in Shanxi. Meanwhile, the martial arts master sitting opposite poured himself a glass of strong drink and asked him to listen. He told him that he would give him a hint because it was his first time in Marama. He told the man, keeping your mouth shut is the key to survival in Marama. Hearing this, the man got irritated. He stood up and asked the martial arts master if he was accidentally calling him a rookie. However, he raised his sword and asked his friend if he said something wrong. He said that Desolate Fortress is probably weak because they failed to defeat the battle maniac. The martial arts master barely smiled upon hearing this. The man's friend told him that he heard, the azure demonic swordsman lost an eye. And the fat man grumbled that the martial arts master in the blue robe from Desolate Fortress is worth nothing. With a smile on his face, he told his friend that it was just empty fame. As soon as he uttered these words, someone threw a chopstick onto his table. The man shuddered when he saw that chopstick. The combat master and the women who were beside him quickly raised their heads. With a focused look on their faces, Yi and Chen asked the fool to explain in more detail what exactly he had just said. Wenchen rolled up our guy's sleeve, showing the man the symbol of the abandoned fortress that was on him. The man shuddered when he saw that our guy came from the abandoned fortress. The combat master and the women froze, staring at Ingxian. Wen Chong smiled, noticing the expression on the man's face. The entire tavern instantly fell silent. Everyone became wary of our guy and Wen Chong. Yanshin approached the man. With a frightened look, the man glanced at them and explained to Yi and Shin that he did not intend to offend the abandoned fortress. He and Shin glared fiercely at him. He told him that he did not care. He was not worried about it. The man placed his hand on the sword and asked to tell how the Azurite demonic fencer was deprived of an eye. The man's body trembled with nerves. Suddenly, he blurted out the truth to our guy. It was done by a battle maniac, and added that the Blood Flame cult stands behind the battle maniac. According to the man, several swordsmen of Bloodmaster, as well as one envoy from the Blood Flame cult, clashed with the Radiant Dragon Squad. The Azurite demonic swordsman was wounded defending the family of ordinary peasants. Yanshin fiercely glared at the man, a look so terrifying that it chills the chest. Yes, the man was scared to trembling. He lowered his head and told our guy that he was sorry. Our guy decided to let him go. He asked to continue eating and to settle the bill with the innkeeper at the table. The man thanked Yin Shan. In the tavern, all martial arts masters shifted their gaze to Yan Yanshin. The man sitting next to the women understood. Our guy could afford a haughty tone. With his level of mastery, he felt that Yan Yanshin was a battle master from a prestigious sect and carried himself with dignity. Before Yinshin and Wencheng could sit down, that man approached them and asked Yinshin if he was the lightning genius. He told our guy that he recognized in him the next star of Desolate Fortress. He said he could identify him because he was not the White Chilean. The man introduced himself as Zhang Yol from the Zhang clan in Shangqi, and Yi and Xin told him their names. Jin Yol told him that he had heard about that rising star fighter from Desolate Fortress, known for exceptional skill in martial arts. He told Yan Xin that he had heard. He is active in Shangqi, and as soon as two women heard this, they smiled at our guy. When Cheng told Jin to all of you that he has sharp hearing, Jin Yul was sure that Ye Aishin and Wencheng were heading to Sion because they belonged to the Radiant Demon Squad. He asked the guys if he could go with them. Yanshin did not expect that at all. Zhang Yul explained to them that he actually wants to make friends with the martial arts masters of the neglected fortress and apologized to them for being too straightforward at their first meeting. Yi and Shin asked him how he knew where they were headed. Jin Yul explained to him that after the clash between the Zhongnan sect and the Sword Tyrant tribe, the Radiant Majin Squad and the MANHUA sect became the hottest topic in the Shan era. He told Yi and Shin that all attention is focused on them. Even the junior and middle martial arts masters already know what is happening. Yan Yanshin glared fiercely at the man, and Zhang Yul simply smiled back at him. Our guy poured himself a drink and told Jin and all of you that they would leave immediately after a quick snack. Jin Yul and the two women bowed their heads, thanking Inshun. The scene changes, and we are taken into the forest. We see Venshin, who tells the women how he declared Yi and Sin beheaded a fierce group of Rakshasa swordsmen. With a proud expression on his face, he stated that his roar was as powerful as the martial arts Selawyn lion roar. Then he turned to the women and said that on the battlefield, every fighter involuntarily looked away. He insisted they themselves should see it. Zhang Yel told Venchang that the martial arts master from the neglected fortress does not lie, and assured Venchang that he believes him. One of the women asked the elder if he really beheaded the fierce and mad swordsman with his own hands. Our guy replied to the woman that they fought him in turns. He said that the cloud-soaring dragon, the fist of the neutral spirit, and the rock swordsman had already exhausted him, and Venchang added to the woman that he took on the other warriors. The finishing blow, he said, was delivered by Yi and Sin with a dazzling blade. Jinyul and the women burst out laughing as soon as they heard this. While they were walking, Yi and Shin were offered to take a short break by the lake. Venchang said he would go look for wild animals and warned they would need to meet. Two ladies turned to him and said they would follow him. While Wunchong was hunting, Yi and Shin filled his bottle with water, and behind him sat Zhang Yul. He asked our guy if he used his left hand. Yan Yan Shin told him that he holds the sword in his right hand and that he had trained only a little in hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Yel, hearing this, pulled a small dagger from his clothes and lunged at Yehen Shin from behind, insisting that his left flank was a weak spot. With a confident smile on his face, he swung the sword towards Yehen Shin. Just as the blade was about to touch our guy, someone from behind cut his throat. It turned out to be a single shot. Jean Yolez fell into the lake. As soon as the water touched his hair, red roots appeared on the surface. Wenchun and Inchun seemed not surprised to see this. Wenchun said he had already expected it. A man from the cult of the Bloody Flame is a killer. Inchun asked him about Zhang Yel's companions. Wenchun replied that the girls were daughters of a high-ranking official. He said that even now they had to reach the afterlife. One chance only, and both had their throats cut. He told our guy they would arrive at the destination in half a day. The scene changes, and we are transported to Shin. We see Myong with an eye patch. He praised Yitjun Shin for unprecedented valor. He did not expect him to kill the elder from the 13 heavens. He told our guy that even he had never achieved anything like that. Yanshin and Wencheng froze, seeing that he had really lost one eye. They could not believe that the rumor had turned out to be true. They asked him about the eye, but Myong did not know what to answer. Mirio told our guy that Myong was not the only one in trouble. She warned that it was reckless for him to go against the elder of the Tyrant Sword Clan, and she was relieved to see that Yi and Shin were unharmed. Yan Shin asked Mirio what had happened, and he was surprised that their leader, Squada, was not with them. Mirio revealed that Mei Jin had gone in pursuit together with Sword Saint, and the martial arts masters from Manhwa informed them of this. In fact, she said that the Blood Flame cult, the very ones behind everything as the main conspirators, have already revealed themselves. She admitted she does not know what tricks the Blood Flame cult will try with the Plum Blossom Pill, and also reported that support from Desolate Fortress will arrive soon. Yanshin asked her about the Eye of Miyong. Muriel exhaled with a long sigh. She told Yan Yanshin the battle maniac used flying explosives, a hidden weapon of the Tang clan. It happened when they had to fight against 3 Bloodmaster sabers. Myong could easily dodge the blow, but behind him was a civilian residence, so he had no choice left. He must strike with the sword and knock down the explosive. Mirio told them what happened, and he laughed nervously. While they were talking, someone threw a bomb into their room. Everyone flinched when they saw that there was an explosive device in the room. In the end, it resulted in a colossal explosion. Myong instantly picked Wanchang up in his arms and carried him out in a moment. Looking at the end, he remarked that the leader of their squad was not working hard enough. Turning aside, he saw Yehenshin and Moreo land on the ground together. When Ian Shin lifted his head, he noticed several men heading towards them, holding swords. He saw a man with one hand standing while the others rushed at them. Ian Shin immediately realized that this was the battle maniac. Well, our guy asked his comrades to take care of the rest. He said he would handle battle maniac himself. And Miyong and Wanchang were surprised to hear this. The battle maniac smiled as soon as he saw Yanshin approaching him. He knew there was only one person in the Radiant Demon Squad who wore a blue upper cloak, and inside, white. And he recognized her as Genius Movnitz. He watched Yan Yanshin as he drew his sword. He thought that our guy had become incredibly arrogant because of his title, and asked Ye Yanshin if he did not know that he was the one who took the eye of the Azurite demonic swordsman. Yayanshin asked the battle maniac to name the real reason why he came, and also asked if he had already taken the Plum Blossom Pill. Battle maniac took a stance and revealed to Yanshin that he came for the head of the demonic fencer Asura. Our guy told him that if he is here, he is exposing himself to the wrath of Sword Saint and leader of the Radiant Demon Squad. Battle. Soniac raised his amputated arm and asked Yan Yanshin if he did not understand what the arm of a battle master meant to him. He ordered him to stop asking stupid questions. He told our guy that he was talking to him because he heard he showed considerable potential, and added that he was no better than other fools, and that Shin gathered his energy into a sword. He used the Radiant Sword technique to attack the battle maniac. The battle maniac dodged the attacks, and he, rushing at our guy, suddenly found himself behind him. He lunged at our guy and caught him with a perfect grip, the technique of flawless capture. Yanshin sharply turned and blocked the attack with his sword. We stepped back a little. The battle maniac was stunned to see our guy's footwork. He confidently claimed that this was the battle gait of a noble race. He quickly realized he was wrong. He knew the art of the noble race cannot be copied. And he realized that Yan Shen was using a completely different fighting technique. Our guy told him that he talks too much. The battle maniac smiled as soon as he heard it. He told Yanishin that he heard his family was buried on the mountain behind their clan's estate. He asked our boy if he had ever wondered what happened to his land after he left. With a smile on his face, he asked Yehenshin if he hoped that his hometown would remain untouched after he made the Blood Flame cult his enemy. He told our boy that they dug up the mountain and burned all the bodies. At these words, I and Shin were shocked. He recalled how a maid once woke him up for breakfast. He remembered his older brother and his wife. He remembered how his father, dying, called him his son one last time. Yehenshin released the accumulated energy as soon as he thought about it. Confidently smiling, the battle maniac asked our boy if he believed he could defeat him. Janssen pondered what exactly could drive a martial arts master to despair. The first strike will wait where their mentors, elders, juniors, or even they themselves stand before death. Janssen pondered which of these situations would best suit a warrior obsessed with martial arts. Our guy did not think that severing limbs would be enough, and at that moment the martial maniac lunged at him while he was still thinking. Janssen put away the sword and covered himself with his palm, blocking the attack of the beetle maniac. The martial maniac got irritated seeing that Yi and Shun used palm techniques against him. This only enraged him. He attacked our guy even faster, and Yi and Shun managed to block each of his attacks. Before he could deliver a truly huge blow, Yehenshin grabbed him by the wrist. With an angry look on his face, the martial maniac asked Yan Yanshin to tell him how he knew his technique. Our guy told him that he made his technique better. The martial maniac got irritated hearing this. He could not believe that our guy stole his secret martial arts technique in a moment, and even managed to improve it. Yi and Shin liked how his face twisted. He understood this was the best way to throw the martial maniac into despair. For martial arts masters, their martial arts are a life built over years of dedication. Yi and Shin essentially devalued the martial maniac's entire lifetime of work. Moreover, our guy showed him an even more perfect form of his own martial arts. Our guy approached the martial maniac and asked if he would like to learn the improved version. The martial maniac was stunned hearing this. Yanshan smiled and said that he could not teach him. The battle maniac screamed in pain. Yansan released some energy, and gripping his wrist tighter, he broke the battle maniac's wrist. The poor guy, the freak, screamed in pain again. He and Shen watched as he suffered. Mayong and Mirio could not believe their eyes. They could not believe that Yan Shin had tamed the battle maniac. Our guy drew his sword and raised it very close to the battle maniac's neck. He called him a bastard, and that Shin cut off his head as soon as they heard it. Everyone was shocked to see this. When the battle maniac fell to the ground, a small box with a plum blossom symbol fell out of his clothes. In the next scene, we see Yan Shin presenting his captain with the head of a battle maniac and a pill with plum blossom. Mahjong raised the box to examine it. He did not know what to say to our guy. He just silently stared at him. He let out a heavy sigh and explained to Yi and Shin that very soon he would be able to petition for the exam to be promoted to the blue rank, and added that this was the shortest time in which anyone had ever reached this level. Our guy told his captain that he had heard about the promotion exam and asked him to explain everything in detail later. Then he replied that they had matters that needed to be resolved immediately. Majin agreed with Yehenshin and put the pill back in place. After that, he revealed to the group that the MANHWA sect had been attacked. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Next, the scene shifts to another room. We see Yehenshin and his team inside together with members of the MANHWA sect. Hyun is lying on the bed, and Cheonju is sitting next to him. When Yi and Shin looked at the boy's body, memories flooded them. How he once asked him to become friends. Chengju informed the Radiant Demon Squad unit that Hyun had spent all his energy to the last drop to protect his older brother. The energy core is an organ that contains a tiny trace of innate energy from birth itself. It can be damaged if completely depleted, which is why some call these traces the innate energy core. And even Shin felt that the situation was strange. He told Zhang and Ju that it was just exhaustion of internal energy and asked if it could be restored. Cheonju answered him that it was possible. He explained to our boy, other students who had similar symptoms have already gotten back on their feet. Yeonshin asked him why Hyun is still not better. The man admitted, Hyun cannot be cured by ordinary methods because Hyun learned the sacred art of the Purple Dawn as a disciple of the sect leader. Since others have not mastered the same martial art, the boy is incurable. Yi and Shin asked him if they could just use plum pollen. Cheonju said that the energy of the plum blossom pill might be able to replace the sacred combat technique of the Purple Dawn, but a combat master is needed who can absorb and transmit it instead of the unconscious Hyun. Cheonju informed the entire group, Hyun has only 1 hour of life left. He assured that there is no longer enough time to transfer the energy. As soon as he said this, Mahjong whispered something into the man's ear. As soon as the captain's words sounded, he quickly raised his head. Others could not make out what exactly the captain was saying. Ian should have noticed that they were talking. He realized that his captain was using frequency whispering technique to communicate with Cheongju. While he was looking at them attentively, Shinju turned to him, and it was clear that something shocked him. He quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to give our guy a pill. He said he could count on him. Yanyang Shin asked if Mahjong believed that he was capable of transferring energy. He replied yes. Then he ordered our guy to swallow the pill and start immediately, adding that it would also strengthen him. While Yi and Shin walked in a circle, changing and dispersing his energy, Mahjong recalled their guy had once swallowed the elixir incredibly quickly and integrated it perfectly. Yanshin absorbed it even before he could help. Based on the talent of our guys, Mahjong believes that in the allotted time, it is possible to quickly dissolve the energy of the plum blossom pill and transfer it to Hyun after he prepares. Yanshin gathered the pill and swallowed it, then immediately sat opposite in the lotus position. As soon as our guy swallowed it, something inside him responded. The pill with the plum fruit is a special elixir, selected for a specific method of internal energy control. For someone like Yanyang Chen, who has not yet mastered the internal techniques of the Manhwa sect, fully instilling the true energy of the plum blossom pill into his body would mean a whole year, unless the person undergoes a full year of closed training. Otherwise, there would be no real value in it. So the combat maniac did not use the pill immediately upon receiving it. It is much wiser to invest that much time in developing one's own martial arts. Ida Shin believes that he can absorb this energy and transmit it to Hyun simultaneously. A blue circle of comprehension appeared next to his core. Our guy knew he needed a colossal amount of energy. He noticed that a barely visible hole in the middle of the energy core began to expand as soon as the energy of the plum blossom pills flowed in. Although it never fully opened, it still reduced the time needed to absorb the energy. Chi Hongju was shocked to see that Yanshan had already dissolved the energy of the plum blossom pills. Our guy placed his palm on Hyun's back. He asked the boy to focus and to use Violet Dane's sacred art to absorb all the energy of the plum blossom pills he was currently transmitting. Hyun used combat techniques and slowly began to absorb this energy. The disciples of MANHUA could not believe their eyes. Once everyone watched Yanshin transmit energy to the boy. After some time, Itashin removed his hand from Hyun's back. The boy regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around. Cheonju asked him if he was conscious, and Hyun replied that he was. Cheonju quickly placed his palm on his wrist to check his energy, but when he touched the sensation and realized that the energy was changing, he was shocked. The boy's energy was too powerful. Hyun's internal energy not only returned, it became even stronger. Cheonju could not believe that Yanshin completely dissolved the energy of the plum blossom pills and infused it into Hyun's body without losing the slightest bit. The man froze when he saw Yi and Shin transfer that powerful energy, leaving not a single % for themselves. He told our boy that he was truly a noble person. Yan Yanshin told him that he simply understood the situation correctly. The man could not believe what he was hearing. He clasped his palms and bowed his head, thanking Yanshin. He told him that he saved the future of the Manhwa sect. Everyone was impressed upon hearing this. The man told Yu and Shin that he must receive a reward because he treated their sect with the dignity of a true hero. He explained that his kindness was not measured by things. It was only a sign of gratitude, and he asked Yi Anshin to accept the gift. She patted Yu Pat Hyun on the head and told the boy that Hyun would soon have to visit the abandoned fortress. He replied that he would send a gift as soon as Hyun arrived. Yanshin clasped his hands together and sincerely thanked the man. Then he turned to his captain and asked if the mission was already completed. Ma Jin told our guy, yes, he did it all. The scene changes and takes us to a desolate fortress. In his room, we see Yanshin. He is meditating. While he is focused, our guy is turning over the thought of how, upon returning, he wanted to receive martial arts instructions specifically from the master of the desolate fortress. And when I and Shin set out to her, the fortress master explained to him, she will teach him the necessary type of martial arts only when the time comes. She added that there is still room for improvement in the shining sword art and the evasive swift step. Our guy decided to focus on these two directions. He wondered if there was a way to add more power to the flow of Radiant Sword. He was also thinking about how to make the second step in the offensive quick step. Remember that he also sought to invent new forms for Infinite Blossom Fist Strike. Our guy closed his eyes and focused on his energy. After meditating a little, he exhaled with a heavy sigh. No ideas came. He realized inspiration does not come immediately. He remembered how Mahjong said something about Marshall, who conquers the earth. The captain explained to him that Radiant Demon Arts from Radiant Demon Squad and Heavenly Sword Arts from Heavenly Squad are completely different techniques. He also told Yan Yanshin that each of the 17 martial groups under Sword Squad is like a separate independent sect. Martial Transcending Ground was founded to bring all these groups together and form an ocean. Yan Yanshin raised his sword and decided to visit the place of martial arts supremacy. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of the room, everyone turned to him with their gazes. Everyone has already heard about how he accomplished another feat. Incredible. Almost hard to believe. Someone asked him if it was true that he beheaded the fierce Roxas assortment men. They couldn't believe it, because even a warrior in a blue robe from Desolate Fortress can barely handle an elder from the 13 heavens. Another person asked him if it was true that he saved the life of the disciple of the Manhwa sect leader. Yan Yangshun did not say a word. He just walked past them. Martial arts masters could not believe that our guy had already managed to establish relations with several martial arts masters from the 9 great sects in just 2 missions. Someone said that if he is given a mission in Shanxi, he will ask for support from our guy. Yan Yanshin climbed a few steps and looked ahead. He looked down to see what was happening there. There he saw various martial arts masters fighting each other. This is a place that surpasses martial arts. It is a dueling arena where all martial arts masters under the leadership of Divine Sword Squad can freely compete. It is here that 17 fighting styles intersect, each equal in strength and significance, like a separate sect. While he was observing the fighters, someone approached our guy and asked who he was. When Yan Yanshin turned aside, he saw a man in a purple robe. He asked the man if this was the Marshal's transcendental land. The man replied that it was. The man had heard about the young swordsman in the long blue robe. He immediately realized that before him was a lightning genius. He folded his hands and introduced himself as Yu1. He said he was from the Command Bureau. Our guy also introduced himself to the man. After the introduction, he passed by him. Yun approached Yan Shin and said he had heard too much about him. He confided to our guy, all news from Desolate Fortress flows through the Command Bureau. They are the ones who sort and organize the achievements of martial arts masters. Yuen assured our guy that his accomplishments were simply impressive. He told him that he wanted to share something private with him because he was incredibly happy to see him, and Tashin asked him to tell about it. Yu Huan informed Yan Yanshin that he would be promoted to the rank of Blue Robe even if he completed a simple small task. Our guy did not expect to hear that. The man greeted him in advance. He said that for the first time he truly feels the meaning of his mission, to lead martial transcending ground today. He pointed at someone and announced, "The heir of the Ma clan is training today." When Yifei and Shin turned that way, he saw the heir defeating his opponent with a punch. The guy easily pushed his opponent back, giving him neither a chance to hold on nor to recover. Yu Huan told Yifei and Shin that this guy named after the Ma clan is already loudly praised. In the territory of the Battle Ascension, he defeats warriors in white robes. This is truly impressive, since less than a month has passed since he passed the Desolate Fortress trial. Yu Huan added that the area around the main fortress has become lively again, thanks to the guy. Yan Yanshin did not look like he was too concerned about it. He watched the guy as he gathered strength and sent his opponent flying with one move. Immediately, he took care of his opponent. The guy noticed Yanshin. He approached our guy and asked if he would join the sparring. Yan Yanshin asked the guy who he was. The guy was embarrassed. He told Yanshin that the last time they met, they did not manage to exchange names. He introduced himself as Ma Sein. Yanshin recalled that Yuen said Sein already defeats warriors in white robes, so he did not expect the guy to be so modest. Sein told our guy that during their duel he understood a lot and gained a lot. After that, he asked Yan Yanshin to give him one more chance. Our guy recalled that Sein helped him create an energy accumulation discharge. He wondered, would this duel also benefit Radiant Sword Art? While Yejun Shin was speaking, Myung approached Sein and asked if he was a novice. Instead, he asked the guy to spar against him. Shin was stunned to see the Azure Demonic Swordsman. Myung told him that now he has one eye. He asked Yan Shin if he could duel with that guy. Our guy asked him if he often visits Marshall, who goes beyond the land. Myung spread his arms and said he would leave him alone if he didn't come there. He told our guy, this is a sect full of martial arts monster suzerains. Yan Shin asked if he was doing it because of the eye. Myung told him that he was right, and added that he needs to gradually restore his senses because his vision, like a fencer's, seems to be cut in half. He walked forward, saying something, and the boy was overly excited. You once said that it was strange. He told Yajanshin that the Azurid demonic swordsman judges people by their abilities. Yajanshin asked him if he meant his senior. Juven looked at Myong and said that he was truly a cold-blooded person. He explained to our boy that this was evident from Myong's records. According to Yuwon, Mion sets a ruthless standard for martial arts masters. Both ability and character matter equally to him. For him, it is completely normal to simply cut people off. There were times when the leaders of the Orthodox sect gave their lives to him out of their own hypocrisy. That is why he is called the demonic swordsman. You once said that Myong's standards are quite strict. Our guy said that he does not understand this. Evan explained to him that he had never experienced anything like that because his abilities were extraordinarily outstanding. He said that most of the warriors in blue robes reluctantly approached Miao, and Yi and Shin recalled. His elder also never treated Wenchong badly. While he was talking, you somehow saw something. He saw how Meong hit Sanye with a heavy fist in the chest, smiling as he did. He said that Sanye had chosen the wrong opponent. Sanye spat out some blood and stopped. He fell to the ground. He quickly got up, sat in lotus position, and began to meditate. He smiled as he circulated his energy in his body. He and Shin could understand that the boy had gained some insight after the duel. Menyon told him that Sane was not just a foolish, empty boy. Ian should note, even having lost his sight, the elder lost almost nothing in combat skill, and who was previously just an arrogant young lord changed drastically in such a short time. Our boy immediately understood the strength of the desert fortress. He felt its overwhelming power again. As soon as he looked at Sane, someone called him. When he and Shin turned around, he saw his captain. Majin approached closer and explained to Raim, the fortress lord wishes to honor his coming of age with a ceremony. Our boy asked him if he meant that desolate fortress would hold his coming of age ritual. Majin answered him that he was right. Ian Shin was not interested in this at all. He asked his captain when he would receive the next mission. Majin told him that the lord of the fortress personally arranged this event. She seemingly acknowledges his talent and potential. Yang Shin glances at the marshal who was crossing the land. He told his captain that he didn't really want to engage in this. He also said that here, within the next 2 hours, he could analyze and refine dozens of sword techniques. Majin suddenly realized, the lord of the fortress knows our guy better than he knows himself. He told Yan Yangshin that the fortress chief had already anticipated his reaction and admitted the fortress chief asked him instead to offer a reward. He explained that the sword? No, lightning immortal treasure liquor is the reward. It is a rare elixir that does not contradict any known healing properties in the world. Majin assured Yanshin, one sip is enough to grant a person a long life without illness. And Tashin did not expect this. He involuntarily wondered if the medicine could slow down the unfolding of his biopoint zone. He told his captain that he would come to the event. Majin did not think that our guy would dare to do that. He explained to him that among those participating in the rite of adulthood, only one person would be able to drink the elixir from the immortal relic, Thunder Immortal Treasure Liquor. That was the case in the past. Then it was determined by competitions among children who could not become the white robe. But this time, everything was different. Majin revealed to Yanshin that there are several white robes from known clans who already know that he will participate in this event. Yang Yangshin said that this would not be a problem. In a few days, they bring us to Yanjak's office. We see him eating together with Mahjong. He informed the captain. Fortress Master intervened. Majin asked his father if the main house was going to hold a ceremony. Yanjak did not say a word. The scene changed. Outside, near the entrance, white warriors in robes and several young warriors gathered. All of them wore ceremonial hats. Nearby, others in white and blue robes watched the ceremony. The Fortress Master touched the head of Yanshin and greeted him. She announced that the Thunder Genius would not change his name to a new one. Sometimes people take another name when they reach adulthood. Meanwhile, the Fortress Master moved forward. A warrior in a blue robe said this was the last step. He was curious who this year would drink the immortal treasure liqueur from Thunder Energy. He assured that no person in a white robe could compare to Yinshin in terms of achievements. Even Nam Gunghwa Shin had just completed his first major mission. The man was certain. In this ceremony, the great battle clans also possess colossal, irresistible power. He said that the potential of the heirs of the Ma and Shin clans far exceeded all expectations. The Fortress Master took out a blue bottle and poured the potion into a cup. Everyone watched her as she poured the lightning-fast, immortal treasure potion. The Fortress Master raised her hand. She told them that this was a small gift and added, "It will belong to whoever takes it first." She released her energy and ordered the young warriors to take the trophy if they could. Her energy pushed the warriors back. Most of them flew in different directions. Yanshin and the heirs remained the only ones who could repel this attack. The same quickly fell to the ground. The heir of the Shin clan could not move forward. Trying to hold on, above Yanshina's head, a blue circle of understanding flared up. He used the evasive swift step to dash forward. Everyone was impressed to see this. It was a gate that establishes harmony with nature. The fortress mistress smiled, watching every step, how he softly moved forward. Our guy used evasive quick steps and rushed into the attack so that their force broke through the crowd. The wind blew off his hat, but he still did not stop and continued to push forward. He managed to reach the fortress mistress. No one could believe their own eyes. Saint could not come to terms with what he saw. Master Fortress handed the cup to our guy. She asked him to savor this drink. Yanshin accepted the cup. Before Yi and Shin could drink the liqueur, Saint told him that many warriors dream of standing in the same position as him and added, Zhang Hu is simply dishonest. There he asked Yanshin if he knew why people create sects, build clans, and form alliances. He asked him to strive for the position of patriarch of the Ma clan. Yanshin Sign clarified, what exactly does he mean? Saint said that he should set the date and come to the duel without any detours. He explained to Yanshin Shin that he wanted him to fight him in an honest duel for the position of the future patriarch of the Ma clan. He said he would take his place if he defeated him, and these words took everyone's breath away. Most did not even know that Yi and Shun were connected to Ma clan. The fortress master simply stared silently, as if the words froze in the air and could not find a way out. Saint explained to Yan Yanshin that the position of patriarch of the clan and leader of the prestigious combat clan is above all else, and added that this position is even more valuable than the lightning immortal treasure liquor. He clenched his fist and threw to our boy, fight is the law of the jungle. Yu and Shin really did not care much about the guy's proposal. He knew the prestige of a single clan alone would not allow him to obtain the fruit of the world tree. Moreover, Yi and Shin did not want to beg others for his life without offering anything in return. He raised the glass and said that he would take this drink by his own efforts. He drank the drink in front of everyone. His grandfather was surprised to see what he was doing. With a cold look in his eyes, Yanshin explained to the boy that before him was Zhang Hu. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. Our boy seeks to rise above all and become a sovereign martial arts master from Younghu. Yi and Shin also believed that he needed to be the best to become a martial arts master in Desolate Fortress, in the clan that rules the world. He folded his hands and thanked the martial arts masters who preserved their tradition and ceremony. The warriors in blue robes did not expect Yinshin to belong to the noble Mao clan. One of them said that the spirit of the noble lineage never leaves its descendants. Another said he did not think Yinshin would stand alone and not rely on his clan, because this is the endurance of a great master. He told his friend that one day our boy would build his own clan. Martial arts masters closely watched Yehenshin as he stepped down from the stage. Sent approached him and asked why he refused the offer. Yanshin told the boy that he would become a great leader of the clan. Sein was stunned and did not know what to answer. Our guys just walked past him. He approached his captain. He asked Ma Jin if he was still unmarried. Ma Jin turned to him with a worried expression on his face. Ian Sin recalled that his captain was the eldest legitimate son of the Ma family. He asked why his clan was so desperately searching for a successor if the captain himself was still capable and healthy. Ma Jin's expression became gloomy, as if I and Shin had touched on a topic he was trying to avoid. Myung stepped closer to his captain and said, "Our guy needs to know the truth." He asked if the captain could tell him. Majin stepped forward and ordered him to go further. When the captain was no longer so close, Myung told our guy that he had something important to tell him. He revealed that once their captain brought Mireo back from a mission, then he held her hand. Our guy clarified if it was about his older sister. Myung assured him that it was the same Mireo. Myung added, at that time she was much younger. Majin took Mireo from a mysterious sect and declared that he was destined to become a support in the neglected fortress. But Mireo was not the main matter in this story at all. Everything boiled down to the mission that Meijin took. It happened on Mount Tian Shan, where the battlefield teemed with remnants of a demonic cult. Myung warned our guy, "This place is deadly dangerous." He said that their captain completed the mission but got involved in a fight on the way with a martial arts master of the demonic path. With a terrifying expression, Myung revealed to Yeonshin, the captain was struck in a vital point by a piercing art that destroys internal organs. And Tashin were shocked by what they heard. After the incident, their captain never fully recovered as a man. Even the captain of the heavenly squad, Huma John, who often argues, never brings up this case. Yan Yenshin did not know what to answer. Myung asked if he now understood what was going on. Our guy assured him that he did. In the next scene, Yi and Shin find themselves in Ma Jin's office. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and the guy asked the captain when the next mission would take place. Ma Jin explained to him that now, after he completed the usual ritual, he could take a several-month break. Yenshin replied that this break did not matter to him. He said directly that he wanted to set out on the mission immediately, and Ma Jin could not understand why the guy was in such a hurry. He stood up and ordered Yanshin that they needed to do a purge. He explained that they were cutting off one of the hands of the Blood Flame cult. Our guy did not expect to hear this. His captain informed him that during the fight with the combat maniac, he had already managed to fight with another apostle of the cult. That apostle's hair had become completely black, and his power fully surpassed the skill of the Bloodmaster swordsman. The apostle was recently seen near Mount Pingding in Hainan Province, lands belonging to the Shaolin Temple. Yet Shin recalled that Shaolin is located on Mount Song in Zhengzhou. He knew Mount Song is extremely far from Hainan. Therefore, he asked his captain to explain how Hainan is considered Shaolin territory. Ma Jian told him that the Shaolin Temple is the very first Orthodox sect. He said that in the Central Plains there are several sects to which Shaolin's instructions do not apply, because Shaolin has too many external sects, and in fact the entire Hainan province falls under their influence. Hearing this, Yanshin wondered what kind of spark of inspiration Shaolin martial arts could give him. Majan told our guy that the first and second squads of the Radiant Demon would follow him. After completing the mission of Plum Blossom Pill and Shang-Chi, Majan created the first Radiant Demon unit. Yan Yangshen, Wan Chong, Mayong, and Mirio were members of the team. And Tashin reported to their captain that the mission was fine with him, but the other unit members needed to rest. Majin smiled and told him that they were all just like him. She added that they enjoyed earning merits and wandering along the walls. Eon Shin folded his hands and told Majin that he was setting off. As soon as he was outside, he looked around in all directions. He mentally instructed himself. After this mission, he would become a warrior in a blue robe. The next scene. The group rides out of the fortress on horseback, and Majin's horse takes the lead. Our guy noticed that 9 martial arts masters were participating in this mission. He had never seen so many people setting out on a mission before. He knew this was truly a formidable team. The scene switches, and we see the group dismounting in Shinahuchini. Majin announced that they would rest here. Yanshin looked around his hometown. He noticed that it was empty, no one on the streets. Wang Chong said he did not expect to see the district in such a state. Our guy was a little discouraged seeing the state of affairs. When the group reached the entrance to the driveway, they heard someone say that the district is almost paradise now, since the young estate has already disappeared. He boasted that the profit from the forest lands flows freely, then laughed and declared that the cult of Blood Flame simply did them a favor. Yi and Shen were shocked to hear this. He remembered how he last spoke with the senior steward. Then he asked where he planned to go, and the man replied that the clan's bloodline was still alive, so he had to serve them as long as the estate remained. Then our guy remembered this, he firmly told himself. The prophecies of the wooded lands must not fall into the hands of the underground world's underground scoundrels. He opened the door and entered the inn with Wen Chong. He saw a giant in the inn drinking with friends, and there was an axe on the table. Yan Shen addressed the men with a request to explain the circumstances concerning the land of the young estate. They did not expect such a question to be asked. Everyone stared at our boy. Yan Shen looked them straight in the eyes. One of them stood up and called our guy a cheeky upstart. He quickly got scared when saw how Wen Chang lifted Yan Shen's clothes to show him the desolate fortress logo. The men got nervous and could not believe that our guy was from a neglected fortress. A huge man among them was not convinced that Yi and Shen were from the abandoned fortress. He grabbed an axe and said that our guy was not from the abandoned fortress. He almost instantly threw his axe at Yan Shen. Our guy drew a sword and with one clean sweeping motion deflected his attack. The man shuddered at what he saw. He could not believe his own eyes. Before he could do anything, Mahjong and other members of his squad entered the tavern. Mahjong asked if something was going on there. The man and his friends got scared. Yan Shen asked him if he could talk while waving an axe. The man immediately became worried. He raised his hand and told the boy that it was a mistake. And Yi and Shen already knew. He could not afford this man, even if he let others go. The move he used to attack was made with the intent to kill, but the man himself used it as if it meant nothing. The boy was sure many ordinary people became victims of this very man. The big man declared that someone had insulted the abandoned fortress, not knowing his place. As soon as he said this, Yi and Shin beheaded him with one even strike. Other men were stunned to see this. The members of the Yanshin squad did not flinch even for a moment. Our guy told the men that he would give them one more try. He asked to tell him about the situation of that young Falcon plan. With anxious looks on their faces, the men assured that they would tell everything they knew. They knelt down and explained the whole situation to Yan. Our guy clenched his fist in anger as soon as he heard their words. They said that after the young estate was destroyed, a storm of blood seemed to have swept through the market. Against this chaos, the head steward of the family created a trading group and expanded it with impressive skill. He wanted to leave the county's borders, and the forest lands and property from the ruined young estate became the foundation of this trading group. So because of this, the underground combat masters began to pursue them. The Shinsho white martial sect used their vast wealth to blind the local magistrate, then launched a raid on the trading group. They tore it to pieces. Wen Chong slammed his fist on the table. He barked that these were rotten bastards. Ekinshin could not believe that the magistrates were just watching all this happen, even though he was governing the county. Mei-young approached our guy and told him that she would gladly help if he just said that word. And Tashin looked up and glanced behind him. He saw that the whole team was already ready to come to his aid. He thanked them for the offer. They all smiled at him. He asked his captain if he was allowed to punish the magistrate on his own. Maijin told him that he could not act that way and added, when he returns, he will deal with the magistrate himself. Yan Shin asked what they should do with the Shinya White Martial sect. At first, his captain stated that such an underground sect should not be too difficult for him if he acted alone, and inquired if he needed any help. Yi and Shin replied that no help was needed. Wenchun stepped closer and told the captain that he would follow Yanshan. With a smile on his face, he told his captain that they could not allow a young martial arts master who had not yet reached adulthood to act alone. Otherwise, the very name of the neglected fortress would be disgraced. And Tashin told Wenchong that the matter was not about justice at all. Wenchong raised his hand and stopped him, not letting him say anything more. He declared that he was taking the underground gang out of the game. Then he added that this was the work of a righteous warrior, and then smiled, as if to say others are too afraid to suffer pain to even try. Although Wenchong joked around, Yi and Shun knew his friend always behaved as if he were a true hero. In the next scene, we are led to the entrance of the Shino White Martial sect. Wenchong did not expect the place to be so close. He wondered if the sect had adopted the manners of some noble family. He drew a sword, and with one devastating blow, he smashed the door to pieces. When he stepped over to the threshold, a smile appeared on his face. He saw members of the SEC standing outside with weapons and asked them if they were waiting for them specifically. He asked them if they had eavesdropped on their conversation at the inn. The sect leader smiled and called the boys fools. He told them they had nothing to fear and did not expect only two to come here. He also promised their bodies would turn into fertilizer for the forests. Yi and Shin ignored the man and drew their swords. He heard that small and medium sects often lag behind the latest news, while the large ones hesitate before provoking a ruined fortress. The sect leader smiled again and ordered his men to kill the boys. His men quickly rushed at them. As soon as they approached Yenshin, they were immediately torn apart even before they could swing their swords. Argai easily cut off their heads. When Chang covered from behind, he helped him deal with those nearby. Yangshin fiercely looked at the leader after dealing with the people in front. The man was scared. Yangshin moved towards him. The sect leader and his subordinate froze with fear. The sect leader tried to beg Yenshin. Unfortunately for him, Argai did not fall for his act. At that moment, he tore his own body to pieces. The unfortunate freak did not even have time to recover. His body fell to the ground in an instant, and Tashin raised his sword and carefully waved it to remove the man's blood from the blade. He wrapped his own body with energy and turned sharply. The men were frightened. They all knew they would not get out alive. After some time, several dead bodies lay on the ground, and some men were seriously wounded. Meanwhile, Ai, Shin, and Wenchang looked around. Someone shouted, "He is already late." When the guys returned, they saw an official with 3 people, and the 4 of them immediately entered the building together. The official was stunned to see the bodies on the ground and could not comprehend what had happened. While he was looking around, he noticed Yinshin. He recalled that our guy was a child of the young estate. He asked him what exactly he was doing here. At that very moment, the man said just that. He saw the Desolate Fortress logo on Yanshin's clothes and could not believe that Yanshin was even in Desolate Fortress. One of the men rushed past the official and called out to our guy. Yanshin was surprised to see the head of the manor. The man could not believe that our guy had become a martial arts master in the abandoned fortress. He was immensely proud of him and told Yanshin that it felt like a dream. Our guy told the manager that he heard things are not going well for him. The manager gently rubbed his head and explained that everything is bad because he is weak. Even Shin noticed that the energy emanating from the man's body was now fundamentally different than before. It had become more refined and grounded. Our guy knew such a transformation is almost impossible without official training in martial arts. He asked the manager if he had joined the Orthodox sect. The steward smiled and replied that he managed to become an external student of Shaolin, and that was thanks to great luck. Our guy did not expect to hear this. The manager pointed with his hand at the bald old man standing behind. He introduced him as his master. The old monk gave his name. He is Zhang. Yanshin clasped his hands together and greeted the man. He introduced himself in return. As soon as he greeted, the third man told him that his techniques were incredible. The man, who eventually turned out to be a representative of the noble race, turned around and looked at Yenshin. He introduced himself as Hakyong. Hakyong is also known as Little Divine Mok. He belongs to the 18 Arhats of the Great Shaolin Temple and is a master of Shaolin Fist Strike. Wenjiang turned to Yanshin and asked if he had any ancient ties with their temple. Our guy told him that this was his first encounter with the Shaolin martial masters. Wenjiang told our guy that his physique was truly impressive. He said that his body looked as if it had been well-tempered thanks to the art of muscle transformation. It is said that the Shaolin 72 Supreme Arts begin and end with the art of Dharma muscle transformation. This is an incredibly important art for the temple, essentially their foundation. When Zhang informed Yanshin that he did not suspect him of stealing the techniques of their temple because it was simply impossible, Dakyong called out to Yanshin and stated that his actions were quite reasonable from the perspective of worldly standards. However, if viewed through the eyes of someone who lives only by the mountains, martial arts, and Dharma, all this seems a bit excessive. Hakyong told Yanshin that he was worried because he would definitely become a top martial arts master. Our guy asked the monk to explain to him what exactly he was trying to say. Hakyong added, "A true martial arts master speaks through martial arts." He clenched his fist and suggested they cross fists. The one who wins will gain favor. He took out a small bottle and told Yanshin that he would give it to him if he won. Hakyong revealed to him that inside the bottle there is a pill for cleansing the meridians. He told him that it is a secret pill of his clan made in the medical corps at the temple. Wenshin was surprised to see the bottle. He asked Hakyong if it was the pill with which Shaolin instantly restores its energy. The monk replied that he was right. Neither Yi nor Shin could believe it. He was already offering such a rare and valuable pill without saying in advance what exactly he wanted. He could not decipher Hakyong's intentions. He decided to accept the fight. He said he would give it his all. The monk laughed and thanked our guy for giving him the opportunity to intervene in his affairs. He told him that he could take the pill if something unforeseen happened. Yenshin asked him what exactly he wanted and what request was being referred to. The monk smiled and told our guy that he had to listen to an hour of his Dharma lecture. Our guy and Won-chong were impressed to hear this. Gaekyong laughed, seeing their reaction. He asked Yahello if he believed that now he would ask him to shave his head and join Shaolin as an official disciple participant. Our guy realized he was witnessing the same legendary justice of the Shaolin monks. Yenshin and Hakyong stepped back a few steps and took a fighting stance. Now, looking him in the face, the boy clearly saw the chasm between them. He knew that if they combined and used internal energy, he could not hold against Gokzong. But when it comes to stature, Yi and Shin might have a chance. The monk lunged at the boy and instantly swung his fist. Yi and Shin intercepted his attack and pushed him back a little. Gaeyong turned around and attacked him with his leg. Yan Shin blocked his attack. The monk gathered his fist twice as fast and lunged at our boy, attacking with even greater speed. Yi and Shin disrupted his tempo and repelled his attacks with one hand. Gaezong jumped up and tried to kick our boy. Yi and Shin carefully bent to dodge the attack. Gakyong retreated and took a fighting stance. He lunged at our boy and struck with the dragonfish strike technique. He did not stop. Used the technique to hit Yunshin's body with tremendous force. Bright light burst out from the very strike. When Gakyong retreated, he immediately noticed something strange. Our guy was still standing, as if he hadn't even been wounded. Wonjon was struck by Yanshan. He realized that our guy was standing in exactly the same pose as when the duel began. With a cold look in his eyes, Yahello asked the monk if he was already finished. Gakchung did not expect to hear these words. Yahello and Gakchung stared intently at each other without looking away. Our guy took a step forward and then rushed straight at the mannequin. The monk had not yet recovered. Our guy easily managed to get close and throw a punch. The monk managed to barge on them, sliding to the side. He was a little nervous. He quickly attacked Yahello with a series of strikes. He failed to dodge them. He was lucky. Strikes without internal energy could not cause him noticeable harm, thanks to his movement technique. Yi and Shin did not have to worry about the opponent's attack. He simply focused on his own offense. He carefully pushed the monk's palm aside and grabbed it. In terms of experience and depth of martial arts, Gakyeon, of course, could not compare to Yin Shin, but he still felt pleased to sense that the fight had its own balance. Our guy clenched his fists tightly. Then he felt a new technique coming at him. And immediately Gakyang attacked with a series of strikes. Several strong touches, fist after fist. The monk could not dodge the attacks. He had to take them directly on himself. Wangjong was impressed when he saw how our guys attacked. He became curious whether he had reproduced the 5 fist strikes of Sholu. He looked closely at the style of Yanshin. He realized he was mistaken. The styles were only similar, and our guy's style was actually much better. During the clash with Gakyong, blue light flashed in the eyes of Yi and Shin. It seemed he was comprehending and creating a new martial art. So he made his fist strikes faster. Gajong could still keep up the pace. The 100th monk noticed that Yanshin's skill and ability to apply energy emission techniques had significantly increased. He could not believe that our guy got better every time he fought. He understood Yi and Shin were creating a completely new martial art. Gajong took a deep breath and sharply threw a punch to the side of Yin Shin. Our guy dodged effortlessly. He gave the monk a light punch on the shoulder. Yang was surprised to see this. He realized that in Shin's physical form had already surpassed even that little divine monk. Our guy and Gakyong continuously exchanged blows at a crazy speed, one against the other. Eventually, they managed to intercept the strikes and block each other's fists. The two quickly jumped back to create distance between themselves. So Gakyong began to breathe heavily. Ye Yishin was not even tired. The monks smiled and said that if they continued like this, one of them would have to take the meridian cleansing pill. They both lowered their fists and for a moment stared intently at each other. Everyone was impressed by what had happened. They did not believe the fight ended in a draw. The official could not believe his own eyes. Wan Shang told him, "Those who understand Yin must know the truth." He revealed to him, "Our guy has monstrous strength, even compared to members of the Radiant Demon Squad." Hearing this, the official gently turned to him. Wenshin told that something really happened once in an abandoned fortress. When our guy was washing, the maidservants who helped manage the bath secretly slipped away. Later, they returned to secretly spy on him. Wenshan found out that those women were too bold and fearless. He did not think they would dare to do such a thing. The official man suddenly trembled nervously. Before Wen Chang could tell what would happen next, he turned aside and declared that he was not interested in it at all. The man rushed to the exit, and Wan Chang found it strange. Usually most want to hear the continuation. Yanshin folded his hands and thanked the monk for the duel. He said he would listen to his teachings. Gekiyoung did not expect to hear that. He laughed and called our guy a sincere person. And then he said that he would like it if the boy were his student. He knew he could not take our boy because he did not win the duel. He informed Yan Yanshin that he was actually afraid. He did not expect that step by step he would break through his basic techniques. Once he placed his hand on his chest and said that he had lost. He told our boy that he would listen to him as soon as he had the chance, if he obeyed his doctrine. Hearing this, Yan Yanshin smiled gently. He told the monk that this would be good. Later that evening, we see the two of them sitting in the pavilion. Hak Young began the explanation with a story about Bodhidharma, the first grandmaster and founder of Buddhism on the Central Plains. While he spoke, Yi and Shin realized, Buddhism does not rest on words and letters. It goes beyond its own scriptures. And our boy was opening to a new understanding of the world. Until now, his mind had been sharpened like a sword forged by endless bloodshed. Alongside the doomed end, his strength to survive was growing. It overwhelmed him completely. Of course, a person's doctrine cannot magically erase the fear of a death sentence. But our boy could already grasp the very essence hidden in the martial art of Buddhism. While Hak Young was explaining everything to Yanshan, Wen Jing was watching them closely. The next day, we see the group leaving the monastery gate. The old monk says, "Destroy evil and establish righteousness." This is not some distant abstraction. He is confident that there is real tangible power in this. He told the group that this is a spiritual power that destroys the harmful authority accumulated by cults like the Blood Flame cult. And as soon as Hak Young heard this, he immediately turned to him. Wang Zhong said that martial arts and spells were once together. Spells are the mysterious arts of the immortals. They were separated from martial arts, and people began to call them differently. Hak Young smiled and turned to the old monk. He reminded him that he was creating a martial arts workshop to kill the leader of the Blood Flame cult, and that he himself was the one who devoted himself to Buddhism. Wang Zhong heard this irritably and asked, "Hak Zhong, tell me what is wrong with your actions." He insisted that all this must be done for the sake of the people, and Hak Zhong essentially agreed with him. While they were talking, Yi and Shin felt something. He saw his captain jump onto the territory. Ma Jiang landed right in front of him. He told our guy that he had been looking for them all this time. He certainly did not expect to see the shallow monks next to them. He told them that he did not have the luxury to properly welcome them because they were just now surrounded. As soon as he said these words, other members of their squad burst into the yard. Yi and Shin clearly did not expect to hear that. He asked his captain what exactly was happening. Majin informed him that there is Blood Flame cult there. He said the news has already reached the cult. Majin also revealed that the Hao faction betrayed them. He stated that they must seize the chance to escape and survive. He ordered the members of his team to meet at the Sword Heavenly Clan on Mount Pindon if they broke formation. And Sin immediately felt from Majin's tone that he was completely unsettled, and could not believe that a warrior in a black robe would behave like that. While he was looking at his captain, something clicked in his feelings. He abruptly turned to the door. When the others felt it too, they also turned to the door. As soon as they did it, the door exploded, and everyone quickly got down to preparations. A young woman with black hair stepped onto the territory, holding a dagger in her hand. The woman with red eyes softly greeted them. A creepy, dark energy emanated from her. Yan Yanshin felt she was from a completely different league than the swordsman Bloodmaster. He recalled that the hair of the Blood Flame cultists becomes blacker each time they grow stronger. While he was intently watching the woman, Mahjong revealed to his team that she was the seventh apostle. Everyone knew that the seventh apostle was a powerful warrior with exceptional combat skills and a temper that really gets on nerves. The woman turned to Yin Xian. She asked if he was the same lightning genius, and boldly said that he was the future of Desolate Fortress. Lips. She gently licked her lips. He told the ancient that his nape looked truly incredibly beautiful. Mahjong raised his sword in front of our guy as soon as he heard these words. He asked the seventh apostle to look at him. The woman smiled gently. Instantly, she did exactly that. Followers of her cult appeared on the wall. The walls closed in around the group from every side. There were too many cultists. Seven said that it was here she would kill and press. And this was not part of the future Radiant Demon Squad. As soon as she said it, so she threw her dagger at Yan Xin. Her dagger was quite fast. In a moment, it flashed past Mahjong. Before he could touch our guy, he grabbed the hilt and pushed the blade back. He approached the matter carefully. His hand did not touch the blade directly. The dagger itself radiated a gloomy, threatening energy. When Yi and Shin tightened their grip on what held the health, the energy on the sword vanished without a trace, as if the guy had cleansed it with his own energy, dispersed the darkness like smoke is dispersed. Yin Shin froze, seeing what he had done. He could not believe he had just dissolved the bloody art of the seventh apostle. But he remembered Shinjin's words that the 3 poisons must be eradicated forever, and the 6 roots always remain pure. Wan Chong was also confused, seeing exactly what Ye and Shin was doing. He knew a person can cleanse dark energy only through reciting a Shaolin combat spell. So he wondered whether Ye and Shin was reciting a Buddhist sutra or perhaps now uttering a combat spell when his dagger flashed in the trap. He believed that our guy could create Buddhist martial arts. Ian Shin shouted to the apostle and threw her a dagger. He told her that her techniques were easy to neutralize because she uses the martial arts of the Blood Flame cult. When the woman heard this, she smiled. She descended to pick up her dagger and then told Yi and Shin that he was supposedly quite handsome. Cute. She found it funny that he said her techniques were easy to counter. She felt that our guy had mastered the basic teachings of Shaolin. So she said he was just resisting her bloody arts a little. She explained to him that he was not yet grown enough to cross the real difference in the level of martial, and directly stated that he was significantly weaker than her. As soon as she said this, she disappeared and appeared again right in front of him and was about to stab him with her dagger. And Yi and Shen did not even manage to react to her speed. Fortunately, their captain was nearby. He intercepted the strike and blocked her dagger with a sword-bearing scabbard. The woman turned to Mahjong. She said that he was betting everything on some kind of novice, as if on a lightning genius. Mahjong covered his palm with his energy and struck the apostle's side with it, ordering her to shut up. Shut up. Although they stood very close, the woman still managed to dodge his attack. She jumped back. Her rebound landed on the ground, and as soon as she touched the ground, she immediately commanded her people, "Attack!" When the cultists heard the order, they rushed at the group without hesitation. Yan Yanshin drew sword and repelled the attack of the first one who swung at him. He easily knocked down the man with a single stroke. He turned around and cut down the one standing behind him. The cultists did not react at all to the death of their comrades. They said they would get Yanshin's head. Our guy covered sword with energy and easily sliced through their strike after strike. During the fight, Yi and Shin noticed that their captain was restrained by the seventh apostle. He saw that there were more Bloodmaster's swordsmen here than in the warriors in blue robes. One of the cultists tried to attack our guy from the side. Yanshin covered his palm with energy. He used the technique of infinite blooming with his fist, and the man was thrown into flight. He sharply turned and struck with the sword, cutting down the person behind him in one motion. Yanshin recalled that when he tried to seize the apostle's dagger, he failed to perform the martial arts as he intended. He wondered, maybe the thing is that the spell is not fully visualized yet. As soon as this thought flashed in his head, a cultist rushed at him from the side. Yi and Shin simultaneously struck the man's head with their palms, and the man was thrown into flight from that attack. He looked around at the bodies and told himself that this was not enough. He knew. He lacked the ability to control the situation like those in the true realm of the Swordmaster. People of this level are the Black Mantle warriors of Desolate Fortress. Until the captain can kill the seventh apostle, the fight will not end anytime soon. While Yi and Shin were still thinking, he heard Zhang attacking someone with a fist strike and instantly turned around. He remembered that monks who delve into the depths of truth and martial arts spells often do not gain fame in this world. He looked closely and did not feel any strong energy from the monks. While he was watching him, 2 Bloodmaster swordsmen rushed from the side at Zhang. They openly declared that they intended to kill him. Zhang was scared. Out of fear, he quickly raised his hand. Yi and Shin appeared behind that man. He used radiant sword art to behead one of them with a single sword strike. After that, he swung his sword at the second one. The latter managed to intercept the strike with an ancient sword, and even shuddered, feeling the power behind our guy's sword. Yehengsen kicked the man in the stomach and knocked him off balance. He swung again, and with a single strike beheaded him. Wan Yang was shocked to see this. He already knew that Yi and Shen were extraordinary, but did not expect them to be at such a level. Yang could not believe that someone so young could master these martial arts. In the next scene, we see Yangsen riding a horse. An old monk is riding ahead of him while he was holding on in the saddle. Our guy remembered how he took down the people who were nearby. He was standing behind old monk. Although he had already killed many cultists, there were still too many of them. Our guy felt the Blood Flame cult was truly determined to wipe them all out. Majin used a technique to transmit his voice directly into the heads of his comrades. He called them and ordered them to flee from here for now. He assured them they would meet again in the Heavenly Sword Clan. Yi and Shin managed to break through the cultists and create a breach so that he and Wonjong could pass through. The two of them ran together. In the next scene, we see Yunchun and Wangjong arriving at the docks together. They wanted to cross the river right before their eyes. Wonjong noticed a boat ahead and suggested they get on it. Our guy asked if it was a flower viewing boat, and he replied that it would be good for them. Hearing this, the old monk dismounted from his horse. He stepped closer to the edge of the plank. He took a deep breath and shouted, then asked the people in the boat to come closer to them. The boy shuddered considerably upon hearing the old monk shout. To his surprise, the people in the boat heard the monk's voice. They turned around and rowed towards them. As soon as the boat came closer, Yi and Shin saw the people inside. Well-dressed young people crowded in the boat. Our boy immediately realized these were children from respected clans. It was clear they had been taught proper martial arts since childhood. Those sitting inside held themselves confidently and even boldly. A young girl stepped forward and asked Wingjian if he needed companions on the journey. Yanshin wondered which sect this martial master belonged to. He replied to the girl that the old monk was devoted to his ascetic training, so he could not greet her. He asked her to understand this. Hearing this, Wonjong became irritated, and he quietly, gently whispered to Yanshan that he should think about it and what it was actually about. The girl said it was funny and interesting. She explained to our boy that it was already a bit boring on their boat, and she asked if they would board now. She added that the boat could carry their horses. As soon as Yanshin and the monk boarded the boat, they pushed off from the docks. Our guy did not take his eyes off the girl on the boat. She seemed suspicious to him. The girl introduced herself as Hadam. She said she was a capable ascendant from the Martial Alliance. She added, people call her Swordflower. Our guy already knew that the Martial Alliance was part of the 13 Heavens, just like the Blood Flame Cult and the Tyrant Sword Tribe. He understood this was a gathering of young elites from an unorthodox sect. One of them noticed the sign on Yanshin's clothes and asked if he was a martial arts warrior from Desolate Fortress. He asked him why he was in such a hurry to cross the river. And Ian Shin told him that nearby some group from the Blood Flame Cult was committing relentless robbery. He replied, both he and Old Monk fled from that place. The boy found it interesting that the abandoned fortress was connected to the 13 Heavens. He put the cup on the table and asked the elder if he knew that the bloodthirsty demons were afraid some small fry like him would escape. The boy drew his sword and stood up. He said he had no idea that a Shaolin monk was also involved in this. Hadam said that the time was perfect. The river is the best place for those who need to be silenced to fall silent. She noticed that Ian Shin and the old monk did not utter a word. She told them that they did not look like people who were afraid at all. Yi and Shin ignored her and turned to the woman who was passing by. It seemed she was trying to escape from them. Kudam was irritated by such a spectacle. She decided that our guy was too arrogant. She drew her sword and declared that they needed to spill some blood to get everything started. As soon as she uttered these words, she covered her sword with energy and sharply struck the woman with it. Yanshin grabbed the woman by the arm and pulled her along. He managed to protect her from injury. He realized that these people do not respect human lives. These people do not respect human lives. He drew a sword and used radiant sword art, decapitating the girl with a single strike. The poor girl did not even have time to properly react to the attack. With a grim expression, Ye and Shin ordered the boys to stop misbehaving. The boys were frightened and could not believe that someone like Yi and Shin could perform such a powerful sword attack. Examination of the boy who spoke earlier. Yan Shin told Kudam that Kudam is the precious daughter of the martial arts union, the Sun Estate. He asked our guy if he was not afraid of the consequences. Yangxian drew his sword and with a sweep wiped her blood off it. He reminded the guys that it was they who tried to kill them. He advised them to worry about revenge from Desolate Fortress. He said that for now this boat will head north, and when the time comes, he will decide what to do with them. He ordered the guys that now they themselves will row. The guy with the headband asked Yanshin again if he did not hear what he just said. He said that the girl is Swordflower from the Sun Estate, and asked our guy if he knows who she is. Ye and Shin turned to the idiot and smiled. He realized that he had not properly introduced himself to the guys yet. He sat on a box and revealed to them that he is a lightning genius from Radiant Demon Squad. As soon as the guy heard Yin Shan's title, he was twisted with fear. He understood that he was talking to the best young talent of Desolate Fortress, and to the one who killed the elder of the Tyrant Sword Clan. Later that same day, we see everyone standing behind Yinshin, and our guy was meditating. He recalled the clash he had with the cultists. Vanjon watched Yinshin as he immersed himself in meditation and decided to speak with him. He told him that the Blood Flame cult attacked his clan when he was about the same age as Yanshin. Rumor said the leader of the Blood Flame cult came to his clan alone, without escort. But as soon as Wenzhong stepped out for a moment, when he returned, only he remained alive. He wept before the dried, wrinkled corpse of his late father. Luck itself pushed him. Wenzhong caught the gaze of his mentor, and he was taken to Songshan. But very quickly he realized that he was not gifted in martial arts. Then he decided to devote himself to creating a natural enemy for the enemy, through learning and practicing combat techniques. When he said this, Yi Anshin turned to him. The old monk explained. He showed him the martial art that he had just begun to grasp. He asked if he could tell him what exactly he could do to help. Yi Anshin did not expect to hear this at all. He addressed the old monk and asked if he could read the Dharma for him. Wenzhong watched in surprise as this was uttered. Yan Shin felt as if an old monk had made him an offer at just the right moment. Lately, he constantly felt that something was missing, and the superficial Buddhist teachings he once learned in Gakyung were already enough as a warning. Now it was only left to hone his movements. When the boat arrived at the destination, and that Shin allowed ordinary people to disembark first. At first, he told the guys that they would follow him to the Heavenly Sword Clan. He gave them a rope so they could tie themselves up. He reminded them that they had tried to kill a martial artist from Desolate Fortress, a Shaolin monk, and an innocent civilian, and said he would hand over their punishment to Desolate Fortress. The guys already knew they were doomed. Our guy and Wenzhong sat on horseback watching those guys march forward. Yunshin knew he would get formal credit if he brought this idiot. While he looked around in all directions, our guys saw ahead some martial arts masters. They were all dressed the same. They stood near the carriage. One of them approached the guys, asked if they were from the Martial Alliance, and found it strange that they were tied up. He questioned them about what exactly happened. The guy with the headband admitted that they had committed a crime and were captured by the neglected fortress. As soon as the man heard this, he turned to Yanshin. The other men were surprised to see someone from the abandoned fortress. They thought the boys were too young to commit crimes. Yanshin wondered if their loyalty leaned towards the Martial Alliance, since it was closer than the distant land of Huguan, or if they were simply forced to maintain ties with the Martial Alliance. The man glared fiercely at Yanshin. Before he could say a word, someone shouted to him from the side, "Escort Gyum!" He asked what was happening. The escort turned to the youth in blue clothing. Then he called him Young Patriarch, reminded him that he was a guest here, and asked why he had not sat down yet. The youth felt pure and righteous energy from the elder and did not look away from him. Escort Gyum was delighted to see him and asked if he was truly the lightning genius. He ran to Yehin Shin and said he never expected to meet him here. He said he knew. The dragon appeared just as he dealt with the grotesque demon Rakshasa. He told Yan Shin that now he was certain. He had seen him with his own eyes. He told him that the glow in his eyes was extraordinary, and Shin asked the youth if he was the same young patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Clan. The young man realized that he still had not introduced himself. He clasped his hands together and introduced himself. "That was Shin Yu Yanyan from the Heavenly Sword Clan." Yanyan Shin asked him if there was anyone else currently at his estate from that neglected fortress. Yuryang replied that quite a few people had already arrived and explained they only had to wait for the Radiant Demon Squad, which had now gone on a mission and was supposed to return. He also revealed to him that they were still expecting a monk from Shaolin. Yan Shin thanked him for the information, dismounted his horse, and said he had a matter to settle. Yuryang did not expect to hear such words from him. Yan Shin stepped forward and appeared behind the GM escort. He told the man that his energy felt extremely familiar. The man was shocked to see that our young man was standing behind him. Yan Shin splashed water on the man's face. The escort quickly retreated. He asked our young man to explain what he was doing. Our guy just smiled as soon as he heard it. He told the man that he was actually just terribly good at hiding it. As soon as he said this, the man's eyes flashed red, and the black with red hair became visible in all its expressiveness. Everyone froze in shock. They could not believe that this man was from the Blood Flame cult. While the man was stumbling and nervous, Yi and Shin quickly closed the distance between them. He covered his fist with his energy, and he hit him right on the head. The blow crushed the man's skull. The poor guy didn't even have time to react properly and fell to the ground. Those men could not believe that our guy took him down with one hit. Yanshin took a deep breath and looked at his hand. He realized the shockwave that burst out at the moment of attack was something he had never seen before. And although he hit the person only with the power of his body, he did not think it would turn out so powerful. He knew that very soon he would master this technique. The old monk was surprised to see Yin Shan's movement. He wondered if our guy had just invented this technique. He realized that he might be a true grandmaster. Ian Shin reminded Wan Chong that he said He wants to restore the Shaolin art of the soft, flowing strike of the Bodhisattva. He told the monk that he would like to add a soft, flowing strike to this new name of the martial art and asked if he would allow him to do so. Wang Zhong was stunned to hear this. He dismounted from the horse and approached Yanshan. He told him that he would be honored if he used this name. In the next scene, we are transported to the Heavenly Sword Clan. We see the wounded Wang Chong whispering to our guy, he is lucky to be alive at all. Ye Henshin did not understand why the injured man was telling him that he was lucky to stay alive. Wang Chong touched his shoulder and told him that he did well, and the others did not know what to answer him. Majin found it incredibly strange that Yun Yang Shin was able to achieve something, although he was fleeing from pursuers. Our guy asked his captain if he dealt with the seventh apostle. With a nervous expression, Majin told Ye and Shin that the martial arts of the apostles were a bad match for him, and added that Mi Myung would probably be able to take her out of the fight if she were on the same level as him. Mi Myung moved closer to her captain and asked if he was making up an excuse now. Mirio approached our guy. She touched his shoulders and said that he looked quite healthy. She noticed that his energy was beginning to transform again. She stared into his eyes and said that people his age usually think primarily about their own foundation. She added that he was also leveling up too quickly. Yanshin looked away from her. He turned to his captain and asked what they would do with the Blood Flame cult. The captain said that the seventh apostle seemed to have information about their squad. Majin told him that they would wait. He revealed to him that they planned to act in response, coordinating everything with the Heavenly Sword Clan. He informed his squad that the cultists had been ordered to destroy them, although it seemed to be just a small fight between Desolate Fortress and the Blood Flame cult. In reality, it was a full-scale war for the Radiant Demon Squad. The captain explained to them that they would use the trap devices of the Heavenly Sword Clan, which the master craftsman of Desolate Fortress had brought, to help them in battle. He said they would restore all their strength and stand against their enemies. Yi and Shin recalled how they once heard about the trap devices. The masters wove everything together using strange techniques and laws of nature to create an unusual phenomenon. After the explanations, Majin told his team that they would continue the conversation a little later and asked them to go inside and rest. Our guy decided to use this chance for training. The scene changes and we see Yi Shin meditating. While he was meditating, someone knocked on his door. Our guy instantly opened his eyes. The servant reported that the young patriarch had asked him to visit after breakfast, and also Urian had asked to deliver a letter. The man placed the letter and several items on the table, then left. As soon as our guy unfolded the letter he saw, Urian asked him to come to the pavilion after breakfast. He wrote in the letter that his sister would be with him. He asked Ian Shin to be attentive to his manners. He also asked him to wear the clothes he himself provided. Barely had he read this, our guy remembered how Yun Urian, after killing his escort, asked him his age. Our guy found this message strange. He told the man that he was already 16. Yan Yuri rejoiced upon hearing this and replied that this was exactly the right age. Yuri Yan, continuing the conversation, told Yan Shen that he would like to introduce him to his younger sister if he did not yet have marriage arrangements, saying that the sister was a very kind and wonderful girl. I and Shen were stunned upon hearing this. At present, our guys stared at the letter. He knew. Having a child and living with someone for 100 years were things one could only dream of. For him, whose fate doomed him to die early, this was impossible. While Yi and Shin were examining the letter, he heard a loud rumble on the premises. Someone shouted and loudly called, "Radiant Demon Squad!" Yansin and other squad fighters recognized the voice of this person. Everyone understood. This was an emergency call from their captain. Our guy grabbed his sword and ran out of the room. He immediately realized they were being besieged. As soon as he was outside, he saw his captain and several guards. A building was burning nearby. Majin informed him that there had been an explosion at the southern gates. He said he believed the explosion completely erased their trap formation without a trace. Yanshin could not believe that the cultists would use bombs without the Imperial Palace's permission. Myung said he had heard rumors that the Tang clan was making bombs, but did not think it was true. He wondered if the Tang clan was crazy enough to attempt something like that. As soon as he said this, the gates before them rumbled and exploded. Everyone was shocked to watch what happened. When the smoke cleared, Seventh Apostle and her subordinates stepped onto the fortress grounds step by step. She smiled and said that the Tang clan really helps a lot. She also said that the Tang clan should already be part of the Orthodox sect. Mahjong said she was trying to sow distrust among the sects, and he asked her not to worry. He explained that Desolate Fortress was already watching all the sects. Having felt this, the woman only gave a condescending grimace. She said to the captain, Both the martial and the ducal families in the neglected fortress, they are all hypocrites who hold the world in a fist and have no intention of letting it go. As soon as Mahjong heard these words, he drew a sword. The apostle glanced at him sideways and declared that her cult would cleanse this world. She said to Mahjong, it would bring about the birth of a bloody world, even if it meant giving her life for it. As soon as she said this, two groups sprang from their places and rushed at each other. Majin and the Apostle released their energies and swung their blades at each other. The Radiant Demon Squad and the martial arts masters of the Heavenly Sword Clan swung their blades at the cultists. Moreo attacked and cut down the cultist who was fighting Wensheng. Yanshin instantly drew his sword. He saw that a fighter from the Heavenly Sword Clan was fighting a cultist. He helped the man, cutting the cultist's arm. Our guy knew this was a fight to the death. He understood that in such group chaos, there is no justice. A martial fighter must seize and use every opportunity that arises. Yenshin effortlessly tore apart the cultists who attacked him. When he turned around, he saw his captain fighting with the seventh apostle and two more cultists. He and Shin pulled themselves together and he moved towards his captain. Several cultists rushed at him. Our guy easily and effortlessly dodged their attacks. He swung his sword with crazy speed and cut them all down before they could raise their swords again. He headed to his captain. Mahjong felt his presence as soon as he came closer. He saw that Yan Shin was standing behind the seventh apostle. The apostle apparently did not expect to see Yenshin behind her. She licked her lips and told him that he does not know his place. As soon as she said this, she raised her palm and lunged at our guy. Mahjong asked her to stop. When Yi and Shin saw that she was coming at him head-on, he recalled the Buddhist teachings he received from Gakyung and Wonyoung. Yehen Shin covered his palm, and in it surged a different, purer energy than usual. Above his head appeared a blue circle of understanding. Our guy attacked the apostle with a technique known as the demon-destroying gentle flow strike. His attack released a bright light. It severely damaged the apostle. The woman was stunned. She saw blood streaming from her eyes. She screamed in pain. As soon as her voice sounded, everyone in the compound turned to her. The apostle put her hand on her right eye. She could not believe that Yan Yan Shin had torn it out. Our guy withdrew his pure energy. He told the apostle that she would only be able to see half of the bloody, blood-soaked land. From these words, the woman became even angrier. While everyone was staring blankly at her and Yin Shin, Mahjong rushed at the men who were fighting him from behind. He easily knocked their heads off with one blow. He stepped closer to Yehen Shin and asked which technique he had just used. Our guy revealed to his captain that this is known as the soft flowing strike for demon extermination. He said that this martial art was created to crack the skulls of bloody demons. The apostle gathered her thoughts and smiled. She used her hair to cover her eye. She saw that this martial art was created with the intent to destroy her cult. She asked our guy where he got such divine martial art. She knew that if you infused even a little divine energy into the technique, mastering it would become much harder, and she could not believe that Yi and Shin had already mastered it at such a young age. She told our guy that only a prodigy once in 1,000 years could master this technique. Yi and Shin were unmoved upon hearing her praise. The apostle laughed and asked our guy if he thought Shaolin would allow them to wander freely if they were easy to deal with. She stuck out her tongue and told Yan Yan Shin that he was truly intriguing, and added, his nape looks even more beautiful. Majin heard this irritably. He ordered the apostle to be silent and move closer to her, and suddenly made a sword thrust. The apostle effortlessly dodged the strike. Tamajin swung his sword at her again. The apostle instantly jumped back. She turned to Ienshin. She told him that they would meet again. As soon as she said this, she immediately jumped out the gate. Someone announced that the seventh apostle escaped. He ordered the others to finish off the remaining cultists. As soon as they heard this, the battle masters were filled with determination. Their strikes became faster and stronger. They began to chop down the cultists. Sometime later, we see the bodies of cultists on the ground. After they dealt with the enemies, Yi and Sin told his captain that he had not fulfilled his role properly. Majin replied, I know. Our guy informed the captain that he is a level above the apostle. Mahjong got irritated by this news. He couldn't believe that our guy was lecturing him on something he already knew. Yekenshin turned around and asked his captain if the problem was in the mobile arts of his clan. Majin looked away from him and said that he was well trained in the mobile arts of his clan. Yi and Shin said nothing to him. When he turned aside, he saw an old monk beside him. Wanjiang told him that he had already shown him martial arts can be reinforced by divine power. And Yishin told the man that he revealed this precisely thanks to him. Wanzhong declared that he would never forget the wave of the divine strike, the sacred splash that blinded the seventh apostle seventh. He told Yan Yanshin that he was not only a true genius, but also a virtuous person. He asked our guy to visit Shaolin sometime, and promised to personally serve him tea. Ga Zhang told our guy that he had never met anyone like him before. He was impressed by how our guy created such a unique martial skill and declared that he deserved to become an honorary guest of Shaolin. Yanshin assured him that he would remember the explanations and instructions forever, and Gakiam, hearing this, laughed. He asked our guy to try to visit Han Song someday and assured him that his mentor would welcome him warmly. And Tashin said that the day would come when he would have to ascend Han Song. He told the old monk that he would count on his kindness. The next day, we see a squad of radiant demons and monks standing right in front of the gates of the Heavenly Sword clan. The patriarch and his son were also there beside them. The patriarch asked everyone to return safely. Majin folded his hands and thanked him for allowing them to stay in his clan. He assured Desolate Fortress will never forget the help their clan provided to them. Yuryanyan returned to Inshan. He informed him that they would set a date and send an official envoy to Desolate Fortress. He asked our guy to consider his proposal. As soon as he uttered these words, Yanyan Shin saw someone on the fortress grounds. It was a beautiful girl with a veil on her face. This girl is Yuryang's sister. Yanyan Shin exhaled through his teeth and clasped his hands. He thanked Yuryan for his hospitality and for accepting his detachment. The patriarch wished our boy only the best. Returning back along the road to the river, we see Wenchang wearing a bandage on his arm due to an injury. He told Yanshin that it would be incredible if he could marry into the Heavenly Sword clan and that it would be a truly phenomenal union. Myung told him that their alliance could rival that of the 8 great clans. He told Wenchang, "Everything is fine as long as I and Shin do not marry those connected to the 13 heavens." And everyone laughed as soon as they heard this. Our guy mentally hoped that they would mind their own business. As soon as they moved far away from the Heavenly Sword clan, the monks told Yi and Shin it was time for them to part ways. Wang Zhang asked him to try to visit Shaolin. Hak Yong told our guy that he still had many things he wanted to give him. Yi and Shin assured him that he had already heard enough. He thanked the man for the offer. Gakyong told him that he was a talent of the highest caliber. He assured Yanshin that he could even represent the abandoned fortress at the Dragon Phoenix Summit, and added if he had time, he himself would also come to this summit. He also told Yanshin that when they met, they could continue their unfinished conversation. Our guy asked what the Dragon Phoenix Summit was. The monk was surprised that our guy didn't even know about it. He explained to him, "It is a gathering where rising stars of orthodox sects and respected clans can interact. Many promising young martial arts masters come together to test their strength and forge useful connections." In the next scene, we see a group arriving at the abandoned fortress. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Yi and Shen realized this was his first failed mission. Earlier, he was sure he could achieve the goal faster than anyone else if he put in enough effort and endurance. However, now he understood that being good alone was not enough. Zhenghu is not something that can be grasped just like that. While Yi and Shin thought, the pause stretched on, as if every thought weighed more than a word. He saw the one who stood right in front of him. "This person, do you want?" The man informed him that he had been waiting for him. He said that the fortress warrior fighters did not hide at all. They were very eager to see him, because they heard about the white-haired warrior who tore out the apostle's eye. And you didn't tell him that they also know how they survived the ambush of the Blood Flame cult, and how they also defeated the cultist squad that was capable of confronting the Black Ruin warrior. This man revealed to Yan Yan Shin that on the day they fought the cultists, they published the list for the promotion exam to the Blue Robe. Our guy was shocked to hear this. Yuan told the group that they would go to a place where everyone in white robes, given sufficient merits, can challenge each other, and added, members of the Radiant Demon Squad are ordered to appear there immediately once they enter Ziyunying. Moreo asked him if they were not allowed to rest. Yun explained to her that the order was given by the fortress master. And Yishin told Moreo that he was fine. In fact, he sighed with relief because Master Fortress allowed him to participate immediately after he returned. When Yi and Shin reached the center, he stopped. "I see several warriors in blue togas standing motionless. The warriors are releasing their own energies outward and directing this pressure at our guy." Yan Shin smiled gently. He immediately understood that they were trying to intimidate him. He realized this is exactly how an abandoned fortress behaves with its people. Because there were so many experienced elders there, the boy said, "The future of Desolate Fortress looks bright." He wrapped himself in energy and moved towards them. Seeing this, Shin was impressed. Yehen Shin could feel it. He felt that he had just entered the domain of the warriors in blue mantles. In the next scene, we see the fortress master arriving at the center. Walking to the stage, she held her gaze confidently and focused. She sharply turned to look at the warriors in white robes. Over the years, she had indeed spotted Yi and Shin among them. She announced to the warriors that she would test them. whether they were worthy of the blue robe. Warriors began to cheer loudly as soon as they heard this. In the next scene, we see Yanshin. He is sitting in front of a table, and a paper lies before him. Other white robes also sit at their tables. Captain Annihilation Squad, named Mook Shingon, stood before the warriors. He explained to them that this exam has two parts. It will test the warriors' prudence and their combat abilities. Other categories will be replaced by merit records. Due to the unique origin of the neglected fortress, the exam resembles a traditional civil service exam for officials. Several stones were placed on the stage. Shingon asked the warriors to identify the combat techniques that left damage marks on each object. Our guy was surprised upon hearing this. He recalled how Myong told him it would be easy. After some time, we see Ian must achieve a finish in the written exam. He went to meet with members of his team. Myong revealed to him, to pass, one must correctly answer at least 10 out of 20 questions. This irritated the boy. He did not know what to do. Mahjong asked him not to think about it. He reminded him that an average warrior needs over 10 years of accumulated experience to become a warrior in the blue mantle, and told Yan Yangshin that such a case had never happened before. As soon as Sean touched our guy on the shoulder, he asked him to move forward. He said he would catch up with him very soon. As soon as he said that, someone informed Yanshin that his opponent had already been chosen. It turned out to be a girl. She told him that his opponent was Hong Jujiam from the Destruction Squad, and added that this was bad for our guy. Ian Shin recalled that this girl's name was Shin Sobin. He remembered that she was about his age. Sobin was the younger sister of the heir of the Shin clan from Desolate Fortress. Yan Shin replied to the girl that he had never heard of any Jujiam. Sobin was not at all surprised that our guy did not know this man. For her, who had spent almost her entire life in this fortress, the name Jujiam was well known. He had been a warrior in white clothes for 20 years. During this time, he mastered various unconventional techniques and even turned the lazy donkey roll into a deadly art. Sobin told our guy that even people like him needed to be careful, and that Shin thanked her for the advice. So he was able to form an idea of the fighter's style from what Sobin told him. He understood Jujiam was the kind who would endure humiliation and roll on the ground if necessary to win, and that meant the man did not care about pride or appearance. Yanshin was not very surprised. He knew that during missions, a person could face very different circumstances. Jujiam was the kind who would endure humiliation and roll on the ground if necessary to win. While he was thinking, he noticed that the girl was talking to him. Sobin asked Yanshin if he was not removing his defense. She explained that he might have to block some hidden attacks. She said that Jujiam could be very difficult to confront, especially for someone lacking experience in Zhenghu. Yan Shin informed her that he is always ready. In the next scene, different squads gather around the stage. Yakenshin and Jujiam were asked to come to the stage. Wen Cheng told our guy that he is already thinking about the festive drink, and Mahjong asked him not to pressure In Cheng. Our guy moved towards the stage. As soon as this happened, an elderly man calmly stepped onto the stage with a sword in his hand. This man is Hongzhou Jitsu. The warriors in blue robes were glad to see a duel between the brilliant newcomer and the experienced warrior. Yanshin already had more merits than Jujiam, yet he had more years of experience. One of the warriors in blue robes said that perhaps this year would be the year when Jujiam would receive his blue robes. Watching this man intently, and Yishin recalled his first exam, the one he passed immediately upon first arriving at the neglected fortress. He remembered the fight he had against the White Shalon, and how in that duel his sword cracked. It seemed a miracle to him that in less than a year he was again on this very stage. While our guy was pondering, Jujiam called him and informed him that he had heard about his reputation. Although rumors in Zhenghu are not always accurate, the man told the guy that he and everyone in Desolate Fortress knew his true skills and achievements well. He said he was proud and glad to see such an outstanding junior appear in Desolate Fortress. Yan Shin told this man that he himself had heard a lot about him. Jujiam smiled and thanked him. He explained that he would reveal the full extent of his martial art to him. He explained to Yi and Shin that there are many things in Zhenghu he has not yet tried, so they might feel confusion, even anger, and he asked if he could endure it. Our guy recalled hearing that this man skillfully applies all kinds of techniques. He even brought the lazy donkey roll to the level of unsurpassed mastery. Yan Shin placed his hand on his sword and told the man that it was time for them to deepen their acquaintance with his sword, Juzi. Regium smiled softly as soon as he heard these words. Shingon asked them to begin. Immediately he gave the order. Juzium pulled 2 blades from his clothing and instantly threw it at our guy. Yanshin drew his sword and stopped the strikes, placing the blade under the edge. He decided to do his best in the match. Seeing Yanshin block the attack, Juzium quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword. One of the warriors in blue robes was amazed that our guy could stop the blades with one strike. He noticed that Yahenshin flawlessly performs the path of radiant demonic arts as soon as he draws the sword. And that man already saw. Our guy had stepped into the realm of true masters, and Yishin gathered his energy and activated the movement, the art known as the boundary release technique. His body was instantly covered with his energy. He rushed at Juzium with insane speed and was behind him before he could draw his sword. The man looked as if he was moving in slow motion towards Yinshan. He was shocked to see our guy right behind him. Shingon was surprised to see the Inshin technique. He immediately realized those steps and foot placement he had just seen went beyond any martial art. Our guy covered his sword with energy and used the radiant sword art technique to attack the man. Everyone was shocked to see this. Our guy used the attack to push the man's hand away and send his sword flying. He instantly raised the blade to Jujum's neck, not giving him a chance to do anything. Jujum froze in shock when he saw that Yanyan Shin had already taken him. The warriors around the arena were also shocked to see that Yi and Shin won so quickly. Majin and his team were not shocked. They already knew that Yi and Shin were built differently. Shin Gong realized Yi and Shin were born with a natural talent for martial arts. He knew that no fighter of equal rank could stand against our guy. He was gnawed by the question. Was he with Shin, a luck that appeared for the abandoned fortress? The man envied Majin for having acquired such a talented warrior. The man noticed that our guy was looking at him. He instantly realized he had made a mistake. He announced that Yi and Shin had won his duel. The man told him that there would be no more duels for him in this trial. He also informed our guy that he received a perfect score in this promotional trial. Yi and Shin thanked the man for the accolades. Shin turned to Jujuum and asked him to prepare for the second match. The man told him that he understood everything. Jujum raised his sword from the ground and looked at him. He smiled and asked Yanyan Shin to use his talent to help people. The man said that he was capable of being the best under the heavens. He turned to him and waved his hand. Our guy stepped down from the stage. Sobin approached closer and asked how he managed to move like that. She inquired about the exact stopping technique he uses and how skillfully he deflects the strike to knock the Joyum sword from his hand. Yanshin passed by her and ignored the question. The girl said she had never seen his fighting skills before and asked which clan he belonged to. She quickly realized our guy would not give an answer, so she sincerely congratulated him on his victory. Meng told the elder that he acted well. After the match of our guys, other warriors in white robes fought among themselves to become warriors in blue robes. A little later, we see musicians playing their instruments. Beautiful women in red dance for them. The fortress warriors sit around the prepared food and feast, celebrating the event. During the festivities, we see Valaris of the fortress in a blue robe for Yinshan. She placed her palm on his shoulder, and she prayed that the sunlight on his path would never fade. Yi and Sin had already become warriors in the blue robes of Desolate Fortress. Now they had reached a level where anywhere in Jianghu they were treated as battle masters, and their authority was felt throughout the world. Being a warrior in the blue robe meant that a person belonged to the core fighting force of Desolate Fortress. Meijin and Hamyong congratulated Yanshin on officially receiving the status of a blue-robed warrior. Myong said he was the youngest and fastest in history to ever become a blue-robed warrior. Our guy smiled and bowed deeply. His comrades gathered around and congratulated him on his new achievements. In the next scene, we see Yanyang Shin setting off somewhere together with new warriors in blue robes. Yuan led them. The man turned to the warriors and said that someone had been out of sorts in recent days. He advised them to be careful about how they behaved. The warriors became nervous as soon as they heard this. Yanyang Shin recalled that the man was talking about the same person, the Crown Prince. He remembered his captain's words. The Crown Prince had already summoned the warriors who had just been promoted. He added that this rarely happened. So the guy was shocked when he heard that the Crown Prince invited them specifically. Mahjong explained to him that the Crown Prince was currently staying in an abandoned fortress to train his martial arts, and advised the elder to be extremely careful, but the guy did not understand why he said that. The captain revealed to him he had heard rumors that the prince's mood had been very bad lately, and this, allegedly, was because the fortress master had recently shown too much interest in our guy. When Ian Shin was going to the prince's room, he pondered what exactly his captain had meant. He quickly realized the situation was far from good for him. He knew that the prince's envy could cost him his life in this brutal combat world. In the next scene, Ian Shin and other warriors bow their heads before the representative of the noble family. He sat on the throne with a dragon pattern and called himself the Crown Prince of the kingdom. His name is Ju Yun Mian. Yanyan Shin looked carefully at the prince. He understood. This meeting brought him no benefit, and the prince did not earn any merits for him. He was essentially indifferent to the conversation itself. He was more interested in the upcoming meeting with the fortress master. He wondered whether he should ask her to teach him the cultivation technique. Yu Myong rose from the throne and approached the warriors. He fixed his gaze on Ai and Shen and said that he was the one who was needed. He added, taking away something that belongs to him is a rather rare case, especially when it comes to attention. He told our guy that he heard Fortress Master showed interest in him. Ye and Shin did not know what to answer. The prince said he noticed that something had changed in his mistress because he was her student. He felt a grain of jealousy slowly taking shape in his heart. Shin told him that it was an honor for him that he felt jealousy towards him. The prince replied that his jealousy was his own fault. He said that the crown prince should never have such a flaw and considered it a lack of virtues. He smiled and fixed his gaze on Yan Shin. Our guy also looked him straight in the eyes. Myong Yun asked him if he could play music with his sword. Our guy did not understand exactly what the prince was talking about. Yu Myong said that many famous fencers can make their names echo with one blade, but they are not able to perform the sword song because it is different. A person must be born with a certain sensitivity to be able to perform the sword song, and with this sensitivity, they can turn the sound of the sword into music. It was the first time for our guy to see and hear someone able to turn the resonance of a sword into a song. The prince's son laughed and said to Yan Shin that he raised this topic only because he heard that one is incredibly talented. He wanted to see how someone about his age would perform the sword song. He revealed to Aita Shin that he actually wanted to see our guy's abilities with his own eyes. He thought he could soften his shame and jealousy if he saw our guy's abilities. He said that maybe he expected too much from Yan Shen. He explained to him that the sword song is one of the most luxurious forms of entertainment in the world. It is intended only for persons of royal blood. Yun Myong could not believe that he asked the elder if he could perform the sword song. He said that he only knows about it because he heard it from his father. The prince felt pity and suddenly became very embarrassed. He turned around and asked the group to leave, stating that it was a pleasant meeting. No one in the room knew how to react to this, and Ai and Shen were even more confused than the rest. Later that night, we see the members of the Radiant Demon Squad celebrating the arrival of their new fighter in a blue robe, with food and drinks. While everyone was having fun, Yi Yishin was thinking about the prince. Vegi Mayawa from the Zhongnan sect has the nickname Sword Dragon, but Ai and Shin are convinced that the title of dragon is worthy of only one family. This is what it means to carry a bloodline that spans the whole world. But our guy had not yet had time to fully immerse himself in thoughts when someone already poured him a drink. It turned out to be Miao. The man asked Yanshin to taste his vodka and said it was Shaoxing wine. He explained to him that he made Wenchang travel all the way to the best tavern in Ziyanyan to get it. Hearing what Myong said, Wenchang smiled proudly. Yanshin raised the cup. Usually he avoided drinking to keep up with his training, but decided to taste the wine. When he swallowed it, he stared at the empty cup, and he thought, do people really consider this truly tasty? Mirio could not believe that our guy had already become a warrior in a blue robe. She felt as if he had gained the rank too quickly. One of her comrades smiled and said that the achievements of Ai and Shen are not something trivial. While everyone was talking, our guy was thinking about the prince. He wondered if a person could really play a melody with their own sword. He had never heard of music performed thanks to the resonance of a blade. Once he was struck by the thought whether it was similar to the sound arts he had heard about in Desolate Fortress. There is a rumor in the fortress that once a great master played the 7-string zither and stood against 100 enemies. He just touched the strings a few times, and the eardrums of his enemies exploded. Yen Shin pondered how far the benefit from the energy carried in the air could go. While he was thinking, Myong raised his cup and asked everyone to drink. The fighters also raised their cups and gladly, cheerfully took a sip of their wine. The next day they took us to the blacksmith's workshop, and there we saw a gnome with pointed ears, ASCII and chin, who skillfully and quickly picked up and then declared that all his swords are good. Our guy looked around the blacksmith's workshop. This was his first time when he met the Iron Tribe. He saw how the dwarves in the workshop forged swords and how several swords lay in the room. The Iron Tribe founded a nation together with the noble race, and they settled on the Central Plains. Thanks to their craftsmanship, the imperial family kept them in the shadows for years and preserved this secret. Rumor has it that they are capable of forging divine swords. Myong advised Yan Yanshin to be careful. This would be the only reward he would receive for the promotion in rank. And he also said that the next chance to choose another option would be given to him as soon as he became a black robe warrior. The blacksmith asked me, young man, if Yinshin really is a warrior in a blue robe. He said he had never seen a blue robe soldier so young as our boy. He believed that people should have heard about him anyway, even if their clan stays away from worldly affairs. Myung glared angrily at the man. He asked if he could not see Yunshin's robe. While our boy was examining the swords, he picked up a sword with silvery scabbards. The blacksmith was breathless from what he saw. He said that North Ming is a good sword. Yan Yanshin pulled out the sword and saw how smooth it was. He said that maybe he could even play the Song of the Sword with this sword. The blacksmith explained to him, the Song of the Sword is a divine art, impossible to perform unless a person is truly finely attuned to their own weapon. Without natural sensitivity, no way. Even the best martial arts masters cannot replicate it. The blacksmith could not believe that our guy wanted to perform the Song of the Sword with a sword he had just picked up from the ground. He asked the old man to stop talking nonsense. Our guy ignored him and continued to gaze at the blade. Myung asked the man to be silent. He saw our guy was completely in it, locked in his own concentration. Even without swinging the sword, Yi and Shun already knew what move he would make. He felt how barely noticeable changes in the sword's trajectory could touch the air, and wondered whether it was worth testing that feeling. He poured his energy into the sword. The blacksmith irritably saw that he was just examining the blade, so he ordered, "Choose the sword quickly." No sooner had he spoken these words than he saw something shocking. The sword began to release energy into the air. A song played in the workshop. The blacksmiths in the workshop froze in shock when they saw the same blacksmiths in the workshop. Seeing this, Myung could not believe what he heard. The initial empire arose from the union of the founding emperor and empress of the noble race. A noble family was revered as the family of the immortals due to the union of two races. A bloodline was created that granted descendants eternal life. The imperial throne passed from hand to hand only through wars and murders, all thanks to the support of Desolate Fortress. The current emperor held power without any troubles. No undefeated master of martial arts could aspire to the imperial throne or the power of the imperial family. Over the years, the emperor slowly became complacent, but the crown prince stubbornly remained crown prince for decades. And his son, the imperial grandson, saw him gradually lose strength. As soon as his father calmed his heart, he always performed a certain martial art with his sword. This martial art was known as sword song. Later, Yoon Mi-hyun stopped seeing how his father could do this. His father had already lost the will to live. The scene changes, and we are thrown into the present time. En Mi-hyun froze in place as soon as he heard sword song. The boy instantly realized that this was not the echo of sword resonance, and rushed swiftly to where the sound was coming from. As soon as he stepped over the threshold of the workshop, something shocking appeared before his eyes. He saw Yi and Shen playing the sword song. He remembered that our boy was called the Lightning Genius. He knew that Yi and Shin were swordsmen, each of whose movements were reported daily to the fortress leader. The prince wondered if there had ever been someone who could make him himself want to become their rival. As soon as he thought about it, the other swords in the workshop trembled. Myong and the blacksmith were surprised when they saw this. Our guy did not take his eyes off the blade, as if he was enchanted by its music. At that moment, the foundations of a martial art capable of bearing the weight of an entire faction were laid. A little later, Yan Yanshin stopped looking at sword. He turned aside and saw the imprints of a crown. He quickly bowed his head before it. You and I, Young smiled, and told him that he wished they met more often. He passed by him and went to meet the blacksmith. Yi Yanshin did not understand why the prince wanted to see him so often. Perhaps it was a way for Yong Mi-yong to ask him not to die too soon. In the next scene, we see how Inshin knocks on the door of the fortress master. The door immediately opened for him. Our guy realized that the woman uses a phantom reach. She was at such a level that she could touch everything without placing her hands on it. Now Yi and Shin could already feel a trace of the woman's power. She uses an earth-shaking combat technique, about which it is said that with one hand she destroyed an entire royal family. While he was walking to the fortress master, Yan Yang-shin pondered how to increase his internal energy. He believed that when he became the captain of the Divine Sword Squad, it would be incredibly useful for him to use the boundless strike of the blooming fist and control his sword without touching it. While he was thinking about this, the fortress master said that he was already so confident that he could think about other things even in her presence. Yi and Shin quickly looked at her. He apologized to her. The woman asked him if he had already made his choice. Our guy replied to her that yes, he had. He told the fortress master that he wanted to use this service to request a cultivation method where the circulation of energy happens quickly. The fortress master understood why he made such a request. She believed that not only skill was important, but also how much basic energy a person could contain. She added that the vessel must be filled with water as soon as it is purified. She told Yan Yanshin that she had something for him. She asked him to come closer. Our guy went up the stairs and stood before her. The woman asked him what he was doing. Yanshin told her that she had asked him to come closer. The fortress master asked him to come even closer. Our guy did not expect to hear this. The fortress master smiled and stood up. She understood that this was for Yanshin, the first time he received proper instructions on energy circulation. She approached him and explained that there would be no need for teachers if learning from manuals was sufficient. She told him that simply reciting the steps was ineffective. She sat on the floor and asked Yan Yanshin to sit directly in front of her. She told him that she would guide his power energy and explained, such methods of improvement must be learned from the very first attempt. Both he and Shin assured her that they understood, and he added that first he had to do one thing. He knelt down and bowed his head before the fortress master. While the woman was ready to pass on to him the improvement technique that would remain in history forever, our guy decided to bow and accept her as his master. He carefully looked over the fortress master. He noticed that she did not push him away, and suddenly he understood. She accepted him as her disciple. Our guy stood up and sat opposite her. The fortress master only gave a crooked smile and asked him to turn his back to her. She revealed to him that the cultivation method is called Moon Spirit Harmonization Art and said that it is her own secret martial art. As soon as she said this, she placed her hand on his back. Then she began to pour her energy into his body. Yi and Shin noticed that her energy was warm, as if the very energy of nature was entering him, pure and calm. The fortress master asked him to focus on the energy. She began to recite several spells for him. Yan Yanshin concentrated on her words. When he opened his eyes, before him appeared the night forest thicket. The moon shone in the sky. Our guy felt the energy of nature flowing through him. The fortress master said that he was doing well. An hour later, we see Yan Yanshin looking at his hand. He felt that he could control his own energy. The fortress master stood up and asked him to come to her whenever he got stuck in his improvement. Yahello quickly stood up and clasped his palms in a sign of respect. He told the fortress leader that he was sincerely grateful for the reward. The woman smiled gently at him in response. In the next scene, we see Yanshin freely circulating his energy. He noticed that the art of harmonizing the spirit of the moon uses basic energy differently than other numerous orthodox sword and fist strike techniques. He felt the power of nature as if it was passing through him. He could not believe that such a transcendental martial skill existed, an art that allows drawing energy from nature and holding it in the body. He understood the world of martial knowledge is extraordinarily vast. He noticed that the cultivation technique does not reject the energy of the sacred art of the Jun clan. The cultivation technique seemed like the aura of the fortress lord, embracing everything in the world. While I and Shen were circulating his energy, someone knocked on the door and asked if he was home. It turned out that it was Van Chong. Our guy opened his eyes to see his friend. When Chong apologized to him for interrupting his training, he said that the captain had already called him. Our guy replied that he understood. He got up from the bed before he could step outside. Yu-un burst into his room with a box. The man said he had perfect timing. He smiled at Yanshin. Van Shan and our guy did not know why he was smiling. Yi and Shin asked if he needed anything. The man explained he had to change into a new blue robe, although he had just received one, literally the other day. Yi and Shin took a rope out of the box. Van Chong gasped in surprise, seeing a golden pattern on it. Yuan said that this was a reason for joy. The fortress master had chosen another direct disciple. Yang Yangshin was stunned upon hearing this. Wen Chong shuddered even more than him. He could not believe that Yi and Shen were direct disciples of the fortress master. Now he finally understood why the robe shone with a luxurious golden hue. You will not have to explain to Yan Yanshin that those who have adopted the combat instructions of the fortress master bear symbolism that goes beyond even the color of their robes. He stated that Yan Yanshin must undergo the official initiation ceremony of this fortress. He told our guy that the clothes were prepared by the command bureau. Our guy thanked him for the clothes. He washed one shangroba and pulled it over his face. In the next scene, we see Ma Jin with a wary look fixated on something, and Sobin and Mi Yong were also looking in the same direction. They were examining Ian Shin's new robe. Our guy told his captain that he heard they are calling him. Ma Jin gathered his thoughts and said yes. He stood up and announced that Wen Chang and Sobin would set out on a new mission under the leadership of Yanshan. He said that the mission needs young faces. Our guy realized that this was his first mission as a warrior in blue robes. Majin said that many know the Vambo clan is combative, but in reality, they are something completely different. He said that the Heavenly Squad recently revealed their secret. The clan constantly urges commoners to build their estates without paying them any compensation, while at the same time not allowing them to take care of their own means of livelihood. Feeling that they were driving people to forced labor without the imperial decree, Wenchang became irritated. Sobin said that such things happen not so rarely. Mahjong told the whole group that the clan has over 1,000 forced laborers and that this problem is very delicate. He also warned that there is a limit to how much they can tolerate the local military aristocrats. He said that punishing the Orthodox sect requires utmost precision because they need public sentiment for people to stand on the side of desolate fortress. This, according to the captain, the Wombo clan has completely taken control of the lands of Jinan and Shandong, and they even behave as if they rule like royalty. Because of this, exposing their deeds is extremely difficult. Mahjong explained to our guy that he and 2 white robes will disguise themselves and infiltrate the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. As soon as he said this, he even recalled that little divine monk who once told him about this event. Mahjong said that this year it will be hosted by the Nam Gong clan, and the young heir of the Wanbo clan will definitely come. He told Yan Yanshin that his role is to provoke him, and he asked, let him fan the flames and complicate the situation until he loses control and raises his clan against him. He explained that he needs to force the Wanbo clan to resort to large-scale actions. If successful, cracks will appear in their control over Jinan, and through these cracks, Desolate Fortress will be able to extract a reliable witness and evidence. Our guy clarified with his captain what would happen next. As soon as they obtain this evidence, Majin informed him that 3 units of the Divine Sword Squad would gather. Radiant Demon Squad, Heavenly Squad, and Destruction Squad will attack the Vambo clan with full force. Everyone was struck by this news. Yehenshin knew that 3 squads fighting together would become invincible. He realized that the neglected fortress planned to destroy one of the 8 great Orthodox clans. He asked his captain if he could kill a descendant of the Vambo clan if his behavior became unbearable. Mahjong smiled and said that he could make such a decision at his own discretion. She emphasized that his rank gave him the authority to do so. Muriel explained to our guy that the mission was incredibly dangerous and advised not to overdo it. Myong told him, the young descendant is doomed to die a natural death. The guy has an amazing talent but was born with very weak health. He informed Yanshin Shin that the guy is a genius of the solar divine meridians, and added that the young heir is extraordinarily strong. The next day, we see Wenchang in panic when he learns that they will have to close the Desolate Fortress logo. He told his captain that this is all he and Yanshin have. Yakenshin cautiously distanced himself from him. He did not want to get involved in this. Wenchang asked his captain to give them the MANHUA logo, but he replied that he did not like it. He told Mahjong that he would soon be recognized in the abandoned fortress, but his captain completely ignored him. Sobin became nervous when she saw how Wenchang was behaving. She said she did not know if this secret operation would go smoothly. Yein told the girl that she was worrying too much and added, Wenchang is not as simple as he seems. The girl hoped he was telling the truth. She said this was her first mission. She told Yi and Shin that she would do everything to keep up with his pace, and confessed, during the promotion exam, she managed to see only a moment of his martial arts. She told him that she wanted to check if his skills matched his reputation. Young Shin was not too worried about this. Something else was gnawing at him. He had no right to fail this mission. He remembered how last time he was defeated trying to subdue the apostles of the Blood Flame cult, and he did not want to experience such failures again. He did not care whether the young heir of the Wombo clan had solar divine meridians. To him, the boy was just another point to add to his own merits. After Wenchang finally unleashed his outburst of anger, Yi and Shin informed his captain that they would see him later. Mahjong told our guy that a clash with the Wombo clan was inevitable once he completed his mission. In the next scene, we are transported to an area near Huixio. We see how Yanyan Shin gazes into his sword. He noticed that now he is able to understand the sword song a little after polishing and grinding it on the way here for 20 days. Now it is much easier for him to amplify the sword's resonance. Sitting in the lotus position, Yi and Shin used his technique of boundary release to release his chi. Then he pushed this chi into the sword. When Chang and Sobin turned to him as soon as they felt his energy, they were able to hear the song of the sword Yi and Shin. Our guy noticed that he can now control the pitch of sword song. He realized that he could create sound art if he combined resonant music with dispersing internal energy. Sobin noticed that there were other people around them. She told Yan Yanshin that his sword song really attracts attention. Yan Yanshin noticed that people nearby were closely examining them. He apologized to his comrades and sheathed his sword. Van Chong told him that it was pleasant to hear. While they were having a snack, the man stated that the song about the sword has a refined flavor. As soon as he said this, Two people in the same outfit addressed the group and asked if they were attending the Dragon Phoenix Summit. One of them threw at our guy. His behavior is excessively self-confident. The boy and the girl approached the group. The boy asked Yin Shan if he was trying to show off his shallow martial arts skill, jingling the resonance of the sword on the white day, and not even engaging in the fight. Yan Shin looked carefully at the boy and the girl. He examined their swords and attire. He looked at the subordinates behind them. It was clear from everything, these people come from a great martial clan of the Orthodox world. Wenchang did not understand why the boy and girl were carrying some nonsense. Just as he was about to say something, Yanshin stood up. Our boy clasped his hands together and bowed to the boy. He reproached him for recklessness. His words, he said, had deeply pierced his heart. The boy did not expect to hear that at all. Wang Xian and Sobin were impressed to see how Yanshan apologized. The boy liked that Yanshin admitted his guilt. He said it was pleasant to see a person who openly acknowledges a mistake. The girl next to him said that our boy was almost shocked. They did not hide their annoyance with a single word, backed by the intention to kill. The young master asked the elder to state his name and sect. Ai and Shin looked at him attentively. He understood Zhang Hu has people like Sword Dragon, who are humble and confident young masters from famous sects. The boy could not understand why Ai and Chen were looking at him so intently. He got angry and asked why he was thinking so tensely, and he asked Yan Shen to speak frankly. Our guy introduced himself. Gu Gua from the True Seeker sect. The young lady said she had heard nothing about his sect. She declared to Yi and Shin that he was nobody, without family or roots. The young lord revealed the truth to him. They are heirs of the bloodline of one of the great Orthodox clans. Smiling, he asked Yan Shin if he had heard of the Wanbo clan. Our guy and his comrades could not believe that their target had come to them herself. Two heirs confidently smiled at them. The young lord placed his hand on the sword and said he knew all the sects allowed to be present at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. He informed Yan Shin that he would not let him pass if his sect lay between the Orthodox and unorthodox sects. The young lady raised her sword and smiled. She told Yan Shin that he needed to be corrected because he had wasted the ability to master the realm of sword resonance. Yan Shin could not believe he had encountered someone from the Wanbo clan here. He thought their mission would last a very long time, but suddenly realized it could end quickly. He recalled that his task was to provoke the young lord of the Wanbo clan to react and force him to mobilize the power of his clan. Yan Shin knew that before acting, he needed a proper justification. He asked the heirs if they really raised their roots. He put his hand on his face, showing his disappointment, and said, even if the name of their clan might be very famous, it still does not change the fact that their behavior is rude, even after they heard the name of his sect. The young master was surprised to hear these words. With a stern expression, Yi and Shin asked him if this was Jianghu etiquette, and he replied to the young master that his insult stained the honor of his sect. The young master was twisted by what he heard. Yi and Shin reminded him that he had greeted him with proper politeness, admitted his own fault, and even gave his name and the name of his sect. He put his hand on the sword hilt and told the boy that he offended him when he mentioned the Wanbo clan and called its roots shallow. After that, he challenged the young master to a duel. Wancheng smiled when he heard this. He understood our boy's intention. Sobin seemed a little confused. The martial arts warriors from the Wanbo clan were impressed to hear what Yanshin said. The young master smiled and told our boy that his words were as smooth as flowing water. He accepted the challenge and explained that he had always been disgusted by the very idea of inviting sects when everything is held between Orthodox and unorthodox at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. The young master announced that before the duel began, he would share his nickname with our boy. Yanshin told him that he was not interested in hearing that. He raised a finger and asked the boy to come to him. The young master glanced irritably upon hearing that. Yanshin knew that this situation was not at all like before, when he had beheaded someone from the martial combat alliance of the new generation. Here, this is Orthodox territory. Our guy cannot kill him here, even if he really wants to. The young gentleman clenched his teeth in anger. He could not believe that Yanshin was not at all interested in his nickname. He called him a rootless degenerate. He thought our guy was simply insolent. Yanshin glared fiercely at him and advised him to know his place. Then he declared that his nickname was Small Under Heaven, and he also told the boy that he was worthless. This made the young gentleman even angrier. He told Yi and Shannon that he had lost his mind and released his energy, and he moved toward our guy. Although his steps seemed random, Yi and Shin could feel order in them. He noticed that the rhythm of the advanced stride was hidden in every step. He smiled when he saw this. He liked his current situation, and wanted to compare his skill with the martial art of the Wombo clan, one of the 8 great clans. The young gentleman gathered all his energy and drew his sword. He suddenly rushed forward and struck Yan Shin with the tip. Our guy met the blade with his fist. The sword did not even scratch him. The young gentleman was struck with shock when he saw this. Yan Shin gathered energy in his palm and activated the infinite blossom fist strike. He struck the boy's elbow with his palm. The young master gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Before he could lower his hand, our boy was already in front of him. He delivered a heavy blow right to his chest. Then the attack tore that idiot from his place, and he flew off to the side. He screamed piercingly in pain as he fell to the ground. Sobin was shocked by what Yi Enshun had done. Wencheng was also not very surprised. The young lady could not believe that her brother was lying on the ground. The martial fighters of their clan were extremely stunned by what they saw. This had happened to the idiot. Yenshin was not impressed by the boy's skill. He withdrew his energy. He told the martial arts masters of the Wombo clan that the combat techniques of the Wombo clan look profound, but in reality there is nothing special about them. The young lady could not understand what was happening. She did not understand how her brother lost to a man without lineage, and Yanshin did not pay attention to what she said. He told her that he did not kill the boy, and added that their clan must know some strange medicine that they can use to cure him. Hearing this, the young lady got irritated. She told Yan Yanshin that she would remember this. She said that her name was Wanbo Myongren. She helped her brother to stand up and promised never to forget what the Truth Seeker sect had done. Yan Yanshin told her that there was no need to waste time. He still had enough strength to withstand her blows. My own landlord did not expect to hear that. Our guy asked her if she wanted to continue the duel. The young lady began to get nervous. He said that the martial clan would never send only the youth into battle, and asked her if there were elders with them. The martial masters of the Wombo clan quickly laid hands on the sword and stepped forward. Before Yan Yenshin could do anything, Sobin loudly called him. The girl asked if he had crossed the line in his provocations. She suggested they inspect the surrounding area and warned, if the Wombo clan rushes in a crowd, the situation will immediately turn into a chase. Yan Yanshin did not understand what exactly the girl called provocations. It seemed to him that he had not even started provoking them yet. He wondered what he should do. He remembered. They hid behind a sect of truth seekers, the one that lives in Jianghu for profit and fame, and that Shen knew they would have to pretend to be a genuine Orthodox sect. He released his energy and took a step forward. He appeared before the young lady in an instant. Her guards did not even manage to sense his presence. They did not believe he had passed by them. Yan Yanshin fiercely glared at my own smile. The young lady got scared. His look was serious. The boy told the girl that he wanted to challenge her to a duel. My Angren shuddered upon hearing this. Unfortunately for her, the guy was in a hurry. He grabbed her by the clothes and jerked upwards before he could do anything more. Someone asked him to wait, and he replied that there was no need for them to go that far. Yekenshin and Myunggerin quickly returned to the man. The young man held a bottle of alcohol in his hand and a leaf in his mouth. He told Yekenshin that his relatives might have said too much, but he was clearly exaggerating. As soon as our guy heard this, he immediately recognized the man in front of him. This guy is the owner of the Solar Divine Meridians and the young patriarch of the Vombo clan. Minrin noticed that Yi and Shin were looking at her older brother. She gathered all her energy in her palm and rushed to attack our guys in the forehead. Unfortunately for the young lady, she did not know that Yi and Shin do not distinguish gender. Our guy landed a heavy blow to her head even before her hand could reach. The girl spat out some blood. Sobin and the Vanbo clan martial masters watched this in surprise. The young patriarch only smiled indulgently. Unfortunately for the girl, our guy was not finished yet. He clenched his fist and hit her several times in the face. The young lady spat out even more blood. He eventually lost consciousness. The young patriarch said he was already worried about how the elders would react. He threw the sheet and the bottle of alcohol away. He appeared next to Yanshin and covered his fist with hot energy, after which he shot it at our guy at a crazy speed. He wanted to grab Yinshan by the hand. Seeing that several hands were coming at him at once, Yinshin let go of his sister. He managed to intercept the man's attack. The young patriarch pulled his sister aside and continued to press on Yinshin. It was incredibly difficult for our guy to distinguish real strikes from deceptive lunges. Of course, Yi and Shin still managed to match his speed. He noticed that the man's internal energy in his hand was heavy and hot. He realized this was the highest advanced martial skill. Every time he deflected the man's attack, a small explosive flash sounded. Yenshin felt as if he was dueling with a more experienced version of himself. The young patriarch was impressed by Yenshin. He could not believe that there was someone else like him. Yanshin accelerated his attacks. The fight seemed incredibly spectacular to him. Yenshin noticed he was being pushed back by the opponent's strength. He decided to change tactics. focused energy in his palm, activated Infinite Blossom Fist Strike, and used the Vortex technique to attack the young patriarch. When the fists collided, a bright light flashed. As soon as their palms touched, Yi and Shin were thrown back. The young patriarch was still standing in the same place, not moving an inch. He smiled and said, Yunshin, who after gaining a few more years of experience will become a true spectacle. He told him that this is only possible if he continues to hone his skills. Yunshin glared at him fiercely. He noticed that the man did not retreat a single step at all. The young patriarch pulled out a leaf and put it into his mouth. He told Yunshin that he would never see the day when he would become better. He asked our boy to forgive his own brothers and sisters. He glared fiercely at his sister, then said to Yi and Shen, for the next 10 years, they would not be able to look him in the eyes. Myeonrin got nervous as soon as she saw how her older brother was staring at her like that. The young patriarch and his entire company gathered and passed by our boy. The man promised Yanxin that he would see him later. Yenshin turned around and watched them as they walked forward. He thought it would be better for the young patriarch to enter the abandoned fortress and take a course toward the fruit of the world tree. While he was thinking, it came to mind how exactly their fight had started. He remembered how that man threw a punch. Yi and Shin did not believe that he was capable of using his senses like that. He realized he needed to learn how not to get stuck in the direction of the attack. During his reflections, when Sean called him, he asked Yu Shin if he was okay, said he would intervene now, but did nothing. Our guy looked like he really liked it, and he also assured Yu Shin that he was the best at provoking people. But our guy agreed that he really felt good. He told his comrade that he saw through everything he was trying to hide and added that he did not understand what his words meant about supposedly being able to annoy others. Vunchon and Sobin listened to this in surprise. They immediately understood. Our guy is just playing himself. Wenchong noted that the young patriarch of the Wanbo clan is a dangerous opponent. Rumors say people call him a spoiled brat who proudly strides through the clouds. And according to Wenchang, his combat skills and character fully match these rumors. Sobin stepped closer to Yanshin and whispered that she was impressed. He was pushed back by only one step. She told him that the young patriarch is nicknamed Supreme Flame Dragon and is considered the most gifted martial arts master north of the Yangtze River. He dominated the Dragon Phoenix Summit at 20 years old, and 5 years have passed since then. Yan Shin was stunned as soon as he heard the news. Sobin said that Supreme Flame Dragon was so arrogant that he openly declared he likes watching the antics of White Chillin, the previous champion of this event. Yan Shin asked the girl if it was true that the young patriarch really lived 5 years after his 20th birthday. Sobin answered, yes, he did. She told Ai and Shin that she actually thought he and the young patriarch are the same age. And then she asked him, will he be 20 in 5 years? Ye and Shin did not answer her. Wenchong and Sobin also did not understand what exactly was wrong. Our guy composed himself and told the girl that she was right. In the next scene, we are transported to Hawaii. There we see Yehenshin and his team. They greet 2 guards. One of the guards asked them if they had arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Summit, and Tasin clasped hands together and introduced themselves as Gugwa. He told them he came from a sect seeking the truth. Hearing the name of the sect, Wencheng was not pleased. The guards looked at the list. The guard with strange actions turned to Yan Shin and apologized to him. He said that the Dragon Phoenix Summit would not be held at their clan's estate this year, explaining that a serious disaster had occurred at the main manor, so the location had to be changed, and he asked our guy for understanding on this matter. Venchen could not believe that the event would no longer be held on the clan's territory. The man walked past them and said he would take them to the Lotus Pavilion in the north of Huexio. Yi and Shin felt that the atmosphere was clearly tense, and all movements were like under thin ice. He immediately understood that these people regarded the Phoenix Dragon Summit as an extremely important event. He realized that something serious could have happened in the Namgung clan. He had no idea whether they were attacked by the 13 Heavens. Having escorted them to the destination, the guard informed that nearby inns would receive them as soon as they mentioned the Namgung clan name, and asked to maintain good relations and skillfully establish contacts. Having said this, he immediately left. That man left. Yekinson and his group heard a loud sound that thundered from the pavilion. They instantly turned around. They entered the pavilion and immediately saw various martial arts masters inside. Meanwhile, a fierce fight raged on the stage. 2 trained fighters were battling. Yanshin immediately realized this was the next generation of martial arts masters. The 2 fighters were talking about Yu Hyun, a disciple of MANHUA who possessed considerable profound skill. One of them said that the boy had already taken the plum blossom pill. His companion replied that it was still extremely dangerous. He said that in the highest burning dragon it seemed the brakes had failed, and he added, "The young patriarch knows no shame, even though he is older than the others." The highest burning dragon threw the blade forward in one jerk, directly toward Hyun at a crazy speed. He called him a worthless loser and asked if that was all he was capable of. Hyun managed to block the strikes, but he was still pushed back. Other martial arts masters felt the highest burning dragon was going too far. They wondered what to do. One of them said, "Someone has to go get the officials." Yenshin stepped forward and jumped over the pond that separated him from the stage. He landed next to the fighters. As soon as he felt his presence, the young patriarch turned to him. "Yes." Yenshin glared at him with a malicious look. Hyun was stunned to see our guy. The Supreme Flame Dragon called Yanyang Shin an insignificant kid and asked what he was doing here. He swung his blade at Hyun with great force. The boy could not deflect the blow. The strike threw him aside. He fell to the ground with a thud. The Supreme Flame Dragon gathered his energy in his palms and sharply released it forward, pushing Yenshin with the strike. Our guy carefully moved his hand aside, and he grabbed his hand. Although he did not have as much energy as the young patriarch, Yi Yun and Shin still managed to conclude, if he could read the direction of his attack, he would be able to fight him. He applied the boundary slice release technique to release his energy and gathered it in his palms. And then he used it to grip the young patriarch's hand even tighter, and the first flame dragon was stunned. He managed to break free from our guy's grip, but he was seriously injured. Yanyang Shin told this man that he did not resemble him at all. He looked at his own palm and told the young patriarch that he was a bit slow-witted. The young martial master could not comprehend what was happening at that moment. His friend told him that the pressure points of the Supreme Flame Dragon were blocked. The man said he had never seen a technique like the one used by Yi and Shun. He told his friend that our guy's herbal technique and pressure point blocking were simply perfect. The man felt as if he was looking at an elder of a noble clan. He was gnawed by the question. From which sect did Yanyang Shin come, and how did he manage to do that to the Supreme Flame Dragon during their brief clash? The young patriarch glanced at his own hand. He could not believe that Yi and Shin dared to tell him that he was slow-minded. Yanyang Shin looked at his hand and told the man that he was not special at all if he could not feel it. As soon as he said this, Yi and Shin looked at the young patriarch's hand. He recalled that the energy of heat easily dissipates the internal energy of others as soon as it enters the body. Therefore, Supreme Flame Dragon will be able to reveal his acupoints if he circulates energy and breathes. Yes, instantly our guy thought about this. Supreme Flame Dragon focused his energy and released fire from his palm. Yanyang Shin was quite interested. He was gnawed by the question of how it is even possible, using core energy, to invoke the property of flame. Supreme Flame Dragon, after finishing accelerating the energy, turned to Yanyang Shin and said that he apparently does not care much about him. His face looked bad. He asked our guy if he really was from the truth-seeking sect. He told our guy that he could feel his potential already from their brief conversation. He sheathed his sword and told Yi and Shin that a person of such level will be able to leave a name for a long time, and then told our guy that people will still talk about him even decades after his death. Ian Chen asked him if everything was all right with that. The young patriarch glanced at him with such a look as if he wanted to chew it on the spot as soon as he heard it. Then he asked the elder if he knew what it feels like when your own legs, without any command, move straight towards the abyss. The guy did not understand why the man brought up this topic. Supreme Flame Dragon told Yanyang Shin that he has everything, and added that his face is simply wonderful, flawless. After that, he asked Yanyang Shin to tell how it feels to have everything and yet never pay any price for it. The guy had no idea that he would hear such a question. So the young patriarch looked at his own hand and told Yangson that since birth he carries extremely young energy within himself. He declared, he becomes stronger even without training his cultivation techniques. However, the Hone sensations always went hand in hand with a burning pain in the blood vessels. Squinting maliciously, Supreme Flame Dragon explained to our guy that his martial arts are built on the foundation of immense inner energy, which also shaped his physical constitution. He emphasized that this is not something to be despised by calling the guy slow-witted. Everyone saw how Supreme Flame Dragon warned you, Ancient One. Unfortunately for him, our guy didn't care about all these words. He even considered the continuous chatter of the young patriarch shameful. He asked the young patriarch to say exactly what he wanted him to do. He told him that he was simply speaking the truth. He informed Supreme Flame Dragon that he hadn't even mastered martial arts capable of stunning his talent. He explained he only hinted at his slow wit so that he would finally learn the truth. and assured that there was nothing wrong with that. So Supreme Flame Dragon did not like what he heard. Our guy explained to him that only he himself knows how it hurts inside him. No one else can understand that. Supreme Flame Dragon was stunned by these words. He told Yan Shin that he had never heard anything like that before, and assured everyone always told him they understood. He said that even Hyun confirmed the same to him. The young patriarch found it strange that someone who understands the trajectory of his attack does not understand him himself. He said that the elders of his clan always kept him in chains under their suffocating expectations. He looked at Yanshin and smiled. Our guy was petrified with amazement. He noticed that the man's facial expression improved as soon as a smile appeared. He realized that this was bad. He saw how the anger of the Supreme Flame Dragon dissipated. He gathered his thoughts and said to the young patriarch, if he were in his place, he would sever ties with his clan and join the neglected fortress. He explained that the fruit of the world is a tree that heals all diseases, and he added this fruit should help him take care of the solar divine meridians. He asked the young patriarch not to start conversations about life without putting in such an effort. He stated that there was no point in this. He did not care whether he would live a few more years. It was already too late. For him, this was everything, period. The Supreme Flame Dragon glanced at Yanshin, glaring fiercely, but everyone around suddenly turned their attention to him. To the surprise of Yanshin, the young patriarch suddenly began to laugh. Our guy did not understand why he was doing that. The young patriarch asked Yanshin if he was worried about him, and inquired whether he was so sad that a companion for conversations about martial arts would simply disappear. Inshin and Yen both were stunned by these words. He did not know why the young patriarch was talking nonsense, so he said directly, that is why he called him slow-witted. Hearing this, the Supreme Flame Dragon laughed even harder. Yen and Shin could not understand what was on the man's mind, yet a doubt troubled him. Had he gone mad from his prolonged suffering? For Yinshin, this became an unexpected obstacle. He realized, by using tricks and provocations that work on ordinary people, he was mistaken when he began to approach the Supreme Flame Dragon. His goal was to provoke the young patriarch so that he would be the first to launch an attack. But now no provocation worked against Supreme Flame Dragon. Yi and Shin decided to wait and try again a little later. Then he turned to his comrades and nodded to them. To them! Wen Chang and Sobin were clearly irritated. They did not understand why the young patriarch was now smiling. Yi and Shin passed by Supreme Flame Dragon. He wanted to leave the stage. Supreme Flame Dragon did not understand why he was leaving. He asked Yanshin where he was going and invited him to duel. He said he wanted to fight him specifically. He also promised Yanshin a treat, a special aged Shaoxing wine. Our guy told him that his petty talent would only spoil the taste, and added he does not like sitting with people who are worthless. As soon as the young patriarch heard these words, he laughed. Yi and Shin immediately realized that he had gone mad. As soon as he thought this, someone really appeared before him. This person turned out to be Hyun. The boy waved to Yonshin and thanked him for the help. He called him Gugwa. Our guy froze. Hyun immediately understood the situation. The boy told Yi and Shin that he had become stronger than they could imagine, and added, the level of his cultivation feels completely different. As soon as he said it, no one noticed him. It was visible that Yan Shin had thrown a blue robe over himself. He understood. Our guy had become a combat master of Desolate Fortress. Now he held a rank just one step below the 9 great sect leaders and elders, and his position matched the best elite warriors. Hyun could not believe that Yongshin had managed to become so skilled in such a short time. One of the young martial arts masters approached Yehenshin and told him that it was his first time seeing someone throw insults at the Supreme Flame Dragon. The man introduced himself as Ymir Yan from the Zhang Blaze sect. His companion introduced himself to Yan Shin, Azun Remyong from the White Blade sect. He said he was from southern Chile. He informed Yan Shin that his martial art was extremely creative. He asked him how he had learned it. He declared that the sect of truth seekers would soon rise to glory because they have a disciple of his level. Yan Shin noticed that the young martial arts masters radiated pure energy. Recently, he had been trying to create a new cultivation technique, one that would allow him to accept and harmonize energy. Yi and Shin are confident all forms of energy and breathing methods will become his inspiration. While he focused on the energies around, Yi and Shin stepped aside. He noticed that Myengrin was staring intently at him. The girl called him a disgusting freak. As soon as she said it, he reacted. Yes, everyone heard the loud sound. They instantly returned to the gates and saw the warriors of the Namgun clan lying on the ground. They also saw several men entering the building. Muryong and Remyong instantly drew their swords. Remyong said that the Dragon Phoenix Summit always attracts scattered, not very orthodox groups. Muryong smiled and replied that the same happened yesterday. As soon as the Namgun clan closes the doors, various flies start buzzing around. Muryong said he expected this because the event is held openly. Also, the Namgun clan does not lack enemies. He asked the leader of those men to come out against them, so they could quickly finish this. The man smiled and told the young martial arts masters that he liked their reaction. He told them that similar things happen in Muram. As soon as he said this, several more men ran into the building. These people had blood-red hair. The warrior masters were shocked to see this. They could not believe they were looking at the martial arts masters of the Blood Flame cult. Among the cultists were several swordsmen of the Blood Masters. The martial arts masters realized the sect was going to slaughter them all. Ian Shin was sure that the cultists wanted to destroy the heirs of the Orthodox sects in order to send a message to their clans and their own selves. He smiled as soon as he thought about it. He recalled how Syoma Apostolka lost an eye because of his techniques. He wondered, what if the sect already has counter-technology capable of nullifying his martial arts? Ian Shin believed that then he could gain a lot if he defeated this technology. As soon as this thought flashed in him, the cult leader immediately recognized him. He smiled and told Yan Shannon that he dared to come here despite the fact that he already knows a death sentence has been issued against him. He stated that the fools of the Orthodox sects understand nothing truly. He wanted to name the real title of Yan Shin, but our guy confused him. He covered his palm with pure energy and activated demon technique, a soft flowing strike. He warned the cultists that he must already know what will happen next. The cultists were frightened as soon as they saw the energy of Yanshin. Even Supreme Flame Dragon froze in surprise, seeing how our guys released pure piercing energy. The cultist and his men only smiled and pulled out several round objects. Chan, completely confused, immediately realized that these were bombs. The cultists threw bombs at the master fighter, and Yan Shin realized it was a bomb when it got close to him. He quickly activated the technique to remove restrictions. He used as much energy as he could to push himself back, even before the giant explosion sounded. He managed to escape the blast wave. Even avoiding a direct hit, he felt the explosion shake his bones like thunder on living flesh. Yan Shin fell to his knees and spat some blood. He understood that everything inside was completely shattered. He remembered that the bombs used by the cultists are known as thunder bombs, and he knew that their reckless use was an outright act of rebellion. He never thought the cultists would use these thunder bombs to overthrow the heirs of Orthodox sects. As soon as this thought surfaced, someone immediately used whisper technique, summoned him, and asked if he was okay. It turned out to be Wanchang. Yanshan said he was fine, then asked where Sobin was. Wanchang informed him, the girl wants to scout the area near the Myong Green position before meeting with him. He replied that Sobin should be with Myangren. Venchong asked our guy if he could still move. Yan Shin wiped blood from his lips. Getting up, he assured him that everything was fine and said they needed to get out of here quickly. The two of them joined forces and launched an attack on the cultists. The cult leader ordered his subordinates to stop them. When they rushed at the cultists, Wanchang glanced around for a moment. He saw Sobin and the war masters of the Wangbo clans in another part of the building. He told Yanshin that the girl was with them. As soon as he said this, Mei Yanren glanced at Sobin with a look full of rage. She gathered energy in her palms and struck Sobin in the back. From this blow, the girl was thrown aside and flew. Wenchun and Yahenshin were stunned when they saw this. Sobin could not believe it. She was already in the air. Vanshin immediately called his comrade, and as soon as he did it, our guy ran to her. He glanced at Sobin and realized the girl would touch the surface of the lake before he reached the heel. He counted. He was 21 meters away from her. He rushed forward and jumped. He grabbed the girl while she was still in the air. Sobin shuddered when she saw that he was holding her. As soon as they landed on the ground, a cultist jumped at our guy from behind. Yanshin cut him to pieces with a single strike. Sobin was shocked by what she saw and thanked Yanshin for saving her. Immediately, as soon as she said this, she noticed that he was breathing heavily. She asked if he was okay. Yan Yanshin assured her that he was fine and added they needed to get out of here immediately. When Chong cleared the cultists right in front of him out of the way, then he joined his comrades and warned the cultists were coming at them from the south. Yi and Shin moved forward and said they would go along the northwest ridge and stick to the shoreline. Sobin warned him the cultists might be luring them into a trap. As soon as she said this, several cultists rushed at Inshin. Our guy easily dealt with them. He explained to the girl that there was no other way, they would have to take that path. He and his comrades quickly left the burning compound. When they ran to the very shoreline, Venchon told his brothers that the cult killers were completely focused on dealing with the heirs of Orthodox sects. He asked if they also felt guilty about the death of those martial masters. Sobin replied that the guilty ones were exactly those cultists who were killing them. Then why should I blame myself, she asked sharply. Hearing this, Yi and Shin promised, if even one cultist of the blood flame appears, he will kill him. A little later, we see two martial masters of the Wanbo clan. As soon as they noticed Yahensen and his group, they immediately stood up. They were near the heirs who managed to escape after the massacre, and almost all who fled were right there. The Supreme Flame Dragon noticed that Yi and Shin were wounded. He asked what had happened to him. The injury looks very serious, he replied. When he heard this, Yan and Shin glared at him fiercely. The young patriarch declared that his clan would soon descend from above, and the Namgung clan would rise from below to seize the cultists. He assured Yan Yanshen that after the battle he would make special efforts to obtain a rare healing elixir for him. And upon hearing this, Myongren called her brother. She poked a finger at Yanshin and called him a disgusting freak. She asked who he was. She told our guy that the Bloodmaster swordsmen were hunting him, and asked him to explain what kind of enmity he had brought with him to the summit. Yanshin glanced at the girl as if he could burn her with his gaze. Myongren asked him to answer. She asked if he thought she was a fool, and Yanshin looked around. He immediately realized that all the children of the great clans had gathered here. The heirs of the mid-level sects were either killed or scattered. Myongren ordered Yanshin not to say another word, and asked him not to pretend with her that he was someone who knew how. She told Yanshin that she saw through his trauma, and asked if he could still boast of his minor combat skills in such a miserable state. Sobin and Wanshin wanted to intervene as soon as they heard this. Yanshin raised his hand to ask them to stop. He turned to Myongren and asked if she had tried to use her younger sister as bait in the Lotus Pavilion. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the girl. Myongren smiled, and Yi and Shin Vin were stuck on the words, so she immediately clung to him. Is he trying to blacken him with yoga? She said that a rootless chatterbox has no right to talk nonsense. As soon as she said this, someone already pushed, saying that it was exactly she who was rootless. Hearing this, Yanshan immediately turned to Wanshan. The man explained to the girl that calling someone a rootless bastard is not something an educated person does. Myongren was stunned by what he heard. Wenchang's face blazed with rage, and he asked the girl if her clan taught her the Confucian code of order like that. He added that the Wambo clan was probably not as prestigious as they said. Myongren heard this irritably and called him a degenerate. When Chang stepped forward and told the girl that her words were truly classless, he declared, there are two witnesses to her wrongdoing, so she still refuses to admit guilt. He turned to the heirs of the great clans and asked if any of them had ever heard of the noble Murimu from Shandong, who would be as base as Myongren. The heirs looked away. They did not want to get involved in this matter. The young patriarch said nothing, only watched his sister with a smile. Myongren gathered all her strength and held out a palm full of anger, and with one sharp push, she struck forward with a single shot. Yi Enshin struck her so hard that she flew into the air. The heirs were stunned by what they saw, while Wunshin and Sobin smiled when they saw what had happened. The young martial arts masters drew their swords and aimed them at Yanshin. One of them said to him, in Muram, there is no neutrality, and added that a person can only side with those to whom they are connected, if they do not know the truth. Wenchong was quite surprised to hear this. Our guy barely flinched. He recalled that outside the mountain sect, finding true martial arts masters is incredibly difficult. Even those who possess formidable skills are not always true masters. However, Yi and Shin also heard that somewhere there are those who find joy in performing noble deeds. Because Supreme Flame Dragon did not take the bait, Yi and Shin decided to use his foolish sister to complete the mission. Over the next 20 days, the group moved as Supreme Flame Dragon suggested while they ran. The young patriarch returned to Yan Yangshin and told him that it did not matter who brought the cultists here. The main thing was to unite, otherwise they would not survive. He also explained to Yan Yangshin that the cultists came to the Supreme Gathering to kill everyone, so it was better for them to stick together shoulder to shoulder. Making their way through the forest, the group slipped away from the Blood Flame cult's pursuit several times. They were beating cultists in different places. While everyone was busy fighting cultists, Brother Myangren was constantly exchanging messages with his clan, asking them to prepare help. So they continued to live in this rhythm for another 20 days. One day we see how Myangren allows a messenger pigeon to land on her hand. She pulled out a letter attached to the pigeon. Smiling, she declared that the guard squad of her clan was already nearby. She said that their wanderings had finally ended and informed the other heirs. The cult followers would no longer be able to catch up with them. As soon as she said this, she immediately turned aside. She glared fiercely at Yenshin and his team. The next day, we see them all marching somewhere further together. Myongren quickly noticed that from afar, she could make out some figures. She realized reinforcements had already arrived. As soon as the leader of the squad team saw Myongren, he called out to her. He instantly appeared before her, and that Shin was surprised to admit that the man possessed quite impressive mobility techniques. Myongren quickly hugged her uncle and called him Supreme Sword. The giant patted his niece on the head and said he was sincerely glad to see her. He also added that she seemed to have endured a lot. Yan Shin realized that the man before him was Supreme Sword and the younger brother of the patriarch of the Wombo clan. He was one of the best swordsmen in Shandong. Our guy carefully observed Supreme Sword's energy. He understood. The number of years a person has truly trained matters. He also knew well, if he went to fight that man, no one would guarantee him victory. Supreme Sword called Supreme Flame Dragon, and he told him that he should be grateful because the patriarch had given the son of the concubine ceremonial heir robes. And then he asked the young patriarch if he really needed to make his pure-blooded brothers and sisters suffer so much. Supreme Flame Dragon reminded him that he would remain the heir for only 5 more years, and added how he lives his life. No one really cares that much. From these words, Supreme Sword became irritated. He called his nephew a cheeky scoundrel. Supreme Flame Dragon smiled and replied to his uncle that he called him heir, even though he couldn't show him even the most basic decency. And Shin felt that the conversation was strange. He wondered if the Wanbo clans were simply using Supreme Flame Dragon to glorify their clan's name and create a noble legend. Just as he managed to think about it, Supreme Sword sharply turned to him and asked if he was Gugua from the sect of truth-seeking. He informed Yan Yenshin that he was mentioned somewhere in a small corner of the letters. Supreme Sword released his energy and ordered Yenshin to cut off his hand if he wanted to earn forgiveness. Hearing this, Wang fiercely cast a glance at the man. The heirs of the noble clan simply retreated silently, as if nothing had happened. Myongren stepped forward and told her uncle that this was not enough. She wanted the head of Yansashan. She emphasized her humiliation was incredible, one that could not be brushed off with words. The Supreme Sword patted his niece on the shoulder and promised that she would get exactly what she desired. Myongren addressed Yi Yunshin. He would have time to recover his strength, and only then she would ask if he wanted to start the fight immediately. Supreme Flame Dragon ordered his sister to stop this nonsense. Her subordinates quickly advanced as soon as he was about to intervene. Yehenshin carefully looked around. He recalled the explosive device he had encountered at the summit. It was truly powerful, so formidable that our guy could only feel helpless. However, if it really were an invincible weapon, none of the combat sects would have flourished as they did. And those Chen knew, the Lord of Desolate Fortress, Ma Meijin and Chengmyang could not simply lose to this weapon. So he realized he would probably be able to divert that bomb as well by using the smudge sword technique. No sooner had he thought this than Myongren asked if he wanted them to start the fight first. She asked our guy if that was all the bravado he had. Yan Yenshin carefully examined Supreme Sword. He recalled hearing that the swordsmanship of the Wombo clan was a powerful sword style. Myongren noticed that he was looking at her uncle. She addressed Ye Yonshin, as if to say, is something wrong? And also, why had his sharp tongue suddenly gone silent? A smile played on her face as she told our guy that she was giving him the honor of being interrogated by the most respected Shandong clan. Her uncle smiled and asked her to stop. He declared that Yi Tashin was just a worm from some nameless sect. He released his energy and ordered his niece not to waste her strength on a nameless bastard. Yi Tashin immediately realized the man did not care about him or his team. He was gnawed by the question of how much that man underestimated him. The second young master and the warriors of the Wombo clan eagerly awaited the duel between Supreme Sword and Yinshin. Supreme Flame Dragon did not like this situation. Wunshin and Sobin kept the guards on alert. With a crazy smile on her face, Myongren asked Yanshin if he was ready for the clan interrogation, and our guy placed his hand on his sword. During the interrogation by her clan, he saw Supreme Sword approaching him. Before Supreme Sword could do anything, someone landed behind Yenshin. This giant in a black cloak had a scar on his face. Myongren and her brother did not recognize this person. Sobin was surprised to see the newcomer. She called out to her captain. 2 more captains landed next to Mahjong. They all stood behind the elder. Supreme Sword was stunned to see the men. He saw more and more warriors emerging from hiding places. The warriors of the Wangbo clan were stunned to see the warriors of the abandoned fortress. Myong turned to Yanshin and called him, threw an elixir at him. Our guy managed to catch the elixir. He immediately understood. This is the meridian cleansing pill of the Shaolin Temple. The baptized invigorator Yi Henshin approached closer, placed his hand on his shoulder, and did not let the emotions fade. He smiled at our boy and tore off the clothing that hid the symbol of the desolate fortress. The heirs of noble clans shuddered upon seeing the golden logo on Shin's clothing. One of them said that our boy is a direct disciple of the Lord of the desolate fortress. My own smile trembled upon hearing this. Our guy put away the pill and told his superiors, "Now you can start." The heirs did not understand what was happening. They recalled how Yanshin said he was from a small sect. They realized that the men in black robes were captains from the neglected fortress. They couldn't get out of their heads why there were as many as 3 captains there. The warriors of the Van Bo clan and the heirs were very frightened. The dragon of the highest flame could not believe it was you. All attention was focused on the warrior in the blue robe from the abandoned fortress. Since even the young Yin Chen turned out to be the warrior in the blue robe, one of the heirs recognized him and said, "Our guy is a lightning genius." My Angren was stunned to hear this. Everyone knew the lightning genius as the rising martial arts master from the abandoned fortress, who beheaded the Bloodmaster warriors and even defeated the evil swordsman Roxas when he was in the white mantle. My Angren nervously asked our guy if it was true that he was the very lightning genius, and Tashin asked her if the fame about him had already reached Shandong. The girl addresses him. Why didn't he just tell her about his true identity? She adds that she would have treated him with the utmost respect. Yan Yangshin leans in and asks her what exactly she means. He told her that everyone already knows. Desolate Fortress is despised and turned away from by the Muram. When they heard this, the members of the Radiant Demon Squad smiled. Myongren asked him why he concealed his identity. Yanshin told her that there was no reason for the Battle Master of Desolate Fortress to hide his identity, unless it was for the mission. My young Oscar face was surprised to hear this. One of the heirs quickly knelt and bowed his head before Yin Shan. He said he could not recognize the royal descendant. His friend asked what he meant. The boy said that all direct disciples of the Lord of Desolate Fortress come from the royal family. And it is always so. The friend objected. Yi Tushin is not of noble origin. Then the boy asked if it was possible for a commoner to have to study under the Lord of the Fortress himself. Hearing this, the second Shin and his sister were stunned. Majin turned to Yenshin and told him that he did not anticipate the use of bombs. He asked our boy if his injuries were treatable. Yayan Shun told him that they were exactly that. He asked his captain if he knew what had happened to Yu Haiyan. Majin revealed to him the Namgung clan immediately took measures to protect Hyun. He added that Hyun had already managed to destroy several branches of the cult of the Bloody Burning Flame, along with the sword masters of the blooming Manhwa. He told Yan Shin that Mount Hwasek had left Huazhou back then. Because Ma Jian spoke to our child, Supreme Sword declared that Yan Shin does not have royal blood. No sooner had he said this than Ma Jian fixed him with a look. Such a terrible rage flared in his eyes that it took my breath away. The Supreme Sword was frightened. He quickly folded his hands and bowed, lowering his head before Meijin and Yinshan. He told Ma Jian that he had long heard of his great name, and he, whose name is Wang Bojun, declared that he did not recognize the direct disciple of the master of the neglected fort, and then spoke carelessly. The Supreme Sword asked Majin to forgive him. Majin asked Jun to tell him exactly what careless words he had uttered. The air seemed to grip me. When they heard this, Myongren was frightened. Once someone told Majin that Supreme Sword, who is called Yan Yanshin a wretch, is an upstart of low birth, without roots. The one who said this was Sobin. The girl told her captain that Supreme Sword essentially insults him because he is old. So he comes from the Ma clan of Desolate Fortress. Myongren could not believe what she heard. None of them expected this. The heirs and warriors could not believe that they had offended the Storm Genius, a direct disciple of Master Desolate Fortress and a member of Moklan from Desolate Fortress. Myongren knew that it was the end for her. Majin cleared his throat and told the warriors of the Vambo clan that their minor noble lineage had committed a grave sin by forcing commoners to work, with the number of commoners working for them nearly reaching 1,000. Jun was stunned to see that Desolate Fortress knew about their actions. Majin revealed to him that the mission entrusted to Yenshin was to find justification for the destruction of their clan by exposing the tyrannical rule of the Vanbo nobility, who forcibly hold Jinan. He told Supreme Sword that they had taken care to obtain this justification for the extermination of their clan. Jun nervously asked Majin what exactly he meant, and Tashin turned around and bowed his head. He addressed the captains, saying that he would like to announce the start of the battle with their permission. Chomik and Mayan turned to Shingon as soon as they heard these words. Shingon ran his fingers through his beard, and Yian Shin said that he saw his abilities during the promotion exam, and that he truly made quite an impression. As soon as he said this, Yi and Shin felt an incredible amount of energy radiating from the captain. It became clear to him this man was not at all like the fortress lord, who completely controls his energy. While he was pondering this, Shingon gave him permission. Yanshin thanked him for it. He sharply turned and swallowed the elixir. As soon as this happened, the body released a wave of energy. Our guy could feel a refreshing flow of energy rising from all the meridians in his body. This energy healed his wounds. He did not expect that this was exactly the effect of the Shaolin Temple Meridian cleansing pill. The energy did not even need to circulate for the pill to activate. Yan Yanshin passed by Supreme Sword. The man was stunned to see this. Even Supreme Flame Dragon did not expect that he would attack his own uncle. Our guy initially wanted to take the head of the strongest, but it would make no sense for him to clash with Supreme Sword in front of the captains. If he did so, he would deserve contempt from the captains. Yan Yanshin decided to confront the most annoying person here. He told Myangren that it was time to resolve their old feud. The girl nervously asked what he meant. Yan Yanshin told her that she could respond however she wanted. He would only voice his truth. He reminded her that her uncle asked him to propose marriage, and she asked him to propose decapitation. He told her that she made another foolish mistake, just like at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. He declared to my Ungrant that Sobin could have died, and added she definitely would have died if he had not intervened. Myongren could not utter a word. All eyes were fixed on her. The girl pulled herself together and told Yan Yanshin that she acknowledged the famous reputation of the blue-bearded martial arts master, and also explained she understood his arrogance, since he was a direct disciple of the Lord of Desolate Fortress. She placed her hand on her chest and told our guy that she could not allow him to invent such lies. She assured she had nothing to hide and added that she had never acted against the rules. Seeing that she would refuse to admit her actions, Yan Yanshin was not surprised at all. He told my young man that it did not matter at all. The girl did not understand what exactly he meant. Yehen Shin revealed to her his last mission was the destruction of the Wombo clan. He promised that nothing would change, no matter what she said. My Ungrin was stunned upon hearing this. Yan Yanshin drew the sword and used the swift sword style to behead my Ungrin with a single strike. The last thing my Ungrin saw as her head fell to the ground was Yunyan's face. After he took care of the girl, our guy sheathed the sword. The Supreme Flame Dragon, along with the warriors of his clan, froze at what had happened. The warriors of the neglected fortress did not even flinch or pay attention to the event. The Supreme Sword was stunned by what had happened to his niece. He called her and rushed towards Yanyan. Before he could get far, Shingon appeared above him. He slammed Jun's head into the ground with force. The Supreme Sword could not even move. His body simply refused. The warriors of the Wombo clan and then the second son rushed at Yanyan. Before the poor fellows could run to the Ancient One, Mahjong and Shulmik appeared above them. They cut the warriors in half with a single sword strike. Even the second son perished. When the Supreme Sword raised his head, he saw the captains tearing his clansmen to pieces. He instantly placed his hand on the sword, forward. With a terrible expression on his face, Mahjong asked him if he had lost his mind. He drew the sword and swung at Jun's head. He cut off the man's head before the sword could properly dry. The last thing the Supreme Sword saw was the terrifying figure of Mama Jin. She was the terrifying figure of Mama Jin. The Supreme Flame Dragon and his clansmen froze in shock at what they saw. Even Yan Yanshin was stunned by how his captain dealt with this man. He was gripped by fear. He felt the deadly energy next to the captain, which permeated everything. The warriors of the Vanbo clan realized Desolate Fortress is not joking. It decided to annihilate them. One of them ordered the others to run so they could report the situation to the claimant. So as soon as he said this, Meijin appeared next to him. With one stroke, he beheaded this man and all his comrades. Shulmak and Shingon began to suppress the other warriors, as if they were not resisting. Wunchong and Sojin were impressed by how their captains were fighting. One of the warriors in blue robes said that the captains would not allow them to fight until the scale of the clash became colossal. So he added, most likely the captains themselves will be the ones to earn merit in this matter. The man also whispered to his comrade that he envied Yangxian, saying that he had already done something truly significant. While they were talking, someone ordered the warriors from the neglected fortress to arrest him. It turned out that before them was a young patriarch. The Supreme Fire Dragon introduced himself as the very same world-famous scoundrel junior master of the Vanbo clan. As soon as he said this, he immediately noticed that his bag of medicine had already been taken. One of the fighters in blue robes took the bag with his medicine. The Supreme Flame Dragon ordered the man to return the poppy, and did it deliberately so they would arrest him. He was forced to kneel before them. Myong felt something was wrong. The Supreme Flame Dragon was not resisting at all. The young patriarch only smiled and said that the neglected fortress would have wiped out his entire clan if they knew everything. He smiled at Yan Shin and told him he never expected to see him as a warrior in a blue robe. And even Shin could tell that this guy really didn't care, despite his half-sister having just been beheaded and clan members dying. He thought the Supreme Flame Dragon had completely lost his mind. She wondered if that was the very reason he became like that. The solar divine meridians tearing his blood vessels, and whether the pain could truly be beyond any imagination. The Supreme Flame Dragon asked Yan Shin which sword technique he once used to behead his sister. He replied that he had never heard of or seen anything like it. The answer came under his mad gaze. The Supreme Dragon asked Yan Shin to tell which cultivation path he had mastered. Our guy reminded he had just personally sent his sister to the afterlife. The Supreme Flame Dragon boldly cut in that fools did not matter to him, adding, the sister always lived in a world completely different from his own. Then he revealed the truth to Aiya and Shin. Myogren never saw her as a sister, and he himself never looked at her the same way. He also said there was no point in worrying about the clan if it was already about to collapse. With a smile on his face, the young patriarch spoke to our boy who wanted to learn about his martial arts. Yan Shin immediately understood. This boy was literally obsessed with martial arts and pain. He sharply turned around and walked away. In his mind, he was running through the creation of a sword technique that could deflect bombs and circulation, the rapid flow of energy. At the same time, he was thinking about a sword style suitable against several opponents at once. Sometime later, we see the heirs of other clans. They were tied up. The vast majority of martial arts masters from the Wombo clan were dead. Pat Sobin, one of the masters in the blue robe, patted her on the head and said she had done well. He assured that thanks to her, he would be able to complete the old mission. The girl softly blushed as soon as she heard this. While she was talking with the mentors, Yi and Shin were talking with Myungren and Mirio. Mirio led our boy to the idea the warrior in the blue robe must be able to hold fire pellets. She explained that he could use the techniques of the Kingdom of Harmony, wrapping the sword or fist with a barrier of internal energy to deflect fire pellets. She told Yan Shin that she could show this as soon as the situation was resolved, and added he could learn from her until he mastered it himself. Yan Shin looked at his palm and quietly said that something suddenly came to his mind. He revealed to his elders that there were only a few applicable techniques he had long been interested in, and said as if he was about to start understanding them. He asked the elders to look at these techniques. Myung and Mirio could not believe that our guy was learning even more techniques. Suddenly, Chong approached him and declared that he was jealous. He said, "It feels as if everything happened just yesterday. Back then, they fought together at the desolate fortress, and now our guy is his senior." Yenshin turned to him and said he had something to report as a blue-robed martial arts master. He told Wenchang that he did not need help tearing the clothes that caught his symbol. He also said nothing to his friend because he did not want him to feel uncomfortable. Yi and Shin admitted that he was actually a bit embarrassed. He assured Wenshin that next time he would do it himself. Wenchang was stunned to hear this. He could not believe that Yi and Shin would say such a thing to him. He asked our guy if he should take away one of the few joys of his life. Yenshin did not know what to answer. After some time, we see martial arts masters from Desolate Fortress freeze in shock after the words of Supreme Flame Dragon about wanting to join Desolate Fortress, and they all turned to him. Supreme Flame Dragon smiled at them. However, there was complete seriousness in his tone regarding the request. He said he would devote himself to Fortress as loyally as a faithful dog, and he asked the captains to allow him to stay close to Yanshin. Wenchang inquired why he was babbling such nonsense madly. The young patriarch smiled and glanced at our boy. Shingon reminded the man that he was their prisoner. He raised a finger and released some energy into the young patriarch. The energy entered the chest of Supreme Flame Dragon and caused him terrible pain. He coughed heavily. Yan Shin carefully observed the technique the captain used. Shingon attacked the man so that he would finally know his place. Wenchang revealed to our boy that Singun had just applied a 7-step traumatic acupressure strike, an exceptional secret art of the Annihilation Squad captain. While Supreme Flame Dragon tried again to catch his breath, Singun informed him that he realized he had mastered the Fiery Yang divine art. He made him understand that his core energy contained wood energy, just like the noble race. He asked Supreme Flame Dragon if he had heard about what fuels the fire. Supreme Flame Dragon became nervous as soon as he heard this. He came to his senses, gathered his courage, and smiled, saying that he had long heard about Annihilation Squad, Captain's 7-step traumatic acupressure strike. Supreme Flame Dragon realized Shingen should try to pump up his energy, and it will begin to multiply and flare up inside him, so the young patriarch cannot forcibly open the meridians. Supreme Flame Dragon understood his situation. Shingon asked him to be silent. He told him that his opinion there was worthless. The Supreme Burning Dragon laughed as soon as he heard this. He raised his head and looked angrily at Shingon, brazenly called him a degenerate. With a stone face, he addressed the captain and asked if he really said that he would be burned to death. He said that he simply could not withstand the heat. He stated that today he had already met another rotten degenerate. Warriors in blue robes and warriors in white robes shuddered when they saw the young patriarch speaking with the captain. Everyone was afraid for him, and Shingon did not say a word to this man. Filled with rage, Supreme Flame Dragon declared that his meridians could not be called solar divine meridians. He called Shingon a half-dark degenerate and threw in that it was just a stupid meridian. As soon as he said this, someone hit him on the head, and this knocked him into oblivion, depriving him of consciousness. Supreme Flame Dragon weakly collapsed to the ground. The one who hit him was Yinshin. Our guy thought it was better to do this than to let Shingon kill him with a fist. He told his captain that he had a question and asked him why he did not destroy the energy core of the young patriarch. Majin revealed to him that Fortress Master ordered them to return Supreme Flame Dragon alive. She added that the main thing was to keep the internal energy of the young patriarch intact. And those Shin wondered why his master wanted Supreme Flame Dragon. A few minutes later, the captains stood before their subordinates. Shingon announced, first, they would have to destroy the branched clan branches. Then he explained to the warriors that the power of the Marshal's clan was not only their martial strength, their network in Jianghu was also extremely powerful. Shingon told the whole group that they needed to sever ties that could drag other sects or clans into the fight. After that, the main forces would move forward to the main house of Wanbo. Majin replied to him that it was enough for them just to block Jinan, and asked Shingon how he wanted to distribute their forces. Captain Squad Annihilation revealed to him that the Wanbo clan has 9 branched clans that separated from the main house, so they will assign only warriors in blue robes to each branch. Immediately, as soon as he said this, someone demanded a solo mission for him. Everyone quickly turned to this person. It turned out to be Yanshin. Our guy got up from the ground. He knew that other warriors would think, as if he acted out of greed and tried to claim all the merits of the mission. Only the Radiant Demon Squad regarded him favorably, even if his image could be spoiled. And that Shin knew that he had to do it, if he wanted to accumulate every crumb of merit he could. When I and Shin got up, Shingon asked him directly if he really wanted to go on a solo mission. Our guy put his hand on the sword and, as testified before Captain Squad Annihilation, declared that he wanted to test new wide-area combat techniques he recently learned. In real battle, he assured the captain that he would complete the mission. Shingon heard this irritably. He released his energy and asked Yan Shin if he knew why he even decided to listen to him. He told him that he listens only because he has already grown to the rank of the blue robe. Ma Jian and other warriors in blue robes nervously stared at Shingon. They could feel that he was furious. Yan Shin did not even flinch. The look in his eyes frightened, and Shingon told Yan Shin that he truly values him. He stated that very, very few martial arts masters are capable of showing truly great understanding of combat. The captain of the Annihilation Squad told our guy that he saw in him the traits of a future captain, and added he never thought he would be so disappointed. Yi and Shin apologized to Shingon. The captain asked our guy to prove himself with strength. Yi and Shin turned around and looked into the faces of their warrior comrades. He raised the sword and begged them to cover their hearing with internal energy. Everyone immediately did as he said. Our guy placed his palm on the sword hilt, closed his eyes. Above his head, a blue circle of comprehension flashed. He opened his eyes and drew the sword. As soon as he slowly pulled it out of the sheath, the sword flared with bright light. When the blade fully emerged, a unique sound spread through the air. The fighter in the white robe began to settle to the ground. But everyone froze at what they saw, and together shifted their gaze to Yinshin. Even the captains did not expect this. Everyone focused only on the Yangtze sword. Having shown their technique, Yi and Shin decided to sheath the sword. The warriors in blue robes realized that our guy was using sound arts. One of them could not comprehend how Yi and Shen managed to do it at all. He noticed that the guy controlled root energy with astonishing precision. He said he had never heard of such a martial art. He could not imagine that the sound art of Yangtze would break the defensive energy of the warriors in white robes of Desolate Fortress. And the fact that the strike only stunned them, not killed, is simply explained. They are warriors from Desolate Fortress in white robes. If these were other martial arts masters, they would have died. The warrior in blue robes told his comrade that Yi Enshin's skill is truly amazing. In group fights, it will become even more dangerous. where you won't find masters of Yi and Shun's level. The only problem with this skill is that it harms allies as well. The warriors in blue robes now understood why our guy asked for a solo mission. While the warriors in blue robes were negotiating, Yi and Shin were desperately trying to catch their breath. Shingon told him that this skill consumes too much mental energy. He told him that it was quite natural since he knew how to finally control his inner energy. He explained to Yi and Shin that he would not be able to suddenly use this skill, and in the chaos of battle, it would be completely impractical. He added that it was best to release the power at the very beginning of the clash. That way it would be effective and crush the enemy's will to fight. Yang Shin told the captain that he would remember this. Chomik replied that Yanshin still could not be sent alone and reminded the captains the mission was too important. Shingon knew that he was right. He told our guy that he would assign 2 people to him and that their goal would be the Wangbo Jinan detachment. He addressed the whole group and asked if there were volunteers who wanted to join Yanshin, and everyone raised their hands without hesitation. The captains were not surprised for a moment. The art of sound techniques based on the sword is quite unusual among martial arts masters. Most would like to see such an unknown school simply in real combat. Shingon turned to Ma Jin and said that Ma Jin was the best person to choose the warriors. Ma Jin thought it would be wise to send on the mission those who already fought well together. He appointed Zen Sword Demon and Azurite Demonic Swordsman to our team of guys. Shingon agreed with his decision. He addressed Yen Sin and advised him to use his power in such a way that no one could accuse him of overconfidence, so that his actions would not be called hasty. Yi and Shin clasped their palms and bowed solemnly, and Yi bowed his head. He thanked the captain for his attention and care. A little later in this forest, we see Yehen Shin, Meijin, Mirio, and Mayong. Majin pulled Yehen Shin aside and asked if he created this sound art by himself. Our guy said yes. Mahjong asked him why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. Yen Shin addressed him. Does he know a martial artist who openly shows all his personal combat art? He replied to the captain that people will learn his techniques, and if you do something like that, you will die a senseless death. Majin understood. Our guy is right. Yi and Shin asked if that was exactly why he wanted to talk privately. The captain denied no. He revealed to Yi and Sin that the command bureau sent him a message. They reported that people are walking around investigating his movements. Yi and Sin asked their captain if they are checking him because of the insults and sins he deserved. Mine explained, everything they have already heard about is the Tyrant Sword Clan, the War Union, and the Cult of the Bloody Flame. Yen Sin immediately understood why the War Union is looking for him. He remembered how he killed one of their young followers. So the captain led further, but the girl was engaged to someone. He said that he needed to be careful both with her family and with her lover. He said that the most troublesome of all groups is Blood Flame Cult. Until now, there was no martial art like the demon-fighting, soft-flowing strike of Ayenshin. So it was quite natural that our guy became the target of the cult. He explained to Yanyan Shin that he might have come across one of the 7 apostles at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Even Shin agreed with him. He also knew it was still too early to fight Apostol. The captain told him that dangers of this kind in Jianghu are inevitable. He advised our guy to keep a watchful guard because he had just entered the Zhenghao. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the southern edge of Shandong. There were many young women and elderly people there. He just said this, and his comrades looked around. Our guy said that no adult men were visible nearby. They had probably already been taken for forced labor. Mirio explained to him that the Heavenly Squad and the Command Bureau confirmed this many times. According to her, there can be no mistake. Myung explained to Yajinshin that the Imperial Army would have taken the Wambo clan out of harm's way if it were not the Marim clan, but if the army moves here, ordinary people will also suffer. Yanyan Shin stood up and grabbed sword. He said that they needed to visit the Vanbo branch clan and question them. Murio and Mion drew their swords and stood up as soon as they heard this. They rushed to the clan building. When they arrived at the entrance, Yanyan Shin used the Infinite Blossom Jindari technique. He is known as the Formidable Wall. He wrapped his fist with energy and clenched it for a strike. After that, Yanyan Shin swung it towards the gate and destroyed the gate with a single blow. He entered inside together with his comrades. As soon as they were inside, a pavilion appeared before them. While they were walking to the pavilion, they looked at the paved ground and at the stone sculptures on the territory. When Yi, Shan, and his comrades approached closer to the pavilion, a man said that another group of Jinan heroes had appeared. As soon as someone poured him a drink, he replied that he did not understand it. He said he could not comprehend where such confidence came from in the scoundrels to challenge the Wambo clan. He added that it was better to flee Shandong and go somewhere like Desolate Fortress. The speaker belonged to a noble family, and he was surrounded by women who served him, and that Shin fiercely stared at the man and the women. The emblem of desolate fortress orchis shone in gold on both his shoulders, but these drunken fools could not even recognize whom they were looking at. Our guy asked him if he was Ji Hyun, magistrate of Pining County. The man smiled and told Yan Yangshin that he should have recognized him immediately. He claimed that he was well known in these parts. Yang Yangshin told him that he knew. His first wife was the head of Wombo Pinyin branch. Then he asked Yi Haiyan to go and fetch his wife. Yang Yang told our guy that he had no manners. He asked him if he had never studied Confucian teachings, and if his parents had not taught him how to behave. Yang Yangshin reminded this man that he had a romance with someone from the Miram clan. He stated that a true gentleman does not behave like that, and asked Ji Haiyan to say what kind of respect he expected from him. Hearing this question, Ji Hai only smiled. The woman in the red dress stepped forward and introduced herself as the lawful wife of GM Rang. Her name is Wanbo Mimi. She is also called Artisan Swords Maiden. Mimi explained to Yan Yanshen that at first they were supposed to tear off his arm, but now for rude behavior, he would pay with his head. As soon as she said this, several martial arts masters from the Wombo clan emerged from the shelters. They surrounded our guy and his comrades. Yan Yanshen and his fighters looked around, trying to make out these masters. Mimi reminded our guy that his head would soon be cut off. Yan Yanshen told her that she was talking about weapons and holding her head the same way Myongren does. The woman smiled and asked if he had heard of Myongren. She considered it quite natural since Myongren was skilled enough to attend the Dragon Phoenix Summit. She asked Yan Yanshin if he thought she would overlook his actions just because he pretended to know someone from the direct line and assured him that would not happen. Our guy admitted to her that he came from the market. He told her that her clan really forced commoners to work for their own needs. And to Mimi, he directly stated that the clan, relying on his power over Miriam, influenced the welfare of the townspeople. He asked Mimi if she did not consider it a disgrace for a person belonging to Jianghu. As soon as these words were heard by the magistrate and everyone in the pavilion, they laughed. Even the martial artists laughed. Mimi smiled and told Yi and Shinu that he had heard too many rumors about Jianghu. She said, "Power is strength," and asked if he separates Jianghu from his own livelihood, and how, in his opinion, a person can live like that. The magistrate took a sip of wine and asked Yanshin to explain what was wrong here if the Murim clan settles somewhere and enjoys luxuries worthy of its own history. Yan Yangshen asked him if a person from a noble family like him goes against the imperial law. He pointed a finger at Mimi and told the city judge that today his first wife would be beheaded. Mimi and Ji Hin froze upon hearing these words. The judge scolded our guy, saying he lacked sophistication and that he was just like the self-proclaimed knights who do not understand elegance. He clapped his hands and asked several people to come out. Some musicians ran out into the pavilion. They sat down and began to play their instruments. The magistrate raised his glass and said that this was good. His wives laughed as soon as they saw this. Mimi poured him a drink again while other women watched Yan Yanshen and his team intently. They were itching to see a fight. Yan Yanshen immediately realized that for these people, martial arts masters fencing was just entertainment. He recalled hearing somewhere that some officials seek the highest pleasure when a murder occurs. From how everything looked on the spot, Yi and Shin understood that this was neither the first nor the second time. He said he could no longer listen to this music. He told his comrades that they really should reconsider whether it was appropriate to call these people members of the 8 great clans. He said they were no better than the unorthodox rabble. No sooner had he said this than Yi and Shin released his energy. The warriors of the Wombo clan were stunned, feeling Yan Shin's energy. Our guy drew his sword and vanished right before the fighters. He appeared above them, and you apply the radiant sword art technique. Use it to tear some of them apart. The magistrate will observe this. Shrestha was surprised to see this. The engine started in frozen tension. He aimed sword at Ji Haiyan and said that the radiant demon squad from Desolate Fortress would punish him. The man and his wife were shocked to hear this. The Vanbo clan battle masters were frightened too. They were stunned by what they heard. Jihan immediately stood up and declared that he had committed a serious crime. He begged Yanshin and his comrades to forget everything he had just said. He reminded them that he belonged to a noble family and assured them he would never dare to violate the imperial order. As soon as he said this, Ji Haiyan noticed a golden symbol on Yanshan's clothing. He immediately understood. Mi Yun and Marrero are warriors in blue robes. All excuses left his mind. He realized that none of his justifications would work. Then he chose another path. He told the whole group that his wife follows the orders of her own main house, and as a magistrate assigned in Jinan, he cannot go against her. So he added that he also dares not argue with the authority of the Wangbo clan. Marrero asked him if that is exactly how he calls an explanation. She asked him if he is really not at all ashamed to try to take back what he said. Zihai begged them to be lenient, and he reminded them They are forbidden to kill imperial officials. With a twisted smile, he declared to the group that they will not leave here, even without weapons, if he moves against them together with the branch clan. As soon as he said this, Ji-hyun released his energy. Marrero did not expect that he would threaten them at all. Myung smiled and said that the audacity of this man is simply striking. His fiery red eyes shone as Ji-hyun smiled in response and informed them, if they are from Desolate Fortress, then they must already know everything. He asked them to understand that he has no choice. As soon as he said this, Mimi snapped her fingers. Several martial arts masters rushed into the pavilion. They completely surrounded Yehenshin and his team from all sides. Ji-hyun smiled and advised our guy to retreat. Yehenshin carefully looked around. He reminded the man that he had spoken about elegance earlier, and added that he had recently also polished his own melody. The local judge did not understand what exactly our guy was talking about. Yanshin raised the shining sword and released his sound into the air. As soon as the martial arts master heard his unique melody, blood splattered from the mouth, and they began to fall to the ground. The magistrate could not believe his own eyes. He watched as the warriors fell and bled directly from their eyes. All lost their lives to the last. Shin Hain shuddered at what he had just seen. He saw the bodies of his other wives on the ground. He could not comprehend how they all died in an instant. And Shin called him unconventional junk and threw in his face that he knows what elegance is. Ji-hyun told Ji-hyun that he looks as if his performance deeply touched him. When the magistrate and Mimi heard this, they were seized by fear. They looked around. There were many bodies scattered on the ground. Mimi knew. Sound art is a martial art that exists only in a few places around the world. She could not believe that someone so young was capable of using it. While he stared at them intently, sweat ran down our boy's face. He already knew. He would no longer be able to use this technique. He had no idea that even using it once would be so difficult. He noticed that his acupuncture BYE had expanded. He pulled himself together and approached the couple. He asked them why they still were not talking. Mimi was annoyed that he spoke. She stepped down from the stone and raised her sword. Since Yayan Shin's clothing was stitched with thread made of golden silk fabric, the woman was able to guess that he was a disciple of the master of the neglected fortress. She released her energy as soon as she said this. Mirio and Myung stepped forward as soon as they saw this. Yi and Shin used his frequency whisper technique to convey he would meet the woman one-on-one. Mirio and Myung decided to fulfill his request. Our guy already knew. He needed to gain experience in revealing his martial arts and living through chaotic moments to advance further, from the black robe to the purple. He told the master swordswoman that he remembered what she said. Mimi asked him to be silent, saying that he does not automatically become noble just because he belongs to Desolate Fortress. She pointed the blade at him and declared that he had no right to speak to her. Yi and Shin reminded her that she said she would take his hands. He released his energy and called her an unorthodox bastard. The master's sword-bearing servant frowned as soon as she heard these words. Yi and Shin took a stance and asked her to go at him. Mimi heard this irritably. She rushed at our guy, and as soon as she was near, struck him directly with the sword. Yanshin raised his sword and made Mimi's sword just graze past, moment by moment above his blade. He sharply turned around to see the woman. He immediately understood. The fencing of the Wangbo clan was truly too heavy. When their swords clashed, he almost dropped his own. He and Mimi instantly faced each other. They struck their swords against each other. When Mimi's sword touched the ancient zone, her hand sharply pulled back. Mimi froze, seeing this. She did not understand what had just happened. Before Mimi could lower her hand, Yan Shin with a clean strike cut her off. Mimi gritted her teeth to endure the pain. She quickly retreated and let her hand fall limply to the ground. Our guy swung his sword again to get rid of the bloodstains on it. Mirio was impressed. Shin was already so skilled that he could look down even on the leader of the Wangbo clan branch. She knew the talent of our boy is not limited to just studying. Even on the brink of collapse, Yi and Shun did not lose their combat ability. They still brought sword to razor sharpness. Mario realized the intuition of Yi and Shen has a power that cannot be grasped by martial skill alone. Myung smiled and said that our boy would soon be able to go out into Jianghu alone without their help. Yan Yanshin raised his sword and reminded Mimi of her words. She said she would cut off his head. Hearing this, the woman was frightened. She clearly saw that our boy was serious. Before Yanshin could do anything, Ji Han appeared before me. He called our boy a lawless scoundrel and reproached him for being too arrogant, wounding his own lawful wife. He reminded everyone that the neglected fortress is the sword of the imperial family, and asked Yanshin to say when it happened that a simple sword began to cut its own master. Yanshin addressed the magistrate and asked if he meant that the Wanbo lineage stands equal to the imperial family. Ji Hyun explained to our boy, there he can do nothing until he cuts him down. He reminded him that he is not some warrior in a black cloak, and asked if our boy is allowed to harm the magistrate of Pinyin County. When he said this, Yi and Shin fiercely fixed their gaze on him. Ji-hyun nervously held his gaze. Myung declared to the magistrate that they would act according to the law. Ji-hyun did not understand what exactly he meant. Myung reminded him, the great Empress Mother ordered that the noble family from the desert fortress may execute any official of the 6th rank or lower, regardless of his status. Hearing this, Ji-hyun shuddered with shock. Myung said that he himself would deal with Hyen because he is only a 7th rank official. Hyen did not know what to answer. Myung asked the man not to tarnish the name of the noble family and simply accept the punishment. Ji-hyun knew it was the end for him. He sighed heavily and said that he had almost shown his shameful side and added, one cannot speak of the refined joys of drinking and dancing without style and elegance. He closed his eyes and prepared to meet death. His wife did the same. Myung raised the sword and prepared to attack them. Before he could do anything, someone called his group and named them the wretched, desolate fortress bastards, saying that these are people who sow discord in Marimi with their false chivalry. Yan Yangshen quickly turned around. These Hain rejoiced upon seeing this person, so he shouted back to him. A martial arts warrior of the Wambo clan, known as Majun, was huge and held a young girl in his hands. He glared angrily at our guy and his team. Zihayin told Majun that he felt incredible relief, since a warrior of his clan had already arrived. Majun told the boy that if he was already a warrior in a blue robe, then probably in this world there was no one his age who could match him. Thanks to the emblem on Yinshan's shoulders, that man immediately understood that the boy was a direct disciple of the master of the neglected fortress. He told Yinshan, you are so intoxicated with honor and status that anyone can immediately read what you want from you. Yi Anshin told Majun that he saw nothing and reminded him in his hands was an innocent commoner. The boy noticed that the man kept a decent distance. He knew even Mayan would not be able to save the girl if he rushed forward faster than him. Majun laughed. He told our boy that the actions of the Wambo clan always serve a greater purpose. He replied that underdeveloped martial arts masters who take government pay and walk on the walls, cutting people down, would not understand this. Yan Yanshin did not expect such an answer. He asked the man if he was incapable of feeling shame. Majun said that the greater cause of Murim was noble. He declared that the fighters from Desolate Fortress were nothing but charlatans who spread mud all over Zhonghu. Yan Yanshin recalled hearing, Murim is full of people like Mazun. They are stubborn eccentrics who recognize only one path, to train their martial arts, and it is useless to expect ordinary conversations with them. Majun asked the whole company if they knew who this girl was. Of course, none of them recognized her. The man said that the girl's grandfather was a man named Dan Mahyu, a former magistrate of Pinyin County. Majun said that Mahyu was a man straight as an arrow, and in the trading rows, Mahyu ordered a master from an unusual sect to stop threatening people and promised that for this, he would throw him into a government prison. Mamonyan addressed our guy and asked if he knew what happened to Mahyu. He replied that in Muhu, the belly burst from a single palm strike, and to Yan Yanshin he said, the Wanbo clan executed the master who was fleeing and avenged the girl's grandfather. He struck his chest and declared that it was the Wanbo clan that helped the girl take revenge, not some half-eaten fighter from Desolate Fortress. Yang Yunshin asked him if it was precisely because of this that he struck her at the acupuncture point and grabbed her by the neck, and he asked him if it was precisely because of this that he now pretends to be her benefactor. Majun said that he always wanted to see the true face of the fighters of Desolate Fortress. As soon as he said this, the girl slightly moved her neck. You need to notice this. And he realized the girl herself could already gradually remove his acupuncture strike. Majun told our guy that he would allow the girl to live if they retreated right now. He promised that they would also prove the knightly dignity of Desolate Fortress protects everyone from Muram. He ordered them never to speak about commoners again if they could not carry it out. He stated that the Vambo clan would coordinate order in Janani. Majun raised his voice and called that bunch of half-ripe, pathetic heroes, then gave them a choice, demanding that they tell him exactly what they would do with the granddaughter of the former magistrate who ruled the county with high virtue. Hyen and Mimi smiled upon hearing this. Yan Yanshin did not say a word to Majun. Zen's sword demon suddenly appeared behind him and declared that she could no longer listen to this. She stretched out her hand and said, this is such a pitiful sight. She grabbed the man by the neck from behind. Majin was shocked, feeling her hand on his neck. Mirio released a bit of dark energy from his own body, and Majin noticed that he could no longer move. Myung smiled and showed his enemies that the Radiant Demon Squad, Heavenly Squad, and Destruction Squad had already moved towards the main clan, implying they should have destroyed it long ago, and its captain had probably smashed everything to smithereens. Jihan did not understand what Menyon was saying. Before he could say anything, our guy whirled past him and rushed straight at his wife. Mimi froze, shockingly seeing him before her. Yayan Shin, with a single sword stroke, cut off her head. Sihayan was stunned by what had happened. He watched as his wife's head fell to the ground. Maijun even gritted his teeth when he saw this. Yanshin told the enemy that the abandoned fortress does not negotiate with rebels. Jihan got angry and called our guy a bastard, but before he could rush into attack, Myong stabbed a knife into his chest. At first, the man froze in shock. The blade was sticking out of his own chest. Myong told him that he had endured all his antics long enough. The local magistrate did not even suspect that it would end like this, and that he would fall. As soon as Myong drew the sword, his body silently sank to the ground. Majun was stunned to see what had happened. Before he could do anything, Mirio released even more of her unique energy. She began freezing the man's neck. Majun screamed in pain. Mirio completely froze his neck and crushed it. She watched as the man's head fell to the ground. The fight was not even a challenge for her. Yunshin and Manga hid their swords after dealing with their opponents. Yenshin passed by the girl and told her that she had a talent for martial arts. The girl was impressed by such words. She quickly turned to him. She watched as Yenshin and his comrades moved forward. Mirio touched our guy's shoulder before they left the pavilion. She told him that the neglected fortress is not a sect that talks about knightly virtues. She explained that one day he would definitely get wounded if he tried to live like a hero. She and Shin thanked her for the advice. Wasting no time, he did just that. Suddenly, he noticed something above him. An owl flashed above him. It was carrying a message. It landed on Myong's hand. Myong quickly read the message. Our boy asked him if some trouble had happened. Myong informed him that the message came from the White Togs, who hold the battle artists that arrived at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. He said that the White Robes got involved in as many as 3 fights. They fought with battle clans, then even with the Blood Flame cult, and ultimately suffered a devastating defeat. Myong told our boy that Wancheng was captured. Both he and Shin were stunned to hear this. In the next scene, we are taken to Shuyu. He and Shin are sitting and meditating. While his eyes were closed, our guy wondered if this was already their 5th day here. Over the past 5 days, they learned that the followers of the Blood Flame cult roam the city as if they fear nothing. Even when soldiers set out to arrest them, they calmly and skillfully dodge thanks to the art of movement, and some even threaten the military. Unfortunately, Yi and Shin and their team still have not been able to find them. Our guy recalled a conversation with his comrades as they ran to the city. He asked the elders if the cultists were really strong enough to handle 5 warriors in white robes. He explained to them that the warriors in white robes should not have much trouble with this. Difficulties would only arise when their opponent turned out to be someone from the 9 great sects or the 8 great clans. Myong revealed to Yeonshin that the warriors in white robes could not fight at full strength. He added, some of those taken alive had somehow already appeared. As soon as he heard this, Yan Yenshin recalled that some warriors in white robes lost their power after he used his sound art. He told Myong that the warriors were unable to fight properly due to the effects of his sound art. Myong corrected him, saying the reason was not that the martial arts of the warriors in white robes were weak. He explained that they had to rely on others for their safety because they were not stronger than the enemy, and that is how Zhonghu is arranged. Mirio said that the blue robes must clean up this mess because the main forces are currently busy attacking the Wombo clan. Yan Yunshin informed his elders that he did not understand why the cultists took them without killing them on the spot. He wondered if the captives were still alive. Mirio said that cultists would usually kill warriors. Since they defeated a warrior from Desolate Fortress, they should have finished them off so the news wouldn't leak. Myong said that cultists have only one reason to take warriors alive. He revealed to Yan Yunshin that the cultists want to lure and kill the one who can use the strike that destroys demons, the gentle flowing, a natural countermeasure that their cult relies on. Mirio told him that it was hard to say, as if the cultists did all this aiming only at one person from Desolate Fortress. She believed they needed to split up and comb through the entire place. Myong replied that the captives would hold out for another 10 days since they were taken prisoner by blood demons. He explained to our guy that these are exactly the people who drain core energy with bloody techniques. For them, a warrior from the Desolate Fortress is a rare prize. Recalling Myong's words, Yejunshin stopped meditating. He took his sword and went outside. On the way to the restaurant, several martial arts masters noticed his robe and were impressed to see the logo of the abandoned fortress on it. They found it hard to believe that such a young person was a warrior in a blue robe. Without wasting time, Shin Yanyan entered the restaurant. Everyone, look at him. One martial arts master wondered who he really was. His companion said that probably Yan Yan Shin is a child who inherits the warrior desolate fortress. The man told our guy that there are other ways for him to show his bravado. He added that our guy even decided to become a warrior in blue clothing, a blue-robed warrior. Hearing this, the other martial arts masters in the restaurant burst out laughing. The female martial arts masters blushed a little embarrassed when they saw our guy. One of them asked him which sect he came from. Yan Yanshin ignored everyone on the spot and looked around. He noticed people who immediately caught his eye. He rushed forward using his footwork, employing his own agility, and the man who mocked him was surprised to see this. Yanshin approached those men who interested him and said that their branch is here too. The men instantly turned to him. Our guy called them subhumans of the firewalls and stated that probably their branches are everywhere. He believed that these people could not be the only ones in this branch. One of the men smiled and asked Yan Shin if he was the very one. He snatched a sword and told our guy that he would take a step closer to becoming an apostle if he took care of him. Another martial arts master in the restaurant quickly turned to our guy, and Yishin released his pure energy and asked the man if he wanted to kill the owner of the strike. Demon fighting, soft and smooth, like the flow of a current. The cultist quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and he struck Yi Enshin with the sword and threatened, "I will cut off your hand." And our guy went on the attack with a soft, smooth strike aimed at demons. He crushed the sword with his palm and hit the cultist right in the head. His subordinates were stunned when they saw this. They saw the man fall to the ground. They could not believe that Yi and Shun defeated the branch leader with a single move. Other martial arts masters there immediately understood that these men were from the Blood Flame cult. They knew that the leader of a cult branch could only be a swordsman of Bloodmaster level. And still, they couldn't believe that I and Shin defeated a Bloodmaster-level swordsman with a single strike. They wondered if he really was the warrior in blue robes from Desolate Fortress. She and Shin turned to the other men and asked them to send a signal to their comrades. He also asked them to convey this. Say that the lightning genius from Radiant Demon Squad is now in Shoujo. Having said this, our guy moved forward. Two cultists instantly disappeared from sight. Ian and Shin simply went to sit at the table. The martial arts masters who were there could not believe what had just happened. They watched as Ian should not have been drinking his liqueur. Everyone was stunned to see how the young master of Desolate Fortress provoked the Blood Flame cult. In the next scene, several people are shown discussing how they found out that the man Yinshin killed was a Bloodmaster swordsman. It was enough to sprinkle water on his hair. One of them said that Yanshin dealt with the Bloodmaster swordsman with a single move. Another fighter in blue attire stated that the warriors of Desolate Fortress are martial arts masters rarely found in the world, and that he never expected Yanshin to suddenly shed blood. He told his friends that it seems our guy might look down on them and asked if Yanshin considers Desolate Fortress the only force capable of standing against the Blood Flame cult. And finally, he told his friends that before the fight, Yanshin had to gather more strength. A little later, we see how Yanshin taps his finger on the table. He seemed to be waiting for the cultists. He thought that the sectarians would come for him anyway, no matter where he ended up. While he was lost in thought, someone approached and said they had come to pay tribute to the famous martial arts master from Desolate Fortress. When Yi and Shen raised their heads, two men and one woman were standing before them. The one in front declared that he was looking for him because he wanted to discuss martial arts with him. Yi and Shun did not seem to care much about this. Then the man asked, is it true that he defeated a sectarian with a single strike? The man said it was his first time seeing a martial arts master from a neglected fortress. Yi noticed the man was not at all friendly. He wondered if local masters restrained themselves with their territorial rules, and introduced himself as the lightning genius from the Radiant Demon Squad. The woman introduced herself as KLUU from the Yulso Sword Clan. The man who spoke to our boy introduced himself as Young Chio from the Vastward sect, and the one introduced last called himself Quan Chun from the Flying Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Instantly, he heard their names. I and Shin recalled a conversation that Zhong once had with them. His friend insisted that extracting information from martial arts masters was nothing complicated. He taught our boy, you just need to learn to flatter them. Remembering this, I and Shin told the martial arts master that it was an honor for him to meet the heroes of Southern Jilly. As soon as the master heard these words, the faces of I and Shin immediately became friendly and warm. Jun Chiul told our guy that he wants to talk to the warrior in blue attire from the abandoned fortress who knows where their martial arts are lacking. He asked Ye Jinshin if he would agree to a sword discussion with them. The discussion was an exercise. People took turns talking about sword techniques and arranged an imaginary sparring. Yanshin recalled that he had participated in this several times before but never found it interesting. He recalled that he usually lost by one stroke. Yi and Shin sat next to the martial arts masters and ordered more drinks. Having reached the technicians, he began discussing swordsmanship techniques with them. Seeing that he was winning in that imaginary sparring, Yangchul quickly broke into a smile. So Yu also shared her swordsmanship techniques with our guy. Spa worked from early morning until evening. Yan Yanshin lost every round. Thanks to this, he was able to extract a lot of information from them. They told about places where they saw the blood flame cultists, about roads where, according to their observations, people of similar build walk and try to hide their appearance, as well as even about rumors circulating in their sects regarding the blood flame cult in Shuzhou. Bai and Shin had no idea that he would obtain so much information. He wondered, is it really so easy to interest people? He asked himself whether this tactic would work against the master of Desolate Fortress. He knew it would only work if she was in a good mood. While he was thinking, Chongchuel informed him that he had one blunt question. He asked Yan Yanshin if all martial arts in Desolate Fortress itself were so careless, and said that it was the conversation about sword that stirred his curiosity. SOU told our guy that she was also interested in this. She added that she never expected that the sword art of her clan would fit so well with the martial arts of Desolate Fortress. Yan Yanshin suddenly realized he had been amusing this idiot for too long. He decided to leave. After all, he had already gotten everything he needed. No sooner had he stood up than someone said that Yan Yanshin's martial arts could not be careless. She declared, our guy created a sword technique as deep as the secret art of Ninazek. Units, Yanshin quickly turned around to see who exactly was speaking. It turned out to be Sword Dragon. Yongshol and his friends were impressed to see Sword Dragon. Shouyu asked her if she should not be in the Zhongnan sect. Sword Dragon said that she came there to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Summit and found out rumors about the lightning genius have spread throughout Shuja. She told Yan Yanshin that she heard he killed the swordsman Bloodmaster with a single strike. Our guy did not expect her to find out about this. He said that the speed at which rumors spread is faster than his art of movement. He said he does not understand why the Blood Flame cult is still silent if these rumors have already spread in Shuju. He realized that they probably have something planned. He stood up, grabbed his sword, and said to Sword Dragon, he is glad to see her, but he has no time for talk. He told her that Zhong was just captured, and the woman was shocked to hear about it. Yes, she told Yanshin that she would help him. She said that the Zhongnan sect owes them both a debt. Yanshin replied that he would accept her help. Dragon Sword asked him if he knows where to start the search. Our guy said that he has already identified several places. Young Cheo and his friends watched as our guy and Dragon Sword left. They did not understand what exactly was happening. In the next scene, someone kicks the gates with a run and breaks them down. Martial artists in the building instantly took positions. They watched as Yan Yanshin and Sword Dragon entered the building. The cultists were shocked to see a warrior in a blue robe here. Before they could realize what was happening, Yan Yanshin rushed at them. He covered his palm with energy and used it to smash the head of one of the cultists. After that, he struck the ribs of the cultist standing nearby. One of them called our guy a monster and lunged at him. He swung the sword at Yanshin's head. Our guy ducked down and caught the attack on the deflection. He delivered a strong punch to the man's head. The attacker flew into the air from the impact. Immediately, the cultist fell to the ground, and from behind him emerged a huge Bloodmaster swordsman. He gritted his teeth and asked Yanshin if it was really him. Our guy was not in a hurry to answer him. The cult follower drew his sword and charged forward Yanshin. He stabbed his sword right into our guy, and Ye Henshin caught the blade with his hand. He covered his fist with a huge reserve of energy and activated the demonic, deadly, soft-flowing strike. After this, he hit the cult follower right in the head. The attack immediately knocked the man out of the game. He fell to the ground without any resistance. Sword Dragon was shocked to see this. In the next scene, the cultist falls to the ground after the blow. Other martial arts masters on the spot were also stunned to see the cultist lying on the ground. They all froze and watched as Yin left the Blood Flame cult branch. Mayava realized that this was already the 6th branch they had visited. Every time they attacked the next branch, Yi and Shen did not give her a chance to even step forward. The local martial arts masters could not believe that Yan Yang Shen single-handedly destroyed an entire branch. They knew for sure this was already the 6th branch our guy had pulled out. One of them whispered that Yi and Shen were real monsters. His companion quickly tapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "Watch your tongue." Then he added that our guy was a great hero. Yi and Shen turned to Mayava and told her that they needed to move on to the next place. Sword Dragon agreed with them. She ran forward together with him. The martial arts masters were surprised to see that our guy and Sword Dragon were already heading to another place. they decided to follow them again. While she ran ahead together with Yanshin, Mayova pondered the growth of Yan Yanshin. Although she knew that our boy's life was already on the edge, she had no idea that he would develop so quickly. She remembered how Sword Immortal told her that the acupuncture point Biwei Yan Yanshin was too exposed. He warned her that our boy had very few days left to live. Maya were aware that our boy's life was like a flame. She immediately thought about this and noticed that they were already approaching the entrance to the next branch. Yenshin clenched his fist and threw it forward through the gate using the infinite blooming fish strike. He tore down the gate with one blow and rushed inside. As soon as some noise was heard, the cultist quickly turned around. Immediately, Yenshin entered the building. He immediately noticed something strange. He saw that the cultists had surrounded a squad of warriors in white robes. Among these warriors in white robes was Wen Chong. He looked completely exhausted. Yayan Shin smiled as soon as he saw his friend. Wen Chun asked our guy how he managed to find this place so quickly. Before he could answer his comrade's question, Yi and Shun noticed something on the ground. He saw the dead body of a blood master sabersman lying right in front of his friend. He immediately realized it was Wen Shan who pulled him out of there. The warriors in white armor sincerely rejoiced upon seeing the lightning genius. When the cultists heard the title Yenshin, they were immediately gripped by fear. Our guy did not waste a minute. He quickly took down everyone. Late at night, we see Yehenshin and Mayava in the room where there was only one Chong. The wounded man lay unconscious on the bed. When Yi and Shin checked his pulse, he understood. His friend's meridians were severely damaged, and the internal injuries were also very serious. Wenjin might no longer be able to continue martial arts training, Sword. The dragon asked our guy if he found himself in a situation where he needed to accumulate a large number of merits. Yanshin said yes. Sword Dragon informed Yan Yangshen that he could restore Wen Chang's body if he accumulated enough merits in Desolate Fortress. Our guy was stunned to hear this, so he jumped out of his chair and asked her if she was serious. Sword Dragon was surprised to see Yanshin behave like that. She saw in our guy a person who wouldn't even blink when his own life was at stake. She couldn't believe that after the rumor about how he could save a comrade's life, he still looked like that. She found it amusing. She told Yan Yangshin that the Namgun clan and Blood Flame cult had been engaged in a great battle for some time, since the Dragon Phoenix Summit collapsed. This clash could even be called a war. Myowa told our guy that the Namgun clan is a great clan. She emphasized that among the 8 great clans, it is known for its straightforwardness. She advised Yan Yangshin to do them a favor, assuring that they would definitely repay the debt. She told him that he could demand an elixir capable of saving Wen Chang's life. And Yanshin did not expect to hear that. Sword Dragon told him that there was only one problem with the plan. She said it all depended on whether he had sufficient combat skill to prove that he deserved such favorable treatment. Yan Yangshin understood. She was trying to explain that in return, he would receive chivalrous reward as soon as he himself showed chivalry through masterful martial arts. He knew that the destruction of the Blood Flame cult would be his personal achievement. If he could earn a warm merit that the Nam Gun clan would accept as a debt, then he could receive an elixir in return. He had no idea that the elixir could come to him from another fighting community. He told Mayo that ordinary merit would truly be insufficient. The woman agreed with him. And Tashin looked at his sword, and he realized that he could gain great merit through the Song of the Sword. He recalled that he had lost 3 days of his own lifespan when he used it in the Vanbo clan branch. Considering this, he decided to seal it until his skill in using internal energy matched the skill of the Black Robe Master. Our guy looked at his sick friend and, clenching his thoughts, told himself he will use this for the last time. The scene abruptly changes and takes us to Izur Vale Valley. Several bodies lie on the ground. The bodies belong to martial arts fighters from the Namgung clan and cultists of the Blood Flame cult. Despite many people already lying dead, the battle masters still continued to fight each other. Cultists and martial arts masters of the Nam Gong clan shouted at each other as if about to explode. Neither side was willing to retreat. Some masters watched the fight, standing at the edge of the cliff. The man in green clothes said that the heretics no longer move as they used to. Someone asked the masters how much longer they need to remain silent, and this person is called Blue Chilean. His name is Namgung Sejun. The man in green clothes said there are 2 swordsmen of the Blood Master and 2 heretics looking for a moment to strike, and asked the Blue Chilean not to act rashly. He assured that the regular troops can handle everything even without them. He reminded Sejun that he is the young head of the clan and ordered him to remember, in a clash between clans, the goal is not only to win. He advised Sejin to focus on securing the lives of his clansmen. Sejin did not expect to hear that. The woman turned to him and said that the man was right. She explained to him that they would fight back as soon as the true martial arts masters arrive, and then they could bring significantly fewer casualties. Sejin replied to her, "The people dying now are their people." The man said to Sejin, "The future head of the clan is not obliged to pay attention to every single person." He stated that the enemy operatives have not yet acted and told his comrades, "The enemy has 2 heretics and almost 30 swordsmen of the Bloodmaster." He wondered if the enemy intends to continue to exhaust them in a war of attrition for several days in a row with their current forces. Sejin looked down from the cliff and watched how the battle was unfolding. He watched as cultists tore his people to pieces. In anger, he clenched his teeth as soon as he saw it. He realized his father's torments would be even worse than his own. One of the elders could no longer endure and decided to intervene. 15 Bloodmaster swordsmen broke forward and burst into the front ranks. The fight was a mockery and a warning to the Namgun clan. The Blood Flame cult tried to make them understand not to act too smart. They clung to the weakness of the great clan, where all members were of one blood. While everyone watched the fight, the elders felt something on the other side of the battlefield. Blue Chillin turned aside and immediately also felt a foreign energy. He could feel something rapidly approaching. It was breaking in from behind, from beyond the Blood Flame cult. The cult followers who fled in the front ranks suddenly began to hear screams. They quickly turned around to understand what was happening and saw their comrades being torn to pieces. Then from behind, they saw a battle master destroying their formation. Followers of the cult did not understand what was happening. They did not know who was attacking them. But as soon as they looked closely, they saw how Yan Shin was tearing apart their comrades. Our guy effortlessly cut his way through the crowd, and he moved forward. Everyone instantly saw the logo on his clothes. So Blue Chillian did not expect at all to see here a blue-clad warrior from a neglected fortress. The cult followers still could not understand. They asked Yan Shin to tell who he was. Our guy looked around to see the people who were next to him. He looked back to see the people who were next to him. He understood. To achieve a notable accomplishment, his technique must shine brighter than everything else. He raised the sword and wove his energy into it. He began to play his unique cultist song. At that very moment, they quickly covered their ears as soon as they heard the melody and screamed in pain. Heretics watched as their subordinates begged for help, screaming and writhing. Sijin watched our guy prepare the weak cultists for the slaughter. Yanshin mowed them all down with one strike. Some of them fell to the ground as soon as they heard the song. The warriors of the Nangun clan were shocked when they saw a cultist falling. Fortunately, I and Shin had already honed the sword song on his way here, so he avoided adding victims to the Nangun clan. The elders of the Namgun clan were surprised by what Yanshin was doing. Even the elder in this green robe was interested in him. He could not believe that this was the true combat power of the warrior in the blue robe. Cutting a path through the cultists, 2 Bloodmaster swordsmen stepped forward before him. One of them smiled and called Yan Shun the lightning genius of the Radiant Demon Squad. He said that our guy uses amazing martial arts, although his face is so gentle. Yi and Shin recalled that this was the same Bloodmaster swordsman who appeared during the Dragon Phoenix Summit. The cultist smiled and asked Yan Shan if he believed he would become someone just because he sided with the Namgun clan. He reached into his clothes, but pulled out a bomb. The warriors of the Namgun clan were shocked to see this. Ai and Shin turned to the cliff. They wondered if the elders would really just continue to watch. He recalled rumors. The Namgun clan was said to be more honest and noble than the Wangbo clan. Ai and Shin told the man that he needed to understand something. He raised his sword and told him that they were traitors for using bombs. The man replied he had done nothing wrong. The man and his comrades threw their bombs at Yihin Shin and ordered him to die. Before the explosions could hit him, suddenly, some figure appeared before our guy. I and Shin were stunned to see a woman. He wondered if it was Mayava. He quickly realized he was mistaken. The woman snatched those 2 bombs and used her energy to push them into the air. The bombs exploded already in the sky. The bright light they emitted almost blinded the warriors on the battlefield. The swordsmen of the Bloodmaster were stunned when they saw who stopped the bombs. The woman turned out to be an apostle. The woman turned to Yan Shin and told him that the feelings she had about him when he last attacked her were correct, and at the same time it turned out that she was the 7th apostle. Yan Shin did not expect to see her. The woman addressed Yi and Shin and stated that in his martial arts she felt a raw, unrefined beginning. She added that she did not think he could create martial arts of such a level right now. Our guy did not say a word to her. The apostle told him that she had received reports about what he was doing and that she had to see his strange sounds. Heart, she stuck out her tongue and informed our guy that he was born with the potential of a great grandmaster, and that he possessed a talent that defied any explanation. Yanshin did not expect that one of the 7 apostles would see his potential. Miriam is a world built on martial arts. It is often said There is no treasure under the heavens that would weigh against perfected martial arts. That is why when great chaos arises and disorder ensues, the remains of immortal masters who once ruled the era are dug up from their graves. The woman approached our guy and said that from now on he belonged to her, asking him to come with her. Yanshin did not know what to say. In the next scene, he opened his eyes in the room. He found himself lying on the bed in white clothes. He immediately realized that he could not move his body. Someone had hidden his acupuncture points. He quickly recalled the moment when he met Seventh Apostle. The Apostle told him that from now on he belonged to her. She asked him to come with her. Yanshin said nothing in response. The last thing he remembered, the woman's hands suddenly blurred and he fainted. As soon as he thought about it, someone informed Yi and Shin that she knew he would wake up at exactly this time. When our guy turned to the other side, he saw that before him was the Seventh Apostle. The woman smiled and climbed onto the bed. She confessed to Yan Yanshen that he was the first seed of the desolate fortress who had stepped onto the territory of their cult for the first time. Yan Yanshen ignored her words and asked for water. Apostle did not expect that he would behave like that. Yan Yanshen told her that he wanted to drink. Apostle did not expect that he would be so calm. Yanshen knew the woman wanted something specific from him. He was sure that she would not kill him. He understood that everything would get worse for him if he submitted, simply because they held his life in their hands. Apostle laughed loudly. It seemed she realized what our guy was thinking about. She asked if he believed that she was incapable of doing anything to him. She put her hand on his lips and explained, he was one of those people who squeeze out techniques and create martial arts as soon as they find inspiration. So torture would only poison his process. She stepped closer and said that she could make his eyes look like her own. She made him understand she could even cut off his limbs without killing him. She put her hand on his chest and declared that she would instill in him the power of regeneration possessed by their cult. She said that he would be able to recover even after torture. After all, he would not be able to use the martial art with which he once tried to stop her eyes from healing. She helped Yan Yanshin gather his clothes and told him that he would recover soon. She said that she was ready to wait and would pull his nails one by one until he created a new martial art for her. She confessed to him that she would pass on to him the secret bloody art of 7 apostles so that he could gain regeneration, and added that she was curious to see what kind of martial art he would create. She told Yan Yanshin that she was so excited she could go crazy. Yan Yanshin told her that she would not have time to torture him. The apostle smiled and assured his courage would last only until he learned the bloody technique. And then she said she would make him lick her feet. Yehen Shin asked her to check his BV acupuncture point. The woman placed her hand on his head. She quickly froze in shock. Our boy said that a person with such a level of internal energy must feel it. He explained to her that his BVI acupuncture was still growing. He asked her how much time she needed to bring it to order through torture and healing. With a bright smile and a red gleam in her eyes, the apostle said to Yan Shin that he was truly a genius. She placed her hand on his face and she told him now he belonged to her. She asked him to create a martial art for her and to reflect in it only in her eyes until his talent burned out and he grew tired and withered. Yan Yanshin called her crazy. In 2 days, we see how Yin Shan stands. He realized that his situation was complete darkness. He could not believe that 7th Apostle fed him rice porridge for 2 days in a row. She never made the servant do this even once. Our guy understood. As soon as the woman checked his remaining lifespan, her mind completely disappeared. He thought that this is exactly how the transformation into a domestic sworn beast, to which the imperial family of Beijing is wholeheartedly attached, should look. And Yinshin carefully moved his hand. Although now he could already move his body, his movements were still restricted by constraints. He was subjected to a technique similar to the 7-step acupuncture targeting strike used by Captain Annihilation Squad. The energy of the blood art apostle was packed into our guy's body. If it is not drained from time to time, Yin and Shen will suffer fatal internal injuries. While our guy was thinking, the 7th apostle entered his room holding a robe. He told them that they must pay respect to the cult leader. Yan Yang Shen recalled that the leader of the blood-flaming cult was the enemy of Master Wang Zhong, the very one who helped him create the demon extermination strike, Soft Flow. It is said that the cult leader has the widest influence among the 13 heavens. He is a martial arts master ranked among the absolute rulers of the martial arts world. This means that in terms of strength, he is comparable to Shaolin Abbot, captain of the Divine Sword Squad from Desolate Fortress, as well as other martial arts masters of similar level. After he dressed, Yan Yang Shen went outside together with the 7th Apostle and saw the followers of the Blood Flame cult training. He looked around and wondered where exactly he had ended up. He couldn't believe that the cultists had built the village so close to the city and still managed to hide it from the Central Plains. And he pondered how that could even be possible. The seventh apostle noticed that our guy was looking around. She told him that cult leader's hall was still far away. She asked him to stay close and follow her very closely. She said it immediately. Some cultists approached them nearby, and they knelt down to greet them. Yan Yanshin instantly recognized among them the swordsman Bloodmaster. He recognized among them the fencer Bloodmaster. He recalled that during the battle with the Namgung clan, that man was holding a bomb. He noticed that the cultists did not look like they were paying respect to the woman. He wondered why they were staring at him. The swordsman Bloodmaster said that he was paying respect to the great preceptor, and Shen was surprised to hear this. He asked the man if he was speaking to him. The man said that he was. The seventh apostle stepped forward and revealed to our boy she had already allowed everyone in the cult to learn about him. She ascended the stairs and told Yan Yanshin that he is growing at a terrifying speed, and his creative talent is at a level the world has never seen before. She said that our boy, just as naturally and without hesitation, deals with his enemies, then asked Yan Yanshin if he knows what will happen if they share the blood art with him. She said that their cult will finally witness the birth of a young cult leader for the first time in 100 years. Yu and Shin did not even expect to hear that. In the next scene, we see the seventh apostle. He is holding our boy's hand and pulling him to the cult leader's hall. It seemed she was burning with the desire to show our boy to the cult leader. Yehen Shin was just silently watching her as she pulled him. He remembered that earlier conversation and said, "Listening to these men call him a young cult leader is not funny at all." He reminded the seventh apostle that he had already personally slit the throats of countless cultists. It seemed the apostle did not care about that in the slightest. She said that children who faithfully shed blood for their doctrine enter paradise even after they surrender their flesh. She said that their actions are not driven by revenge, and addressed our boy even if they seek to burn the earth with blood. They still wish that paradise beyond this world was filled with bliss. She explained to him that the cult followers want him to be their young cultist leader and asked him to accept the position of great mentor. Yan Yanshin fiercely fixed his gaze on the woman. Behind him, cultists called him Grand Preceptor and begged to bring their blood arts to even greater perfection. And Yishin looked back as soon as he heard this. He noticed that even more cultists had gathered behind the men who were kneeling. Seventh apostle raised her hand and showed Ye Yanshin that she had already told everyone in the cult about his talent. She said that their cult has an ancient doctrine and asked the men to recite the third line from Flame Lotus. The men shouted in response that they must endure and overcome, not giving up and not retreating. The apostle explained to Yan Yanshin that this passage is about their red hair. She added, "Red hair is a heavenly punishment, branded the moment they learn blood arts in the Central Plains." She told Yan Xinyu that he would help them overcome this. She explained to him that he would use his talent to make the cultists' hair black again. One of the women froze with a mad gleam in her eyes. She called Yan Yanshin, the young leader of the cult, and said that it was he who was destined to polish the future of their cult. Hearing this, the cultists raised their voices and begged the Ancient One to make the sacred bloody art perfect. Walking forward together with Seventh Apostle, Yan Yanshin thought about how the cult planned to use him to erase the red hair among ordinary cultists and prevent them from being easily recognized. The boy knew, if that happened, disaster would occur. He recalled that there are 36 Taoist prophetic dangers, harbingers of disaster, and another 36 heavenly group stars. In Buddhism, they correspond to 36 sufferings that poison the soul. Information about sex based on religious beliefs surfaced in his mind. Inside it are hidden numerous symbolic structures often used to decipher secret martial arts. While he was thinking, our guy entered the cult leader's hall together with the seventh apostle. In the hall itself, there were several men, and the leader himself sat on the throne. The leader of the cult of the bloody burning was a gray-haired man with blood-red eyes. He wore a white cassock. He asked Ian Shin to come closer. Our guy noticed he does not feel any special pressure from this man. He thought that the man did not look like the master from the abandoned fortress at all. While he was intently looking at the man, someone asked him if he could not hear the words of the cult leader. Yi and Shin turned to the black-skinned man with blood-red eyes. He immediately understood. Before them was an apostle. He asked that man if the apostle stood above the Grand Preceptor. Hearing this question, the apostle became irritated. The seventh apostle told him that his question was fair and explained, the position of the Grand Preceptor and the apostle is not that different. The man said that he was disgusted that the abandoned fortress, which no one dares to call itself the Grand Preceptor, was encroaching on this role, he told Yin Shin that his place in their world had not yet been determined, and added that he had already received approval from his cult bearer. Approval. He told Yan Shin that if his talent was really as great as the seventh apostle claimed, then even if he were granted blood arts, he would not be able to cleanse the body and mind by the rules dictated by the cult. He released his energy and declared to our boy, from now on, many trials await him. The seventh apostle asked the third apostle to listen carefully. She said that his child was not suitable for the role of young cult leader and asked him not to be jealous. As soon as she spoke these words, her energy collided with the energy of the third apostle. They stared at each other fiercely, and heat passed between them. The cult leader saw this and waved his hand. Thus, the two apostles were immediately pushed back. The third apostle nervously glanced back at his cultist leader. Jansen could not believe his own eyes. He could not believe that the cult leader had pushed them aside with a single gesture. This technique was so profound that it was even difficult for Jansen to guess the steps behind it. The cult leader glared angrily at the third apostle, and the man became nervous. He pulled himself together and told Yi and Shin that they needed to test his martial arts firsthand. He explained they had only heard rumors about him and could not trust the words of the seventh apostle because she was subjugated by him. Then he added, Yi and Shin must see his techniques and judge for themselves. Our guy asked him not to talk too much. He asked the third apostle to come to him. The man stretched out his hand and gathered a huge amount of energy in his palms. From that energy, he created a giant energy sphere. And Yi and Shin immediately understood. This was not a forced discharge from the chest, nor was it a fusion of technique and true energy. Before them was a barrier built purely from internal energy. He calmly released his energy. In the hall, one of the apostles said that the control over the core energy of our guy had already reached such a level that he could compete with martial arts masters under the sky. Another apostle added that this was exactly the control expected from masters in black robes. Leader Colt calmly watched the engine. The seventh apostle explained to Yan Yanshin that this is a trial their juniors undergo when they want to be promoted to the rank of Bloodmaster Swordsman. She told him that they would give an elixir if he could endure a single breath. Our guy asked her what would happen if he tore it apart. The woman was surprised to hear this question. Yayan Shin carefully gathered his energy in their palms. He rushed forward and lunged at the energy ball. He attacked it with demon extermination technique, a soft flowing strike. He used the technique to tear the energy into pieces. The seventh apostle was surprised to see this. The third apostle and the cult leader could not believe their own eyes. Wang from the other apostles whispered that Yi and Shun are truly dangerous. After all, he himself created this martial art. Now he finally realized how enormous the talent of our guy is. The third apostle could not realize that Yi and Shun had actually destroyed his attack. The cult leader smiled faintly and gently. He said that the energy of our guy and the technique of circulating basic energy were what he should be worried about. He also said that there was no point in scrutinizing the student's abilities if immortal martial arts could be mastered with just a few steps. Yanshin said nothing to the cult leader. The man told our guy that he would be rewarded because he neutralized the attack thanks to outstanding skill. He ordered someone to bring something. The man handed the leader 2 books and a pill. The cult leader took the box with that pill. People confidently picked it up and showed it to Yanshan. Our guy asked him what it was. The cult leader explained it was a poison that constricts blood vessels, and added that it was a secret art of their cult. Yan Yanshin was shocked upon hearing what exactly that pill was intended for. He instantly found himself before the cult leader. He really wanted to verify if the cult leader's words were true. Seeing how Yi and Shin moved, the man just smiled. The apostles simply looked at him. Our guy took the pill out of the box. He examined it carefully. The cult leader said that this pill would become useful to him as soon as he reached the apostles' kingdom. He explained that he would have to infuse his energy and tame every blood vessel in his body, and that he must be able to endure the process itself. Yi and Shin reminded the man, the upper energy core is crucial when creating martial arts. He asked the cult leader if the pill would not make him useless. The cult leader explained that even with extraordinary talent to accept the pill, it would take a lot of time. He added, by the time this period arrives, their cult would have already found a way to overcome this weakness. Yan Shin understood. The cult leader wants him to trust him, and this thought seemed funny to him, even absurd. He recalled what happened to the Namgung clan. He heard rumors that this was a straightforward and just orthodox clan, but even when he changed the course of the battle, they stayed out of it and did nothing. So what does it mean? Even the Namgung clan, which was supposed to be honest, behaved like that. There is no chance that our guy will believe the words of the leader of the unorthodox group. He did not expect the cult leader to say, the pill can only be taken when he reaches the apostles' domain. Yenshin knew. Apostles are almost indistinguishable from masters in black robes from the abandoned fortress. And he realized the cultist asks him to live long as a slave of martial arts. He carefully examined the elixir. He understood. There was no other way. He would have to obey the words of the cult leader. He hid the pill in his clothes. The cult leader told him that he would be taught an art that surpasses blood, the very one taught to ordinary believers. And he would also receive the demonic azure blood art, the secret art of the apostles. And Tasshin turned to the side to look at both manuals. He could not believe that before him was the method of cultivating the internal energy of the blood flame apostles. The cult, he certainly did not expect that the head of the cult would hand him a secret manual. The cult leader confidently smiled at Yanshin. Our guy had no idea whether such courage was inherent only to that refined cultist who has deep martial arts and sharp understanding of people. The cult leader told Yanshin that there are parts of their martial arts that he must not touch, like that large percentage. Receptor, our guy asked him to name exactly which ones. The cult leader explained to him that their doctrine is action, to take the impure true energy of foreigners and purify it. He called it a sacred step that draws out the instinct in a person. He asked Yanshin not to touch it. Our guy understood. The man is asking him not to correct that step that triggers the absorption of cow energy and pushes them into madness. He sharply turned around and went to meet the seventh apostle. The third apostle saw this irritably. He asked Yan Yanshin to show their lord some respect. The cult leader raised his hand to stop this man. The third apostle immediately shut up as soon as he saw his leader raise his hand. The seventh apostle grabbed the elder by the hand and told him that she is really looking forward to the blood art that he will recreate. She asked Yan Yanshin to say how much time he would need to create it. Our guy pushed her hand aside and moved forward. He knew he wouldn't be able to escape alone. He decided to strike at the main center of the cult. The scene switches, and we see Yi and Shin meditating in his room. The seventh apostle was lying on his bed. She told our guy that he could choose for himself exactly how he wanted to change the art that surpasses blood. She said that the demonic azure bloody art must be reworked so that it suits her specifically. She addressed Yi and Shin with a proposal, ready to show him everything if he creates this combat art for her. She promised to show the true circulation of energy and the release from the chest, and even the movement of every single fiber that makes up her art of mobility. Yan Shin asked the woman if this was the hierarchy of the cult. He inquired whether she could conceive something so that the cult leader would not find out. The woman replied that the most important thing for the cult leader is the blood-surpassing art, and added, "The leader will be calm if the believers can live without being driven to hunt." She got off the bed and said that the combat power of the apostles will not suddenly soar, even if the steps of the demonic azure art change a little. She placed her hand on our guy's head and stepped closer. She grabbed him by the hair and sharply threw his head back. In her eyes burned a terrifying gleam, and she asked Yan Yanshin if he was going to create his own martial art for her. She asked him if he was completely serious, and Tasshin calmly asked her to let him go, and he explained that he was unraveling her dirty steps of the blood art. Hearing this, the furious woman blushed with shame. She let go of Yan Yanshin's hair and brought her face closer to his own, apologizing for interfering in something sacred, and that she was sorry for her horribleness. And Yiqing stood up and told the woman that he needed to take a walk. He asked her to show him her art of mobility. The seventh apostle immediately became emotional as soon as she heard this. She told our guy that she would show him. She firmly grabbed Yan Yanshin's hand, rising from the ground. The hand, while our guy held her hand. He was eager to understand exactly how he should spin the demon-defeating, gentle flowing strike, a soft, fluid, deadly illumination, to crush this hand. In the next scene, the seventh apostle points to the barrier outside. She explained to Yan Yanshin that it was an unshakable, infallible barrier. Our guy carefully examined the barrier. He placed his hand on it. Although the barrier was cut off from the outside world, the wind could still freely pass through it. And Yanshin found a strange pattern in this. Within a certain range, he realized someone consciously invested their energy into the barrier itself. Yan Yanshin wondered how such a thing could be created at all. This seventh apostle noticed that our guy was clearly not indifferent to the barrier. She revealed to him that it was created using the enchantment of the twin blood spirit. She said that this was the deepest of their cult's ultimate techniques. Over the centuries, the barrier had become much stronger. While she was speaking, a blue circle of understanding flashed above our guy's head. He looked closely at the barrier. He closed his eyes. Watching the energy of the barrier, he focused on how it flowed. Yan Yanshin suddenly opened his eyes. It seemed he already understood something about the barrier. Thanks to the arrogance and complacency of the sectarians, Our guy was able to find the clue he needed to compensate for the lack of strength. The scene switches, and we see Wenchang slamming his palm on the table. He told someone that none of the great sects could be trusted, and the person he was talking to turned out to be Manhwa. The woman said that the Namgung clan did everything possible to maintain their reputation. She reminded Wenchang that the Namgung clan acknowledged Yun Youngshin's merits and gave him an elixir. Wenchang told her that he wouldn't have received the elixir if she hadn't been there. Manhwa knew he was right. She recalled how she rushed to the battlefield in pursuit. As soon as she got there, she saw the seventh apostle carrying Yenshin away. She couldn't believe that the Namgung clan stood aside and just watched as Desolate Fortress's amazing combat talent and impressive skill grew in the performance. They saw how Yahello fell into the arms of the apostles and allowed him to be taken away. Mayava wondered if the Namgung clan was trying to destroy a talent that could become the divine sword of the empire. Mayava could not believe that the Namgung clan openly tried to kill a knightly warrior, and even went so far as to rely on the blade of their own enemy. The dragon sword considered such behavior of the clan truly disgusting. While she was pondering, someone entered the room. It turned out to be Mayong. The man said he had heard about what happened. Wenchun and Mayava quickly folded their hands, greeting him. Mayong revealed to them that he had already gathered Shaolin martial monks and the monk Hakyong. He said he had obtained disciples of the sect leaders of Manhwa, swordsmen with plum blossoms, and even cursed martial officers living under government approval in southern Jili. Then Myong added that the martial clans of Jianghu from southern Jili, Huguan, Jiangxi, and Hunan were also involved in large numbers. He explained to them that the cult's atrocities were a matter of state scale, so none of the clans had grounds to refuse. Wenchong asked his elder, "Wasn't this army gathered too hastily?" He explained to him that of the 9 great sects that decided to help, only 3 would use only part of their main force. The same would apply to the martial clans and martial academies. Wenchong explained to the elder, even if they were lucky to find Yan Yangxian, they still would not have enough strength to strike the Blood Flame cult, whose influence reaches very far. So Mayong said that the difference in strength made no sense. Wenchong and Mayavet did not expect to hear that. Myong explained to them, the leader of the neglected fortress will come. Wenchong and Mayova were stunned to hear this. So Mayong explained to them that this would be the fortress master's first journey to Zhonghu, after he destroyed the Dali kingdom 15 years ago. Everyone knew the lone ruler of the fortress is the king recognized by the emperor, and this divine being is about to descend. The scene shifts. Before us is an official who looks frightened, having just heard that the fortress lord will arrive here personally. Wenchong advised him to prepare. When he left the building, he pondered how these officials claimed to have close ties with the Namgung clan. He recalled how indifferent they were when asked for troops. While he was thinking, Chong noticed that someone was already standing before him. He instantly recognized the form of this man. He understood that he belonged to the Namgung clan. The man turned to him and shouted, "Reclusive fortress! You degenerate bastard!" He told them that they were planning something brazen. He asked Wenchang to explain why they were ignoring their main clan in South Jili and gathering martial arts masters on their own. He told Wenchang that they were no better than the lawless, heretical Hum because they showed almost no respect for the local martial clans. Wenchang asked the man who he really was. The man introduced himself, Namgunwan. As soon as he spoke, Wenchang instantly recognized his name. This man is the vice commander of the Azure Sky Sword Corps, and he is one of the most famous fencers in southern Chile. He was a martial arts master so formidable that even an ordinary warrior in a blue robe lacked the confidence to defeat him. Wenchang did not care at all about how he kept the image. He called him a vile hypocrite. The man did not expect that he would say such a thing. Wenchang told him that he still has the courage to talk about respect, despite knowing about the unattractive behavior of his clan. Why did he ask him to repeat what he just said? Wenchang asked if he memorized Aniclimax, along with 4 books and 5 classics, just to put shameless words into his mouth. He asked if he did not feel that he had disappointed his deceased parents. Why did he get angry upon hearing this? So he asked Wenchang to repeat himself. With a clenched expression, Wenchang told the man that he was a true unorthodox martial arts master. He asked if he had not stood aside and watched as a talented young man, trying to kill a cultist and save people, found himself on a path of no return. Wenchang turned to Yi and explained, "A neglected fortress is trying to gather martial arts masters to attack the cult, while the Namgung clan wants to talk about the pride of their lineage, turning away from the very essence." He said that it was truly a shameful spectacle. Then why did he grit his teeth in rage as soon as he heard it? So he firmly grasped the hilt of his sword. He began to slowly draw the sword, and asked Wenchang if he thought he would not dare to raise it just because he was an official. Wenchang nervously placed his hand on the sword. Before Yu could attack, he was beheaded. Wenchang watched as the man's head fell to the ground. He was breathless when he saw it. A woman flashed past him in the air and landed on the ground. She said that the sins of the Nan Gun clan will be buried together with the genius of lightning. Van Chong looked around as soon as he heard the woman's voice. It turned out that the woman was the fortress master. Wen Chong shuddered upon seeing her. He quickly knelt down to greet the fortress master. In the next scene, we see Yangtze opening his eyes just as someone asks if he has already left. Our guy turned to the side and saw the seventh apostle next to him. He immediately realized he could not move. A memory appeared in his head of how he was subdued, and he understood that the mad woman had pressed his blood points again. She asked her what exactly she was doing. The woman smiled. She turned around and told Yan Xin that she had painted a picture. After that, she pointed to it and told our boy that she wanted to carefully preserve his dazzling body forever, so that he would remain in their cult for eternity. Yan Xin realized that the seventh apostle had drawn the anatomical scheme of himself. He realized the apostle had poured her main energy into his body, and now was just watching him while he slept. The seventh apostle smiled and said that the picture would become a treasure. She replied that their cult might be able to create someone who could at least somewhat emulate his talent. Lion Shin asked her if she planned to use her subordinates as sacrifices. He said that she was truly senselessly unorthodox junk. After these words, he closed his eyes. The seventh apostle asked him what he was doing. Our guy focused on his own body. He discovered within himself a dark, slimy substance with several veins extending to it. It seemed to be holding something inside. Yan Xin carefully detached one of the veins. He slowly began to unravel this substance. Since our guy was mastering the art of moon spirit harmonization, which he received from Master Desolate Fortress, he was able to understand the art of higher grade cultivation, particularly the demonic azure art of blood. Our guy managed to break the formula. He completely removed the dark substance and freed the core. He realized that the restorative ability of the blood martial arts comes from sucking out the primary energy. While he was focused on his body, the seventh apostle asked what exactly he was doing. Yan Shin told her that it was her martial arts. The woman did not understand him. Our guy asked her if it was really okay if he adjusted the martial art for her, and reminded her that this martial art was for the apostles. Hearing this, the seventh apostle was quite delighted. So she told Yin Shan that he could adjust everything for her, and explained, the other apostles act so arrogantly as if they are the highest masters of martial arts. She assured that they do not really care much about what he is doing there. The woman placed her hand on Yinshan's face and whispered that he should focus only on her, because their cult leader would most likely be more concerned with the art that surpasses blood than with the demonic blood art of Asura. Yang Xin moved her hand aside and lifted his body up. The seventh apostle was shocked to see this. She could not believe that our guy had moved. She immediately understood. He had removed her acupressure blockade. Yang Xin carefully shifted his shoulder and reminded her that he had said he was adjusting her battle law. Seventh apostle told Yang Xin that she had something for him and took out a red mantle. Then she pulled out a rope and showed it to him, explaining, "This is a rope of pure blood." She told Yi and Chun Yu that she had woven it, combining cult techniques with silk thread, and assured our guy no ordinary blades would leave even a scratch on it. Yang Xin knew that this mantle was a rare artifact, but he did not accept the gift. The apostle noted that there were only a few places inside their cult, and that only an apostle could be given a place. Yang Xin ignored her and stood up. He said he wanted to leave. The apostle watched as he walked forward. She could tell that our guy was still fixated on the abandoned fortress. While he was walking outside, Yang Xin carefully examined the barrier. Yesterday, having seen the magic, he had already come up with a plan. He needed to go around place by place and embed his energy into various immovable objects. While he was walking, Yan Shin heard someone whispering that a new great preceptor had just been born in their cult. The man said, supposedly his hair would match the hair of all the apostles. The man was addressing a crowd of cultists. He declared that the great mentor would strike with the sword of punishment against the vile Beijing dogs, as well as against the hypocritical scoundrels. Seventh apostle revealed to Yan Shin that the speaker was a child of the third apostle. She said his name was Go Junhak. Our guy quickly recognized the face of the third apostle. Junhak noticed that behind the crowd stood Yi, Shen, and the seventh apostle. He called everyone and said that the grand preceptor was right behind them. He said that Yi and Shen had already revealed to them his noble visage. Everyone instantly turned round as soon as they heard this, and Zhang Hak said that our guy was the one who would lead them all the way to Beijing. He asked them to remember the face of Yanshin. He told everyone that their cult would be transformed by the miracles wrought by Yanshin. He begged Yinshan to show at least some miracles to the miserable low-born wretches trapped in the fiery blood. Other sectarians began begging our guy, show them too. Give them something amazing. They asked him to show them some miracles. As soon as Yinshan arrived at the cult, and not much time had passed, even the cult leader Bloodflame did not demand immediate results from him. Yi and Shin realized that Zhang Hek was trying to humiliate him. He noticed that the man was smiling at him. He never thought there would be political quarrels in the cult. He snatched the pure-blooded mantle from the seventh apostle. Putting it on, he asked the men if they really wanted to see his miracles. He stepped forward and activated the demonic blue-blooded arc. With his heart, he released bright red energy from his own body. The cultists were stunned to see this. Junhak was shocked to see how our guy, using the demonic azure blood art Yin Shen, was actually using the demonic azure blood art, and the madness was removed. The seventh apostle could not believe that our guy had already started from the basics. John Heck and his cultist associates froze in icy shock. John Heck could not believe that our guy had such pure, untainted energy. Some of the cultists wondered if Ian Shin descended from the direct bloodline of their cult leader. They all bowed their heads before their great mentor, praised him, and asked him to lead the cult to Beijing. They wanted him to make their hair blacker and grant them a much more perfect art that surpasses blood. Zheng Hak could not believe his own eyes, and Ian Shin fiercely fixed his gaze on the boy. He was not going to let everything go as planned. The cultists cleared the way for our guy and the seventh apostle. The seventh apostle told our guy that she did not expect him to reach such a level of mastery. She approached him and asked if it was simply that he had a talent for creating martial arts, and also whether his vessel for martial arts had always been infinitely vast. Yan Yan Shin stepped forward and told her that he needed to inspect the headquarters. He said he would do this regularly. The seventh apostle asked why he needed to do this. Yan Yan Shin explained to her that he needed to extract and organize new mantras. He added, sitting cross-legged in a room would not give him any inspiration. He told the woman that he needed to go outside and feel nature. Then he added that he still needed to examine the fighting style of the cultists. He informed her that he also had to do the same for the demonic azure blood art. He explained to the apostle that he had never created martial arts for anyone else. So to manage, he must know a lot. How she breathes, how she takes steps, how she moves her hands, and even the thoughts from which the very foundation of her intent is born. And Ye and Sin told the seventh apostle that one must know absolutely everything about the practitioner to direct the internal energy in the best way. And he replied that he could not figure it out just by sitting and doing nothing. The seventh apostle heard this with surprise. Our guy told her that the same thought applies to the blood-conquering art. He explained to the woman, to remake the martial art into a universal one, he first needed to feel the ethos of the cult of the bloody flame on himself. Ye and Shin stepped forward and declared that they would start from the inner courtyard of the cult leader's palace. In another part of the cult, I and Sin placed his palm on the pillar. He pressed his own energy into it, in the energy of demon extermination, a soft, flowing strike, wrapped it in the shell of bloody technique, so eventually the energy settled into the wall. Even an absolute expert could not comprehend its true essence. While he directed his energy into the support, I and Chin asked the cultists near him where the marble came from. One of them informed him that it was brought from the Dalai Kingdom in Yunnan before its fall. Yan Yenshin tapped on the pillar and said that the marble was quite strong. He turned around and asked the apostle to follow him. The seventh apostle approached and whispered that he has a keen insight into things. She told him that all the structures of their cult have stood for at least several decades of history, and that if he looked closely, he might even come across objects filled with spirituality. She told Yan Yenshin that she could also show him noble and sacred places that can only be seen within their cult. Yan Shin assured her that everything around would become a source of inspiration for him. While he walked and looked around, our boy was spreading his energy across different parts of the cult and directing it into the ground, and then into other pillars. A month later, we see Yan Yanshin circulating his energy in his room. While he circulates his energy, Yanshin thought about how objects containing his energy would still be considered just ordinary things until activated, and even the cult leader would not be able to tell the difference. Yanshin wondered, would people of the noble race be able to sense this? While he was thinking, the seventh apostle stepped over the threshold of her room. She looked at him attentively, without unnecessary words, but with noticeable tension. She reported that messages had arrived. Nearby, the Zhongnan sect and the Manhua sect were spotted, and added that even the minor sects, which usually do not interfere, had gathered around them. The apostle told our boy that over 500 martial arts masters had already gathered, and then revealed to him that among them were warriors in white and blue robes from Desolate Fortress. Yang Shen opened his eyes as soon as he heard this. He remembered how today, just after leaving, he witnessed the commotion in the cult. And now he heard that a fairly large group of masters was combing the perimeter. While he was thinking, the seventh apostle approached closer and knelt down. She placed her hand on our boy's shoulder. She grabbed him by the chin and said that she would not give him to anyone. She stared into his eyes and asked him not to nurture any fleeting hopes, because he already belonged to her. Yang Shen looked at her fiercely, but he reminded her that once she said no one had been able to find this place for hundreds of years, and the woman confirmed that he was right. Fact. She advised Yanshin not to hold any expectations regarding veins. She explained to him that the spirit blood magic of the flame twins is not a technique for mortals. Even if an army of 1,000,000 people passed by the cult, they would notice nothing. Yan Yanshin asked her why she still goes outside. She replied that it is enough just to hold your breath and wait for the storm to pass, and if you reveal yourself unnecessarily, it only helps the enemy find their location. The seventh apostle heard this with surprise. She hugged Yehenshin and asked if he was worried about her. She leaned very close to his face and said that within her there is pure joy. She placed her hand on Inshan's chest and smiled gently. She noticed when she hugged our guy, he covered his hand with his own energy, and she said she wonders when his edge will soften. She stood up and informed Yan Yanshin that she needs to precisely indicate the place where the orthodox freaks are hiding, so their cult can make the next move. She continued to our guy that she is going out briefly for a short walk and asked him to behave decently while she is gone. Yan Yanshin did not say a word to her. When the woman left, he opened his eyes and thought that the end was very near. He realized that a gentle, flowing, demon-fighting strike must be delivered into the cult leader's palace. At the exit, he was already on the threshold, and Sin noticed someone standing near the exit. It turned out to be Zhongha. The Bloodmaster swordsman told him that he had heard. He possesses qualities worthy of the title of the strongest under the heavens. He also added to our guy that he can't even imagine how he could divinely outwit the leaders of their cult. Focusing his gaze, he explained to Yan Yanshin that he was deeply troubled by his lack of achievements worthy of mention as a cult member. Our guy asked, "Say everything you want to say." Zhonghak released his energy. He called him a worthless scoundrel. Yan Yanshin did not lose rhythm at all from the stupid enter. While he was looking at John Hyun Hak, he noticed only traces of foreign energy. He was sure he had felt this energy before. He walked past Zhonghak and asked him to think about anything. The man looked surprised that Yi and Shin did nothing about it. Named after Yan Yanshin, rushed out of the cult like a whirlwind and entered the forest. When he ended up there, he saw his master on the other side of the cult barrier. The master of the abandoned fortress looked straight at Yanshin. Our guy froze in shock, seeing that it was his master. He watched how she turns around and takes a step forward. She gathered energy in her legs and prepared to move. Yan Yanshin watched as she rose into the air. He wondered if the fortress master really could not see this place. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a voice that told him he could take even more. The voice promised to give him one more day. Ian Shin understood. It was the voice of the fortress master. He knew the fortress master could not have failed to notice the local situation. He couldn't get out of his head what exactly Master Fortress was talking about. He was restless whether she wanted him to take what could only be obtained from the Blood Flame cult. The next day, we see Yan Yanshin circulating his energy, and he wonders, will he be able to get something if he completely neutralizes the Blood Art spell? Or will he have to get something from the cult leader himself? While he was pondering, someone entered his room and called him from the threshold. She informed Ian Shin that it was already time. The scene shifts to the inner courtyard of the cult leader's palace. We see him arranging a small banquet for his officials. One of the official advisors was saying that the child of the Wavegate sect leader launched a very fierce attack. He said his strikes were truly pleasing, but his blood was by no means outstanding. The cult possessed slowly sipped tea and, despite the man, calmly continued to remain silent. While the man was speaking, someone casually stepped into the hall. Everyone in the room, turn to that person. It really was Yanshin. John Hack stepped forward and greeted the elder. He said it was extremely pleasant that the great mentor accepted the invitation to the banquet at the John Hack family. He bowed low to our guy and said that he was extremely grateful to him. The swordsman, master of blood, asked his comrades if our guy was really the same scoundrel from the neglected fortress. Another official stated that our guy still had not shown any clear results, and added it is too early to call him a great mentor. Here John Hack told our guy that these people simply do not understand anything, and asked him not to take their words to heart. Jonghak led our guy to the hall. He smiled and immediately reminded himself, this is a gathering to lock in and release. So he was sure that our guy was using inspiration as an excuse to rest for a whole month, and that others had already accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction. He turned to Yi and Shin and said that their Go family had submitted a petition to the cult leader to arrange this banquet. He also specified that he was the one who invited him to the meeting. He apologized to Yi and Shin for not informing them in advance, and asked our guy to treat this with understanding. Yang Shin really did not care about what this man was saying. He noticed something strange about him. He noticed that Jonghak was wearing a pearl with a poisonous formulation around his neck. A poison-neutralizing talisman. The Pearl of the Poison Guardian is a treasure that only certain executive members of the cult possess. It is an extremely valuable item that immediately neutralizes most poisons. And Shin thought it would come in handy when he uses the blood poison given to him by the cult leader. He told Jonghaku that he was simply glad to have been invited to the meeting. Hearing this, the man smiled. One of the officials asked the old man if he had already folded his tail because the seventh apostle had gone to war. The third apostle replied, our guy might just have been unlucky to be born for nothing. The cult leader stood up and announced that everyone who needed to be here had already arrived, and decided to deliver a welcoming speech. He looked at the men in the room and said that they were the pillars of the cult. Then he led to the thought that the day when they would demonstrate their extraordinary abilities through conviction was very close. The leader announced that they had invited a magnificent mentor preceptor who would die to destroy the vision of the foolish Blaka. He also commanded, Yita Sin must change the art of blood and wash away the hypocrisy of the world. Hearing this, Jonghak smiled. The cult leader raised his hand and asked everyone, raise your glasses and drink a toast with him. He is the cult leader, and his accomplices took a sip of their liqueur. After drinking his liquor, the cult leader called out to Jongha. The boy immediately rushed to him and bowed low, touching his head to the ground. The cult leader returned to you. The ancient one smiled. He ordered Jonghak to interrogate our guy. Jonghak smiled and told his lord that he would carry out his order. Yi and Shin instantly understood the situation. He watched as Jonghak stood up and turned to him. Our guy told the cult leader that he understood. There was no progress in the altered blood-transcending art, and the enemies who targeted the headquarters only touched the barrier. Also, someone from Desolate Fortress became a great mentor, and Ye and Shin told him that he himself would have doubted whether he had any intention to cooperate. Jonghak smiled and told our guy that he was not mistaken. And Ye and Shin told the cult leader that he knew. The gathering was convened at the request of Jonghak and his father. The cult leader asked him if something was wrong. Yayan Shin replied that he was extremely offended. He inquired of the cult leader whether he would be allowed to take the precious relic of the Go family if he proved his worth right now. The third apostle heard this irritably and called Yahin Shin a confident freak. Our guy told the cult leader that he could take his head if he couldn't prove his capability. Hearing this, the man started laughing. He informed Yanshin that he would definitely interrogate him someday, and added that he was very curious about how his affairs were progressing. Yan Yanshin shouted. He addressed the cultist with red hair and asked him to step forward. The guy told the man to sit in front of him and receive his energy. As soon as he settled on the floor, the guy placed his hand on his hair and began to pour his energy into him. He carefully focused his energy on his palm. The man's hair began to emit a little smoke. Jonghak and the officials were shocked to see what was happening. Even the cult leader could not believe his eyes. He watched as Yanshin restored the man's hair to its natural color. The man was shocked to see his own black hair. He carefully touched it. He called out to the Grand Preceptor and asked if this was the first time he had performed a miracle. He and Shin ignored him and returned to Jonghak. The man was still frozen in shock. Our guy asked him to give him the poison-repellent pearl hanging around his neck. He released his energy and ordered Jonghak to offer him this artifact. The man immediately became nervous. While he watched Yanshin intently, the apostles focused on the cultist's hair. It seemed unreal to them. The cult leader laughed out loud, and Yi and Shin told Jonghak that he was violating his order. The man did not know what to answer. Our guy took a step forward, and in a moment he was right in front of him, focused, with a serious expression on his face. He reminded Jonghak that he had just given him an order. Jonghak quickly turned to his father and other officials. He turned back to the cult leader and saw that he was smiling. It became clear to him there was no choice. He would have to fulfill the bet. He took off the necklace from his neck and handed it to Yanshin. Our guy took the item and examined it carefully. He told Jonghak that it was a very valuable offering. The man gritted his teeth in anger as soon as he heard these words. Then the cult leader raised his hands and called to his mentor, the Grand Preceptor. He asked Yan Yanshin to step forward and promised he would allow him to sit next to him. Hearing this, everyone turned together to the cult leader. Our guy approached the stage. Every time the cult leader noticed the expression on his face, he just smiled. The leader ordered his subordinates to play festive music. The cultists brought even more food. What was supposed to be a cleansing had now turned into an incredible grand banquet of praise. The cult leader filled Yentian's glass and asked him to drink. He told them that now he must master their cult doctrines. He assured that an ordinary instructor would not be enough to teach a great mentor, so he would assign an elder to him. However, since it was extremely important for the cult ideology to take root in Yanshin's memory, the cult leader offered to take on our guy himself and teach him the first principle. He advised Yan Yanshin to listen carefully and said that a single word was enough to compress their doctrine to its essence. With a smile on his face, the cult leader said that their cult burns away the anxieties and evils of the mortal world. He and Shin asked him if he meant torment. The cult leader assured him that he was right. Supposedly, Buddhist monks equate turbulence and calamity as one and call it torment. He said that the teachings of their cult are not at all different from the salvation of Maitreyak. Yehenshin asked him, so death is salvation? The man replied that they would not manage to argue for hours about the deep meaning of death over several mornings. He carefully raised his finger closer to his cup and asked the elder if he knew. From birth, the nation was founded with a fundamental defect. Then he added that the world has already fallen into despair and again addressed our boy. Does he not also realize the poor harvest spreading across the central plain? The cult leader tapped his cup, and a wave of echo ran through the liquor. He explained to Yan Yanshin that times of famine give rise to times of chaos. Mirim is not a world of immortals because martial arts masters are still humans who need to eat to live. What will happen next is obvious. The harvest of poverty breeds hunger. The strong will not endure hunger. Next will come plunder, and the boundary between the government and Mirim will be completely destroyed. Our boy said that Desolate Fortress will be very busy. The leader cult agreed that Desolate Fortress is very powerful, however. Compared to the boundless Central Plains, it is tiny. Cult/cult. The leader alt explained to Yinshin that the day will come when the power of martial arts masters scattered across the world will turn into absolute authority, and then martial arts will be above the law. The man told our boy that the horrors of the Wombo clan, which he witnessed, are proof of this. He assured that he saw everything clearly with his own eyes when Emperor Hang Uzhu Yuanzhong and the degenerates from the Min clan founded the state. According to him, at that time the Central Plains were a truly pitiful sight. He told Yan Yangshin that crowds of fools might boast about their bloody mastery, and even the extremes of their cult's philosophy pale before the horrors of the war waged by Yuan and Min. Yan Yangshin, Christian, recalled hearing that the leader of the Blood Flame cult lived as long as the elders of the noble race of the 9 great sects. The cult leader assured Yan Yangshin that soon a calamity similar to the past would come, and in this new era there would be no more knightly heroes. He was convinced that no one would raise the banner of knighthood while their stomachs were clenched with cramps and tormented. He said that what fools in Jianghu boast about and what they prefer, the coexistence of martial arts power and knighthood, would not exist. Only martial might would remain. The cult leader declared that this is why their cult must spread far and wide. He revealed to Ye and Shin that they would use their bloody mastery technique to mow down those ranks that need feeding. He also said that their cultists would establish a new world order, gaining power from the inner energy of sacred sacrifices. The cultists began shouting that they would establish a new world order. Yu and Shin watch as they do this. Zhonghag stepped forward, holding the boy's hand, and loudly called out to his almighty cult leader. He stated that the great preceptor had already proven his incredible talent, and that the acceleration of the demonic blood technique, azure from Yan Yangshin's veins, truly soars to the heavens. But, he said, he had not yet demonstrated the profound absorption technique. Our boy did not expect John Heck to say that. John Heck addressed the cult leader and said that he desired the honor to present an offering to the Grand Preceptor, after which he asked for his permission. The cult leader agreed with Zhang Hawk's words. He asked Yan Shun to come down and add the boy's weak strength to his own. He was confident that our boy would have already grasped the deep principles of the star absorption technique embedded in the art of blood. He smiled and asked him to apply it to the boy. He assured our boy that he would take a step into a completely new world. Yan Shin realized that the man wanted him to extract the boy's core energy. He noticed that the cult servants were watching him and keeping all their attention on him. He shifted his gaze outside, beyond the hall, and wondered if the time had already come. He stood up, slowly sat back down. He approached John Hack and the boy. When the boy saw that Yi and Shin were standing right in front of him, he called him a disgusting, bloodthirsty monster and said that his father would never forgive him. Yi and Shin glared fiercely at the boy. Zhang Hak asked our boy what he thought of him and admitted he found a victim filled with spiritual elixirs, especially for him. With a self-satisfied smile, the man informed Yi Shin that he would gladly stand guard when he began the absorption. Yu Shin carefully, cautiously. Yu Shin looked intently into the little boy's eyes. He covered his palm with energy and sharply threw it forward. Zhang Hak grabbed him by the neck. The man shuddered upon seeing this. Yan Shin tightened his grip on the man's neck. The officials were stunned to see this. Even the cult leader did not expect this. Everyone watched as Jane Shin snapped Chong Hak's neck. Please provide the English original and the Ukrainian draft, summary text, so I can return a clean Ukrainian line. Guys, we've reached the end of our video. If you want more reviews like this, say so in the comments. Don't forget to like and hit the subscribe button. See you later.